Lee Han Wardenus is just an average young adult who happens to be isekai'd from modern Japan into a cold, cruel world where magic and mages exist. His transition occurs mere hours after he graduates from school in his original world. Having endured a life of stress and loneliness as a so-called student, Lee Han swore to live his new life the way he wanted, free from the clutches of academia. Unfortunately for him, his new life doesn't go as planned. Born into the Wardenus family, a prestigious noble mage lineage, Lee Han discovers that all young prospects of the family are required to attend the best magic academy in the New World, Einrogard. With no way to avoid it, Lee Han applies to the academy and, much to his dismay, gets accepted. On admission day, Lee Han travels through the forest in silence alongside his lifelong guard, Arla. Lost in thought, he reflects on the promise his former self made to his spirit. When Einrogard's magnificent structure comes into view on the horizon, Arla breaks his silence, reminding Lee Han that they'll be arriving soon. Staying vigilant, Lee Han rides with Arla to the front gates of the Empire's most prestigious magic academy. Once they're inside the academy walls, Arla shares his pride in accompanying Lee Han, who has grown into a fine young man. He jokes about his age and frailty, but Lee Han ignores him, choosing instead to reflect on how bleak his life was in his former world, particularly on his graduation day. On that fateful day, after receiving congratulations from a friend for finally escaping the clutches of tyrannical professors, Lee Han's former self paused to relive the hardships of his academic life. From being forced to join a professor's hiking club on weekends to grading papers for lazy lecturers and surviving on a meager triangular gimbap for weeks, his experiences were grueling. Despite his friend's praise, Lee Han felt he was only doing what was expected of him. When his friend asked if he'd ever want to relive those moments, Lee Han's answer was an emphatic no. Though he appeared to be the perfect student, he wanted nothing to do with academia ever again. Unfortunately, as he reminisced on his graduation day, Lee Han didn't notice he was standing in the middle of the road. The next moment, an out-of-control van struck him, ending his life while he was still wearing his graduation gown. Although his degree and certificate became useless, Lee Han's determination to stay away from schools followed him into his next life. When he opens his eyes in the new world, Lee Han finds himself in the body of a small child, with clear memories of his past life. Realizing he's the third child of the Wardenus family, the leading mage clan of the Empire, he does a double take to confirm he's not imagining things. In those early moments, Lee Han believes this new life is a reward for enduring the trials of being a grad student. However, reality soon sets in. Lee Han discovers that only the firstborn of each Wardenus generation inherits the family's wealth and power, while younger children like him must forge their paths to survive. A few years later, Lee Han picks up swordsmanship and trains under his trusty guard, Arla. During a session, Arla asks why he's learning the sword. Young Lee Han replies that it might be useful in the future. Since the family allows him to pursue whatever he wishes, Lee Han avoids reprimand. Curious, Arla asks if Lee Han wants to become a swordsman. Lee Han calmly explains that he plans to become a mage, as it's the safest route. Arla is shocked by this pragmatic answer and, overwhelmed with emotion, hugs Lee Han. He's impressed by the boy's realistic ambition, finding it refreshing compared to the delusional goals of most noble children. Lee Han, however, considers it normal thinking, shaped by the lessons of his previous life. Besides, becoming a powerful mage would make him more acceptable to both the imperial family and the knights. As Lee Han grows older, it's time for him to attend Einrogard to hone his magical abilities. Back in the present, Lee Han snaps out of his flashback and resolves to endure just a few years in the Magic Academy. Arla reassures him that he'll do well, but Lee Han reminds him of how he once tried to stop him from learning magic because it was dangerous. Arla awkwardly stutters in response. At the academy's gates, Arla bids Lee Han farewell and rides off. Moments later, Lee Han notices the arrival of the Duke's daughter and the prince's carriage. Guards shove everyone aside to clear a path, and Lee Han is surprised by the extravagant measures. He considers it overkill for just a few nobles. While Lee Han muses about the spectacle, a noble brat begins to panic. When Lee Han asks what's wrong, the brat complains that he can't sleep without his servant, and compares the academy's rules about servants to losing his limbs. Recognizing the brat as a spoiled fool, Lee Han decides to play along and watches as the noble walks up to a mage, complaining about the school's equality policies. Swearing on his family to report this injustice, the brat suddenly falls victim to mind magic. The mage turns him into a dunce without hesitation, shocking Lee Han. Realizing that the academy's rumors might be true, Lee Han recalls hearing that students who die in the academy are secretly buried in the mountains to keep the school's secrets hidden. As he processes this, the entrance gates open. A deep, commanding voice echoes, calling the newcomers idiots and warning them that everything in Einrogard is an illusion. Lee Han feels immense magical pressure and recognizes the speaker as the rumored headmaster of the school. Frozen in place by the headmaster's aura, the students listen as he mocks those who ignored the rules and brought extra belongings or servants. Without hesitation, the headmaster creates a portal that vacuums away all prohibited items and people. He then orders the students to enter the main building for matriculation. As the day progresses, the headmaster's identity is revealed to be that of a lich. Now, standing at the beginning of his journey in Einregard, Lee Han feels uncertain about what to expect. Knowing the future holds ominous challenges. Inside the school's main building, someone calls out to Lee Han, asking if he's truly from the Wardeness family. Without responding, Lee Han turns around to see the beautiful Yeoner Maken from the renowned Maken Mage family introducing herself. After exchanging pleasantries, Lee Han asks Yeoner what she wants. She explains that the prince wishes to see him. The prince? Lee Han wonders, glancing at the goofy blonde who sheepishly smiles back at him. Knowing Einregard's reputation for fierce networking on the first day, Lee finds it hard to take this prince seriously. Besides, he's heard the emperor fathered over 100 children, and if this guy isn't the firstborn, his situation is no better than Lee Han's. Given that the emperor has refused to support his lesser offspring, Lee figures the prince might be even worse off than himself. After all, everyone here hails from prominent families, making the royal family's position weaker in comparison. Yeoner snaps him out of his thoughts, asking if he's coming with them or not. Before leaving, Lee Han overhears two students mocking him and Yeoner for babysitting an unknown prince. Figuring it's better to make friends than enemies, Lee Han shakes hands with Yeoner and agrees to follow her to the prince. She mentions how much she was rejected by others initially, which resonates with Lee. Soon, they meet the 97th prince of the empire, Gainando, or rather, the self-proclaimed 97th prince, who is actually the 101st. During their initial conversation, Lee Han zones out, only to be brought back to attention when Gainando asks if he's listening. Lee refocuses, only to hear Gainando complaining about another student who rejected his offer earlier. Despite finding Gainando childish, Lee humors him by fueling his ego. However, Gainando's responses confirm just how immature and insecure he is. To make matters worse, Gainando grows jealous of another student talking to Ardenart, the 44th princess of the imperial family. Unlike Gainando, Ardenart exudes elegance and grace befitting royalty, making it natural for others to gravitate toward her. Gainando asks Lee Han to confront the student on his behalf, but Lee advises him to behave like a true noble and avoid bullying people. Gainando argues that he's not a bully, and asks for Lee's suggestion. Lee offers two options: forgive them, or challenge them to a duel. Realizing how extreme a duel would be, Gainando decides to forgive his half-sister Ardenart for doing nothing. Later, Yeoner finds Lee patting Gainando's head and commends him for putting up with the prince's nonsense, something she admits even she couldn't manage. Curious, Lee asks why she continues to babysit Gainando despite being just a relative. Before she can answer, the headmaster Lich appears out of nowhere, commanding everyone's attention. Lee Han observes the headmaster and speculates on what he might have lost to become an undead Lich. The headmaster begins by asking the freshmen why they think they're called Ironheads. Ardenart guesses that it's because their symbol is steel, earning her sarcastic applause and fake dormitory points from the headmaster. When she asks if there's a point system, Lich admits there isn't, and warns the students to learn how to see through lies. The headmaster reveals that the freshman symbol is actually iron, launching into a speech about the qualities of steel and its utility. After catching them in another lie, he chuckles before delivering the real insult. Their symbol is steel because their brains are empty. The mocking shocks Lee Han, who notes that the headmaster's overwhelming magical power prevents anyone from talking back. To Lee's surprise, he manages to move his arm despite the dense magical pressure. This realization encourages him to adapt to the environment. Noticing Lee Han's movement, the headmaster is surprised but doesn't comment. For his final prank, the headmaster opens a large door to reveal a grand dining hall filled with food. He invites the students to feast and recover from their travels. Without hesitation, the noble brats rush to their seats, eager to devour the sumptuous spread of cheese, butter, fried chicken, and charcoal-grilled fish. But just as they're about to dig in, the food vanishes, and the headmaster reappears, mocking them for not paying attention. At this moment, Lee Han realizes that the headmaster must have lost a significant part of himself to become such a cruel and twisted creature. The headmaster declares that Einregard's primary goal is to produce great mages by fostering a driving force: desire. He distributes each student's uniform, a loaf of commoner's bread, and a rice ball. The meager rations prompt Gainando to complain, calling it excessive. The headmaster sarcastically encourages his attitude, and reminds the students that if they want better food, clothes, or equipment, they'll have to obtain it through magic. The academy's rule is simple: they must fend for themselves. Soon after, one of the students considers contacting someone outside the academy to smuggle in supplies for him to use. Unfortunately for him, Headmaster Lich overhears him whispering his plan to a friend, and encourages him to continue with such a foolish attitude. Following this, the headmaster informs the first years that they are prohibited from leaving the school grounds, and are also not allowed to ask their seniors for assistance. With that, the headmaster concludes his matriculation speech and wishes the greenhorns well. After the headmaster leaves, Lee Han reflects on how every school seems to have eccentric professors. Even in his previous life, the professor in the next-door lab during his graduate studies had the same crazy look in his eyes as the headmaster. The eyes of insanity. Just then, Ganando shows up, complaining to Lee Han about the unfair treatment they're receiving at the academy. Based on how much the prince is whining, Lee Han concludes that Headmaster Lich is still better than the professor he knew. At least here, they've been provided with food, board, and clothing, which is more than he could say for his old school. At this point, the spoiled prince throws a tantrum at Lee Han for not taking his complaints seriously. Due to the Wardeness family's focus on magical research rather than social standing, little is known about them, even in noble circles, leading to many misunderstandings. Ganando, believing Lee Han must have lived in poverty, notes that his maids eat better food than what the school provides. Offering to help, Ganando invites Lee Han to his house sometime, to which Lee Han, clueless, thanks him. Moving on, Lee Han suggests they head to their dorms to secure a room before it's too late. Although Einregard accepts students based on talent, regardless of status, they still divided the dormitories into 4 sections to prevent disputes between the noble brats. The first dorm, the vainglorious Blue Dragon's Tower, is for those with noble dragon blood, primarily the royal family and highly reputable nobles like Lee Han. The second dorm, the eternally burning Phoenix's Tower, houses those who have given everything to the divine flame, disciples from various religious orders. The third dorm, the lightning-biting White Tiger's Tower, is reserved for the bloodline of knight families who are prepared to walk the path of both knight and mage. Lastly, the omniscient Black Turtle's Tower is for those with endless patience. Peasants, servants, slaves, clowns, homeless bums, merchants, and newly rising low nobles are placed here. Members of the last dormitory are typically of lower status and often looked down upon, which can leave them in low spirits. However, Lee Han sees them as great business partners for his future empire. The smug look on his face as he surveys the commoners causes them to feel uneasy about his intentions. In Lee Han's mind, though, he knows that befriending these commoners is essential for gaining real-life business experience. During his internal monologue, a noble brat breaks the silence, questioning why it was necessary to admit indecent people like the commoners. This causes the commoners to glare at him, but the brainless oaf challenges them to confront him if he said anything wrong. Lee Han, unwilling to let this futureless fool insult his potential business partners, steps in. As a noble of higher status, he calls out the idiot, declaring that he's the indecent one for clinging to his pride when they've all left everything behind upon entering the school. Lee's retort earns him the admiration of those around him, with many commending him for pointing out the obvious. With the atmosphere now set, Lee Han prepares to introduce himself to his new comrades. Unfortunately, when the commoners learn he's from the Wardeness family, they immediately grow fearful, warning each other not to meet his gaze. Rumors about the Wardeness family being descended from ancient spirits, with their patriarch being a dragon, terrify them. Confused by their reactions, Lee Han struggles to understand what's going on. Just then, Yoner approaches, praising him for being a good noble. Lee Han asks Yoner if he looks scary to her. After reassuring him that he doesn't, she remarks that he has the dignified aura of a noble. Unbeknownst to Lee Han, he's unaware of just how infamous his family is. Before he can dwell on it, Gainando calls out to him and Yoner, complaining that his new bodyguards left him, a prince, all alone. As they return to the prince's side, Lee Han asks Yoner why she babysits the foolish prince. To answer his question, Yoner explains that she's doing it all because of Gainando's mother, recounting her history with her. In a flashback, it's revealed that a younger, more stubborn Yoner first met Gainando's mother at a royal banquet, after accidentally spilling juice on her dress. Expecting to be punished, everyone was shocked when the woman showed mercy, even asking if Yoner was all right. Gainando's mother, being incredibly wealthy, provided Yoner with allowances simply for being her son's friend. Lee Han quickly deduces that if that's the case, he too should become friends with Gainando to earn his mother's favor. When they arrive at their dorm, Lee Han is surprised by its massive size. Despite being a school, it has a lake, forest, and everything necessary for them to fend for themselves. While admiring the scenery, Lee notices some students talking about being lost, so he asks Yoner for clarification. Yoner admits she's also unsure since this was supposed to be the way to their dorm. As Lee Han tries to figure out what's going on, something suddenly appears in front of them, leaving even Lee Han scared out of his mind. Upon further investigation, it's revealed that a small, unimpressive building suddenly appeared before the noble students, leaving most of them appalled by its size. Ganando, the self-proclaimed supervisor of spoiled brats, remarks that the building is smaller than his servants' quarters, and questions if they're seriously expected to live like this for the next few years. Ignoring the bozo, Lee Han realizes it'll be challenging to accommodate all these people. However, as he steps into the building with Yoner and Gainando, the magical pressure inside shifts, and within moments, everyone around him disappears. For a few moments, Lee Han struggles to adapt to his new surroundings, trying to figure out what just happened. Suddenly a voice greets him, addressing him as a young mage and asking where he'd like to go. Lee Han quickly deduces that the dormitory is in fact a magic tower. Soon after, the voice commends Lee Han for adapting quickly and informs him that, for now, he can only access his room and the freshman steel common room. Lee Han asks if he'll be able to visit other areas later, to which the voice replies that it's possible, but only by learning the names of those places and meeting certain conditions. For now, however, it's forbidden by the headmaster. Frustrated by yet another restriction imposed by the headmaster, Lee Han orders the voice system to take him to his room, and it complies. After settling into his room, Lee Han picks up a book titled About Einregard, and soon understands why it's the only mandatory subject in the entire school. According to the rules, every first-year student must attend all classes for a month before they're allowed to choose their subjects. While flipping through the pages, Lee Han notices a motivational quote from the headmaster, later identified as Osu Gonadaltes, and concludes that the man isn't as strict as he first seemed. In fact, Lee Han finds Einregard far easier than the grueling grad school experience in his past life. Plus, the room provides everything he needs, so there's little to complain about. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Lee Han, the other students are having an existential crisis over how sparse and strange their dorm rooms look. Now that he's familiarized himself with the rules, Lee Han decides to visit the common room to find out what classes the other students are planning to register for. Once there, he sits with Yoner and asks what classes she's interested in. Yoner enthusiastically shares her desire to learn alchemy so she can open a workshop after school and supply products to the Imperial Palace. Impressed, Lee Han compliments her ambition, and Yoner asks if he wants to join her. Not wanting to discourage her, Lee Han carefully explains that running an alchemy business isn't easy, and he'll need to think about it. In the Empire, such a venture requires cutthroat tactics to succeed, and Lee Han has no intention of making his life harder. Instead, he decides to focus on stable subjects. Yoner, curious, asks what subjects Lee Han is interested in. He carefully considers his response. His main goal is to take subjects with less competition and easier grading, aiming to become a civil servant for the Imperial Palace eventually. However, saying something mundane to someone as passionate as Yoner might discourage her. To avoid this, Lee Han tells her he plans to take all the classes for a month before deciding, so he doesn't make a rash choice. Just then, Gainando rushes toward them, dread written all over his face, yelling for their help because he thinks someone has broken into his empty room. Hearing his baseless cries, Yoner and Lee Han ignore the fool and continue their discussion. The next day, Lee Han and his classmates attend their first class, Understanding the Basics of Magic. The subject is mandatory for first years, with classes held separately for each dormitory. On their way to the classroom, Lee Han notices the other students looking sullen and asks Yoner what's wrong. Yoner explains that most of them are hungry and can't sleep properly because their beds are uncomfortable. Surprised, Lee Han wonders if their situation is that bad. He recalls a particular moment from grad school when his buddy offered him a protein bar as their only food for the day. Back then, their schedule had no breaks, and eating protein bars was the norm. On one such occasion, his friend promised that the professors would treat them to a feast once the schedule was over. Lee Han had jokingly sworn to kill him if it turned out to be ramen. Of course, when the time came, it was the same old cup noodles and triangular kimbap as always. If he had managed to survive that, this situation would have been a cakewalk. Finally, the students arrive at the classroom for their first lecture. Relieved that the room is on the first floor, their relief quickly turns to shock when they open the door and find a troll, dressed in clean clothes, standing at the podium. Trolls are notorious for being ferocious and tyrannical monsters, so seeing one in a classroom is beyond their expectations. Without hesitation, the troll welcomes them and urges them to take their seats. Once the students are seated, the troll introduces herself as Garcia Kim, a half-troll, and reassures them that, while she understands their fear, there's no need to worry. She doesn't eat people unless she's very hungry. While Garcia is obviously joking, the students believe her for a moment. Eventually, she regrets making the joke and begins her lecture. Before diving into the lesson, she explains that most of the magic skills they'll learn in her class won't be practical until they become adults, because magic is inherently dangerous. However, as seeds of mages who bear the nickname Steel, Her lectures will introduce them to the fundamentals of magic and help each of them identify the element that best suits them. As they embark on this journey, Garcia promises to be their compass and urges them to start with the basics. Her first question to the class is, "What is magic?" Almost immediately, the teacher's pet, Ardenart, stands and confidently provides an answer. Pleased with her response, Garcia praises her and elaborates, explaining that magic is the act of borrowing both magical and mana power from the origins that shape the world. Everyone admitted to the school should have the ability to sense magic power and recognize it. More importantly, using magic requires more than awareness. It demands the precise combination of magic and mana power to achieve the desired results. Garcia continues, explaining that while magic often relies on incantations, reagents, or specific movements, the core of magic lies in one's will. Realizing she's been speaking for too long, Garcia cuts her explanation short and asks everyone to stand so they can try magic for themselves. She instructs them to take out their staff and focus on gathering their magic power. As they follow her instructions, she advises them to maintain control over their magic power, while imagining an image of light. For Yoner, controlling magic power feels particularly challenging, as if she's trying to rein in a wild horse that could throw her off at any moment. As the students concentrate, Garcia tells them to complete the spell by shouting a short incantation. "Oh, light!" She reassures them that using short incantations helps them maintain focus. Li Han, who has been paying close attention, carefully lists the steps to cast and attempt the spell. Predictably, he doesn't succeed on his first try, but he manages to create a faint, unstable light on his wand. Soon the other students follow suit, with Yoner, Ardenart, and even Gainando successfully producing light. However, Gainando's magic quickly spirals out of control, forcing Garcia to intervene to prevent him from harming himself. Following the incident, Garcia sternly warns the class to focus on controlling their magic power, emphasizing that failing to do so could lead to serious consequences. She reassures them that it's her job to prevent such accidents, and encourages them to continue practicing as long as they have magic power. After the second attempt, many of the noble students begin complaining, and about a third of the class gives up entirely. Garcia knows that Illuminate is the most basic spell, but even so, mastering it requires at least a month of practice. For now, the students will have to discover this reality for themselves, as she can't spell it out for them. Undeterred, she encourages them to attempt the spell a third time. By the end of this round, half the class is exhausted and gives up. The cycle repeats, with more students dropping out each time, until the sixth attempt, where only one student remains standing. Li Han. Before trying the spell for a seventh time, Li Han signals Garcia, apologizes for interrupting, and asks if he can continue practicing since he's the only one still trying. Garcia is stunned, wondering how he's managed to survive 7 attempts. Even if he had abundant magic power, most students would have depleted their mana reserves by the 5th attempt. Garcia takes a moment to explain that magic power, known by different names among various tribes, is the core energy source for mages. Since magic power is consumed with each spell, inexperienced young mages often run out quickly. The fact that Li Han is still standing after 7 tries is extraordinary, and something she needs to investigate. She asks for his name, and Li gives it, omitting his family name, Wardenus, which impresses her. Garcia invites Li Han to the podium and asks him to give her his hand. When he complies, Garcia assesses his mana reserves and is overwhelmed by what she senses. A vast ocean of mana that makes her feel as though she's drowning. Noticing the alarmed look on her face, Li Han asks if something is wrong. Garcia quickly regains her composure, denies any issues, and urges him to visit her after school. Li Han nods and returns to his seat. Resuming the lesson, Garcia reassures the class not to feel discouraged by their rapid mana depletion. With practice, they will learn to reduce their mana consumption and naturally increase their reserves. However, she cautions them against over-practicing, as it could lead to injury. Wrapping up, Garcia reminds the class not to take her jokes about eating students too seriously and concludes her first lecture. Later that day, Li Han visits Garcia's office to find out why she wanted to see him. Garcia explains that she's already heard about him from the headmaster. That's right, the eccentric lich had already snitched on him. Even so, Garcia reassures Li Han not to worry. Although the headmaster may seem crazy to the average person, he has a kind heart. Another lesser-known fact about the headmaster is his sharp eye for talent. He always notifies professors about new students. Over the years, his comments about freshmen have been limited to 1 or 2 average remarks about troublemakers and prospects. But this year, his focus is squarely on Li Han. According to him, Li Han possesses great foolishness, a term used in the East to describe someone with immense wisdom. So, despite the seemingly insulting phrasing, the headmaster likely means that Li Han has the potential to achieve greatness in the world of magic. Having experienced Li Han's immense mana firsthand, Garcia is curious about what kind of student he will become. and feels she can expect great things from him. After giving her a moment to finish her train of thought, Li-han calls her attention back to the present, waiting to answer his earlier question. Knowing she can't simply divulge everything the headmaster has said, Garcia instead tells him she wanted to meet because of his exceptional mana reserves. While Li-han already knows this, he feels disappointed, suspecting there must be more to it. Just then, Garcia continues, explaining that his mana is so vast that she can't even estimate its limits. Li-han stands there stunned. Garcia elaborates that the amount of mana one possesses is a form of talent. Mages with insufficient mana often endure great difficulty increasing their reserves, whereas those with abundant mana have the luxury of being more carefree. Upon realizing the scope of his talent, Li-han becomes excited, thinking his path forward will be much easier. However, Garcia calls his strength unfortunate. When Li-han asks what she means, she explains that having too much mana can be problematic. While a large mana reserve is advantageous for a mage, an excess makes control exceedingly difficult. To illustrate, she compares controlling the water in a glass to managing the water in a vast sea. The latter is far more challenging. Simply put, mana control, the most critical skill for a mage, will be extraordinarily difficult for Li-han to master. Hearing this, Li-han spirals into despair as the reality of his situation sinks in. Fortunately, Garcia has a temporary solution. She pulls out a special bracelet, fastens it to Li-han's right wrist, and instructs him to always wear it. The bracelet will absorb his excess mana, keeping it under control for now. Relieved, Li-han thanks Garcia for diagnosing and addressing his problem. Just as he's about to leave, Garcia advises him to use a variety of magic spells to use up his vast mana reserves, which will help keep them under control. She suggests he practice alone since his mana won't deplete entirely, and encourages him to break a leg while at it. Li-han chuckles nervously, thanks his teacher, and heads to the hallway to rejoin his friends, all while pondering his suddenly daunting future. Determined to excel in his first year, he asks his friends about the classes they plan to take after the first month. Yona replies that she's sticking with alchemy and asks if the others want to join her. The spoiled prince mocks Yona for choosing a subject he considers fit for servants. After throwing in a few more derogatory remarks about alchemy, Yona, now visibly angry, clenches her fist and tells Li-han to step aside. Recognizing her rising temper, Li-han obliges, letting her vent her frustration on the prince. Before Gainando can react, Yona punches him hard and forbids him from going to the infirmary for potions created by alchemists to heal his injuries. After witnessing Yona's retaliation, Li-han commends her punch and follows her to their first alchemy class, Basic Alchemy Understanding. On the way, Li-han asks if hitting Gainando is okay. Yona assures him it'll be fine if she apologizes the next day. Li-han realizes she's done this before, but soon notices many students gathering for the class, particularly those from the Black Turtle Tower. While he doesn't care much about them, he's bothered by their stares. He observes that commoners generally react to nobles in one of two ways: fear or hostility. For now, Li-han decides to stay calm, knowing that being too friendly might backfire. When they arrive at the class venue, the professor takes a head count. Expecting another eccentric teacher, the students are surprised that their professor is just a normal-looking dwarf. Introducing himself as Urugulum Gumdar, or Professor Urugulum, he asks the class why they're having the lesson outdoors, without desks. As expected, Ardenart, the teacher's pet, raises her hand and confidently answers that it's to feel the mana of nature, as alchemists need to understand its power. Irregulum, however, tells her she's wrong and then overhears Li-han and Yona discussing the question. When Yona asks Li-han what he thinks, he casually suggests it's probably because the location is good for gathering materials. Irregulum commends Li-han for giving the correct answer, calling him a student who uses his brain. Ardenart, annoyed by Li-han's success, grows visibly upset. Li-han pleads with the professor not to frame him as a rival. Moving on, Irregulum gathers the students and explains what's truly needed for alchemy. While many assume alchemy requires exceptional talent or intricate mana control, in reality, the most important skill is the ability to gather materials. Ardenart challenges the professor's last statement, questioning why learning to gather materials is so important when materials can be grown or commissioned. As murmurs of agreement with her point ripple through the group, Professor Irregulum becomes visibly angry and calls her an iron head for not understanding the practical realities. In his experience, only about 10% of materials can be grown, and purchased materials are often unreliable due to adventurers mishandling them. Many of these so-called adventurers yank medicinal herbs so roughly that even the gods would be furious. In essence, Irregulum emphasizes that alchemists must know how to gather their materials, as failing to do so sets them up for failure. After concluding his explanation, Irregulum distributes scrolls containing illustrations of a rare mushroom-like herb. He orders the students to find the specific material and not to return empty-handed. Left to their own devices, the students begin discussing their next steps. Strange rumors surround Einregard, so when Yoner and Li Han identify the herb as the Doko herb, a common ingredient in antidotes, Yoner mentions she had used it before entering the academy. Among the many rumors about the school is one claiming students frequently die while learning magic, a notoriously dangerous art. Peering into the forest ahead, Li Han wonders why the school is so careless about sending first years into such a perilous area. The forest appears particularly dangerous for just him and Yoner to traverse alone. After much deliberation, they find someone from their tower to join them. Initially, Li Han considers asking the princess, but Yoner questions whether he sees her as approachable. Li Han brushes this off, reasoning that familiarity isn't necessary since they're merely searching for a medicinal herb. Yoner points out it's already too late, as it seems everyone has already teamed up with the princess. Li Han feels jealous, noting that even students from the Black Turtle Tower avoid him. Yoner reassures him not to worry, explaining that the princess was famous even before enrolling. Her intelligence and talent made her a celebrated figure, admired by people of all statuses. Naturally, she attracts many followers. Meanwhile, Gainando, as expected, remains unhelpful. As most students form teams and leave, Li Han notices only students from the Black Tower are left. Despite their animosity toward him, he focuses on finding someone who can complement their weaknesses. Spotting a short-haired dark elf with muscular legs and calloused hands, he decides she's the perfect candidate. The girl, Nilia, hails from the Black Turtle Tower and belongs to the Shadow Patrol in the Northern Empire, a group of elite hunters and scouts who navigate the region's mountains with remarkable agility. Upon seeing the scroll's depiction of the Doko herb, Nilia initially doesn't think finding it will be difficult. Though unfamiliar with the herb, she considers the forest her playground. While initially overwhelmed by the Academy's many talented individuals, she now feels it's her chance to shine. As she prepares to leave, Li Han's group approaches her and introduces themselves. Suspicious, Nilia demands they state their intentions. Li Han invites her to join them, but Nilia immediately grows defensive, suspecting they might exploit or abandon her. Li Han reassures her, pointing out the dangers of traveling alone. He asks how she plans to handle a monster encounter or transport the herb if she finds it. Nilia remains skeptical, but becomes increasingly intrigued as Li Han accurately guesses her thoughts. After a series of exchanges, Li Han teases her, suggesting only a fool would try to accomplish the task alone. Eventually, Nilia relents and agrees to join them. Grateful for her decision, Li Han encourages the group to start moving. As they traverse the forest, Nilia leaps from tree to tree with the grace of a wild animal, while Li Han and Yoner walk below. Impressed by her agility, Yoner asks how Li Han knew she was the right choice. He explains that her developed leg muscles, calloused palms, and likely frequent use of a bow and arrow are all telltale signs of an experienced hunter. Overhearing their conversation, Nilia becomes suspicious, sensing an unusual ability in Li Han to read people's thoughts. Li Han, noticing her reaction, jokingly tells Yoner he simply recognized the Shadow Patrol emblem on Nilia's waist. Continuing their journey, Li Han lightly teases Nilia until Yoner asks her to match their pace. Nilia questions why, and Li Han explains that since Yoner is the only one capable of identifying the herb, they can't risk her overexerting herself. Curious about Li Han's role in the group, Nilia asks what he contributes if Yoner finds the herb and she acts as the guide. Knowing the truth would upset her, Li Han claims his job is to protect them. Inspecting Li Han more closely, Nilia deduces he comes from a family of knights. She asks why he's in the Blue Tower, and Li Han replies that he belongs to the Wardeness family. Upon hearing this, Nilia becomes so startled that she nearly falls from the tree she's perched on. Noticing the dreadful look on her face, Li Han asks Yoner if there's something wrong with his family. Yoner reassures him, explaining that it's normal for famous noble families to be surrounded by crazy rumors. However, the Wardeness family is particularly infamous. Some believe the Wardeness patriarch is a dragon who burned entire hordes of undead with his breath during the Undead Frenzy incident. Others claim the Wardeness made contracts with ancient spirits to gain their unparalleled magical talent, losing their emotions in the process. There's even a story of a Wardeness mage destroying an entire city during a riot. Hearing Yoner's explanation, Li Han realizes the world sees his family as monsters who leave destruction in their wake. But is it so wrong for Grand Mages to intervene during major incidents? Yoner reassures him that such rumors don't matter and advises him not to dwell on them too much. Meanwhile, Nilia notices the pain on Li Han's face and concludes he's not as emotionless as the rumors suggest. Tired of the somber mood, she urges them to keep moving. After walking a few more miles, Nilia spots something unusual ahead and stops the group to investigate. They discover massive monster footprints. Judging by the shallow impressions, the creature tried to avoid leaving traces. Nilia's inner scout gets excited, marveling at how well trained the monster must be. Yoner, however, feigns interest, and Nilia quickly catches on. Apologizing for rambling, Nilia tells Yoner it's fine if she isn't interested in her observations. Surprisingly, Li Han shows genuine curiosity and asks Nilia for more details. Taken aback, Nilia questions if he's serious. Li Han assures her there's nothing wrong with his interest. Nilia comments that someone from a prestigious family like his isn't expected to admire such crude crafts, but warns him to stay alert. She explains that not only is the creature large, but it's impossible to predict what else might be lurking nearby. Monsters rumored to roam the academy grounds, including experimental creations and rare slimes, make the forest particularly dangerous. Yoner agrees, noting that Einrogard's abundant mana makes it a magnet for monsters. Nilia suggests they change their strategy and follow the monster's tracks to reduce the chance of an ambush. Intrigued, Li Han asks if he can learn to track creatures himself. Nilia warns him it won't be easy but relents when Li Han earnestly asks her to teach him. Lowering her guard, she agrees to mentor him in the ways of the hunter. After several more miles, the group finally finds the Doko herb. Yoner immediately identifies it, but there are only 2 herbs, one short of the 3 they need to pass the test. With no other herbs in sight, Yoner instructs the group to move elsewhere. Before they can act, they fall silent as Yoner turns and spots a massive monster boar nearby. Li Han observes that it's not an ordinary boar, given its ability to detect mana. Nilia confirms his suspicion. It's a monster. Recognizing the danger, Li Han makes a bold decision. With no other weapons, he resolves to use his magic staff. Thankfully, the user can adjust the staff's size. He extends it into a long weapon, preparing to confront the monster. Nilia, impressed by his heritage as a member of the Wardinas family, grows excited. Hoping he's already learned a few magic tricks, she asks if he's confident in his abilities. Li Han replies uncertainly, prompting Nilia to offer a contingency plan. If things go south, he should carry the weakened Yoner and escape while she lures the monster away. Yoner is touched by Nilia's willingness to protect them, but Nilia brushes it off, saying she's only helping because she can. Li Han thanks her for her support, and promises to rely on her if needed. With their plans set, Li Han faces the monster boar. Nilia, full of anticipation, watches closely as Li Han grips his staff, recalling his training with Sir Arlalong when he was 10. Back then, Arlalong taught Li Han that while the sword is considered the king of weapons, a true knight must master multiple weapons to reach enlightenment. Only those who undergo this process can condense their mana into a weapon and achieve aura mastery. However, Arlalong doubted Li Han's interest in such pursuits, knowing that only a select few reached this level. True to form, Li Han had told Arlalong that he had no desire to chase such lofty goals. Instead, he only wanted to train his body for self-defense and live a peaceful life as a mage. Touched by Li Han's pragmatic attitude, Arlalong promised to train him to the best of his ability, and added an extra 100 repetitions to his stabbing drills. Drawing on that training, Li Han clears his mind and focuses entirely on defeating the monster boar. He drives his staff into the boar's mouth in a fluid motion, killing it instantly. Both Nilia and Yoner are stunned by the outcome. They stare at Li Han in disbelief, wondering why he didn't use magic tricks. As sturdy as the staff of Einrogard is, it still shouldn't have been able to defeat a monster of that caliber so easily. Unbeknownst to him, Li Han had subconsciously condensed some of his mana into the staff, allowing it to function like a sword. Although this was far from the mastery of aura, his quick thinking and compromise saved him and the girls, allowing them to live to fight another day. Once the monster stops twitching, the trio assesses the fatal wound. While Nilia is astonished that Li Han managed to kill such a massive creature with just a staff, Yoner is more preoccupied with how overwhelming the class seems. She can't believe the teachers would send new students into such a dangerous area, and even consider skipping future classes altogether when another scream echoes nearby. After reassuring Yoner, the trio rushes to investigate the scream's source. When they arrive, they find a group of students battling another monstrous boar. Given the number of students present, Li Han suggests they observe for now, and Nilia agrees. Just then, a noble boy, Ashen Dalcard, steps forward, armed with his staff. He confidently declares that he'll handle the monster himself. Yoner immediately recognizes him as a member of the renowned Dalcard family, known for their exceptional abilities and history as financial advisors to the Emperor. Based on this reputation, Li Han assumes Dalcard must be competent, and trusts he knows how to wield a weapon. However, as the fight begins, it becomes clear that Dalcard's bravado is just talk. His first attack barely scratches the boar, only enraging it further. Realizing his strategy was flawed, Dalcard tries to recover, but it's too late. The boar kicks him with immense force, sending him flying several feet. With Dalcard incapacitated, the boar turns its murderous gaze on the princess and the others. At this moment the princess steps forward. Yoner asks Li Han what they should do, but Li Han observes, reading the princess's expression. She seems deep in thought, carefully timing her attack. Watching closely, Li Han notes how the princess waits for the boar to charge, striking only at the perfect moment. Her calculated strike hits its mark, and the boar lets out a pained shriek before collapsing. After the battle, Li Han thanks Nilia for teaching him the importance of approaching such creatures while riding the headwind. He assures her he'll be relying on her advice more in the future. Following the victory, Princess Ardenart expresses her gratitude to Li Han for saving her and her team, instead of showing jealousy. Li Han brushes it off, but Nilia can't help wondering why they're speaking so formally. Aren't students in the same year supposed to talk casually? Nonetheless, Ardenart insists on repaying Li Han for his help. Curious, she asks what he wants in return. Li Han surprises her by asking for a list of classes that are easy to excel in. Initially, Ardenart thinks he's testing her, but when Li Han repeats the question, she realizes he's serious. Before she can respond, the professor, who had been eavesdropping, emerges from his hiding spot. He declares that he knows the answer to Li Han's query. Before recognizing the professor, Li Han experiences an ominous feeling that reminds him of his former life and his intimidating graduate school professor. The professor Uragolem interrupts his thoughts, suggesting that the alchemy class is what Li Han is looking for. Calming himself, Li Han responds that success in alchemy should be achievable with passion and dedication. Intrigued by Li Han's enthusiasm, Uragolem promises to help him develop the passion and love he speaks of. However, Li Han notices the envious glares of the other noble students who resent the professor's interest in him. Undeterred, Li Han informs Uragolem that he still wants to explore other options. Taking the hint, Uragolem wraps up the class for the day. Unfortunately, other groups weren't as lucky. They encountered no boars. Nonetheless, their experience sufficed for the lesson. Just then, sporting a black eye, Ashan confronts Uragolem, accusing him of intentionally leading the students into danger. Uragolem explains that the purpose of the exercise was to expose the students to various scenarios they might face while gathering herbs, whether to fight, flee, dodge, or hide, as an alchemist should be prepared for all possibilities. Upon hearing this, Yoner questions whether they still need to submit the Doko herb, given the danger they endured to collect 3. Uragolem, surprised that any group managed to find the herb, praises their efforts and rewards them by passing all 3 students. He also mandates that Li Han join his alchemy class. Inwardly, Li Han feels trapped, but he resigns to this new reality, and tells the professor that he'll do his best to take the class as learning alchemy is his dream. After hearing everything Li Han said, Uragolem begins to see him as mature, far more grounded than someone his age typically would be. Having killed the boar monster and obtained the Doko herb, Uragolem rewards Li Han with a special privilege. He grants Li unrestricted access to his cabin in the forest for the remainder of the semester. Initially confused, Li Han imagines being overwhelmed with endless chores, but Uragolem clarifies. The cabin, he explains, is stocked with the one thing new students desire most: food. While they might not appreciate it now, Uragolem assures them that after a week of eating the school's subpar meals, they'll sing his praises. Li Han weighs his options and realizes how hard it would be to survive on the bland food provided by the school, especially since the noble children have their tower with better provisions. With Uragolem's cabin boasting fresh ingredients, including spices and vegetables foraged from the forest, Li Han concludes he's essentially been given a semester-long buffet pass. His frown shifts into a smile as he shakes Uragolem's hand, declaring that alchemy is the best. Uragolem, amused, replies that he's already growing fond of Li Han, feeling like they're kindred spirits. However, the cheerful mood doesn't last long, as Uragolem releases the injured boar back into the forest. The noble brats whine about the grueling practical work, swearing never to attend the class again. Meanwhile, Li Han suppresses his annoyance at the school and focuses on the immediate task, managing rations. Accompanied by Nilia and Yoner, Li Han heads to Uragolem's cabin. After setting the boar carcass aside, he wonders if he can butcher the animal alone. Noticing the dread on his face, Yoner offers to help, provided she gets some meat in return. Li Han, suspicious of the look on her face, asks if she'll be okay. Yoner reassures him, while Nilia questions whether he will butcher it himself, pointing out that nobles typically avoid such tasks. Li Han stands and asks her teasingly if she's vegan or just hates meat. Embarrassed by the question, Nilia decides to prove her worth by demonstrating her hunting skills. With Nilia's expertise as a hunter and Yoner's family background in handling materials, Li Han concludes they can manage the task together. Soon after, Uragolem returns with the necessary equipment and hands it to them. Armed with the tools, Li Han takes the lead, skillfully butchering the boar. Even Nilia is surprised by his proficiency, assuming he is too noble to handle such work. Once the skin is removed, Li Han separates the lean meat and hangs it on wooden branches. He urges his companions to save the intestines to make sausages later, reasoning that every part of the animal should be preserved given their uncertain circumstances. While the meat is smoking, Urugulum visits them and commends Li Han's foresight. Opting to smoke the meat as a preservation method shows excellent survival instincts, especially for someone who has only been at the school for 3 days. Urugulum marvels at how far Li Han has come in such a short time. When the smoking is complete, Li Han casually asks the professor for bread and butter, claiming he must be hungry. Unable to refuse, Urugulum obliges, bringing out the finest ingredients from his pantry. Before long, the outdoor table is laden with delicious food and jams. Everyone digs in, savoring the meal. Yoner compliments the professor on the jam, noting how it elevates the tender, smoky meat Li Han prepared. As they enjoy the meal by the flowing spring, Urugulum encourages them to eat their fill, reminding them they won't get such high-quality food often. For the first time in days, the trio relaxes, enjoying their companions and the professor's presence. Afterward, Li Han and Yoner package the leftover smoked meat into rations and discuss what to do with it. Unable to eat more, Nilia suggests sharing it with the other students in their tower. Misunderstanding her intent, Li Han and Yoner assume she wants to sell the meat. Nilia clarifies that she never said that, but Li Han points out that most of the Blue Dragon's tower students are wealthy enough to pay, and it wouldn't hurt to make some money. As Li Han and Yoner congratulate themselves on their plan, Nilia shakes her head, baffled by how nobles think. Unaware of their goals, she asks if they plan to sell the meat. Li Han asks if she wants a share of the profits, but Nilia insists she only wants to give it as a gift to her friends. Li Han shrugs and tells her to do as she pleases, but warns she might regret not capitalizing on the opportunity. Yoner chimes in, claiming friendships might fade, but riches are forever. Exasperated, Nilia tells them to stop, while Urugulum, silently observing, realizes the trio are talented yet troublesome individuals. Despite the impending headaches he anticipates from them, he decides he's ready for whatever chaos they bring. When Li Han and his friend Yoner return to the vainglorious Blue Dragon's tower, a strange tower usually isolated from the main grounds and surrounded by the fresh scent of the forest, they immediately start barbecuing some of the meat they brought from Urugulum's cabin. Their goal is to let the savory aroma fill the entire dormitory and draw in potential customers. About 30 minutes into their plan, the other noble brats begin to smell the familiar scent of roasted meat. At first they're confused, as it's a smell they didn't expect to encounter while enduring their struggles. But soon enough, Li Han calls everyone over, inviting them to try his barbecued meat. Almost instantly, the students gather around their makeshift restaurant, asking questions about what's going on. Li Han reassures them and grabs their full attention, announcing that they've prepared everything for everyone. However, before letting them dig in, he informs them that the food will cost 2 silver coins per person. Despite the price, no one complains. Good food is a luxury they're eager to enjoy again. Before long, the noble brats sit down and devour as much meat as they can, savoring the tenderness and spice. As Li Han and Yoner watch their customers eat, they tally up their sales and are pleasantly surprised by how many plates they've sold, even after tripling the price. Then again, the students have no other choice. They're too clueless to figure out how to obtain meat themselves. In other words, it's a win-win situation for both sides. Around that time, Gainando finally recovers from Yoner's punch and gets back on his feet, his stomach growling loudly, and he wonders what all the commotion outside is about. It doesn't take long for him to catch the irresistible scent of barbecued meat, so he heads outside to investigate. As soon as Li Han spots him, he invites him to sit down and eat, just like everyone else. Without hesitation, Gainando sits and prepares to feast on the barbecued meat. But just as he's about to dig in, Li Han stops him, reminding him that even as a friend, he has to pay a silver coin to continue eating. Shocked, Gainando asks if they're charging money, to which Li Han responds that a noble's pride wouldn't allow them to eat for free. The problem is that Gainando is broke. However, Li Han generously offers to let him sign a credit contract, allowing him to pay later. Touched by his friend's kindness, Gainando nearly tears up, praising Li Han for being such a great guy and feeling fortunate to have made such a good friend. As Gainando obliviously signs the contract, thinking he's hit the jackpot, Li Han and Yoner keep quiet and let him enjoy his meal in peace. With that, the good day comes to an end, and everyone heads to bed satisfied. The next morning, the students from the Vainglorious Tower gather in the same classroom for their basic magic personality education class. Many of the nobles wonder why they're required to take such a class when they already see themselves as perfect. Li Han can barely stand the arrogance of these fools but maintains his composure, refusing to get worked up over their nonsense. Suddenly the headmaster appears out of nowhere, welcoming the students to his class. When they realize the headmaster is also the personality education professor, they're immediately filled with fear, careful not to say anything that might provoke him. The headmaster, noticing how well-fed they all look, scolds them for taking over a month to find food. One of the foolish nobles speaks up, asking if the headmaster expected them to find food on their own. But before he can continue, the headmaster silences him, informing the students that he's relieved their empty heads, finally figured out how to get decent food. Internally, the headmaster recalls how the Blue Dragon's tower has always been the slowest to find food, with the Black Turtle's tower being the fastest, and the White Tiger's tower the second fastest. The Blue Dragon's tower, composed mostly of privileged nobles, often struggles with tasks like these, as they've never faced any real hardship. However, this year the headmaster is impressed with how quickly they've adapted. He's well aware that Li Han is the mastermind behind their success, and makes eye contact with him, acknowledging his leadership. From the moment he saw Li Han during matriculation, he knew he was different. What's even more surprising is that someone as adaptable and carefree as Li Han hails from the rigid and stubborn Wardinas family. For some context, the headmaster is known to be a professor who enjoys giving his students challenges, believing that flexibility and creative thinking are the most important traits a magician can possess. At that moment, the same foolish noble asks the headmaster what the purpose of the class is. Pleased to hear the question, the headmaster flips it back, asking the student what he thinks the purpose is. Unsurprisingly, the noble admits he doesn't know. Annoyed, the headmaster explains that the emperor often holds him accountable for the actions of graduates from the academy. Many of their seniors have caused significant problems in the empire, and when they do, the headmaster gets blamed for their foolishness. Therefore, he uses this class as a safeguard, an excuse to avoid being punished for their future misdeeds. He asks if they understand, then warns them not to deny their imperfections, as magicians are an unpredictable lot. If they claim to be perfect, it will only make him angrier. With that, he orders them to open their books and loudly recite the mantra on page 1. I will not cause harm to ordinary people with my magic. Li Han stands there, dumbfounded, wondering if this class could truly fix the rotten personalities of his fellow nobles. Eventually, the headmaster grows tired of the students' chatter and orders them to stop, expressing his hope that the class will help them develop kinder personalities. Moving on, he asks for 2 volunteers to assist him. Immediately, everyone averts their gaze, sensing something suspicious in his request. When the headmaster threatens to make their lives harder if no one steps up, Li Han volunteers, hoping there's a worthwhile reward at the end. The headmaster attempts to intimidate Li Han, but he stands his ground, feigning enthusiasm, and claiming he's happy to assist a professor he respects so much. The headmaster easily sees through the lie but doesn't press the issue, knowing Li Han is only in it for potential benefits. As the professor speaks, Li Han realizes the headmaster has already figured out his true motive. Just then, Gainando, thinking Li Han is making a terrible mistake, calls him out, asking if he understands what the crazy headmaster has planned for them. Before he can continue, another noble interrupts, explaining that Li Han is sacrificing himself to protect everyone else from trouble. Touched by this supposed act of selflessness, Gainando decides to step up for his friend. Unfortunately, his cowardly legs refuse to cooperate, and before he can act, someone else volunteers. The headmaster identifies the second volunteer as Ashan Dulcard, a member of a family known for its proficiency with documents, and immediately makes a snide remark about his name. As Ashan responds, Li Han recalls him from the monster boar incident, and wonders if Ashan has the same goal in mind as he does. When Ashan finishes speaking, he turns to Li Han and explains that this is his way of repaying him for his previous help. Li Han tries to dissuade him, but Ashan boasts about his family's skill in calculations, giving the headmaster the impression that the 2 boys are on good terms. However, the headmaster abruptly cuts them off, assigning them the task of copying down all the student safety rules by the next class. Both Li Han and Ashan are left dumbfounded. Later that evening, the boys stay behind after class to get a head start on their task. After hours of writing, Ashan snaps, his rage boiling over. He swears never to forgive the headmaster for this bullshit, especially since he knows he could have completed the task in an instant using magic. Li Han watches Ashan's outburst, silently hoping he doesn't collapse from the stress. Reflecting on the situation, Li Han suspects the headmaster deliberately gave them this tedious task, to encourage them to use magic once they become too frustrated to continue manually. Unfortunately, they lack even basic magical skills, like illuminate, so using magic to write seems impossible. At that moment, an idea strikes Li Han. He reasons that the headmaster, if he has any shred of conscience, must have left them a hint somewhere. Ashan notices Li Han's sudden silence and asks what he's doing. Li Han replies that he's looking for anything that could help them solve their predicament. Ashan hesitates, asking if such actions might be considered stealing. Li Han argues that since they weren't given explicit rules, searching for a solution in the headmaster's hall shouldn't count. Realizing the logic, Ashan agrees, rationalizing that occasional stealing is fine if it's necessary. They decide to split up and search the room for clues. After scouring the hall without much success, Li Han stumbles upon a drawer glowing with a green light. He calls Ashan over, sensing mana emanating from it. Curious, they open the drawer, only for the headmaster's lich head to pop out, laughing at their supposed stupidity. Though Li Han recognizes it as illusion magic, he remains cautious, expecting further tricks. The headmaster's pre-recorded message plays, mocking them for resorting to this method and joking that it would be embarrassing if they had waited too long to think of it. Finally, he provides them with instructions for using first circle magic scrolls, specifically basic control, urging them to learn it as soon as possible. With that, the message ends, leaving the boys to figure out the rest. Furious with the headmaster's teaching methods, Ashan throws a tantrum and suggests filing a complaint. Li Han, ignoring him, begins studying the papyrus scroll. When Ashan presses him further, Li Han asks if he thinks complaining to the crazy headmaster will work. Realizing the odds are slim, Ashan drops the idea and reluctantly joins Li Han in practicing basic control. After repeated failed attempts to lift a single feather pen using magic, Ashan exhausts his mana and collapses, leaving Li Han to press on alone. Despite the apparent simplicity of magic, Li Han understands its complexity. Mana is delicate and gathers differently for everyone. Determined, he focuses intently, treating this as a life-or-death situation. After reciting a few motivational mantras to himself, Li Han attempts to move the feather pen one last time. To his amazement, it moves. Both boys stare in shock, realizing they've made their first breakthrough in magic, and Ashan gets scared of Li Han Wardness's power. Now that the spell works on the feather pen, Li Han's next move is to control its movement more slowly. He focuses on the pen, attempting his spell again. But instead of moving slowly, the pen zooms past his face, shatters the window pane, and embeds itself in a peach tree outside. Stunned, the boys exchange incredulous glances before realizing it actually happened. To make sense of the incident, they consult the papyrus scroll and discover they need to solve two key challenges to master basic magic control. First, they must complete the spell. Then, they must maintain their focus to control the object. The text also mentions that completing the spell is the harder part, while object control is comparatively easier. Encouraged by this information, Li Han decides to try again. This time, he carefully focuses on the pen to ensure it doesn't spiral out of control. Just as he begins, the headmaster suddenly appears out of nowhere, asking if they've had enough practice. Startled by the interruption, Li Han loses focus, and the feather pen whizzes wildly around the room, eventually striking the headmaster's forehead. Unfazed, the headmaster asks if they understand why he assigned this task. Both boys scream, "No!" Ashan, oddly impressed by Li Han's accidental attack, declares himself a fan of Li's skills. Before Ashan can provoke the headmaster further, Li Han cuts him off, pointing out that the pen didn't even scratch the headmaster's forehead. Moving on, the headmaster commends Li Han for his quick progress, albeit with a backhanded compliment, calling him a pretty good bogus idiot. Li Han, still reeling from his accidental mishap, is surprised that the headmaster isn't ranting. He figures the headmaster must be in a rare good mood, so he seizes the moment to ask for tips on object control. The headmaster responds with mockery, asking how Li could struggle with control when he's already completed the spell. When Li unapologetically admits his struggles, the headmaster lies, reassuring him that it's normal for new students to face such difficulties. Just as Li sighs in relief, the headmaster drops the act, telling him it's a lie and pointing out that the spell is the hard part. In his experience, mastering control should only take 1 or 2 tries, so anyone who fails at it is a special kind of idiot. When Li asks for advice, the headmaster simply tells him to figure it out himself. Expecting an outburst, the headmaster is surprised when Li responds politely, promising to practice more. Finding it boring to tease someone so composed, the headmaster decides he'll target Ashan next time instead. Finally, the headmaster offers a nugget of wisdom, explaining that their magical proficiency will grow the more they use it. Then, using teleportation magic, he banishes them to the cafeteria to have lunch. In an instant, Li Han finds himself safely in the cafeteria. Annoyed, he grumbles about the headmaster only using important spells for trivial purposes. Looking around, he notices the cafeteria is empty. It's well past lunchtime. Resigned, he decides to eat the boring bread and rice balls he's grown accustomed to, but chooses to enhance his meal with some smoked meat he prepared in Uragolem's cabin. While he's at it, Ardenart waltzes into the cafeteria and calls out to him. Surprised, Li Han greets her and asks what she's doing there. She reveals she's brought the data he requested earlier, a list of easy-to-pass subjects. Grateful, Li Han thanks her and opens the list. However, he quickly realizes she's mistakenly handed him a list of popular lecture topics instead. He's even more alarmed to see understanding of alchemy among them. Cutting to the point, Li Han informs Ardenart of her mistake, explaining the difference between popular and unpopular courses. Realizing he's serious about studying dull subjects, Ardenart is disappointed. She initially thought Li Han was noble-like, but now she sees him as despicable and unworthy of her admiration. Reluctantly, she retrieves the correct list of unpopular courses and hands it over. Glancing at the new list, Li Han immediately understands why these topics are unpopular. The first, basic swordsmanship, is unappealing because no one at a magic school wants to learn sword fighting. The second, repeated practice of basic magic battle, is disliked because most students are more interested in research than combat. However, none of that matters to Li Han. His goal is to learn skills that will help him protect himself. Happy with the list, Li Han thanks Ardenart, who promptly leaves. The next morning, Li Han heads to the first lecture on his list, alone. His friends, Gainando, Ashan, and Yoner had all refused to join him, and he understands their reluctance. In matters concerning professors and lectures, Li Han knows there's no such thing as consideration. Professors don't care about their students, nor do they care about their fellow lecturers. This is why Li Han opts for a subject he cares little about so he can focus on more important ones. Steeling himself with this mindset, Li Han arrives at the entrance to the school's basement, where his next class is held. Though the staircase leading down appears ordinary, Li Han senses something ominously wrong with the place. Over time, warnings have circulated among Imperial students about the dangers of entering magic towers. Though they may look ordinary from the outside, once inside, escape becomes nearly impossible to clear. Even as a child, Li Han would read horror stories about people trapped forever in such towers, using them as cautionary tales. One night in his youth, young Li Han asked Arlong whether the stories about magic towers were mere fairy tales. Back then, Arlong admitted that while the tales might be exaggerated, there was truth to them. Anyone who enters a magic tower is unlikely to leave. In fact, Arlong added grimly, they might die before they even realize it. The once cheerful Li Han quickly sobered, breaking into a nervous sweat. Now older and a student at Einregard, Li Han has come to see his school as the final form of a magic tower. This is why most new students, despite their curiosity, avoid exploring the school grounds. Terrified but determined, Li Han gathers his courage to descend into the basement, knowing he has a class there. As he steels himself, the eccentric headmaster appears behind him, startling him into a panicked frenzy. After calming himself, Li Han masks his irritation and greets the headmaster with flattery and a question. He explains that he's heading to the basement but wonders if the headmaster has any advice. Without hesitation, the headmaster flatly says he has nothing to share. To make matters worse, he promises to place flowers on Li Han's corpse should it be found the next day. Li Han clenches his teeth in frustration, but forces a fake smile, determined not to give the headmaster the satisfaction of seeing him lose his composure. After parting ways with the headmaster, Li Han descends into the first level of the underground facility. Contrary to his expectations, the corridors seem ordinary. When he reaches the classroom entrance, he overhears two students chatting about the class. Briefly, he feels relieved that he might not be alone. But the feeling vanishes when one of the students realizes they've made a mistake. The pair quickly realize they're at the basic magic combat repetitive practice classroom and leave, muttering insults about anyone foolish enough to take the class. Li Han's fleeting hope fades, but he summons his courage, opens the door, and steps inside. The classroom holds 3 students, each seated with a blue energy orb on their desk. For a moment, Li Han feels cautiously optimistic. However, after a quick observation, he realizes 2 of the students are likely to leave soon, just like the pair he saw earlier. Curious, he examines the blue orb on his desk and wonders what it is. Before he can figure it out, a deep, ominous voice from the podium commands everyone to take their seats. Startled, Li Han looks up, surprised to see a pale man with gloomy eyes and long canine teeth standing there. Concluding that the man must be a vampire, Li Han braces himself. The man introduces himself as Bloody Greg, the professor for the class, and begins the lesson. He explains that the blue orb is made from a material called Spirit Star Stone. This ore is highly sensitive to mana. As constellations emit divine power, the stones absorb it and transform. For demonstration, Greg instructs the students to infuse their mana into the orb. Li Han hesitates, doubting his abilities after previously struggling with the Illuminate spell. Yet to his surprise, he succeeds on his first try. The orb, along with those of the other students, floats into the air. Shocked at how easily he managed it, Li Han begins to suspect that these orbs are not just Spirit Star Stones. They must be artifacts. Examining the markings on the orbs, he concludes they were likely crafted by Bloody Greg himself. Li Han recalls that well-made artifacts fetch high prices, but before his thoughts can wander further, chaos erupts. One of the students, a girl with puppy-like ears, loses control of her orb. It zips wildly around the room, alarming the other students, who fear it might pierce the ceiling. Greg calmly assures them that the orb is linked to their will and can be controlled. Fortunately, he had the foresight to cast a binding spell on the orbs to prevent them from causing structural damage. The girl breathes a sigh of relief, until the orb ricochets off the ceiling and hits her in the stomach. Greg casually adds that while the spell protects the room, it doesn't apply to them, so they should be careful not to destroy their orbs. Ignoring the girl's pain, Greg continues the lesson, instructing the students to make their orbs float again. Lee-han quickly realizes that Greg is a tough and demanding professor. When Greg tasks them with drawing a circle using their orbs, Lee-han's ordeal begins. It's far harder than it seems. As he struggles, one of the male students suddenly succeeds and eagerly calls for Greg's attention. Rather than praising him, Greg coldly tells him to do it again. Exhausted, the students continue practicing until they're fatigued. After an hour of frustration, Lee-han finally asks Greg when they're allowed to stop. Initially confused by the question, Greg bluntly replies that they can stop once they've drawn a perfect circle. At this point, two of the male students ask for permission to use the restroom. Greg allows it, but they immediately sneak out of the class, never to return. Realizing their intent, the puppy-eared girl, who has just recovered enough to stand, begs them to wait for her. However, she soon collapses again, seemingly sick to her stomach. Watching this, Lee-han suspects she might be faking it. Just to be sure, Lee-han checks on the puppy-eared girl, only to discover she wasn't faking it. She's genuinely passed out from mana exhaustion. He immediately informs the professor, who nonchalantly remarks that she'll continue making circles once she recovers. At that moment, Lee-han realizes he's the only one left in the class and resigns himself to his fate. While practicing the circle technique, he asks Greg how points are assigned in his class. Greg explains that no matter how many students attend, grades are always based on ranking. Hearing this, Lee-han feels hopeful. This is the class he's been searching for. As long as he keeps practicing to make a perfect circle with the ball, he's confident he'll secure a good score. He's always preferred repetitive tasks like this, so he anticipates no major problems. On the other hand, Bloody Greg is impressed by Lee-han's decision to stay in the class, especially given the strange rumors surrounding it. Over the years, Greg has grown used to students attending the first lecture only to abandon the class afterward. Last year, not a single student stayed, forcing Greg to teach an empty class due to his contract with the headmaster. As a result, the lonely professor spent countless days in the empty lecture hall, hoping someone would eventually attend and give him purpose again. Today, that hope is finally realized, as Lee-han Wardness has shattered Greg's low expectations. Judging by Lee-han's demeanor and actions, Greg can tell he's from a prestigious noble family. Despite his youthful appearance, Lee-han exudes maturity beyond his years. While Greg isn't sure what kind of magic Lee-han specializes in, he knows the young man is extraordinary and would be honored to have such a student continue attending his class. For the first time in his dead career, Greg feels optimistic about progressing with his lectures. About an hour later, the class ends, and Lee-han leaves the classroom to meet his friends, Yoner and Gainando, in the restroom. He tries to convince them to join the class, emphasizing how easy it is to earn good grades. However, before committing, Gainando presses him for details about the class. Lee-han explains that all they need to do is infuse mana into a crystal ball provided by the professor and practice drawing circles with it. Suspicious, Gainando asks what happens after that, and Lee-han admits that Greg hasn't explained further. This raises red flags for both Yoner and Gainando, who question whether Greg might be a fraud. Lee-han shrugs off their concerns, reasoning that the professor's legitimacy doesn't matter as long as they're guaranteed good grades. Taken aback by his practicality, Yoner starts viewing Lee-han as someone who doesn't think beyond what's useful. Undeterred, Lee-han tells them it's fine if they don't want to join, but mentions he has to leave for his next class. Curious, Yoner and Gainando ask what it is, and Lee-han excitedly reveals it's basic swordsmanship. Both friends are left stupefied. In the next scene, Lee-han arrives at the southern front yard of the main building, wondering if this is really where his class is held. Upon entering the training grounds, he notices more White Tiger Tower students than expected. It makes sense, as many of them come from knight families and are skilled in swordsmanship. Seeing their talent, Lee-han assumes they take the class seriously. As he prepares to enjoy this class, he overhears rumors circulating about him. This time, he can clearly hear the students talking. They identify him as a wardness from the Blue Dragon Tower and speculate that he only showed up after being trained by his nanny. They accuse him of looking down on swordsmanship and complain about nobles dismissing the profession. Initially, Lee-han expected the knights to be prideful about their craft, but after hearing their petty gossip, he's not so sure anymore. Not that he cares. They're just teenagers with half-developed brains, so he lets it slide. Shortly before class begins, a well-built orc approaches Lee-han and confirms his identity as the third son of the Wardinus family. Unbothered, Lee-han answers confidently. The orc tells him he's in the wrong place, as this class is for serious swordsmanship practitioners, not beginners. Lee-han thanks him for the clarification but refuses to leave. This infuriates the orc, who warns Li Han not to underestimate the class. He adds that students won't hold back during duels, so Li Han might get seriously injured. Calmly, Li Han thanks him again but then challenges him to a duel to prove himself. Enraged, the orc seems ready to snap, but before things escalate, the professor arrives and calls the students to gather for the lecture. The professor, an elf, introduces himself as Professor Engeldel, and announces that he'll be teaching the class for the semester. Surprised to see an elf as their swordsmanship instructor, Li Han listens attentively. Engeldel explains that he assumes the students have some experience with swords, and have come either to improve their skills, or maintain their current level. Therefore, instead of focusing on the basics, he plans to help them refine their personal techniques. As he speaks, someone from the crowd taps Li Han on the shoulder. Turning around, he sees yet another young blonde elf smiling warmly at him. After confirming that Li Han is indeed from the Wardeness family, the elf asks why someone from such a prestigious family known for magic is learning swordsmanship. Li Han casually explains that it's simply easier to earn points since fewer people take the class. Although this isn't the answer he expected, the elf decides not to press further, and agrees to disagree. To Li Han, there's no point in lying to a random person, as it could lead to misunderstandings in the future. Thus he feels his honest response is the best option. After their awkward exchange, the elf introduces himself as Jigel from the Marathi family, and extends a handshake. Jigel appears young, but Li notices the calluses on his palms, and quickly realizes that this guy must be incredibly strong. Without hesitation, Li accepts the handshake, and the two become acquainted. For context, the Marathi family is known for guarding the harsh northern regions under strict regulations, using any means necessary to achieve their goals. Because of this, Li Han expected someone from that family to look rough and unkempt. However, Jigel defies this stereotype entirely, appearing polished and refined. This surprises Li Han, making him re-evaluate the rumors about the Marathi family. It seems they aren't always accurate, and he might get along well with this blonde pretty boy. As the lesson begins, the professor asks Li Han to demonstrate his sword technique, the Cliff Boulder Blade, which he learned from Arlalong. True to its name, the Cliff Boulder Blade is a sturdy and honest technique, but its rigorous training regimen often deters nobles. However, Li Han endured the grueling training in his youth, simply because he had no choice. After observing the demonstration, the professor praises Li Han for having mastered the basics, and asks which family he belongs to. Expecting him to mention another family, the professor is visibly shocked when Li Han reveals he's from the infamous Wardeness family. Curious, the professor asks why Li Han is studying swordsmanship, and Li replies that he considers it a necessary skill for the nobility. Unimpressed by the answer, the professor looks disappointed, clearly expecting more from him. Noticing the professor's signature look of disapproval, Li Han quickly rethinks his approach. To salvage the situation, he smoothly adjusts his response, claiming that while his initial belief was practical, he's since come to appreciate the profound nature of swordsmanship. He adds that the more he learns, the more he feels drawn to the blade. Unable to resist showing up to class, the professor's face lights up with renewed hope, and he even mutters praise for Li Han under his breath. Moving forward, the professor asks if Li Han is truly serious about pursuing swordsmanship, and not letting his family's expectations hold him back. He notes that Li Han already demonstrates better form than some of the White Tiger students who attend only for appearances. When Li Han confidently agrees, the professor unsheathes his sword and unexpectedly challenges him to a duel, ordering him to raise his blade. Li Han is confused by this sudden turn of events, unsure why he's being treated so harshly, but there's no turning back. He accepts the challenge, and soon finds himself facing off against the professor. Predictably, the duel ends with Li Han getting thoroughly beaten in just a few minutes. Afterward, the professor commends him on his resilience, but reminds him that the Cliff Boulder Blade is a technique like a rock. It must never waver, no matter the opponent. While helping Li Han to his feet, he advises him to engrave this lesson in his heart, and remember it the next time he faces a challenge. With that, the professor dismisses him and calls the next student forward. As the professor thrashes the next student, Li Han adjusts his clothes and silently counts the number of blows he took in the name of training. If nothing else, he realizes the professor has a knack for exploiting unguarded areas, as he couldn't avoid getting hit the entire time. Once he's settled down, Li Han observes how skilled their teacher truly is. Engeldel, despite having a prosthetic arm and leg, demonstrates remarkable mastery as he trains the Empire's future knights with precision and expertise. Comparing Engeldel to his former master, Arlalong, Li Han muses that while Arlalong is like an unwavering rock, Engeldel flows like water, adapting seamlessly to every situation. What stands out most to Li Han is the professor's teaching style. Engeldel tailors his guidance to each student, offering practical, specific suggestions addressing their needs. This thoughtful approach proves he's a true instructor who knows how to handle these brats effectively. As he watches Engeldel handle the next few students, Lee Han can't shake the feeling that the professor went especially hard on him. He isn't sure why, but he clearly received more blows than anyone else. About 30 minutes later, Engeldel announces it's time for the main event of the day. Without hesitation, he calls Lee Han Wardeness and his opponent, Darugu from the Choi family, to the arena. Lee Han immediately recognizes Darugu as the orc who tried to pick a fight with him earlier. He calmly steps forward, awaiting the professor's instructions. Once the stage is set, Engeldel explains that they'll be sparring for a short while. The crowd gasps in anticipation, with some doubting whether it will even be a fair match given the size difference between the two. Darugu, wearing a smug expression, clearly expects an easy victory. Ignoring his opponent's arrogance, Lee Han focuses all his energy on defeating the green-skinned bully. After all, he's spent his entire life getting beaten up and learning swordsmanship for moments like this. There's no way he's letting some bozo steal his chance to shine. The reason why Engeldel picked both of them for the spar was simply that they're the most outstanding students in his class. Additionally, swordsmanship can't be learned with theory alone, as it requires intense practice and actual fighting experience to achieve competence. After citing a practical example, it becomes clearer that both Lee and Darugu have met the conditions needed for a swordsman to unleash true power through a combination of theoretical knowledge and practical application. Even now, Engeldel can sense both students subconsciously infusing a small amount of mana into their weapons, signifying just how impressive their talents are as knights. With that said, Engeldel instructs both students to take their positions. While they do so, he reflects on how unreal it is for someone like Lee Han, who doesn't come from a family of knights, to have achieved such a high level of swordsmanship. If anything, he assumes Lee Han must have been cast aside by his family, driving him to take swordsmanship so seriously. Realizing the pain Lee Han must have endured, Engeldel tears up as he feels proud of what Lee Han has become. To support Lee's journey, Engeldel promises to take responsibility for his path of the sword. He then begins the duel, eagerly anticipating both students' performances. Darugu Choi comes from a family renowned for excelling in the Alpine Lunar Sword, a swift and sharp sword style, while Lee Han uses the Cliff Boulder Sword, a heavy and powerful style. Since their approaches are complete opposites, Engeldel hopes they'll learn from each other's mistakes, which is what rivals are for. As soon as the sparring session begins, Darugu gets tired of Lee Han waiting for him to make the first move. Frustrated, he lunges at Lee and attacks first with his Alpine sword style. Lee Han dodges the initial attack and waits for Darugu to come closer. When the moment is right, Lee kicks some sand into Darugu's eyes, briefly disorienting him. This sneaky tactic causes unrest among the crowd, as the students accuse Lee of cheating. However, when one student reports him to the professor, Engeldel dismisses the accusations, and instead praises Lee for thinking outside the box. In his words, he needs his students to do whatever it takes to win because, in battle, only life and death exist. Recognizing that Lee Han understands this truth, Engeldel cheers him on, knowing it'll be difficult for other students, born into families that value honor, to grasp the harsh reality of life or death combat. To Engeldel, a true swordsman who survives war is someone willing to win no matter the cost. With that said, the fight between the orc and the wardeness prodigy continues. Lee Han gains the upper hand, especially with Darugu still blinded. After taking a shallow hit from Lee's blade, Darugu feels distraught, realizing he let his guard down just because Lee comes from a highly respected noble family. Meanwhile, Lee notices Darugu's disorientation and decides to push harder to keep him trapped. Earlier, when observing Darugu's movements, Lee recognized that the orc was exceptionally skilled. Now he just needs to stay calm and create a scenario to secure his victory. Acting on this plan, Lee Han steps on Darugu's foot and lands several blows to keep him off balance. Darugu is shocked by how far Lee Han is willing to go to win this sparring match. At this rate, Darugu realizes he needs to step up his game to avoid embarrassment. To regain control, he drops to the ground and performs a barrel roll to escape Lee Han's attack range. The unexpected move takes Lee Han by surprise, and he realizes he has lost his edge. Watching Darugu's maneuver, Engeldel becomes even more impressed by his abilities. He praises Darugu and encourages the fight to continue. Determined to reclaim his pride, Darugu lunges at Lee Han in a fit of rage. However, Lee keeps his composure, responding to Darugu's movements by blocking and parrying his attacks when necessary. As the battle intensifies, Engeldel is overwhelmed with excitement as both students exceed his expectations. He had known they were exceptional from the beginning, but seeing Darugu command the Alpine Lunar Sword with such skill was extraordinary. However, it's unfortunate that Darugu is quickly losing stamina due to the excessive force he applies to his technique. Meanwhile, Lee Han maintains his calm demeanor, carefully responding to Darugu's attacks without overexerting himself. Noticing Darugu's growing agitation, Lee decides to bide his time and wait for the perfect opportunity to exploit it. While the fight continues, Lee observes a strange red aura surrounding Darugu and wonders what it could mean. Regardless of what it could mean, Lee Han regains his focus, keeping a straight face to improve his odds of winning. At the same time, Darugu, the orc, senses that Lee's decision-making is faltering due to the situation. Thanks to his earlier barrel roll, Lee has been forced into unnecessary movements, and it seems his mana-sheathed sword is losing its efficacy, suggesting he is nearing exhaustion. What Darugu doesn't realize is that Lee never gets tired of using mana. Their sparring session has been a fight against time from the very beginning. With that in mind, Darugu continues overexerting himself, attacking Lee with all his might in an attempt to drain what he assumes is the remainder of Lee's stamina. Over time, however, he grows confused as Lee's defense only becomes stronger. He wonders if the problem lies in the amount of force he's putting into his strikes. Observing Lee's poker face again, Darugu is suddenly overwhelmed by the sense that he's been outplayed by the Wardeness prodigy. In his mind, it feels as if he's been in Lee's hands, playing into his trap from the very start. This realization unsettles him, and he makes a critical mistake. Pausing to rethink his strategy, Lee Han notices Darugu's hesitation and capitalizes on it, striking Darugu's hand and disarming him by sending his sword flying. With Darugu defenseless, a sweat-covered Lee Han gently places his wooden sword against Darugu's throat, signaling to the referee that he has won the sparring session. To conclude the class, Engeldel stops the fight and announces Lee Han as the winner. Shortly afterward, he calls both students forward and subtly expresses his disappointment in Darugu for losing his composure at such a critical moment and effectively digging his own grave. However, Engeldel acknowledges that Darugu is still a teenager, and it's somewhat expected for him to struggle with the oppressive feeling of losing. As for Lee Han, Engeldel is struck by the aura of refinement and nobility he exudes, one befitting his skill and demeanor. After having them face each other, Engeldel commends their incredible swordsmanship, but reminds everyone that winning isn't everything. The victor must remain humble, while the loser must use defeat as motivation to improve. Engeldel then orders them to bow to each other as a sign of respect. While bowing, Lee Han senses that Darugu might not let things end peacefully. Preparing for a potential sneaky attack, he braces himself to counter. To his surprise, Darugu takes the loss gracefully and even apologizes for his earlier behavior. He accepts Lee Han as a fellow classmate, leaving Lee shocked to encounter someone so mature. Initially suspicious of Darugu's intentions, Lee observes further and concludes that Darugu is genuinely accepting his defeat. With that, the two shake hands and reconcile. This display of sportsmanship elicits applause from Engeldel and the other students, who clap for several minutes until their palms grow sore. Once the lecture concludes, Engeldel dismisses everyone to their dormitories. By nightfall, Lee Han finds himself at the center of brewing trouble. The elf he met earlier in Engeldel's class, Jigel Maradi, gathers a group of White Tiger Tower students and surrounds Darugu in a quiet corner near their tower walls, a secluded spot where no one will see them. Jigel mocks Darugu for his earlier humiliation at the hands of the Wardeness prodigy, questioning if he truly intends to accept defeat without seeking revenge. Darugu maintains that he lost because of his shortcomings, but others in the group try to shift the blame onto Lee Han, accusing him of cheating and attempting to convince Darugu that the loss wasn't his fault. As the noise escalates, Jigel interrupts, declaring that none of it matters now. According to him, Darugu's failure has disgraced their tower's honor, and the Choi family must take responsibility for this shame. When Darugu asks what kind of responsibility he means, Jigel reveals his plan. They will ambush Lee Han in the woods when he's alone. Disgusted by the proposal, Darugu questions Jigel's sense of honor as a noble. Jigel dismisses him as a coward, arguing that only winners get to talk about honor. Despite murmurs of discontent among the other students, none dare to openly challenge Jigel. Standing by his principles, Darugu refuses to take part in the scheme, declaring that he lost fairly and won't resort to underhanded tactics. Jigel calls him a coward again and asks for another volunteer to take his place. A student with a wide nose steps forward, volunteering eagerly, and Jigel accepts him into the plan. As Jigel and the group prepare to carry out their ambush, Darugu grows increasingly uneasy. Though his pride demands he stay out of it, he can't bring himself to let Lee Han face such unfair odds alone. Determined to make things right, Darugu rushes to find Lee Han in the forest and warns him about the impending attack. When he arrives, however, he witnesses a shocking scene. A high-speed object flies past him, and he sees several of his tower colleagues already lying on the ground, defeated. The remaining students, infuriated by Lee Han's strength, hurl insults at him, calling him a bastard for daring to beat them. Meanwhile, Lee Han stands poised for battle, warning them to come at him if they're ready to die. Nothing makes sense to Darugu as he watches the chaos unfold, leaving him stunned and wondering what exactly is happening. A little while ago, before Darugu's arrival, 3 bozos from Marathi confronted Li Han in his usual spot, vowing to ensure he would never attend another swordsmanship class. Unfazed, Li Han wonders why they're going to such lengths to prove a point and quickly concludes it's not just about the class. Either way, he finds them annoying and decides to chase them off. With that, he makes a menacing face and asks if they truly know which family he comes from. The goofballs, however, refuse to be intimidated by his family name, even calling him cowardly for trying to scare them away. Judging by their misplaced confidence, Li Han suspects there must be some sort of support network or mastermind pulling the strings. Thinking ahead to the cleanup that would follow a fight, he figures they must be foolish to think their actions would go without consequences. He then asks them to reveal the mastermind behind the ambush, guessing it might be someone from a powerful family. To avoid snitching, one of Jijel's diehard fans tells the others to shut up and not let Li Han trick them. He then orders the group to surround Li, blocking his escape route. While Li knows a 3-on-1 fight is too much for him to handle, he remembers Arlalong's advice to prioritize his safety and run when necessary. Unfortunately, his escape path is cut off, forcing him to come up with another plan. Spotting a few stones on the ground, Li realizes they're the perfect size for him to cast the basic control spell he learned in the headmaster's hall. With that knowledge, he chants the spell, causing several stones to float in midair. This sudden display of magic frightens the 3 attackers, who never expected Li Han, a wardeness, to wield such magic. Satisfied his plan is working, Li Han smirks and doubles down on the intimidation, hoping to scare them off entirely. Moments later, he points his wand at the group's ringleader and accidentally launches a stone at high speed. The impact sends the ringleader collapsing to the ground, leaving both Li and the other 2 students stunned by what just happened. Realizing how out of control he is, Li vows to work harder on his training to prevent similar mistakes in the future. Meanwhile, the remaining 2 students mutter something about Li's attack before deciding to stand their ground. To keep up his bluff, Li suspends himself mid-air, maintaining a poker face, and dares them to come at him if they wish to die. At this point, the 2 decide it's not worth it, grab their unconscious ringleader, and retreat. With the confrontation over, Darugu steps out of hiding. Li, still on edge, asks if he's there to fight as well. Having seen Li's capabilities, Darugu quickly denies it, and sits by a campfire to explain the situation. When Li learns that Jijil Marathi is the mastermind behind the ambush, he begins to understand the way of life in the White Tiger Tower. Unlike his own Blue Dragon Tower, where camaraderie and cheerfulness thrive, the White Tiger Tower operates on a strict hierarchy, often forcing its members to act in their master's interests. As Darugu explains, Li draws Jijil's face on the ground to jog his memory. He recalls the elf's face and feels a pang of disappointment, as he initially thought Jijil was a nice guy. Realizing Jijil's actions contradict his appearance, Li speculates about his motives and concludes that Jijil is merely playing his role in a larger scheme. Darugu, noticing Li's divided attention, calls him back to reality and continues explaining. Li finds it strange that they approached him in such a manner, but Darugu sheds light on the situation. He explains that as a member of the Wardeness family, Li is a powerful political tool. Moreover, if Jijil were to defeat someone like Li, especially as a first year, it would greatly elevate his own reputation and influence. Angered by Jijil's intentions, Li shares Darugu's frustration. To avoid future confrontations, Darugu advises Li to be cautious, as it's clear that the White Tiger Knights will continue harboring negative feelings toward him, especially with his rising success in swordsmanship classes. Jijil, being a skilled manipulator, will undoubtedly exploit those feelings. Their meeting ends shortly after, and Li Han returns to his tower, contemplating Darugu's parting words. Darugu had advised him to avoid classes attended by White Tiger Tower students, as it would reduce Jijil's opportunities to act. While the advice seems reasonable, Li Han refuses to follow it. Firstly, classes like swordsmanship are hard to come by. And secondly, the very idea of being dragged into their petty politics offends his pride. Determined to strike back in his way, Li injures himself and heads to the common room. There, he gathers everyone's attention and claims he was attacked by White Tiger Tower students simply because he's from the Blue Dragon Tower. The room falls silent for a moment before erupting in rage. The students rally behind Li, calling the knights bastards for targeting him. One student even suggests alerting everyone upstairs, as the White Tiger Tower dared to mess with their savior, Wardeness. Not someone like Gainando. Surprised by their passionate response to his lie, Li watches the students gather weapons to retaliate. Alarmed by how quickly the situation spirals, Li tries to calm them down, insisting there's no need to escalate matters. However, one student reminds him of the debt they owe him for saving them from starvation with his meat. If this is how they repay him, so be it. As the chaos escalates, Li begins to feel guilty, realizing he has inadvertently sparked a war between the towers. Soon, the students divide into two groups, each determined to destroy the White Tiger Tower. By this point, Lee knows he's made a huge mistake, unaware of how much his tower despises the White Tiger Tower. Just as the mob is about to march out, Ashan steps forward, urging everyone to wait and listen to him. He then addresses the crowd, cautioning them against acting rashly, as the White Tiger Tower houses students from families of knights, and points out that a reckless approach would almost certainly lead to their defeat. Lee Han, impressed by Ashan's rationality, applauds him and supports his point. However, Ashan interjects before Lee Han can explain his plan, suggesting they would have better odds if they lay low and waited before attacking the White Tiger students. Predictably, the other students agree with Ashan's suggestion, and begin preparations based on his idea. Lee Han feels disappointed in himself for expecting more from a group of enraged students. Nevertheless, he knows he can't let a battle unfold based on his lie. He calls the room to order and tells them he doesn't want revenge taken on his behalf, as this matter concerns his honor as a noble. He declares that he will resolve it himself. One of the students questions how he plans to handle the White Tiger students, reminding him of their cunning and pettiness. Lee Han takes a deep breath and appeals to their noble status, asserting that stooping to the level of the White Tiger students would disgrace their bloodlines. Placated by this reasoning, Ashan and the other students calm down and listen. Seeing their change in demeanor, Lee Han tells them to remain vigilant and keep their weapons nearby in case the White Tiger students attack. Since their rivals are more likely to act as a group, he advises his peers to be prepared to defend their tower if needed. This plan satisfies the vengeance-driven students, who agree to band together and stay ready for confrontation. Having diffused the immediate threat of mob retaliation, Lee Han disperses the crowd so everyone can return to their rooms. While leaving, Lee overhears two students discussing their next class with the White Tiger Tower students, and mentioning that they've already mastered illumination magic. This catches Lee Han off guard, as he wonders if he's the only one who hasn't yet mastered the spell. Determined to catch up, he spends the entire night practicing without any sleep. The next morning, Yeoner wakes early, startled to find a visibly exhausted Lee Han sitting in a corner, greeting her. Concerned, she asks him what's wrong, and he explains that he spent the night practicing magic. Yeoner then asks if he received permission to practice the spell, and Lee casually replies that he did. He shares what he overheard from the two students the previous day, but Yeoner dismisses it, questioning why he's even bothered by it. Ignoring her remark, Lee notices Gainando arriving unusually early and tries to greet him, but Gainando ignores him and heads toward the fireplace. At the fireplace, Gainando pulls a sausage kebab from his coat and places it near the fire. Lee quietly sneaks up behind him, reassuring him that no one will steal his food. Startled, Gainando asks when Lee arrived in the room, and Lee explains that he's been there since Gainando walked in. He also advises Gainando to check his kebab so it doesn't burn. As Gainando tends to his food, Lee glances around the room and asks Yeoner why everyone looks so downcast. Yeoner explains that everyone is hungry, and that they've only made it this far because Lee sold them food. Realizing the dire situation, Lee decides to prepare more rations, knowing their stash is running low. However, he's unsure how to deal with Professor Urigalam's strictness about sharing resources. Curious, Yeoner asks if there's a way to create an opening to take supplies, but Lee hasn't come up with a solution yet. An hour later, the Blue Dragon and White Tiger students gather in Professor Garcia's classroom for their basic magic understanding class. Although Professor Garcia cares deeply for her students, she quickly notices the animosity between the two towers. Within just a week at the academy, hunger has strained everyone's patience, and the rivalry between the towers has further fueled tensions. Despite her efforts to prevent conflict during class, the competitive atmosphere remains palpable. According to the headmaster, competition is supposed to strengthen students, but Garcia privately disagrees and wishes for harmony among them. To regain control, she orders everyone to sit down, and the students comply. She then asks if anyone has successfully performed the illumination spell since their last class. Lee Han confidently raises his hand, having spent the entire night mastering the spell. To his surprise, no one else raises their hand. He looks for the student he overheard the previous night, and questions why they claimed they could perform the spell. The student, now embarrassed, admits they only have a general understanding but haven't successfully cast it yet. They nervously assure Lee Han that they'll manage it soon, as they're nobles just like him. Realizing those pretentious nobles deceived him, Lee feels frustrated for working so hard unnecessarily. However, Professor Garcia praises the two Blue Dragon Tower students who raise their hands, revealing that the second is none other than Princess Ardenart. Hoping to make a good impression on her, Lee becomes uncomfortable when he notices her staring at him. Confused by her intense gaze, Lee asks Ashan about it. Ashan explains that the princess seems to believe strange rumors about him. Intrigued, Lee asks what rumors, and Ashan, visibly annoyed, reveals that she thinks Lee is more focused on getting good grades than pursuing genuine knowledge. Lee acknowledges the truth of the rumors, but ensures Ashan remains unaware of his real priorities. Ashan, on the other hand, expresses his disappointment in the princess for believing such an absurd rumor. However, Lee Han reminds him that it's a free world, and the princess is entitled to believe whatever she wants. Impressed by Lee's words, Ashan slams his hand on the desk and praises Lee for being the most hospitable person he's ever met. Right there in class, Ashan spirals into a delusional rave, muttering nonsense about the children of their tower coming from great families, with Lee Han being the noblest of them all. After thanking his father for sending him to this school to meet someone like Lee Han, Ashan tearfully proclaims that Lee Han is a good guy. Lee, just as confused as anyone else would be, ignores him and continues focusing on the lesson. Soon after, Lee Han and the princess are called to the podium to demonstrate the illumination spell they claim to have learned. Both manage to cast the spell perfectly, impressing Professor Garcia and the entire class. Garcia commends them for being the first students to successfully perform the spell within the first week of learning it. While she praises them, she notices the dejected expressions of the other students, who failed to learn the spell in time. She encourages them not to be discouraged, reminding them that illumination magic is the most basic form of magic, and an essential first step in understanding how magic works. As Garcia motivates the class, Lee observes that the students aren't paying attention, too busy bickering among themselves. Once Garcia finishes speaking, she instructs the students to calm down and return to their seats. Despite her orders, the Blue Dragon and White Tiger Tower students continue exchanging insults. Garcia notices some Blue Dragon students bullying the White Tigers and, hoping to shift their focus, announces that they'll be learning elemental magic for the semester. Hearing this, the class becomes excited about studying something more dynamic in their first year. Garcia explains that mastering illumination will naturally help them gain a foundational understanding of magic. She then introduces the fundamentals of elemental magic, explaining that it consists of core elements: water, fire, earth, wind, darkness, and more advanced attributes like gravitational magic. These elements serve as the foundation for all other magical disciplines, and are crucial for assigning attributes to artifacts. To illustrate the importance of mastering even basic elemental magic, she compares it to understanding mathematical operations, and emphasizes that mastering it will earn them respect across the continent. After her explanation, Garcia moves on to practicals. She announces that the students will test their affinity for the basic elements to determine which suits them best. Excited murmurs ripple through the class, with many students hoping they'll excel at fire magic. Garcia calls the class to order and conjures lit candles on every desk. She instructs the students to use their knowledge from previous lessons to create fire, not just light, this time. Before they begin, she warns them to be cautious, as fire is far more dangerous than light. To demonstrate, Garcia chants an incantation and conjures a massive pillar of fire, which captivates the noble students. Even Lee Han, who tries not to react too enthusiastically, can't help but admire how cool magic looks. Afterward, Garcia asks if the students are ready to try the spell. As expected, they dive in immediately, many struggling and nearly injuring themselves in the process. Lee Han, however, stays calm and contemplates why the professor provided candles. Recalling the mantra about visualizing objects close to him, he gains the confidence to attempt the spell. As he focuses his mana, Garcia notices it spiraling out of control and quickly intervenes, stopping him before he can proceed. She announces that Lee Han will be prohibited from practicing fire magic for now. When Lee asks why, Garcia explains that learning fire magic is too dangerous for him at his current level. Reflecting on her words, Lee remembers how intensely bright the illumination spell he cast earlier was, and realizes that if he couldn't control light, creating fire could lead to disastrous consequences, potentially even an explosion. To avoid such risks, Garcia advises Lee to practice water magic instead, as it's much safer. She encourages him to revisit fire magic once he's developed finer control over his mana. Although frustrated at first, as he views fire magic as much cooler than water magic, Lee eventually reconsiders. He acknowledges that while fire and lightning magic are powerful and offensive, water magic offers its own versatility. For now at least, he'll have access to drinking water wherever he goes, which is a small consolation. Resigned to his fate, Lee begins his water magic practice. Meanwhile, Ashan, sitting nearby, envies Lee for receiving special instruction from the professor. Lee glares at him and with a forced smile tells him to shut up. Shortly afterward, Lee Han stares at the bowl of water on his desk and commands it to surge as he points his wand at it. His first attempt fails, but Lee, eager to learn fire magic as soon as possible, tries again and again, until he finally succeeds on his third try. Infusing enough mana into the water, he transforms it into a large globule of pure liquid that floats in midair, much to the amazement of everyone in the classroom. When the rest of the students realize Lee accomplished what they couldn't in just 3 tries, the entire class erupts in surprise. Garcia praises Lee Han for his success and announces to the class that he has a natural affinity for the water element. Everyone, except the White Tiger students and Princess Ardenart, applauds him for a job well done. To keep jealousy at bay, Garcia reassures the other students that there's no need to feel impatient just because they haven't succeeded yet. She explains that each person's elemental affinity is closely tied to the environment in which they grew up. For example, someone raised in an area with strong winds would likely have an affinity for wind, while someone raised in a blacksmith's forge would lean toward fire. She emphasizes that the more familiar one is with an element, the easier it becomes to imagine and control it. Hearing this, Lee Han finds his own affinity for water odd, since he was neither raised near water nor lived on a fishing boat. Thinking back to his past life, he remembers being waterboarded by his crazy professors in grad school, and concludes that this might be why he has a natural connection to water. As he concentrates on keeping the water globule afloat, he notices someone glaring at him from the back of the room. Turning around, he sees Princess Ardenart giving him a death glare. Annoyed by her antics, Lee loses focus and tries to catch her in the act. But the moment he does, the water globule bursts and drenches him. Garcia chuckles at the mishap and warns Lee not to get distracted next time. With a flick of her wand, she dries him off. Touched by her gesture, Lee calls Garcia the light of the school, and asks how long he's supposed to keep the water globule suspended. Garcia replies that normally, he should maintain it until he runs out of mana. But since that's unlikely for him, she cheerfully suggests he hold it up until the end of the lesson. Lee Han is shocked, suspecting that Garcia might be punishing him under the guise of teaching. As she walks away, he weakly calls her back for help, but she ignores him and moves on to assist other students. At that moment, Lee reflects on the eccentric nature of the academy he's attending. If Garcia can be a professor here, she's probably as unhinged as the rest of the staff. Throughout the lesson, Garcia keeps an eye on Lee, who is visibly distressed by the task of maintaining magic over an extended period. A mentally exhausting exercise. Garcia, aware of how demanding it is, believes that Lee needs rigorous training to gain better control over his mana. His ability to create such a large water globule in just 3 attempts reveals an exceptional talent. And combined with his seemingly infinite mana reserve, she sees the potential to refine him into an extraordinary mage. After offering him some encouraging words, Garcia leaves Lee wondering if all the professors at the school are completely insane. When the lesson finally ends for the week, everyone returns to their dorms. A few days later, Lee visits Uregulam's cabin and helps him tend to his garden. While working, Lee shares his frustrations from Garcia's class, asking Uregulam for advice. Uregulam listens patiently as Lee recounts how Ardenart succeeded in fire magic. Yoner discovered his affinity for wind, and poor Gainando nearly set his staff on fire during practicals. Lee complains that while his classmates were doing something exciting, he spent the entire lesson staring at a glob of water. In response, Uregulam suggests that Garcia might be giving him special treatment because she likes him. Unsatisfied with the answer, Lee laughs it off and accuses Uregulam of making him work in his garden. Uregulam reminds him that he volunteered for the task in exchange for a meal, and a flashback shows Lee eagerly offering to help just so he could eat. When Lee tries to negotiate to take some extra food back to his dorm, Uregulam refuses, ordering him to put the rations back. As Uregulam sips his tea, he remarks on how unusual it is for Lee to come from a family like the Wardeness. Curious, he asks about the tension with the White Tiger Tower. Lee admits that the situation isn't great. Uregulam muses that history is likely repeating itself, and Lee realizes that the rivalry between the towers has probably always been this way. While Lee understands the strained relationships, he expresses frustration over the constant fighting, especially since they already have enough to handle their studies. Impressed by Lee's reasoning, Uregulam advises him to ignore anyone who tries to pick a fight and focus on improving his magic instead. After a moment of silence, Lee confesses that he's already fought with them. Upon hearing Lee's words, Uregulam looks disappointed, prompting Lee to tell him not to give him that look, as he's upset too. Uregulam, knowing fights don't usually break out in the first week, asks Lee how it happened. When Lee explains that the White Tiger students picked a fight with him during swordsmanship class, Uregulam chokes in disbelief and demands to know why Lee was in their territory in the first place. Lee replies that he's free to choose his electives, and eventually, Uregulam calms down, realizing the damage is already done. He warns Lee to be careful, as the White Tiger students are skilled fighters, unlike Lee, who is a magician at heart. Lee then mentions that 3 of their best fighters attacked him at once. Uregulam, disgusted by their foolishness, silently stands up. Confused, Lee asks where he's going, but Uregulam simply tells him to stop working for the day and come inside for some food. Surprised, Lee asks if he's serious, and Uregulam assures him he is. It turns out Urugulem feels compelled to be kind to the monster in front of him. Likely so Lee won't come after him when he inevitably becomes the Empire's greatest swordsman. Moments later, Urugulem breathes a sigh of relief as he watches Lee enjoy the meal he's prepared. After eating, Lee grows curious and asks if Urugulem has been maintaining the entire cabin by himself. Urugulem explains that the others who were supposed to help him were too lazy and eventually ran away. He concludes that hard work, like tending the garden, is foundational for an alchemist. Though Lee struggles to connect the labor-intensive chores to alchemy, he still agrees with Urugulem's sentiment. Privately, however, he resolves not to settle for less, especially after enduring a difficult life in his past. Lee then asks if he can plant crops in the empty field, and Urugulem gives him the green light. When asked what he plans to grow, Lee suggests cabbage or spring onions. While Urugulem has no objections, he asks if Lee plans to sell the harvest. Shocked, Lee asks if his seniors also tried this, leading Urugulem to exclaim that Lee is the first rascal to pull such a stunt. After his outburst, Urugulem simply shakes his head, acknowledging Lee's unusual nature, and tells him to do as he pleases. Lee begins pondering recipes to avoid eating the vegetables raw. He asks Urugulem if there's anything he can make with cabbage and spring onions, and Urugulem suggests a stew, adding that combining them with a few other ingredients would make a great dish. He also explains that food culture varies across the empire. For example, the Wardinas of the western region are known for bread and cheese-based cuisine, while the eastern region's food culture, similar to Korean cuisine, revolves around rice, noodles, and chili paste. Lee then asks if Urugulem likes stew. Urugulem admits he does but avoids it because it's Eastern food. Curious, Lee asks if something happened to make him feel that way. Urugulem explains that his distant elderly relatives live in the East, and whenever they see him, they nag him for being broke and not visiting more often. Pretending to understand, Lee wonders just how strict the people of the East must be. After venting, Urugulem asks Lee about his weekend plans. When Lee asks if he needs him to work, Urugulem takes offense, asking if Lee thinks he's his slave. At that moment, Lee reflects on how useless his grad school professors were in his past life, forcing him to do mandatory lab work on weekends. Changing the subject, Urugulem tells Lee he probably won't have time to come to the cabin and then asks what he thinks the starving students will do. When Lee suggests they might set the school on fire, Urugulem dismisses the idea as extreme. Instead, he explains that students backed into a corner always find a way to survive. He predicts the Black Turtle Tower students will search for fruit, the White Tiger Tower students will hunt, and the Blue Dragon Tower students, despite being talented, will likely take their time before reacting. This year, however, Urugulem expects things to be different with Lee around. Finally, Lee asks about the Phoenix Tower students. Urugulem explains they're not ones to be swayed by hunger, as they are disciples of the order and rely on prayer during grave situations. Although Lee is impressed by their faith, it's not a path he wants to take. With that, Lee decides he'll go hunting with his friends over the weekend. If another fight breaks out, he plans to ensure he has more allies than his opponents next time. Hearing this, Urugulem scoffs and asks Lee if he's trying to avoid fighting with the tigers because they might act differently than he expects. Lee counters by asking what Urugulem thinks they might try to do. Urugulem responds that they might attempt to escape the torture of the Magic Academy. Lee, giving no immediate reply, reflects on the impregnable fortress that is the Magic Academy, surrounded by castle walls reinforced with magic. Despite its defenses, he knows some students try to escape every year. Honestly, he can't blame them. It's only natural to long for the necessities of life they're missing. New clothes, proper shoes, good food, and freedom from the Academy's oppressive environment. Noticing Lee's distracted expression, Urugulem snaps at him, accusing him of daydreaming again. Snapping out of it, Lee listens as Urugulem explains that the White Tiger students are usually the first to attempt to escape each year, because they're so simple-minded. Lee then asks if anyone has ever successfully escaped. Realizing that even if he tells Lee about past successes, it won't stop him from trying. Urugulem gives up and says Lee can do as he pleases. Suffering more as a youngster will only make him stronger. Just as Urugulem turns to leave, Lee assures him he has no intention of running away. Urugulem, irritated, tells him to say that again after wiping the drool off his face. In the next scene, Darugu Choi is cornered in a dimly lit room by three cloaked figures. Backed against the wall, he starts to lose focus until one of the figures threatens to harm him if he doesn't cooperate. Darugu, already suspecting the cloaked figures are Lee Han and his friends, scoffs and tells them there's no need to go that far. Realizing their cover is blown, Lee removes his hood and asks how convincing their charade is. Gainando, the third cloaked figure, is shocked to discover that Lee Han knows the person they were supposed to intimidate. Darugu, unimpressed, calls them ridiculous, likening them to small squirrels trying to threaten him. While Gainando throws a tantrum over being called a squirrel, Lee calmly pulls back the curtains, letting sunlight into the room, and tells Gainando to relax. Yoner, the second cloaked figure, asks why Lee is going to such lengths for Darugu. Lee explains that he initially avoided being friendly with Darugu to prevent the White Tigers from getting the wrong idea about him. Lee then asks Darugu if the White Tigers already have a negative impression of him. Darugu, impressed by Lee's strategic thinking, confirms his suspicions, admitting that friendliness would likely cause misunderstandings. Lee brushes it off and declares that Darugu will now serve as his spy in the White Tiger Tower. Darugu, offended by the dishonorable title, protests, but Lee reminds him that he once promised to report Muradi's actions to him. Still, Darugu insists on a more dignified title. Gainando, who has been quiet for a while, asks why Darugu hates being called a spy so much. Darugu glares at him, effectively silencing him. Lee intervenes, reframing the role as one of honor and justice. Instead of calling him a spy, Lee solemnly dubs him the internal informant, emphasizing the noble duty of fighting injustice from within. The dramatic title resonates with Darugu, who finds it sufficiently dignified. Pleased with the rebranding, Darugu agrees to the role, and they shake hands. Watching Lee effortlessly win Darugu's support, Yoner feels uneasy, wondering what dark lessons Lee has inherited from his crooked family. With the deal sealed, Lee shifts focus to the real reason he gathered everyone so early on a weekend. Planning their escape from the academy. Yoner and Gainando are thrilled by the idea, but Darugu is shocked to hear such audacious words from Lee. Darugu asks if Lee is serious, and Lee, anticipating this reaction, prepares to present the 10 reasons he's thought of to convince him. Before he can begin, Darugu admits he's surprised Lee is also considering escaping, just like he is. Lee concludes that while Darugu might come from a knight family, at heart, he's still a noble. He knows the White Tiger students, having never experienced true hunger, are struggling more with the starvation they now face. Meanwhile, in the White Tiger Tower common room, tensions rise as several students, fed up with days of starvation, suggest hunting to humble the prideful Blue Dragon Tower students who flaunt their magic. The room grows chaotic until Jigel and his minions arrive, bringing order with an important announcement. Once the room quiets down, Jigel acknowledges that hunting is a good idea, but questions whether it will be easy in the nearby forest. He reminds them that the monster boar Wardeness killed last week was released by Professor Urugulem. If they hope to hunt similar creatures, they'll have to venture further into unfamiliar terrain. The knights grumble about their lack of familiarity with the forest, and one of them asks Jigel if he has an alternative plan. Smirking, Jigel promises he'll find a way to get them out of the academy so they can eat meat without risking their lives. His colleagues get hopeful after hearing Jigel's plan, but one of them asks if it has a high success rate. Jigel assures the Nimrod that he's already figured out a way out in his head. If they want, they can tag along, as he doesn't intend to keep the plan to himself. However, if they choose to follow him, they must agree to make his commands the top priority. If any one of them does something reckless and ruins his plan, he promises to punish them. With that, Jigel wishes his colleagues good night, and left the common room to return to his dorm. After listening to Jigel's conversation with his colleagues, Darugu rushes back to Li Han and reports everything. Having heard all about Jigel's speech, Li Han asks Darugu if it's possible for him to join the plan if he listens to Jigel. Darugu and the others are shocked to hear this, so they ask if he's seriously considering it after what happened between them the last time. In response, Li Han says Jigel wouldn't be that concerned over such a trivial matter. After observing the expressions of his partners in crime a little longer, Li realizes he's been bluffing the whole time. Realistically, things just got more complicated. Initially, Li Han planned to take his time finding a way out, since escaping the academy would be difficult, given the professors' personalities. But now that Muradi claims to know a way out, Li needs to extract that information from him. Knowing Muradi, Li recognizes that he's not as naive as Gainando. He's a smart and cold leader who won't hesitate to use the students in his tower for his own purposes. So, if Muradi says he can escape, he must be serious, and Li needs to figure out how he plans to do it. With this in mind, Li decides to take a calculated approach. Without hesitation, he instructs Darugu to follow Jigel and find out his escape plan. Shocked, Darugu protests, asking if Li is serious about giving him such a task. Li asks if he has a better idea, and Darugu admits the idea feels a bit dishonorable. Understanding, Li tells Darugu to consider that they are in the middle of a confrontation. He then reminds him of the famous saying, "Know your enemy, know yourself." And while patting his shoulders, explains that this is just a tactic to uncover the enemy's plans before they backfire. By this point, Darugu is worried about how persuasive Li has become recently. Is it because of his face, or is he just imagining things? Darugu wondered. Either way, now that he's heard what he needs, Darugu agrees that it's a tactical move, and Li Han happily tells him to start monitoring Jigel Muradi from that day on. Lee instructs Darugu to come to him immediately when he figures out the plan and to report every single detail. He further inflates Darugu's ego by calling him an incredible warrior and an honorable internal informant before pushing him out the door. As Darugu leaves, Lee reminds him to begin his mission immediately and wishes him luck. Darugu confidently assured him to leave it to him and promised to return with results soon. After closing the door, Lee sighs with relief, having managed Darugu for now. Moving forward, he needs to think about the escape plan. But before he can, he's confronted by his confused friends, Yoner and Gainando. They jokingly ask if he's learned brainwashing magic before joining the academy. Lee can't blame them. He knows how persuasive he can be when he wants to be. But he assures them he hasn't learned any manipulation magic yet. Hours later, Lee Han gathers his friends, Darugu, Yoner, Gainando and Nilia, for their first meeting about the escape. Nilia, who hasn't been briefed on Lee's plans, flares up and confronts him for being foolish enough to think he can leave the academy. She had initially thought he was just going on a hunt. Understanding her reaction, Lee Han tells her not to worry because he has a plan. Remembering the family Lee Han comes from, Nilia figures he probably does have something in mind, as he's different from the others. When she asks him to explain his brilliant plan, Lee reveals that Jijel is the mastermind behind the escape, and says they're all going to follow him and copy what he does. Disappointed by such a poorly thought-out plan, Nilia tries to talk some sense into Lee. Yoner, having already figured out what's at play, signals to Lee to go along with her tactic and asks if their plan will succeed without Nilia's help. Picking up on the hint, Lee quickly responds that there's no way they can do it without her. Realizing the game, Lee flatters Nilia by telling her that their plan heavily relies on her tracking abilities and hunter's instincts. Seconds later, their ploy works as Nilia blushes, unsure of what to do. With Yoner and Lee continuing to make things up on the spot, Nilia reluctantly agrees to help, feeling that she's the only one capable of making it work. After reviewing their plans one last time, Lee Han disperses his group, instructing them to reconvene later that night. When night falls, Jijel, his friends and the honorable knights gather at their meeting place to finally execute their escape plan and leave the hellish school once and for all. Encouraged by his peers' support, Jijel feels more confident and urges them to follow him to freedom. Pulling out a rusty papyrus sheet from his coat, he reassures himself that as long as he has the map, he won't fail. In a flashback to a month before Jijel started at the magic school, the young elven noble knight is seen ordering his servants to search the family estate's library for any literature that might help him at school. After sifting through countless texts and finding nothing of use, Jijel grows frustrated and screams at his servants, who profusely apologize for their perceived incompetence. Annoyed, Jijel commands them to bring him something truly useful, as everything they've offered so far has been worthless. Kicking a pile of books in frustration, Jijel accidentally uncovers the very papyrus he now holds. Upon examining it, he discovers a detailed escape map of Einrogard. At the time, he dismissed it as a relic meant for struggling students. But now, after enduring Einrogard's harsh realities, he's thankful he kept it. Back in the present, Jijel and his group follow the map's directions toward a hidden exit in the mountains of Einrogard. Unbeknownst to them, Lee Han, Yoner, Gainando, Nilia, and Darugu are trailing them carefully, ensuring they stay out of sight. At one point, as the White Tiger students take a break, Lee Han signals his group to move, ensuring they don't lose track of their targets. Seeing the group heading into the rugged mountains, Lee realizes the route is anything but ordinary. When he checks if everyone's ready, the ever-useless Gainando questions why they're climbing mountains when there's a gate near the castle. Rather than responding to the absurd question, Lee delegates Gainando to Darugu, who rolls his eyes in agreement. Confused, Gainando demands an explanation. Lee starts by listing everyone's strengths. Nilia's unmatched skill in mountain climbing, his and Darugu's incredible stamina, and Yoner's familiarity with mountain paths from her foraging experience. He then humorously mentions his own strengths, which amount to nothing. A short while later, Gainando proves Lee right by gasping for air and begging for water after only a few miles of climbing. Eventually, Darugu has to carry Gainando, while the rest continue trekking the unfamiliar paths. During their climb, Lee takes a moment to thank Nilia for joining them, admitting that her tracking skills have made it possible to follow the White Tigers unnoticed. Without her, their mission would have failed before it even started. Unable to resist his habit of chronicling events, Lee pulls out a sheet of paper from his uniform and starts writing down his experience. Suddenly, Nilia signals for everyone to stop. When Lee asks what's wrong, she mentions that the White Tigers are acting strangely. They've stopped moving. Gainando speculates that they've arrived at their destination, but Lee doubts it's that simple. Moments later, a strange wind brushes past them, and Lee feels a familiar shiver, the kind he only gets when the headmaster is nearby. Hoping it's a monster causing the unease, he asks Nilia, but she assures him she's already checked. His worst fear comes true when the headmaster's familiar laughter echoes through the evening sky. As the White Tiger students struggle to comprehend what's happening, the headmaster's massive skull-like visage appears above them, announcing that he's caught them attempting to escape in their very first week. Realizing the headmaster has been the ominous presence stalking them, the White Tigers are struck with terror, realizing how doomed they are. The headmaster recognizes the map in Jijel's hands, and reveals that it's one of the fake maps he distributes to deceive future students. Shocked, Jijel demands clarification. But the headmaster, upon learning that Jijel obtained the map before entering the academy, destroys it. He warns the students against trusting maps of unknown origins, explaining that they could be treasure maps, or traps set by an evil lich. Witnessing the horror unfold, Li Han concludes that the headmaster is a complete madman, who cares little about teaching, and seems to delight in punishing others. The lich then commands all the students to return to the academy, but reveals a surprise twist. Using summoning magic, he explains the rules of a new challenge. The students must evade the pursuers he's about to summon, and safely return. They're allowed to use any means necessary to defeat the pursuers, but if they're caught, they'll be guilty of attempting to escape. If they avoid capture, however, no charges will be filed. Shortly after laying out the challenge rules, the White Tiger students scatter, running for their lives as the pursuers begin their relentless hunt. Meanwhile, a terrified Nilia screams at Li Han, demanding he stop standing still and start running. To keep them from being spotted, Li Han grabs her fidgeting hand and urges her to calm down. Nilia, her voice shaky, asks how he expects her to stay calm when their lives are at stake. Li softly reassures her that the skeletons haven't noticed them yet. Besides, he adds, even if they get caught, they'll only be sent to the punishment room. Horrified, Nilia gasps and explains that she's heard rumors about the punishment room being filled with torture devices, and that no one ever escapes from it. Li, unfazed, mutters a dismissive comment and leaves her in Yoner's care while he continues observing the skeletons. As they roam the area, Li racks his brain, trying to devise a plan to get them out of there undetected. Not far away, the White Tiger students prepare for battle, forming a basic combat formation to face the skeletons head-on. Realizing that escape is futile, they muster their courage and decide to fight for their honor and knightly code. Observing from a distance, Li wonders why anyone would care about honor or a code in such a dire situation. Durugu then appears behind him, claiming to have a solid plan to escape. In Durugu's mind, the plan involves uniting with the White Tigers to combine their strengths and break through the encirclement. However, before he can explain, Li misinterprets his intent, assuming Durugu means to use the White Tigers as a distraction while their group escapes. The others quickly agree to this plan, leaving Durugu to question why he even bothered. As Li continues watching the skeletons, he realizes they need to break through the weakest part of the encirclement. Despite the tigers buying them time, there's still no opening. After a moment of deep thought, Li looks up and notices something odd. The headmaster is still summoning more pursuers from the nether. Initially, Li had thought the headmaster's challenge offered a genuine chance to escape, but now he suspects the lunatic never intended to let anyone succeed. On further reflection, Li considers that this might be the headmaster's way of making the challenge as grueling as possible. With no clear way out and the tigers already being captured one by one, Li considers surrendering. Just as he's about to give up, it clicks. The skeletons' disinterest in their side of the forest must mean they don't even know Li's group is there. Li recalls a similar tactic the headmaster used during a previous lecture, leading him to suspect that the headmaster they're seeing now might be a clone or an illusion. Acting on this theory, Li devises a new plan. Head in the opposite direction of the White Tigers. He quickly gathers his group and urges them to climb higher up the mountain. For the next 30 minutes, they ascend until they find a dark cave nearby. Nilia performs her signature monster check, and then signals that it's safe to enter. Inside, Li casts an illumination spell, brightening their surroundings. And for the first time in hours, the group takes a moment to rest. As they settle, Yoner asks if the skeletons will follow them into the cave. Nilia reassures her that the skeletons don't seem to be chasing them. Durugu, however, reminds them of the real issue: how long the summoned skeletons will persist. He insists that charging through the encirclement might have been the better choice. Li counters, explaining that the skeletons' sheer numbers made such a charge impossible for their small group. With the immediate danger behind them, Li pulls out some sausages and urges everyone to eat. When Nilia realizes her water bottle is empty, Li uses water magic to create drinkable water and fills her bottle. Awed by the beauty and convenience of water magic, Nilia remarks on how useful it would be for hunting. A moment later, a feverish Yoner requests someone start a fire. Nilia obliges, successfully conjuring flames with her fire magic. Li compliments her, and she admits she's relieved it worked on her first try since her previous attempts had failed. She also expresses jealousy over Li's water magic, Wishing she had such a versatile spell, Lee dismisses her envy, calling water magic boring, and urges her to appreciate her fire magic, which many would love to possess. Nilia, noticing his pained expression, agrees and returns to her meal. Hours later, Nilia and Lee step outside to check on the skeleton's activity below. Seeing the swarming monsters, Lee mutters that the headmaster is a lunatic. A nervous Nilia asks if it's really okay to insult him. Lee, ever pragmatic, explains that magic thrives on free thought and encourages her to express herself freely. Emboldened by his words, Nilia unleashes a stream of insults at the headmaster, calling him a crazy skeleton and wishing wolves would catch him at night. Her tirade is interrupted when a figure suddenly appears behind them. Startled, Nilia clings to Lee, apologizing profusely for her outburst, thinking it's the headmaster. However, upon closer inspection, Lee recognizes the silhouette. It's Jijil and his 3 minions. While stepping into the light, Jijil demands to know what Lee's group is doing on this side of the mountain. Rather than pick a fight with Jijil and his minions, Lee Han politely invites them back to the cave so they can rest and regain their strength. When the others see the enemy casually enter their hideout, Gainando protests, asking why they're letting them in when they don't even have enough food. Mistaking Lee Han's actions for respect and honor, Darugu silences Gainando and admires Lee Han's maturity. While drinking the water Lee Han had offered earlier, Jijil wonders how the Blue Dragon group even managed to reach the mountain. Instead of realizing they might have followed him, Jijil concludes they must have used the same map he had found. Now at an impasse, he feels conflicted, especially after receiving help from Lee Han. Soon, he recalls the motto of the Marathi family. We remember our grudges. Struggling to remember the rest, he finally recalls the continuation. Debts are only paid when you remember them. This means that as long as Jijil chooses to forget the favor he owes Lee Han, he won't need to repay it. Deciding to bide his time, he resolves to feign friendliness until he can backstab Lee later when the danger has passed. With that in mind, Jijil asks Lee to explain their current situation. But before Lee can respond, one of Jijil's minions collapses. Alarmed, Gainando and Darugu wonder what's going on. As another of Jijil's minions checks on the fallen comrade, he and the remaining one also grow drowsy and collapse shortly afterward. Panicked, Jijil demands an explanation from Lee, only to notice the smug look on his face. Realizing what's happened, Jijil accuses Lee of spiking the water. Lee calmly confirms it, dumping the rest of his own water and telling Jijil it's already too late. The drug should take effect any second now. Despite making empty threats, Jijil soon succumbs to the drowsiness and falls asleep. With phase 1 of his plan complete, Lee mentally checks it off his to-do list. Though his actions might seem extreme, Lee justifies them by reasoning that since Jijil has already decided to hate him for no reason, he might as well give him a real one. Meanwhile, Gainando and Darugu demand an explanation, thinking they've been poisoned too. Yoner intervenes, urging them to calm down and explaining that the water they drank wasn't tampered with. Nilia reassures them further, confirming they hadn't spiked the group's water. When Gainando asks why they weren't informed, Lee bluntly states, it's because they're the dumbest in the group. He was sure their reactions would give away the plan, no matter how hard they tried to pretend everything was fine. He clarifies that his actions weren't personal, they were just necessary under the circumstances. With that settled, Lee urges everyone to stay calm so they can move the sleeping minions near the pursuers. Darugu questions whether it's really necessary to go that far, but Lee reminds him of Jijil's personality. Acknowledging Jijil's treacherous nature, Darugu begrudgingly allows Lee to proceed. Curious, he then asks where Lee got the drugs. Yoner steps in, explaining that she had identified some sleeping herbs near the cave earlier and told Lee about them. When ground into powder and mixed with water, the herbs' sedative effects are potent enough to make anyone drowsy in minutes. Lee admits he asked her to collect some, anticipating they might need it later. Though Yoner hadn't expected to use it this way, she was fine with it as long as Lee's leading the charge. After hauling the 4 unconscious individuals to a path near the pursuers, Lee's group retreats to a safe spot to observe. Minutes later, the pursuers arrive and carry all 4 back to the academy. Pleased, Lee reassures his team that the pursuers will disperse soon. Now that they're in the clear, he proposes finishing their next task, exploring the area to answer some lingering questions. For instance, he wants to know how far the academy walls stretch and whether there's truly no escape route. Even uncovering a single piece of new information would make the effort worthwhile. Without wasting time, Lee leads the group onward, and they follow. As they journey deeper into the unknown forest, Gainando kicks a rock and nearly tumbles down a small hill. Thankfully, Lee is there to catch him in time. When asked if he's okay, Gainando complains about being both hurt and hungry. Observing the group's tired state, Lee considers taking a break. Just then, Nilia suggests they get some light since traveling in the dark is making the journey harder. Agreeing, Lee casts a spell to illuminate their path. Moments later, a strong wind blows through the forest, and an unfamiliar voice suddenly speaks, asking them to turn off the light as it's disturbing their sleep. Startled, Lee demands the speaker reveal themselves. The voice, undeterred, tells the group to stay quiet, asserting that it will be the one asking the questions. After some searching, Lee and his peers trace the source of the voice to a massive tree, alive and speaking to them. Moving on, the voice from the tree promises to treat them as important guests if they provide the correct answer to its question. However, if they get it wrong, they'll be thrown out of its space. Soon after, the tree asks the students a riddle about a dwarf lighting candles at night, 2 of which are extinguished by a strong wind. Angry at this, the dwarf blocks all the windows in the room. The tree then asks them how many candles are left. Lee Han notices the trap in the question and carefully analyzes the scenario before answering. Just as he is about to respond, the foolish prince Gainando nonchalantly shouts, 3 candles. Lee Han dreads what might happen next, but to his surprise, the tree declares that 3 candles is the correct answer. Confused, Lee asks why, since it is commonly understood that the flames would extinguish as the candles burn out. The tree explains that in riddles like this, the candles are magically infused so they never burn away. Now that they've answered correctly, the tree proposes asking one more question before treating them as guests. The student who answers correctly will receive a present, and Lee's group prepares themselves. For the second question, the tree describes someone who is huge in the morning, shrinks at noon, grows larger in the afternoon, and disappears at night, only to repeat the same cycle daily. Who is this person? The tree asks. This question isn't as straightforward as the first, so the group takes time to think. Eventually, Lee suggests that the answer might be a shadow and asks the tree if it's correct. To no one's surprise, he's right, leaving his peers wondering how he figured it out. Lee explains that he had heard the same riddle before in his previous life, making it an easy guess. The riddle is famously one that the king of Thebes, Oedipus, had solved. Although the story changes slightly with each retelling, humans tend to provide similar answers. As Lee reflects on the connection between the riddles of his past world and this one, the tree commends his intelligence and opens a pathway to welcome the students. When Lee and his companions enter the inner forest, they are shocked and delighted to see beautiful spirits decorating the space. The tree offers Lee a green drink to refresh himself after the journey. Lee sniffs the drink and notes that it smells like vegetable juice. After thanking the tree, he drinks it without hesitation, and immediately feels his muscle fatigue melt away, much like drinking cold water after hours of trekking under a hot sun. While Lee enjoys the drink, the others remain hesitant to take even a sip. Once Lee finishes, the tree collects the cup and asks if he likes the drink. Lee says it was delicious and asks how to make more. Before sharing the recipe, the tree requests Lee's name. Lee introduces himself properly, but the tree insists on knowing his family name. When Lee mentions Wardenaz, the tree becomes visibly frightened and apologizes for its earlier reaction, explaining that rumors about his family caused its behavior. Seeing that Lee introduced himself without relying on his family name, the tree assures him that he is destined to become a great mage. The tree then asks what they are doing so far from school, especially at night. Lee Han and Gainando nearly spit out their drinks at the question, and Lee nervously claims they were simply enjoying a night stroll. Suspecting the truth, the tree asks if they're trying to leave the academy. Since it's only their first week, the tree questions whether they're truly prepared to escape. Lee admits they have personal reasons and asks the tree spirit for advice. The tree reveals that there is a way out of the academy, but new students can't escape through it. Lee then asks how far the walls stretch. The tree explains that no one knows for sure because dangerous magic surrounds the walls, and anyone who touches them recklessly would suffer immense pain. Realizing that escaping by finding the end of the walls isn't feasible, Lee considers other possibilities. Despite this, the tree advises against any escape attempts for now, warning that though things are quiet now, monsters will awaken in a few weeks. Lee thanks the tree for the information, but the tree is surprised to see him still deep in thought. Curious, the tree decides to observe him further and moves on to present his reward. Soon after, the tree conjures an artifact, reminding Lee of Garcia's lessons about artifacts being essential tools for magicians. Although most new students are dissatisfied with what the academy provides, this night marks the moment Lee becomes the first student to receive a new staff from the Dryad Tree Spirit. Soon after giving Lee the staff, the tree asks for his thoughts on its best creation. Lee remarks that the staff feels warm and full of life. At that moment, the tree spirit realizes Lee isn't an ordinary boy. The staff it gave him possesses a spirit that should have been impossible for someone his age to detect. Recognizing Lee's potential, the tree assures him he will uncover the staff's true power as he uses it. Impatient, Lee asks the tree to explain the staff's powers to save time, but the tree insists there's no need, as the answers will come naturally. While Lee grumbles, the tree notes that his talent and temperament reminded of a wardeness lunatic it met 100 years ago. Convinced Lee is a true wardeness, the tree anticipates a bright future for him. At dawn, the tree tells the students to prepare to return to the academy. Wasting no time, the dryad tree uses magic to eject the students from its space, and warns Lee Han not to use his magic in the vicinity, as it is too strong and could awaken the nearby trees. When Lee asks how they're supposed to leave the area, the tree ignores him and places them outside the inner forest. Upon landing, the students quickly get up and brush the dirt off their clothes. Before disappearing, the tree tells Lee to remember the riddle it gave him, as it will answer many of his questions in life. With that, the tree vanishes, and Lee's group scouts the area, only to find the undead are gone. As they descend the mountain, they discuss the previous night's bizarre experience, with one student even wondering if it was all a dream. When they finally return to their dorms, Lee drags his exhausted body to his bed and collapses into sleep. Minutes later, Ashan rushes to Lee's room, banging on the door and waking him. When Lee opens it, Ashan apologizes for the disturbance and informs him that the headmaster has summoned everyone outside. Lee's sleep evaporates as he wonders if the headmaster is trying to identify the students who attempted to escape. Pushing aside his doubts, Lee gets ready, telling Ashan he'll wake the others and join him outside. Once outside, Lee's group is shocked to find the atmosphere festive. Most students wear expressions of confusion, and Lee wonders why the academy would host an impromptu festival without notifying the freshmen. Judging by the mood, it doesn't seem like the headmaster is up to anything suspicious. Still, Lee can't help but speculate about his motives. A few minutes into the festival, the headmaster appears and gathers everyone's attention to introduce 3 priests from the Empire who are visiting for the weekend. After the introduction, the headmaster encourages the students to applaud, which they do. However, Lee finds it odd that such a grand reception is being held for 3 imperial priests. Deciding to stay alert, he resolves to observe the situation carefully. After the applause, one of the priests thanks the headmaster, Osugonadaltes, for honoring them despite his busy schedule teaching students. The headmaster responds courteously and takes the opportunity to ask the priest to deliver a message to the emperor, a request for an increased budget to excavate ancient magic. Sheepishly, the priestess replies that such matters aren't within their jurisdiction. Hearing this, Lee suddenly understands the headmaster's motives. He recalls professors in his previous life begging the government for grants when facing budget constraints. It seems this world operates similarly. Setting his thoughts aside, Lee listens as the priestess thanks the headmaster for letting her meet his students. Representing different orders, she and the other priests feel privileged to introduce their beliefs to the young mages. As Lee observes the priests, he begins to question whether they are truly ordinary clerics. Their incredible mana and unique presence set them apart from other mages. Sensing Lee's curiosity, the headmaster startles him and explains why the priest's mana feels special. It stems from their divine power. The headmaster then notices Lee's ability to detect mana and asks about it. Lee tries to downplay his skill, but the headmaster presses him, wondering why he would hide such a talent. He remarks that few students possess Lee's sensitivity to mana and advises him to embrace his abilities with confidence. This surprises Lee, but he remains cautious, unsure of the headmaster's intentions. The headmaster adds that students like Lee and himself, being too smart to believe in gods, naturally have no interest in faith. This reminds Lee of his father's derogatory remarks about divine power. Considering the rumors surrounding his family's disdain for priests, Lee decides to keep his family name a secret to maintain good relations with the clerics. Shifting topics, the headmaster mocks the orders, claiming they go to absurd lengths to win over students who can be swayed by food. Thinking about food, Lee jokingly asks the headmaster which orders he'd recommend. Instead of answering, the headmaster pauses, impressed by the audacious notion of joining multiple orders to take advantage of them. Though bewildered, the headmaster acknowledges Lee's intelligence and determination, finding his wit and boldness both amusing and impressive. In response to Lee Han's question, the headmaster recommends that he join the Presinga Order, a group where the rule is self-sacrifice. The headmaster assures Lee that they'll welcome him warmly. If he's not satisfied with them, he suggests the Colosso Order, as they worship a god that embraces chaos and change, and wouldn't care if Lee believed in another deity or not. Lastly, the headmaster suggests the Capolio Order, which worships the god of swordsmen and would likely welcome an eccentric person like Lee. Hearing this, Lee wonders if the headmaster knows about his attendance in swordsmanship lessons. If that's the case, it's not good, since he never had positive experiences with teachers who paid him too much attention in his past life. After thanking the headmaster for his recommendations, Lee is told that the headmaster will now meet with the students in the punishment room. Lee bids him farewell, and the headmaster hopes Lee makes wise decisions in the future. As the headmaster vanishes, Lee recalls what he said about the punishment room and wonders if he was referring to the Tiger Guys. If so, Lee needs to be cautious to avoid revealing their secret. Shortly after the headmaster leaves, Yoner calls out to Lee, asking where he's going. Lee quickly hides his worried expression and tells her he plans to visit the Prasinga Order. Intrigued by his plans, Yoner listens as Lee mentions his intention to visit the Colosso and Capolio orders afterward. Curious, Lee asks about the basket Yoner is carrying, and she offers him a delicious treat from it. When Lee inquires where she obtained such a precious item, Yoner reveals that it's from the Flamane Order, which worships the god of alchemy. Her family had donated a lot of money to the order long ago, and when she arrived, they recognized her and gave her the food basket. Hearing this, Lee can't believe his ears and regrets coming from such a miserly family that was too arrogant to donate money to any orders. If his family had done so, it would have made finding a favorable order much easier. Yoner, puzzled by Lee's odd behavior, wonders why he's acting so strangely after learning about her family's donations. Lee, however, quickly brushes it off, deciding to leave since he's busy for the day. After saying goodbye to Yoner, Lee makes his way to the Prasinga Order's tent and introduces himself as someone seeking the teachings of Lord Prasinga. The followers warmly welcome him and, after thanking him for visiting, invite him inside their tent. Lee continues to charm them with polite words as he enters. Inside, he sees one of the cloaked followers call for a person named Dijiling to assist them. Upon seeing Dijiling, Lee immediately recognizes her as a half-blood demon. Half-blood demons are an extremely rare race among mixed bloods, often born from contracts made by their ancestors with demons. Despite their appearance, these demons typically have passive personalities and are often cast aside by society. After a brief exchange, the cloaked follower introduces Dijiling as the new student of the Burning Phoenix's tower. Moving on, the follower expresses surprise at finding another believer besides Dijiling. But Lee responds that it's only natural to follow their lord once one knows of his noble will. Of course, Lee has ulterior motives, but he knows there are two things to consider when joining an order: what one can gain, and what one must do to earn their favor. On the surface, the Prasinga Order doesn't seem like much, but Lee senses a multitude of artifacts filled with mana within the tent. The sheer number of artifacts makes him wonder if the order is involved in artifact creation. At that moment, Madame Madrid, one of the priests from earlier, enters the tent, delighted to find a new believer. Lee notices that, despite her small frame, her footsteps leave heavy imprints on the ground. Curious, he tries to figure out the reason for this. After introducing herself, Madrid notices his concerned expression and reassures him that the heavy footprints are due to an artifact she's wearing. She explains that it's a cursed artifact that drastically increases one's body weight. When Lee asks why she would wear such an item, Madrid replies that it's because of Lord Prasinga. She explains that since Prasinga bore the pain of the world alone, they too must share in his suffering. To do so, they wear cursed artifacts and endure the hardship. Hearing this, Lee begins to regret ever listening to the headmaster's recommendation. Sensing his discomfort, Madrid gives him the option to leave if he's unwilling to walk the same path, as it is a difficult one. Given the chance to opt out, Lee takes it and prepares to leave. However, before he goes too far, Madrid expresses disappointment, revealing that she had prepared an artifact as a welcome gift for him. Even though it's called an artifact, it may not be desirable for everyone since it absorbs mana. When Lee hears about the mana absorption, he pauses, realizing that such an artifact could be useful in managing his immense mana. Realizing its potential benefits, he turns back and asks what other effects the cursed artifact has besides absorbing mana. If it has one curse, there are likely other functions, and Lee wants to know them all before accepting it. Madrid, confused at first, proceeds to explain the original effect of the cursed item. Just like action and reaction, there are cases where a strong curse enhances an artifact's effects. Examining the artifact Madrid is wearing, it appears to be afflicted with the curse of increased weight. However, its effect is equally powerful, known as increased divine power. Following this logic, Madrid explains to Lee that his artifact has invisibility magic. Still, she notes that its more significant drawback is its excessive absorption of the user's mana. As she continues listing its disadvantages, Lee Han politely interrupts her, expressing his readiness to accept the consequences. His enthusiasm impresses Madrid so much that she feels ashamed for doubting his sincere faith, and assuming he would walk away after hearing about the curse. Meanwhile, Lee is ecstatic, realizing he's hit the jackpot with this new invisibility gimmick. After the emotional exchange, Madrid officially welcomes Lee into their order and unveils the cursed artifact, revealed to be Lord Prasinga's belt. The purple glowing belt is presented in a box, and Lee promptly puts it on. Observing him, the two cloaked followers suspect that, as a new believer, Lee might struggle with the artifact's negative effects. They prepare to assist him if necessary. However, to their shock, nothing happens when Lee dons the belt. Instead, he eagerly asks how to activate the invisibility magic. Hearing the followers' murmurs of disbelief, Lee turns to Madrid and asks if there's an issue he should be concerned about. Madrid, snapping out of her surprise, chuckles and reassures him that everything is fine. She directs him to the guide inside the box for instructions on activating the invisibility spell. Inwardly, she marvels at how fortunate they are to have been sent such an incredible new brother by their lord. Lee finds the spell guide inside the box, reads through it, and chants the incantation to activate the belt's power. Instantly, he vanishes, leaving Madrid and the followers astonished. Elated by the artifact's impressive effect, Lee marvels at how well it works, especially given the strong curse attached to it. After savoring the thrill of invisibility, he chants the cancellation spell and reappears, startling everyone. Now confident in the artifact's capabilities, he begins to wonder if its cursed effect is even noticeable, as he hasn't felt any adverse impact yet. He reasons that if the effects are this mild, he might as well try wearing more cursed items. With this in mind, he asks Madrid for additional cursed artifacts. However, Madrid, after a dramatic pause, advises him against pushing himself too hard, and insists it's too soon for him to take on more cursed items. Despite his best efforts to persuade her, she refuses. Later, during a class on the Order's teachings, Lee ponders how useful the belt will be in helping him escape the academy. His thoughts are interrupted as Madrid concludes her lecture for the day. After thanking her for her teachings, Lee reflects on what he's learned, and concludes that anything is possible as long as one is willing to equip a cursed item. Before letting him leave, Madrid offers him a food basket, explaining that she thought he might need it. Touched by her thoughtful gesture, Lee is nearly moved to tears and expresses his gratitude. As he reaches for the basket, Dijiling suddenly approaches and offers him her food basket as well. Confused, Lee asks why she's giving it to him. Dijiling explains that as a servant of Prasinga, she doesn't require such extravagance. Madrid tries to call her back, but Dijiling departs shortly after. Lee, impressed by her dedication to her beliefs, notes how different the Burning Phoenix Tower members are compared to other towers, which are their polar opposites. Just as he's about to leave the tent, Madrid asks him for a favor. To look after Dijiling, as she's concerned the half-demon blood is being too hard on herself. Initially reluctant, Lee explains that he lives in a different dormitory. However, Madrid bribes him with another food basket, and Lee agrees to help. On their way back to the academy, Lee chats with Dijiling and asks if he can address her as a priest. Dijiling responds that he can simply call her by her name. Curious, Lee inquires about her tower, mentioning he's heard rumors that its members rarely interact with others, unlike those from other towers. Dijiling explains that in their free time, they mostly pray in their rooms or venture into the forest or mountains at night to pray. This confuses Lee, as he knows there's a curfew on weekdays for the Einrogard dormitory. It turns out that members of the Burning Phoenix Tower are exempt from such rules due to the unique circumstances of their dormitory. Realizing this, Lee figures that priests aren't bound by time restrictions, and if he could wear a priest's robes and impersonate one, he might gain more freedom for himself. With this plan in mind, Lee asks Dijiling if she can help him get a priest's robe. Dijiling, puzzled, reminds him that wearing a priest's robes won't reduce the curse's effects. Lee assures her that he's aware of that, but lies, claiming he needs the robe to better understand Lord Prasinga's will. Unable to refuse him, Dijiling promises to bring one for him the next time they meet. Lee thanks her for her help and decides to take things slowly as he prepares for his eventual escape from the academy. Moving on with the conversation, Lee Han asks about her feeding habits to know if she's having enough to eat, and Dijiling says she's satisfied with what she has currently. Hearing this, Lee tells her about the priestess's concerns for her health and how she asked him to make sure she's well taken care of. To make things much easier, Lee Han suggests that Dijiling eats with him occasionally so the priestess can be less worried that way. After giving her response a second thought, Dijiling finally agrees to eat with him. Lee Han's happy to see Dijiling cooperating with him as he wouldn't want to disappoint the person who gave him such precious gifts. Besides, once she starts eating with him, then she'll have no choice but to become addicted to him feeding her, even during the holidays. By nightfall, the academy professors gather in the professors' meeting room for an emergency meeting called together by the headmaster on such short notice. Shortly before the meeting begins, Urigalem drinks some of the delicious tea he made from his garden, and appreciates how good it has tasted since Lee showed up. Just as he savors the moment, the headmaster pops up to start the meeting. When Urigalem asks why they're all gathered, Garcia says it's probably because of basic writing training. Soon after, she asks the headmaster if the teacher for the lecture has been assigned yet. But then Urigalem, who's been living under a rock, asks why Professor Vendazol isn't teaching it. At that point, Garcia tells him that Professor Vendazol went missing while looking for a unicorn. Seeing as how there's no news of him yet, they need a replacement teacher for his class. By then, the headmaster interrupts Garcia and tells the other professors not to worry, as he's already prepared a replacement. Shocked by the sudden announcement, the professors praise the headmaster for finding a solution to their problems in such a short time. Urigalem then asks the headmaster who the new professor is, and he reveals the professor's name to be Lightning Steps, ZR. or Zed for short. Although she hasn't seen the person before, Garcia wishes the professor well in their new class. Engeldel takes his time to explain just how famous Zed is as an adventurer. According to the history books, she's explored most of the wildernesses within the Empire and is not even stopping there. Just then, Urigalum slams his hand on the table in pain and asks the headmaster why he just had to be an asshole and hire his aunt. With the others confused, Urigalum explains the real nasty behaviors of his terrible aunt. She's extreme, nags him to death occasionally, and even asks if he hates Eastern dwarves. Having heard everything Urigalum had to say, the headmaster tells him he doesn't really care who his professors are as long as they're the best in their field, meaning there's nothing he can do now. With that said, he ends the meeting and dismisses the professors to continue their night. The next day, a familiar dwarf woman stands atop a tree while receiving a message from one of her small messenger birds. After listening to the chirpy message, she realizes that it's nearly time for her lesson, so she prepares accordingly before the students show up. About 30 minutes later, students from the Blue Dragon and White Tiger Towers flood the fields, excited to finally learn something mandatory for a noble person to know: horse riding. Li Han notices the positive energy oozing out from his colleagues and figures things should be fine for this class. Seeing as the content of this lesson is already something the students are familiar with, this lesson should be pretty peaceful. Mere seconds after him thinking that, a ferocious large bird roars in the sky and looms over the field where the students are. As soon as they hear the screeches and weird sounds, the students get confused as they try to figure out where the sound's coming from. Just then, someone signals everyone to look at the sky, and when they do, they find the large bird diving toward them to pick one of them up. The students scram for safety, but unfortunately, Gainando is too stupid to listen to reason. So he gets caught by the bird with its feet and is flown somewhere else. Realizing that Gainando's been taken, Lee quickly takes charge, urging everybody to calm their balls, crouch low, and avoid moving so they don't attract its attention. Once they're past that, he starts thinking of how desensitized he is to things like this happening. Almost as if shit like this doesn't surprise him anymore. Seconds later, the bird is back for its next victim, and Li Han starts wondering where the bird is from. Just then, an enraged female White Tiger student gets up and demands to know where the headmaster is, as it's pretty obvious now that there's something wrong with the academy's security. The person crouching near her tries to calm her down, as this isn't the time to point fingers. But then the stupid girl starts blaming the monster bird's attacks on the academy's lack of security. Well, her screams soon attract the bird, and it approaches them. Realizing the stupid scene she's caused, the girl starts apologizing and begging for help. But luckily for her, the bird carries the poor dude crouching near her. Witnessing what just happened, Li Han finds it strange that the bird didn't take the fool who made the ruckus. After thinking about it a little bit, he finally figures out the answer to his question all along. It's their hair color. Knowing this, Li Han quickly orders everybody to cover their hair with their uniforms, as he has evidence that the bird only targets those with shiny-looking hair. Soon after covering their hair, a voice from within the crowd of students behind Li Han commends him for being quick in making decisions and giving out instructions. Turning to get a better look at the person, Li Han demands that the person introduce himself or herself. At that point, the person removes his cloak to reveal he's from the White Tiger Tower. But just as he's about to introduce himself, a scaredy cat from the Blue Dragon Tower screams out and accuses the White Tiger student of trying to mess with Wardeness again. The student tries to clear himself, but it's already too late, as the Nimrods are already getting ready to beat the shit out of the Marathi supporter. Before things spiral out of control, the dude screams out, assuring them he's not involved with Marathi's side at all. With nobody willing to believe him, Princess Ardenart steps in and bails him out. Seeing the princess speak up for him, the students back off and return to their activities. After the unrest is dispelled, Lee asks the princess how she knows this weird dude, and the weird dude introduces himself as Rowena, a knight who serves the princess. Hearing this, Lee considers the odds and soon realizes the princess must have exploited the loopholes in the school's rules. While no one can bring their servant along, the academy can't stop servants from entering the school as students, meaning clever individuals can use this method to bring someone in. Knowing this, Li Han suddenly feels pity for poor Gainando, who has no one to guard him, even though they're both royalty. After explaining the unpredictable nature of the bird attacking them, Rowena asks Li to take command of the students and use them to stop the bird. Surprised, Li Han asks Rowena why he should bother with such a hard task. Just then, the other Blue Dragon students start praising him, telling him he's someone they can trust and urging him to lead them honorably. In his mind, Li forbids himself from succumbing to their pleas, as he knows nothing good has ever come from being the leader of a group. Unfortunately for him, it becomes impossible to refuse when the entire field begins chanting for him to be their commander, insisting they're ready to follow him. Unable to resist, Li sighs and reluctantly starts giving orders to his new army. While watching Li demonstrate his leadership skills, Rowena recalls the meltdown he had in his tower a few days ago, when he found out that the person leading Blue Dragon Tower was Lee Han Wardeness, not the princess. Back then, he wondered how it happened, given the princess's exceptional commanding abilities even before she entered the academy. To uncover the reason why Lee is the leader, he planned this meetup under the present circumstances to put Lee Han in the spotlight and wait for him to slip up. Now that he's a few steps closer to his goal, Rowena watches in anticipation, hoping to discover Lee's secret. What he doesn't realize, or even bother to consider, is that Lee Han earned the students' loyalty with nothing more than some food. Before enacting his plan, Lee asks if anyone has a shiny object. Someone soon hands him a mirror, which Lee collects. He then faces the reflective part of the mirror toward the sky, baiting the monster bird to come for it. When the bird spots the shiny object, it dives toward Lee Han, hot and fast, like a fool. Before the bird gets too close, Lee Han tells his group to stand in a line and form a wall. When they do, Lee Han hides behind them and urges them to wait for his signal before making a move. As the bird gets close enough, Lee Han steps out, casts the illuminate spell using his new staff, and scares the bird away. Shortly afterward, the students finally breathed a sigh of relief, thanking Lee Han Wardeness for surpassing their doubts and achieving great success. Even the White Tiger students have no choice but to acknowledge Lee Han's greatness, after the brave stunt he pulled. Before getting too happy, Lee asks everyone what they think will happen to Gainando and the other guy who got abducted by the bird. Just then, Lee hears the sounds of struggling in the nearby trees. Soon enough, both Gainando and Silverhair fall and are caught by the other students. As for the scared bird, it flies back to its master, Zed, who pets it, and finally agrees to head to the lecture field with it. Once she's ready, she jumps from the tall tree she was perched on, and lands with a stomp. She then introduces herself to the brats, who are as confused as anyone seeing a weirdo jump from a tree and say hi. Lee Han thinks about how strange it is for her to appear out of nowhere, and wonders if the earlier charade with the bird was orchestrated by her. Upon taking a closer look at her, Lee notices some familiarity between this woman and Yurgalem, and wonders if she's a relative of the professor. While convincing himself there's no way that's possible, the dwarf woman appears behind him and tells him he has a lot of potential. Lee Han gets the same feeling he had from Yurgalem during alchemy class a few weeks ago, and wonders if he's just experiencing déjà vu. While the other students wonder who this short woman is, Lee asks her if she's close to Professor Yurgalem. Zed smiles, surprised that he could figure her out after just a few minutes of interaction. Eventually, she tells Lee she's his aunt, and Lee immediately cautions himself not to stand out more than he already has in front of this eccentric-looking professor. Just when he thought he could stay under the radar, one of the doofuses from Blue Dragon Tower pats his back and informs the professor that Lee Han is Yurgalem's best pupil. Not only that, but the idiot also mentions that Lee gets invited to Yurgalem's cabin occasionally, something Lee desperately tries to stop him from saying. Upon hearing about Lee's familiarity with her nephew, Zed asks Lee to confirm if it's true. Switching his mission to at least making a good impression on the professor, Lee admits that the student is right. At that moment, the monster bird returns and lands, and Zed calls the student's attention to begin the lesson. For starters, she introduces herself as Light Spears Zedar, and explains that their real teacher, Professor Vendazol, went missing while searching for a unicorn, so she's filling in for him. Once she finishes her introduction, the glazing begins as the students recall all the remarkable things she's done in the past, like defeating Behemoth and exploring the Spirit's Crater, an achievement no one else has managed. To kick off the class, Zed asks the students to guess why she brought a Thunderbird to class. For context, the Thunderbird is a massive monster with aggressive tendencies and the ability to control lightning, thunder, and whirlwinds, hence its name. Lee racks his brain to figure out her reasoning, but then a student asks if the goal of the semester is for them to ride the Thunderbird. Zed laughs her arse off and tells them they wouldn't be able to ride such a monstrous bird even if they had a decade to try, so that's not the reason. She then asks Wardeness to take a guess. Lee suggests it's to see how they respond when they encounter a dangerous monster. Rowena scoffs at his lazy attempt, dismissing it as wrong, but to Lee's surprise, Zed confirms it's the correct answer. She finally understands why Yurgalem likes him. Moving on, she explains that there's no telling what types of dangers students might encounter while traveling, so they need proper training. Not to worry though, as she assures them the core of her class is simply riding. For now, they will head to the stables, with Wardenas managing the students and helping with future lessons. At this point, Lee has no choice but to accept his new reality. On the way to the stables, Zed explains that the horse is the most basic riding animal in the Empire, and says anyone who can't ride a horse will struggle to learn to ride anything else. To ride more difficult animals, they first need to master horse riding. As the lesson progresses, Lee notices his colleagues getting bored since they're already familiar with horse riding. At one point Zed pauses and smiles warmly at Lee, If there's one thing Lee knows about professors smiling, it's that they only do it when they have something evil in mind. Suspicious, he warns Yoner to be careful, suspecting the lesson won't just be about horse riding. When they arrive at Einregard's stable, Zed warmly welcomes them to check out the amazing horses housed there. The students admire the fine, pure-blooded horses and ask if they'll get to ride them. Zed replies that a good horse must be earned. She rummages through her bag, pulls out a cup of sticks, and instructs the students to draw one to determine the order for choosing their horses. After the draw, Gainando gets to pick first. However, when the other nobles complain about the foolish prince going first despite knowing nothing about horses, Gainando fires back with some derogatory remarks and rushes to pick one of the angriest horses in the stable. Yoner and Lee immediately notice the aggression in the horse's eyes, but Gainando ignorantly declares that a horse must be big and strong to be worthy of him. Thinking the horse is bowing to him, Gainando approaches to pet it, only to be whacked in the face by the horse's strong jaw. Within seconds, Gainando lands on the stable floor, bleeding from his nose and mouth. Thankfully, he'll survive. But the nobles he insulted earlier get the last laugh. One of them, thinking he knows how to pick a gentler horse, approaches a smaller, lighter one and pets it. Unfortunately for him, the horse bites his head, leaving him begging for help. Soon after, a student from White Tiger Tower begins bragging to the Blue Dragon students about their arrogance. However, as he attempts to control his horse, he ends up running around the stable, chased by the aggressive beast. Watching the chaos unfold, Lehan wonders why the horses are so aggressive over such minor provocations. After getting her fill of laughter, Zed finally speaks up. She reminds them that she told them to learn horse riding. She then gives them their first assignment: to become friends with the angry horses in the stable. Shortly afterward, the students start complaining about how harsh Zed is being, but she assures them that the horses will become friendly if they're treated with love and care. Their main goal for this lecture is to bond with a horse of their choosing. Lee takes another look at the horses and realizes they're definitely not normal. Something about them seems off, and he suspects Zed isn't telling them everything. However, before he can choose the gentlest-looking horse, Zed singles him out from the crowd and takes him to a special horse. Lee immediately falls in love with it. Zed explains that she couldn't give her nephew's favorite student just any horse, so she's chosen this one for him. At this point, the jealousy begins, with Ashan growing envious of Lee for receiving such favoritism. One of the White Tigers complains about Lee getting an easier horse, but Zed clarifies that although the horse she's giving Lee is a good one, it's also the most aggressive and difficult to tame in the stables. In her words, it's easier to tame a monster than to tame this behemoth of a horse. Lee is understandably devastated when he hears this. As Zed continues, Lee asks if there's any bonus for taking on the hardest task among his peers. Zed assures him he'll do just fine, reminding him that he handled the Thunderbird well earlier. With that said, Lee remembers why he hates being noticed, but he keeps a smile on his face until the class ends for the day. A few hours after the class, Zed forced Lee to take her to Yurgalem's cabin to see her favorite nephew again. When they arrive, Yurgalem, clearly distressed at seeing his aunt, sheepishly asks what she's doing there. Zed scolds him for his rudeness, reminding him that she's his aunt. Shaken, Yurgalem welcomes her properly, and Zed immediately invites herself in for a tour of his home. Once inside, Yurgalem asks Lee to explain, and Lee tells him he has no choice but to guide her there. Meanwhile, Zed begins complaining about how dirty and unkempt Yurgalem's cabin is, even suggesting that it's the reason he's still unmarried. Yurgalem knows this is just one of her mood swings, so he remains calm, waiting for an opportunity to shut her up. As she's about to inquire about his romantic life, Yurgalem swiftly changes the subject by declaring it's lunchtime, asking Lee if he's eaten yet. Lee, understanding the situation, says he's quite hungry. Yurgalem immediately sits him down and offers to prepare lunch for the three of them. Zed agrees that Lee, being a growing boy, shouldn't skip meals. To help out her misguided nephew, she insists on preparing some Eastern-style dishes for all of them. Yurgalem is about to object, mentioning he doesn't like Eastern cuisine, but one stern look from his aunt is enough to make him hold his tongue and act normal. While Zed prepares lunch, Yurgalem takes the chance to ask Lee how he's been. Before Lee can answer, something glowing in Yurgalem's robe catches his attention, and he asks about it. Lee remembers that's where his staff is, so he takes it out and shows it to Yurgalem. Yurgalem, sensing the spirit of the forest within the staff, asks Lee where he got it. Lee knows he can't admit that he found the oak tree spirit while trying to run away, so he tells them he coincidentally wandered into the forest, met the oak spirit, and coincidentally found the staff. Yurgalem and his aunt pretend to believe his story, but deep down, they know Lee was trying to run away. Yurgalem then asks if the oak spirit gave him a riddle, and Lee asks how he knew. Yurgalem explains that the spirit is well known for its annoying yet clever personality. Lee then wonders if the staff has some kind of special power, especially given how Yurgalem speaks as if the spirit is hidden inside the staff. After imagining the potential benefits, like invincibility, or the ability to use spiritual magic, Zed tells him that yes, the staff does have a special effect. It's great for farming. Lee is disappointed by her reply, having expected something far more exciting. However, since the staff came from a tree spirit, it makes sense that it would excel at tending to nature. Seeing Lee's reaction, Orgulum suggests that the staff will come in handy since Lee was already planning on starting a garden. Zed then asks Lee what he plans to grow, and he says anything edible. Hearing this, she offers to help and instructs him to come to her once he's done eating. After lunch, Zed takes Lee outside to plant some potatoes in the garden she made for him. She advises him that potatoes and sweet potatoes will be useful, and although it will take time until harvest, Lee will be grateful later. Lee agrees with her and tries to stay optimistic, as it's the right attitude for farming. As he plants the potatoes, Zed calls him over to check something out. Lee leaves the seedling he just planted, and once he's gone, something strange happens. The seedling grows larger, seemingly using some magic. When Lee finishes planting his seedlings, he returns to his dorm with a basket of ingredients and finds his colleagues starving, like their only ray of light in eternal darkness. Lee happily announces his presence, and everyone is glad to see him. When they spot the food basket, they eagerly ask about it. Having received a ton of ingredients thanks to Zed, Lee confirms it is indeed food. As usual, the praise begins, and everyone starts thanking Lee for being such a good friend. Judging by their expressions, Lee notices how much they've changed over the past few weeks. Almost like baby birds just waiting to be fed. Though he knows they're extremely hungry, he still tells them to be patient so he can prepare a delicious soup for them. After securing the space he needs, Lee begins cooking the soup with skill and precision, much to the amazement of his colleagues, who liken him to an experienced alchemist at work. About an hour later, after cooking, Lee tastes the soup and finds it absolutely delicious. He then tells everyone to bring their bowls, and the students quickly get to work. Moments later, he serves each of them a bowl of his vegan soup, which they eagerly dig into. As everyone enjoys the meal, one of the elven students approaches Lee to ask for a favor. After hearing the details, Lee prepares a bowl of soup and takes it to the princess's room. When he arrives, he knocks politely, and Ardenart opens the door, asking why he's there. Lee presents the soup he made earlier and urges her to try it. Surprised that he'd think of her at a time like this, Ardenart accepts the soup bowl and asks if it's truly for her. Lee reassures her that everyone else has already had their share, so she has no reason to worry. Touched by his thoughtfulness, Ardenart picks up a spoon and tastes the soup. Judging by her reaction, Lee guesses she must have been very hungry. After tasting it, Ardenart thanks Lee and promises to repay him for the favor before closing the door. Soon after, Lee heads back downstairs and finds the elf who requested the favor, alongside another student, both eager to hear how the princess reacted. Lee tells them she loves the food, and they are overjoyed, expressing gratitude for having someone like Lee around. The elf then asks Lee to continue delivering food to the princess in the future, and offers to pay him double the silver coins, just like earlier. Realizing how important the royal family is, Lee quickly agrees to help whenever they need him. In the afternoon, Lee attends his basic battle magic understanding class, with Bloody Greg as his professor, and continues trying to form circles with the Starstone Orb. After watching Lee fail repeatedly, Greg grows concerned. Although mentoring students isn't his duty, he realizes the potential loss if he lets go of someone with Lee's mana reserves. Clearing his throat, Greg asks Lee if he has any questions. Excited to finally get his attention, Lee asks Greg to explain what the training is all about. Confused, Greg asks if Lee has actually read the lecture description. Realizing his question might have been too basic, Lee rephrases it, asking how this training relates to battle. Greg pauses for a moment, making Lee anxious, then finally admits that the question is so obvious that he struggles to explain it simply. He picks up a pen and says he could kill Lee with just that pen. Startled, Lee grows uneasy at the ominous tone of Greg's example. Greg explains that mastering higher circle magic isn't as crucial in combat as understanding how to use simple tools effectively. He adds that rotating the Starstone sharpens Lee's wits and amplifies his projection magic. While drawing on the board, Greg elaborates that inexperienced mages often fail under the chaotic conditions of battle. Heat, noise, and bloodlust can overwhelm them, but a mage with solid fundamentals will thrive even in extreme situations. To prove his point, Greg throws the pen at Lee, causing a controlled explosion in the safest part of the room. Once the spell ends, Lee is shocked to see that nothing was damaged. He realizes Greg must have combined two spells to create this effect. Greg suddenly appears behind Lee, finishing his explanation. Amazed, Lee expresses his shock at how effortlessly Greg performed such powerful magic. Now that Greg has clarified the lesson, Lee confirms he's satisfied and thanks him. As Greg walks back to his seat, Lee finally starts seeing his teacher in a new light. Initially, he thought Greg was simply slacking off during lessons, but now he realizes that everything Greg has done holds some deeper meaning. With this new perspective, Lee concludes that there's more to gain from this class than just academic results. Encouraged, Lee tells Greg about his past experiences using low-level control magic to manage his mana, and how he failed to control it properly the last time he used it in the headmaster's office. Hearing this, Greg suggests that Lee might have more mana than he realizes. Lee agrees, noting that many others have told him the same. However, in his mind, Lee is impressed that Greg was able to recognize this so quickly, concluding that the professor might understand his mana problem. Anticipating a practical solution, Lee steps closer to Greg, subtly hinting for him to try something. Catching the cue, Greg tightly grips Lee's hand and uses a technique called mana drain. As the ominous purple miasma fills the room, Lee recognizes the spell as a high-circle magic used to absorb the mana of a target. A technique both powerful and dangerous. Shocked by Greg's recklessness, Lee begs him to stop, but Greg firmly tells him to stay still. As Greg taps into Lee's mana reserves, he becomes overwhelmed by the sheer amount of mana and collapses. Panicked, Lee asks if Greg is all right, and the professor quickly gets back up, assuring him that he's fine. Greg explains that he attempted to reduce Lee's mana to make it easier for him to control, but failed miserably because the mana exceeded his expectations. Greg elaborates that when someone has more mana than their vessels can handle, they naturally lose control and collapse under the pressure. Fortunately, as a seasoned professor at Einregard, Greg knows his limits and escapes unharmed. Still, Lee is left wondering just how much mana he holds if someone as skilled as Greg is overwhelmed. Accepting his situation, Lee remarks that there doesn't seem to be a way to solve his mana problem. Greg, however, assures him otherwise. He asks if Lee has ever tried using low-level control magic to send an object flying toward himself. When Lee says no, Greg explains that the key is instinct. He clarifies that while it may seem like Lee has lost control, his will and the object's will are inherently connected, and that connection can be controlled through instinct. Thinking back to a past incident, Lee realizes this explanation accounts for what happened that day. Greg emphasizes the power of instinct, noting that it can greatly enhance Lee's ability to control his mana. Encouraged by Greg's words, Lee begins to understand why Greg is considered an expert in magic control. With new methods like this, Lee feels hopeful about his potential. At this point, Greg picks up a few Spirit Star balls and tells Lee to get ready. Though confused, Lee listens as Greg explains that he'll be throwing the balls at him and expects Lee to use low-level control to defend himself. Before Lee can protest, Greg hurls one of the blue balls at his chin. Startled, Lee dodges on instinct, wondering why he ever enrolled in such a dangerous academy. After about an hour of this chaotic training, Greg takes a break and commends Lee for finally grasping the control techniques they discussed earlier. Exhausted, Lee thanks Greg for the lesson, though he silently questions his own judgment in trusting professors at this insane school. Amused, Greg helps Lee to his feet and modestly claims that Lee resolved the issue himself. Smiling faintly, Lee tells Greg not to flatter him. Once Lee regains his footing, Greg pulls out an iron ball the same size as the Spirit Star ball and asks Lee to try moving it using low-level control. As Greg tosses the iron ball, Lee uses his new staff to command it with his magic. Unsurprisingly, the ball obeys his will. To test Lee further, Greg orders him to guide the ball in specific directions, and Lee follows through successfully. Satisfied with Lee's progress, Greg suggests continuing training with the iron balls instead of the Spirit Star stones. When Lee mentions that he still can't draw a circle with the Star Stone, Greg urges him to apply the same technique he just used with the iron ball. Following the advice, Lee tries again and, to his surprise, finds it much easier to control and swirl the Spirit Star Stone. Seeing Lee's progress, Greg explains that powerful experiences like this directly improve a mage's growth. He adds that since the Star Stone is a support tool designed for unskilled mages, Lee no longer needs it. Instead, Greg instructs him to draw circles with the iron ball and promises more advanced trials as Lee's skills improve. Flabbergasted by all the jargon Greg just spouted, Lee remains silent. Greg, on the other hand, shares his perspective on the battlefield. There are two types of people: those who freeze up in danger and those who react quickly and powerfully. Based on today's training, Greg is convinced that Lee belongs to the latter group, meaning he has the potential to become a great battle mage. Having made this determination, Greg resolves to teach Lee more efficiently in future classes. Once Greg's class is over, the tired Lee Han joins Digiling in the yard and asks if she's had to wait for long. Digiling urges him not to worry as she doesn't wait too long. More importantly, she asks him to tell her what caused the gloomy look on his face, but then Lee tells her not to worry about him either. Moving on, she gives him the priest robe he asked her to get for him in their last meeting, and Lee thanks her right after collecting it. To thank her for helping him, Lee tries to give her some food he reserved for her. But then Digiling refuses to collect the delicious food, so she doesn't disrespect her Lord Pritzinga, who's suffering that instant. Lee figures it won't be that easy to help Digiling, so he comes up with a plan. In the meantime, Digiling tells him to give that food to someone who needs it, as just tea is sufficient for her. Lee then asks if he may make tea for her, citing that he's heard that priests usually prefer green tea or coffee that's not sweet at all. Unable to refuse his request, Digiling allows him to make tea for her, and Lee decides to make something very different. After setting up the fire, Bro concocts and decocts every ingredient available for his strange tea recipe, in an attempt to open her eyes to a new taste. When Digiling notices something fishy with Lee's signature tea-making technique, she gets up and demands to know what he's making. Lee remains calm and tells her the recipe he's using is a secret recipe from his family. He then asks if she has a problem with his family's recipe, and poor guilt-ridden Digiling says no, even when she's about to complain about the sugar he's putting in. Lee asks her again if she thinks his family's secret technique is wasteful. Digiling throws a cute little fuss and tries to exonerate herself from the manipulative Lee Han. Tired of getting guilt-tripped by this evil mastermind, Digiling stops bickering and tells Lee Han to just give her the tea once it's ready. Lee Han obviously appreciates her silence and pours her his special milk tea when it's done before urging her to try it. Digiling checks the tea out, unsure of what to expect, and then takes a sip out of it. Strangely enough, she finds the taste to be subtly sweet, a little spicy, and refreshing at most. In her words, it's a fascinating taste that she's never tasted before, and she likes it. Judging by the smile on her face after drinking the tea, Lee could tell his plan worked. Moving on to phase 2 of his plan, he immediately begins making the next tea. This time, however, he mixes sugar, nuts, cocoa powder, milk, and corn powder into boiling water to create a Wardena's special cocoa tea. Before tasting the second tea, Digiling notices the thickness and asks Lee if this is a soup. Well, Lee tells her it's a special tea that contains the traditions of his family. Digiling, who's heard enough, tells him to stop talking, and then tastes the tea. Upon noticing the look on her face, Lee gets sketchy and figures the taste must feel like she's being reborn in a whole new world of flavor. Using this method, Lee plans to fatten her up with drinks that aren't tea, but are similar to tea. When she's done sipping, Digiling appreciates the deliciousness of the tea, and Lee Han urges her to finish the remaining tea now that she's finished sipping and tasting it. Moving forward, he menacingly tells her to keep coming there at the promised time so they can have their tea sessions more often. Digiling tells him to stop talking like a villain before agreeing and thanking him for the tea. As soon as their tea meeting is over, the two part ways to get to their various towers. By nightfall, Lee Han puts on the priest's robe Digiling gave him earlier and hides in a corner till all the students are inside their towers and the curfew begins. Once he's sure everyone's safely back inside their towers, Lee decides to head off into his POIs in the middle of the night, under the pretense of praying as, to everyone who sees him, he's just a young priest who's full of faith. Anyway, when he gets to the entrance of the school's main building, Lee cautions himself to keep on his toes to avoid any traps that might be lurking around. Fortunately for him, nothing much happened on the first floor of the building as he expected. After a quick recollection of the admission ceremony with the headmaster, Lee decides to take a look at places he hasn't gone to first. Soon after rummaging around for a few minutes, he catches another person sneaking around the same space. Initially, he thought the person was a professor, but after another look, he realizes that the intruder is a Black Turtle Tower student. After observing a little longer, Lee realizes the student isn't emitting any noticeable presence while moving, and deduces that it's due to his trained footwork. Mice beastmen are typically ostracized in the Empire because of stereotypes labeling them as thieves or vagrants. However, this one seems different, with his intentions appearing clear. Recognizing that their objectives might align, Lee stealthily approaches the unsuspecting mouseman, presses a wooden stake against his neck, and warns him not to make any noise if he wants to live. The startled mouse student freezes and turns to see the smiling face of the man who just scared him out of his wits. Lee's intimidating introduction was necessary to ensure cooperation and avoid discovery. Now that the tension has eased, the beastman expresses his shock, admitting he initially mistook Lee for a professor. Relieved to learn that Lee is just another student, he calms down. Lee apologizes for the scare and properly introduces himself, asking for the best man's name. The mouseman from the Black Turtle Tower introduces himself as Ratford, a professional thief affiliated with the White Crow Group. Ratford explains that, although his fellow students don't openly ostracize him, he can feel they avoid him. To prove his worth to his tower, he decided to locate the school's storage room for daily necessities. After a long search, he finally found the door to the storage room. As for the key he holds, Ratford reveals he crafted it using the tricks he learned from his group before arriving at the school. Impressed by Ratford's resourcefulness, Lee examines the key and commends him for his skill. Ratford admits it took him sacrificing all his rest time to make the key. Otherwise, he'd still be stuck at square one. Now that Lee knows more about Ratford, Ratford turns the tables and asks who Lee really is. Judging by Lee's physique and confident demeanor, Ratford guesses he must be from the Tiger Tower. Lee chuckles and reveals he's actually Lee Han Wardenus from the Blue Dragon Tower. Hearing the name Wardenus, Radford is understandably alarmed. Lee reassures him not to be scared and proposes they work together, arguing it's better than moving alone. Radford hesitates, skeptical about collaborating with someone of such high status. However, Lee points out that they're already working together at that moment. Reluctantly, Radford agrees, and Lee urges him to hurry up to avoid wasting time. Lee asks if Radford has managed to open the storage room door yet. Radford replies that he hasn't, suspecting the door is protected by magic. Lee studies the keyhole pattern and asks Radford to step aside. Pulling a shiny key from his robe, Lee inserts it into the lock and, to Radford's astonishment, successfully opens the door. Dumbfounded, Radford asks where Lee got the key. Lee explains he stole it from the headmaster's drawer during an after-class event in the headmaster's hall with Ashan weeks ago. Although he hadn't mentioned the key to Ashan, Lee had also found a message from the headmaster at the time. It hadn't occurred to him then that the key would be useful now. With the door open, Lee warns Radford that traps are likely ahead. Radford cautiously opens the door, revealing a pathway leading underground. Unfazed, Lee urges him to proceed, but Radford's sharp ears pick up strange sounds below. He asks Lee to wait while he investigates. After listening carefully, Radford reports hearing voices, almost as if people are working underground. Lee deduces that this must be how external supplies are transported into the school. The school has likely been using secret underground tunnels for years to discreetly deliver goods. Lee tells Radford they need to move quickly to explore the area before dawn. Radford hesitates, questioning the wisdom of the idea, but Lee ignores him and starts descending the stairs. Radford reluctantly follows. As they descend, Radford complains about the thick darkness engulfing the stairwell and tries to create light. Lee stops him, cautioning against drawing attention to themselves. Since the headmaster hid this place, Lee reasons it's only natural he would make it difficult to navigate. Radford acknowledges Lee's point, but can't help wondering who this clever companion is. Radford recalls rumors from his tower about a student who overshadowed the prince and princess with his power and charisma. The same student supposedly subdued a thunderbird with a single spell, and is said to be the Blue Dragon Tower's strongest member. Could those rumors be true? Radford wonders. Lee notices Radford dawdling and urges him to keep up. When they finally reach the basement, Lee suspects the floor itself is the storage facility, and advises Radford to proceed carefully. However, as soon as they step out of their hiding spot, the room suddenly lights up, flames spreading all around them. Confused and alarmed, Lee finds himself at a loss for what to do next. As Lee tries to figure out why the candles were suddenly lit, he hears unfamiliar footsteps approaching. Wondering if the person is the keeper of the storage, Lee keeps his movements quiet, so he can observe the visitor before acting. To his surprise, the visitor stops by a large shelf of provisions, and starts counting the newly delivered items to the school's storage room. Realizing the school is strict about keeping their inventory airtight, Lee knows he needs to leave before they get caught. Just as he tries to keep Radford from panicking, the visitor approaches and demands they reveal their identities. Lee freezes, unsure of what to do, but eventually calms himself to handle the situation. For a moment, he considers using light magic to blind the visitor and escape, but when he looks at the visitor's face, he realizes the man has no eyes. For context, it's said that when someone loses a certain sense, another sense develops to compensate. Even if that's true, it should be impossible for the visitor to find Lee and Radford, as they made no noise and hid in a place filled with other scents, making it difficult for him to detect their scent alone. While Lee wonders how this weirdo found them, it's revealed that although the man can't see, he has a special ability that helps him sense mana-filled creatures in the 3D space around him. Having detected 2 desperate mana sources, he focuses on Lee's enormous mana and tries to measure it. As expected, he experiences the same strange effect that hit Greg when he tried using the mana drain on Lee during their last class. Since the visitor can't see their faces, he assumes the owner of this vast mana reserve is the headmaster. He apologizes to Lee, thinking he's the headmaster, and returns to his work. After he leaves, Lee is even more confused that he walked away without asking further questions. Now to address the elephant in the room. Why did the visitor mention the headmaster? Did he mistake Lee for the headmaster? With no clear answers, Lee shifts his thoughts to what the visitor meant by amount of mana earlier. Radford, finally finding the courage to speak, asks Lee what just happened. Lee explains that the man detected them via their mana and confirms that this academy is indeed a tough place. Thankfully, the situation is resolved for now, so he pats Radford on the back and urges him to keep moving. As they leave the storage room, Lee warns Radford not to touch anything on the shelves, as they have someone tracking the inventory. For now, they plan to find the passageway these items came through and follow it outside. Moments later, Radford's keen ears pick up movement from all directions, and he informs Lee. Lee compliments him on how well he's adapting, despite it being his first time in the underground space, and Ratford thanks him for the praise. As they head toward the source of the movement, Lee asks why Ratford has been speaking so formally. Ratford brushes it off, telling Lee to focus on the mission since they're almost there. After running for a few more meters, they reach a dead end. Ratford is devastated and starts doubting his senses. Lee, however, suspects there's more to this dead end than meets the eye. He spots a slightly different brick in one of the nearby walls, and guesses it's the key to unlocking the path beyond the dead end. His intuition comes from the knowledge he gained through stories from his family. Unlike Ratford, who has only known a life of theft, Lee presses the brick inward, and the wall blocking their path opens. Judging by the brightness and size of the newly revealed path, Ratford assumes this must be the passage leading outside. He stares at Lee, confused, wondering how he knew what to do. Maybe it's because he's a wardeness? While Ratford continues marveling at Lee's abilities, Lee is overwhelmed with excitement, knowing he's finally found a way to escape this hellish school. All the weeks of suffering finally make sense now that he's found the escape path. Without hesitation, he urges Ratford to move quickly, and Ratford happily follows. After walking a bit further, they finally encounter the workers of Einregard. Now, there are a few rules for the workers of Einregard. They must never speak of what they see or initiate conversations. They aren't allowed to question anyone coming from the passageway, even if they're a priest or a student who just emerged. Moments after revealing themselves, Lee tells Ratford that the workers seem strangely disinterested in them, but Ratford suggests maybe they didn't even notice them. In any case, Lee figures they don't need to worry about the workers being suspicious. He walks up to one of the carriage handlers and asks if they can leave by riding the horse carriage. Since the workers are almost done, one of them invites Lee and Ratford to get inside and rest. Once they're comfortably seated and the carriage starts moving, Lee reminds himself to stay calm, as everything has gone smoothly so far. His only concern is Ratford's intense staring, which is making him uncomfortable. With no one speaking, Lee starts to wonder if the world outside is even tougher than he thought. Einregard, being a symbol of the Empire and the Mages, undoubtedly has many enemies lurking in the shadows. Not only do political forces gather there, but many important items also come and go. Lee figures all of this must be why the workers seem so anxious, though he's still not convinced about the part where they trap students inside and refuse to let them out. Once the carriage finally exits the academy grounds, it suddenly stops, and Lee wonders why. When he peeks out to investigate, he sees someone he never expected to encounter. As it turns out, Professor Garcia is standing just a few meters away from their carriage, talking and sorting things out with the handler. Lee wonders if she has already caught him, but then again, he figures that can't be the case. Just then, Ratford, his voice shaky, tells Lee that there's a professor right outside their carriage. Lee quickly ducks back inside, making sure Ratford stays silent, as he doesn't believe she knows they're there yet. For now, he tells Ratford to get his act together and quietly observe the situation with him. After calming Ratford down, Lee focuses on figuring out why she's there so late at night. It turns out the headmaster tasked her earlier with delivering an artifact to the Imperial officials outside the academy. Before handing over the artifact, Garcia opens it and sighs, complaining about how troublesome it is to pass off artifacts every damn time. Before long, she turns to the other handlers and flashes them a smile, one that utterly terrifies them. Their reactions break her heart, as all she's trying to do is be friendly. Just then, one of the rabbit beastmen picks up a warning signal coming from a few carriages down. Immediately, he arms himself and urges his partner to do the same. Initially, Garcia assumes they are reacting to her smile, but the rabbit beastman quickly clarifies that he's hearing emergency warning sounds from the vanguard up ahead. Garcia instantly shifts to high alert, preparing to fight whatever is coming. Meanwhile, the head of the vanguard orders the disguised imposters causing the commotion to reveal their identities, warning them that this is their last chance. In response, the imposters lie, claiming to be merchants passing through. Knowing full well that they are lying, the vanguard leader calls them out and even points out the hidden weapons on their backs. Realizing they've been exposed, the imposters commend the academy's porters for being sharp, and while removing their disguises, ask if they are combat mercenaries or soldiers. Ignoring them, the vanguard leader orders his team into formation, and commands the archers to fire crossbow rounds at the imposters. However, the imposters quickly erect a defensive barrier, blocking the incoming arrows. One of them chuckles, mocking the vanguard for thinking they weren't prepared. The soldiers, seeing how effortlessly they blocked the attack, realize these aren't ordinary bandits, and demand they reveal who they really are. At that moment, the lead imposter calls the vanguard fools for helping mages who are bringing the empire to ruin. He gives them a chance to drop their weapons and surrender, claiming they can still save the empire. That's when the vanguard soldiers finally understand. They are dealing with the anti-magic group, an extremist faction that rejects magic and spreads terror. As the enemy leader's patience runs out, he and his minions leap toward the vanguard, vowing to execute them in the name of the Twilight Dawn Squad. Thankfully, before the bloodthirsty bastards can reach the soldiers, Garcia erects a barrier of order, blocking their path. The imposters immediately attempt to break through but fail. Seeing Garcia's intervention, the vanguard soldiers begin praising her, but she knows the barrier is only a temporary solution. After all, the Twilight Dawn Squad is infamous for killing mages, and unless someone is a combat mage, it's nearly impossible to last long against them. Since she isn't one, the only thing she can do is send magic messenger birds to the academy for reinforcements, while holding off the attackers until the headmaster arrives. Shortly after the barrier is erected, the enemy leader orders his men to bring it down. One of the imposters pulls out a large, glowing golden-black orb, places it in front of the barrier, and uses it to suck the barrier out of existence. With her precious barrier of order gone, Garcia panics, realizing her mana is being dispersed. When one of the vanguard soldiers asks her what the hell is happening, she simply tells him that magic isn't omnipotent. While there are many ways to counter magic, it's rare to see an object that absorbs mana over such a wide range. The soldier then spots the strange orb in the enemy's hands and asks Garcia what it is. She immediately recognizes it as an ancient relic. Shocked, the soldier asks if she's saying that a treasure rarely found in ruins and dungeons is in the hands of these criminals. Without answering, Garcia watches in horror as the relic continues sucking out all the mana she tries to gather, preventing her from casting spells. As she desperately thinks of a solution, she fails to notice an enemy sneaking up behind her. The moment he gets close enough, he lunges at her with deadly force, declaring it's time for heavenly punishment. Garcia panics, struggling to comprehend how he got behind her so quickly. Just as he's about to land a finishing blow, something strikes him in the head, knocking him out instantly. In the aftermath, Garcia and a dwarf vanguard soldier stare in confusion, unable to comprehend why the man suddenly collapsed. To them, it seems as if he fainted on his own. What they don't know is that Lee is right there with them, completely invisible. After scanning the area to make sure no one else is lurking nearby, Lee concludes that, for now, the coast is clear. 10 minutes before he attacked the assassin, when the chaos truly began, Lee initially thought the commotion outside was all part of the headmaster's trap. Ratford, scared as usual, asked Lee what they should do, and Lee told him to hide and do something unrevealed while he was at it. When Ratford asks what Lee plans to do, Lee assures him that he has his plan, so there's no need to worry. In his mind, Lee knows the anti-magic organization, the Twilight Dawn Squad, will pose a bigger problem in the future, especially if he doesn't help stop them now. To prevent that, he activates the invisibility spell on his cursed belt and rushes to the battle scene to help out however he can. Moments after knocking out the bastard who tried to kill Garcia, Lee remains invisible, leaving Garcia and the dwarf vanguard warrior wondering what just happened. Soon after, he calls out to the professor, telling her who he is. When she asks where he is, he explains that he's using invisibility magic. Since there's no time for idle chatter, Lee asks Garcia for orders. Garcia knows this is the time for action, so she orders everyone to hold their weapons and stand guard. She's already requested reinforcements from the academy, and they'll arrive soon. But until then, she tells Lee to stay hidden. Around that time, the archers fire another round of arrows, but unfortunately, it doesn't help much. With the attackers charging from all sides, Garcia instructs her men to hide and avoid getting injured. As the enemy skillfully deflects and counters the arrows, Lee is shocked at how extraordinary their movements are. He's sure they're all martial arts masters who need a good beating. Lee asks Garcia why she isn't using any magic, and she explains that her mana was absorbed by an ancient relic. After a moment of thought, she asks how Lee is still able to maintain his invisibility. Before he answers, Garcia figures it out herself. If she's correct, Lee's mana is endless, like the sea. This is a huge advantage for her, so she asks him to lend her some mana. Lee willingly gives her a large amount of his mana, allowing her to regain her power. With this new strength, she summons Petra's indestructible spear, which Lee sees as powerful magic, and uses the devastating power of the spear to crack the glowing golden ball that the enemy calls an ancient artifact. The resulting explosion is so loud and bright that even the enemy retreats momentarily to escape the blast radius. As Garcia starts to feel her mana returning, she tells Lee to step back so she can handle the rest. For her next attack, she summons the flesh-eating lightning wolf to devour the enemies, sending them running to avoid being electrocuted. While the attack unfolds, Lee senses something off with Garcia's mana. Although faint, it seems her mana is still flowing elsewhere. After investigating further, Lee realizes the relic is still active, slowly draining Garcia's mana. He immediately informs her, causing her to become distracted. At that moment, the enemy fighters who had ambushed her earlier surrounded her and lunged, trying to prevent her from launching another attack. Garcia realizes they must have gotten close while she was focused on the relic, but now, she's running out of time and needs a miracle to save herself from their blades. Just as she's about to give up, Li, still invisible, hits one of them in the head with his staff, leaving the others wondering why their comrade fell despite nothing being around. The enemy leader quickly steps in, instructing his men to calm down, suspecting there's someone among them using invisibility magic. He sprinkles dust in Li's direction, disorienting him slightly. Once he recovers, Li realizes just how incredibly skilled these enemies are. They manage to react to an invisible threat so quickly. He also notices that the enemy leader's energy is far stronger than the rest of the group. Knowing this, Li can't let the leader reach the professor, or they'll be in big trouble. To enact his plan, Li deactivates his invisibility spell, revealing himself to the enemy. Seeing that the one causing trouble is just a kid, the enemy soldiers are appalled. To regain their honor, they all vow to teach Li a lesson for interfering. In response, Li calmly tells them he'd never choose to fight them head-on, knowing that would be a losing battle. With that said, he races toward the relic to destroy it, causing most of the soldiers to chase after him. Knowing it's too dangerous to face them directly, Li activates his invisibility spell once again, disappearing into the night. Seeing this, the leader instructs his men to let him handle Li while they join the group attacking the troll mage. Realizing the leader is now after him, Li focuses on keeping his mind calm so he can finish this quickly. To slow the leader down, Li pulls out the iron balls from Greg's class and fires them at the enemy squad. The iron balls knock out a few of them, prompting the leader to warn the others to be cautious, as Li seems to be using hidden weapons. He also tells them not to underestimate the combat mage just because he's a kid. They should go all out. At this point, Li realizes how different this situation is from the lessons he's used to. It almost feels like his brain is burning from the intensity. But he knows he has to focus. Any lapse in concentration could cost him his life. To keep himself steady, Li reminds himself to follow a rhythm. Shoot out the iron ball, retrieve it, rotate, and repeat. However, as he overthinks his actions, he experiences a sharp pain in his head, followed by a sudden nosebleed. With the enemy still hot on his trail, Li Han wonders if the nosebleed he had earlier was caused by insufficient mana. However, after considering his abundant mana, he realizes that's not the case. He then questions whether the bleeding was a result of overworking his mind. With no clear answers, Li decides he can't let this charade with the enemy drag on any longer, especially now that the relic has fully activated again. For now, he needs to stop them from moving. To do this, he infuses his metal balls with magic again, and sends them toward the enemy leader. To his surprise, the leader slices the metal balls in half and catches a whiff of Li's blood nearby. Although Li is still invisible throughout the fight, the leader orders his men to follow the scent of blood heading toward the relic. As the soldiers charge toward his supposed location, Li, now close to the relic, abandons his mission to destroy it. He picks up a wounded soldier's sword and makes a preemptive strike on one of the smaller foes. Thankfully, he manages to land a successful blow, injuring one of the enemies. However, the leader immediately recognizes the wound as being caused by a sword. While he wonders if Li Han has changed weapons, two of his men alert everyone on the battlefield that someone is nearby. To avoid being struck by the invisible mage, one of the enemies sprinkles something called glittering dust around the relic. Li barely dodges the dust by a hair's breadth, but some blood from his nosebleed touches the dust, making it visible. Li takes note of this effect. Just as he's about to give up on destroying the relic, Li Han remembers something and decides to use it against the enemy. Since he needs time to prepare, he vanishes again. Moments later, the enemy forces notice a trail of Li's blood staining the ground. Upon hearing this, the leader instructs them to deal with the mage calmly. However, as he follows the scent of blood again, the leader realizes that it has now mixed, which concerns him. Soon after, they hear sounds around them, and the leader quickly calls the group to order, knowing Li is nearby. Seconds after they form up, Li strikes down two of their core members in one attack. The leader takes note of Li's incredible judgment, impressed that, despite being cornered, Li chose to hide among the injured to catch them off guard. It's been a while since the leader encountered someone like this, and he's excited to meet another fighter as clever as he is finally. Someone he can face without holding back. Before engaging Li, the leader picks up his sword, removes his mask to reveal his face, and introduces himself as Garaxi, or Gara for short. After the pleasantries, he assures Li that he'll take him seriously from this point on. He then advises Li not to think he has fully concealed himself with petty magic, as there are other ways to track him. To test the leader's claim, Li Han tries to attack the man's blind spot. However, to his surprise, the leader matches his movements, blocking the attack with ease. As Li wonders how he was able to pinpoint his location, the leader reiterates that other things give him away. He explains that Li's trembling breath is far too loud to ignore, and relying solely on the scent of living things would be foolish. To make matters worse, the leader thanks Li for cutting down his men, as it has made his breathing even easier to hear. Claiming he'll end things quickly, the leader activates a martial arts technique similar to Mind's sword, and attacks Lee with everything he has. Although Lee knows he's doomed if one of those swords reaches him, he does his best to stay calm and dodge as many strikes as possible. After successfully avoiding all of them, Lee realizes how much trouble he'd be in if he were even a step closer. Reflecting on the fight, he admits the man's swordsmanship is leagues above his own. To think he's struggling to defend against someone who can't even see him proves the leader's earlier statement. As Lee adjusts for his next move, the leader lunges at him with glowing eyes and swings his veiny sword. Fortunately, Lee blocks the strike, but the force of the blow sends him flying, landing on his back. Lying on the ground, he realizes just how dangerous real-life combat truly is. He even wonders if this man has reached the level of aura mastery that Arlalong mentioned when Lee was younger. At this point, the leader taunts Lee, saying he can still hear the fear in his breaths. Pointing his sword at Lee's throat, he wonders what kind of terrified expression Lee must have at that moment. Realizing he could die at any second, Lee refuses to accept his fate. He recalls something Arlalong once told him about trained swordsmen infusing their weapons with mana. Since Lee is skilled in magic, he decides to try infusing his sword with some of his excess mana. As soon as he begins the process, his sword starts glowing a bright sky blue color. Lee attacks his enemy, who blocks the strike swiftly. Seeing this, the leader is skeptical, struggling to believe what he's witnessing. It turns out that Li Han has just made history as the youngest mage ever to infuse this much mana into his sword. Since his mana reserves are overflowing, he figures he might as well pour it all into his blade. Shortly after infusing his sword with mana, Li Han unleashes such a powerful force that it sends the Twilight Dawn Squad leader, Gaara, flying several feet back, injuring him severely. Blood spurts from Gaara's mouth as he struggles to comprehend how a single sword swing could have such a devastating impact. Lying on the ground, he curses the first-year brat, Li Han, and decides that he must kill him as he refuses to go down in history as the man who was defeated by a mere first-year student. Meanwhile, Li Han struggles to get up but realizes to his horror that he can't move. As he tries to understand why, he considers the possibility that this is the side effect of forcefully expelling a massive amount of mana all at once. With the little strength he has left, he glances at Gaara, who is slowly rising, preparing to strike. Once Gaara regains his footing, he lunges at Li Han with a furious cry of, "Die!" intent on finishing him off. Just when Li Han's immobile body is about to give in to despair, disaster strikes Gaara. His body betrays him in mid-air. He suddenly coughs up another mouthful of blood, and before he knows it, he collapses to the ground unconscious. Lee, equally confused and relieved, watches in astonishment as the man falls right in front of him. Grateful that his mana-infused attack had worked, Lee lies motionless on the ground, exhausted but thrilled to have survived his most terrifying battle yet. Before he can celebrate, his thoughts drift to Professor Garcia, and he hopes she is safe. A second later, he hears Garcia rushing toward him, calling out his name. She finds him lying on the ground and immediately checks on him to ensure he's unharmed. While Garcia fusses over his injuries, Lee is surprised to see her acting as if her life wasn't in danger just moments ago. Curious, he glances toward the battlefield and finds the gruesome remains of the enemies who dared to challenge her. Realizing there was never any reason to worry about her in the first place, he lets out a weak chuckle. Once she confirms he's stable, Garcia reassures him that their strongest reinforcement is already on his way. Seconds later, the headmaster, Osu Gonadaltes, appears, and for the first time, Li Han feels a sense of relief at seeing the green skeleton. Knowing he's finally safe, he succumbs to exhaustion and passes out in Garcia's arms. She carefully places him on a mobile bed in one of the carriages, while the Academy's mercenaries begin cleaning up the battlefield. Turning to Garcia, the headmaster apologizes for putting her in such danger, admitting that he should have anticipated the Twilight Dawn Squad's ambush. Garcia, however, reassures him that it wasn't his fault. At that moment, Bloody Greg arrives and immediately confronts the headmaster, calling him negligent for not foreseeing this attack. The headmaster, irritated, orders Greg to be quiet and instead instructs him to identify one of the captured men. Greg, noticing the diversion but playing along, identifies Garrixe, or Gaara, as the leader of the enemy squad. He explains that Gaara is highly influential in his guild, and has earned the infamous title of Magic Killer for his combat expertise. Realizing that Gaara is still alive, the headmaster restrains him but then notices something peculiar, which is the battlefield. Scattered across it are Li Han's metal balls, a fighting style completely different from that of mercenaries. Piecing it all together, the headmaster starts to suspect that Li Han may have single-handedly taken down these enemies. Stunned by the possibility, he begins to wonder just what kind of monster the ward and his family has raised. Garcia, sensing the headmaster's thoughts, explains how instrumental Lee was in making the battle far less dangerous than it could have been. She then pleads with the headmaster to let him off the hook this time. Contemplating her words, the headmaster acknowledges how insane it is for a new student to wield such combat prowess. He finally concludes that Lee Han possesses extraordinary talent in magic combat. From the reports of the mercenaries, it's clear that magic wasn't the only skill Lee used. Intrigued, the headmaster makes an unexpected announcement. He wants Lee Han to enter a single succession contract with him, meaning he intends to personally pass down all his combat knowledge to Lee alone. Garcia immediately warns him that the Emperor won't take kindly to this decision. However, the headmaster simply cites the Academy's rule of equal treatment for all students, and decides to hold off for now. He knows there will be plenty of future opportunities to mentor Lee Han. Unbeknownst to them, at that very moment, Lee Han is trapped in a nightmare. While ignoring that, the headmaster summons tiny versions of himself, and under the cover of darkness, they begin cleaning up the battlefield. He also ensures the mercenaries are handsomely compensated for their work. Finally, before they get to work, he orders them to retrieve the ancient relic that had drained Garcia's magic, and his minions get to work. Soon after, the headmaster turns to Bloody Greg, who's still at the battlefield, observing the gruesome state of some of the fallen enemies, and curiously asks him to explain what he's doing. Greg raises his head and tells the headmaster that he's only trying to inspect the strange postures of the few invaders, as he finds it weird that an attack would leave some of them with half their bodies buried underground. The headmaster concurs with Greg's opinions on their strange postures, but then asks him if they were also beaten up by Lee Han Wardeness, wondering if the guy's even human to be able to use magic at such an insane level. Well, after a little silence, Garcia fesses up and tells them she was the one who beat the shit out of those guys in such a gruesome manner. In her words, she just punched them with her troll hands, and didn't expect them to be in such a state. Now that makes sense. Anyway, after clearing the scene up, everyone, including Ratford and Wardeness, is taken back to the academy before the break of dawn. As the sun's about to rise, Lee Han wakes up on a soft and warm bed with fancy bed covers in a weird room, wondering if this is how it feels to be taken care of. Once he's wide awake, he glances around the room and soon gets startled by the headmaster's big skeletal skull, who asks if he's already awake. In response to the headmaster's sudden appearance, Lee Han jerks up and screams in fear, wondering why the headmaster is right in front of him. Just as he starts to worry about where he's at, Garcia assures him that it's all okay before moving to talk about the shock he must have had from the ambush the previous night. After commending Lee Han for doing a great job saving everybody's arse, Lee Han finally calms down as he now remembers the professors arriving on the battlefield right before he passed out. Shortly afterward, the headmaster tells him he did amazing, and Lee thanks him for the kind words, all while wondering if these creepy people are just going to smooth off the fact that he tried escaping the school under their noses. Although he indeed helped the professors, there's still the fact that he tried to escape the school premises. Just when he thought he was in the clear, the headmaster tells him he hasn't forgotten that he tried to escape the school grounds. Lee Han covers his face in shame. But then Garcia apologizes to him for putting herself in a position where he had to come help her out. Moving on, the headmaster asks him to explain how he got through the underground storage pathway. With no response given, the headmaster asks if Lee Han stole one of those keys he purposely left lying around. By this time, Lee Han realizes it was a trap all along. As he keeps his silence, the headmaster then asks him if he had any trouble getting the storage keeper off his tail. For the first time since the questioning began, Lee Han tells him he doesn't know what he's talking about. The headmaster, knowing Lee's playing dumb, promises him that he won't be able to use that same route ever again. Lee's internal self bursts out in tears, but he keeps his shit together. Soon after another brief pause, the headmaster gets emotional and calls Lee Han's full name before genuinely thanking him for his brave act of fighting against the Twilight Dawn Squad to protect the workers and professors. As a token of his gratitude, the headmaster gifts Lee Han the renowned sword, Morning Star. Upon investigating the sword's structure a little, Lee soon recognizes it to be a sword of the Twilight Dawn Squad. He asks the headmaster, wondering if it's okay to give this to a student. But just then, the headmaster gives him another precious gift. Lee checks it out and soon realizes that it's a freaking outing permit. His face immediately turns red from happiness as he starts thinking of the devious things he could do with this new power. Without wasting any time, he bows and thanks the headmaster for this reward, promising to do his best to serve him. Once they're past that, the headmaster asks how his body's feeling, and Lee says there's no problem at all since he's doing just fine. Realizing that Lee's back to normal, the headmaster announces that it's time for his punishment. This time, he's not being punished for trying to leave but for getting caught. At this point, Lee's about had it with this piece of shit headmaster. What was he supposed to do? Let Garcia face those bozos all alone and risk dying? Well, the headmaster ignores his polite tantrums and checks the window to make sure the sun's rising. Once he's sure it is, he tells Lee that his punishment is to think of another way to escape the punishment room before the next sunrise, so he can be fully exonerated. Fast forward to a few hours later, and Lee's seen locked up in a punishment room by the weird man. Judging by the living conditions of the cell he's in, It doesn't look that different from the dorms. And more importantly, it's certainly more comfy than his post-grad days. Knowing this, Lee slams himself on the mattress and rests easily. Seconds later, one of the headmaster's skeletons shows up by his cell door, calls his name, and drops a food basket of goodies once Lee opens up for him. Confused, Lee wonders if his punishment food is that great, but inside, he knows the headmaster can't be that considerate, so something's wrong. Just then, the skeleton confirms Lee Han's suspicions, informing him that the food basket is a gift from Professor Garcia to apologize for causing him so much trouble. When Lee asks him to thank the professor, the skeleton angrily tosses the food items from the basket at Lee and leaves him in the punishment room. Food scattered everywhere. Eventually, Lee cleans it all up and makes himself a decent meal. After eating and sipping his tea, Lee reflects on his fierce fight against Garriksei. Remembering how dangerous the encounter was, he considers himself lucky to have survived. Had it not been for Greg's combat lessons, the impossible might have happened, and they'd be holding a funeral for him. On top of that, he realizes he's now able to make a perfect circle with his metal balls, showing his progress in Greg's teachings. In the end, Lee validates Professor Greg's words about learning faster and better in extreme situations. But he's not thrilled that he had to nearly die to understand what Greg meant. Resting his head on the table, Lee admits he was just lucky this time, and cautions himself to be more careful when using mana in the future. If he doesn't, he might end up dying ridiculously and becoming the laughingstock of the entire school. Tired of his self-reflection, Lee raises his head and looks for something fun to do in the punishment room. After scanning the room, he notices the suspicious book the headmaster gave him before his punishment, and recalls the headmaster saying it would keep him busy. Lee becomes unsure of what to do with the book, suspecting it could either be a trap or a gift. His inner voice battles over whether to read it or not. His devilish side says the headmaster's book is a gift, while his cautious side warns him it's likely a trap. Thinking it over, Lee remembers that the headmaster is technically an undead being, not human, so it's probably a trap. However, just as he's about to look away, the book opens on its own, and, in a flash, the words start ripping themselves from the pages via magic and attaching to Lee Han's head. Moments later, Lee feels knowledge flooding into his mind, leaving him wondering what the headmaster is trying to teach him. The headmaster's skull face soon appears before him, ordering Lee to say the name of the magic he's now thinking of. Confused, Lee struggles to understand the headmaster's cryptic instructions, but one phrase suddenly pops into his mind. He blurts out, "Arrogant steps of Ganadal Tess." Upon hearing this, the headmaster grins, pleased that Lee Han guessed correctly. After the familiar green skull disappears, Lee finds himself suspended in mid-air, his chair and book slamming down onto the floor and table, respectively. He too drops onto the ground, left sitting in disbelief, wondering if the headmaster put a spell on the book. Tired of overthinking the situation, Lee lies down, smiling at how unpredictable his life has become. Although he can't use the new knowledge right away, he finds it fascinating that magic can be learned so quickly. As he munches on an apple from the basket, Lee muses over the headmaster's antics and assumes there isn't any deeper reason for what happened. Lee remains unaware that the headmaster wanted to teach him personally, but was opposed by the other professors. Nevertheless, Lee Han refuses to stress over the details and continues staring at the ceiling. Suddenly he hears a faint tapping from the adjacent punishment room. Curious, he wonders if he imagined it. When the tapping repeats, he realizes someone is hitting the wall and wonders if there's someone next door. After a brief pause, the person asks what grade Lee Han is in. Lee replies that he's a first-year student, and the person responds by saying he must be working hard. When the stranger introduces himself as Gold, Lee's eyes widen in shock, recognizing the nickname used by fourth-year students. Startled, Lee nervously greets him, wondering why a fourth-year student is in the punishment room. If he remembers correctly, fourth years are allowed to move freely off campus. So why would a senior end up in the punishment room? Lee's curiosity and tension grow as the conversation continues. Before judging the poor fella, Lee Han considers his own situation and realizes he's in no position to talk about anyone else. So, when the guy asks how he ended up in the punishment room, Lee admits that he got caught trying to sneak out of the academy. Surprised by his response, the fourth-year student comments on how this new batch of students is acting much faster than previous ones. However, Lee cuts the small talk and formally asks the kind sir to explain how he ended up in the punishment room. Feeling a bit cringed out by Lee's overly polite tone, the fourth-year student tells him to speak casually since they're all just mages after all. Adjusting his tone, Lee asks again why he's in the punishment room. The fourth-year student, now intrigued by Lee's personality, answers his question, explaining that he was punished for failing a test. Shocked, Lee asks if the punishment isn't too harsh for such a minor offense, but the guy simply says it's a common occurrence. He elaborates, saying that magic tests require specific materials, and he failed because he didn't gather them in time. To make up for his tardiness, he snuck into the headmaster's secret vault and stole the reagents he needed for the test. Though successful in stealing them, he got caught in a trap and ended up in the punishment room. At this point, Lee realizes the guy is basically a thief. But he doesn't dwell on it too much. After all, common sense seems to fall apart at this academy. More importantly, Lee figures that if he doesn't want to end up back in the punishment room, he should ask the fourth-year student for information on other escape routes. Making his decision, he tells his neighbor that the underground route is unusable for now, and asks if he knows of any other ways to escape the academy. After a brief pause, the fourth-year student indirectly implies that he won't share such valuable information for free. Realizing the unspoken demand for a bribe, Lee calls for the skeleton guard patrolling the cells, causing his neighbor to panic, assuming Lee is about to rat him out. Moments later, the guard knocks on the neighbor's cell door, and he starts sweating, fearing his punishment will be extended. To his surprise, however, the guard simply hands him a few sweets, a breadstick, and a jar of jam, saying they're edible gifts from Lee Han. Still confused, the fourth-year student musters the courage to ask how Lee managed to pull this off while being locked in the punishment room. Smiling, Lee tells him to just enjoy the treats. Before touching them, the Black Turtle fourth-year student is impressed that Lee was able to get food while being punished, and starts wondering just who the hell he is. After contemplating his next move, he finally decides to tell Lee everything. However, before spilling the details, he clarifies that the information is only a rumor he heard from seniors, and has never personally tested. Lee figures he's not in a position to be picky, so he agrees to listen. The next day, he and Yoner, who only got dragged into this because she wanted to tell him about a lecture, visit the stables to investigate the validity of the neighbor's information. On the way, Yoner silently wonders how Lee can still be worrying about homework after experiencing such a major incident. Without questioning it, she follows him to the stables. At the stable's entrance, Lee pauses to recall exactly what his neighbor had told him. According to the fourth-year student, there's a hidden stable at the top of the academy hills, rumored to house flying beasts that professors often ride. It's also said to be where officials keep their messenger eagles for sending royal letters. Because these beasts have been blessed, they can freely enter and exit the academy grounds. Even if the rumor is true, Lee knows that sneaking in and successfully riding one of the creatures won't be easy. However, his chances of success aren't zero, so he decides to give it a shot. As he opens the stable doors, he finds two Black Turtle students, who immediately freeze in fear upon seeing him. Recognizing their terrified expressions, Lee tries to talk to them, but they quickly turn their backs and ignore him. Frustrated, he tells them to drop their habit of judging others based on family names. Yoner, who knows that their reaction is due to his reputation rather than his family name, remains silent, and hopes Lee can move past the disdain. Just then, Ratford calls out to Lee and bows deeply while greeting him with Sir. Embarrassed, Lee desperately tries to get Ratford to stop acting so formal. Even after asking him to speak casually like before, Ratford insists that doing so would be disrespectful. In the end, Ratford says speaking formally is just more comfortable for him, so Lee should adjust. Knowing he's fighting a losing battle, Lee sighs and tells him to at least stop bowing and get to the point. Once Ratford raises his head, he begins recounting his version of events from the previous night. While Lee Han and Garcia were fighting the Twilight Dawn squad, Ratford had been watching everything while hiding. After the battle, when the headmaster and professors arrived as reinforcements, Ratford took the opportunity to search the chests in the horse carriage, while the workers were distracted. Inside, he found a collection of expensive-looking potions that seemed extremely valuable. Since he had to hide the chest of potions within his clothes, Ratford only took the smaller ones, hoping they'd be enough. When Lee Han and Yoner see the collection of valuable potions, they can't believe Ratford managed to steal them under such dire circumstances. In appreciation of Ratford's wit and courage, Lee pats him on the shoulder, calling him the best thief he's seen in a while. Not sure if that's a compliment or an insult, Ratford simply thanks him for the kind words, and the three begin examining the potions to understand what they've got. After some investigation, Yoner suspects that most of the potions contain alcohol, which freaks Lee Han out. To calm him down, Yoner assures him that alcohol is only one of the ingredients, so there's nothing to worry about. However, if they want to fully understand the potion's effects, they'll need to do further research. With that settled, Lee thanks Ratford once more, and Ratford responds formally, as always. Around that time, Nilia, a skilled hunter from Black Turtle Tower, enters the stables to check on her friends from Blue Dragon Tower. Unfortunately, before she can get their attention, she sees Lee doting on Ratford, offering to take care of horses together and bonding with him. From her perspective, it looks like Lee and Yoner have replaced her with Ratford, whom most people despise. Feeling heartbroken, she lets out a dramatic sigh, loud enough for Lee to hear. When he turns around, he finds Nilia slumped on the ground and asks when she got there. Instead of answering, Nilia gets up, storms out of the stables in tears, and accuses them of not needing her anymore now that they found a new friend. Shocked by her reaction, Lee and Yoner exchange confused glances, wondering what the hell she's talking about. Eventually they calm her down and explain the situation. Thankfully, Nilia realizes she misunderstood and relaxes. Yoner reassures her that they aren't abandoning her. With the drama settled, Lee suggests they continue looking after the horses, and everyone agrees. A little while later, Lee stands in front of his special white horse, which now seems oddly obedient. Before getting too comfortable, Lee suspects the horse is just pretending to behave to lure him into a trap. Given how the other horses interact with their owners, his must be even worse. After a failed attempt to pat its head, Lee pulls out his secret weapon, a hairbrush, and starts brushing the horse's mane while complimenting it. Unfortunately, this sneaky attempt to win the horse's favor only enrages it further. Its anger flares up so intensely that even Nilia notices the brewing war between Lee and his so-called precious horse. An hour later, both Lee and the horse are sprawled out on the pen's hay, exhausted from their struggle. Accepting a temporary truce, Lee picks up the hairbrush again and gently resumes brushing its mane. The sheer effort he had to exert just to brush its hair proves how different this horse is from the others. As he ponders its behavior, he overhears Yoner, Nilia, and even Ratford sighing in relief, celebrating their progress with their own horses. When Yoner asks how things are going on his end, Lee admits that there hasn't been much progress. Nilia finds it strange that the horse still hasn't warmed up to him despite his persistence, while Ratford comments that he's never seen a horse so stubborn before. At this point, Lee starts wondering if his horse is secretly a monster. Considering the absurdity of the Academy's professors and their tyrannical methods in the name of academic excellence, it wouldn't be surprising if his horse had monster blood mixed in. Before his conspiracy theories spiral out of control, he forces himself to stop overthinking and accepts that maybe he's just not as skilled as his friends. Meanwhile, at Urigalim's cabin, Professor Urigalim tells his aunt, Zed, how hard the new students are working in the stables. Zed responds confidently, saying that while she deliberately chose horses with terrible tempers, they will eventually warm up to the students who put in real effort to tame them. However, if anyone mistreats their horse, like using a whip, they'll have a hard time ever earning its trust. After laughing maniacally, Zed casually mentions Li Han. Since he's diligent, she believes he should be doing fine. However, she also reveals that the horse she assigned to him is actually Griffin, her flying bird monster, disguised as a horse. She admits it's difficult to handle. But if Lee persists with patience, cleverness, and a little luck, Griffin will eventually accept him. Hearing this, Urigalim chokes on his drink and accidentally spills it all over Zed. Furious, she demands to know why he reacted that way. Struggling to process what he just heard, Urigalim stammers and asks if she really transformed Griffin into a horse and handed it to a first-year student. Realizing she's been caught, Zed tries to gaslight him, insisting he must have misheard her. Not buying it, Urigalim demands she be honest with him. Seeing no way out, Zed sighs and finally admits the truth. As it turns out, Griffin is actually a monster with the head and wings of an eagle and the legs of a lion. Naturally, it's a species known for being picky and arrogant, making it difficult to tame. Although the bird's personality can differ depending on the region, one thing is certain, taming such a wild creature is not something a first-year student should attempt. Knowing this, Urigalim is furious and confronts his aunt for her reckless decision to give his best student, who was already recovering from an injury, a monster bird to tame. However, Zed refuses to be scolded by someone younger than her and snaps back at him for raising his voice. Urigalim, unfazed, demands to know why she transformed a griffin into a horse. Zed assures him that it's completely safe since she altered its physical traits to resemble a horse's. Before long, their argument escalates into full-blown shouting, which soon turns into a chaotic brawl, with them throwing things out the window in frustration. Meanwhile, Li Han finally takes his horse outside the stables for a walk, relieved that it has calmed down. As they walk, he notices a strange belt and 2 ankle rings around the horse's neck and forelimbs, oozing purple miasma. He also realizes that, much like himself, the horse dislikes unnecessary fights. When the horse gives him a subtly irritated response, Lee chuckles nervously, acknowledging that it must have far more mana than he initially expected. This realization raises a disturbing question. Could this horse actually be mixed with a monster, or is he just overthinking? Observing the cursed artifacts draining the horse's mana, Li Han concludes that their consumption rate is too low. He needs to find a way to increase it before the horse ends up being more powerful than him. After walking for several dozen meters, the horse finally stops. Lee asks if it wants to rest, and judging by its calm demeanor, he's just happy it's finally communicating with him after being so aggressive earlier. If anything, he'd say they're finally becoming friends. To ease the tension, Lee pulls out 3 sugar cubes from his pocket and feeds them to the horse. Though it refuses to admit it, the horse finds the sugar cubes incredibly sweet, something it had never experienced in the wild. Just as it's about to completely submit to Lee, something inside its ancient wild instincts snaps, reigniting its ego. Refusing to surrender so easily, it remains defiant. Despite their growing bond, Lee Han still worries about increasing the mana consumption rate of the cursed artifacts. Noticing the horse's sullen expression, he asks if it's tired. But with no response given, they continue walking until the day ends. The next day, the Blue Dragon and Black Turtle students gather for their basic alchemy understanding class. They're surprised to find themselves in a warm and cozy indoor classroom rather than outside, as they had in previous weeks. Suspicious of the change, they tread carefully as they open the door, unsure of what awaits them. One nervous student even comments on how unsettling the warm atmosphere feels, while another warns that their professor might have hidden monsters in the classroom. Around that time, a student from Black Turtle Tower rallies everyone, urging them to prepare for an ambush. Meanwhile, Lee Han simply stands there, baffled by how distrustful they all are. Just then, Ashan, Yoner, and Nilia arrive, assuring Lee that they're ready for anything. As Lee Han tries to convince them that no monsters are waiting to attack, Professor Uragolem enters and asks if they plan on standing around or actually taking their seats. As the students file in, a silver-haired Blue Dragon student asks why today's lesson isn't outside, given that gathering ingredients in the field was previously emphasized as important. Uragolem smirks and responds with a question of his own. Does the student also plan on making medicine outside? Realizing they're likely being paranoid, the students settle down. Uragolem reassures them that, unlike outdoor lessons, indoor classes are safe and comfortable. However, despite his claim, the students remain skeptical. Not that their professor cares. To begin the lesson, Uragolem instructs them to pour water into the pot in front of them, and explains that alchemy is a composite art, where every single step matters. He warns that anyone who cuts corners will never become an exceptional alchemist. With that, he orders them to open their textbooks and begin crafting the basic mana recovery potion. As Lee Han flips through the pages, he quickly realizes that this is going to be challenging. At first glance, alchemy might seem simpler than other forms of magic. Just follow the instructions, right? Unfortunately, that's far from the truth. Real alchemy is like cooking an incredibly complex recipe under extreme time constraints. One must not only gather fresh ingredients but also remember the preparation techniques and instructions for optimal efficiency. The formulas require precise execution, making it suspicious if anyone finds them too easy. As the students struggle through their first attempts, Uragolem walks around, criticizing their failed potions. Just as he gets comfortable tearing them apart, he notices Lee Han working with the skill and composure of a seasoned alchemist. Stopping in his tracks, Uragolem studies him closely, almost unable to believe what he's seeing. Lee's efficiency, precision, and attention to detail resemble that of someone who has worked in an alchemical workshop for at least a decade. While Uragolem might suspect he's some kind of prodigy, Lee Han knows the truth. He's just painfully accustomed to this level of suffering from his past life. Once Lee Han finishes making the mana recovery potion, Uragolem tastes it and instantly feels a refreshing surge of mana coursing through his entire body. After the almost out-of-body experience, he tells Lee that his potion turned out great and even commends his impressive mana reserves, noting that he didn't feel any recovery effect despite consuming a completed potion. In any case, Uragolem calls for everyone's attention and announces that one student has already made the perfect potion. When the students realize it's none other than Lee Han Wardenus, their reactions are mixed. Some are impressed as always, while others grumble about the so-called golden child. One student from the burning Phoenix Tower, however, watches with disdain as Ashan praises Lee, calling him a genius. Once Lee returns to his seat, Ashan tells him about Sienna from Phoenix Tower, who also did a great job but didn't quite match his level. When Lee asks about her, Ashan points to Chiana, a snake woman, who is busy studying her potion. Lee also notices a necklace bearing the crest of the Flamane Order and recalls what Yoner once told him about them. If he remembers correctly, the Flamane Order worships alchemy, and their priests are all exceptional alchemists, meaning Sienna is naturally gifted as well. As Lee and Sienna exchange glances, an awkward silence follows. Eventually, Sienna puts on a fake smile and asks if he's really from the Wardenus family. Once she confirms he is, she politely introduces herself, and Lee urges her to speak casually, all while wondering how his potion turned out better than hers. When they shake hands, he notices her touch is oddly cold, and wonders if it's due to her being a snake woman. Sienna then asks if Lee learned potion making from his family, as she never expected to meet such an exceptional alchemist outside of the Flamane Order. Just as Lee is about to respond, Uragolem catches them chatting and yells at them to return to their seats. Lee postpones the conversation and refocuses on the lecture. Moving on, Uragolem explains that while all students attempted to make potions, their results varied greatly. He advises them not to get too discouraged or overconfident, as this is just the beginning of their journey into the vast world of alchemy, filled with complex and strange wonders. At that moment, Lee Han wonders how the professors at this academy are so good at demotivating their students. As if the lesson itself wasn't exhausting enough, Urugulum assigns them homework. They must create a low-grade spirit-befriending potion by next week. To ensure they take the assignment seriously, he also announces that there will be a test on it. After drawing diagrams on the board, Urugulum explains the potion-making process and tells them that the basic ingredients are in their drawers. At this point, Nilia finds it odd that he didn't just make them figure out the production method on their own, but Yoner, her seatmate, reminds her that he is a professor and that they are just first years, so it makes sense. However, when Yoner opens her drawer, her smile quickly vanishes. Nilia asks what's wrong, and Yoner reveals that they're missing a single crucial ingredient: the spirit-befriending herb. Hoping it's easily accessible, Yoner asks Urugulum where they can find it. To her horror, the professor tells them they'll have to gather it themselves. A heavy silence fills the room as Urugulum nonchalantly gestures toward the mountains outside the classroom window, informing them that the herb can be found there. He then asks if they remember what he told them on their first day, completely indifferent to whether they do. With that, the class is dismissed. A few days later, Lee Han meets Digiling from the Pritsinga order at their usual spot, where she enjoys another cup of his thick cocoa tea. After finishing every last drop, he asks how it tasted. Digiling comments that, while the texture is a bit thick for a tea, it's still delicious. As they chat, Siana and her group of lackeys from Phoenix Tower suddenly appear. Siana informs Lee that she's been looking for him. Recognizing her immediately, Lee asks why, and she explains that it's about their alchemy homework. Since they need to make the low-grade spirit-befriending potion, she suggests that everyone work together to gather the ingredients. While Siana talks, Lee can't help but notice the terrified expressions on her lackeys' faces, as if they expect him to devour them at any moment. Eventually, they manage to stammer out their agreement to gather students from different towers. Seeing this as a rare opportunity for inter-tower cooperation, Lee readily agrees. Before leaving, Siana asks if he'll help organize the Blue Dragon students. Once he says yes, she immediately says goodbye and takes off. After watching her leave, Digiling asks if Lee knows Tiana well. He replies that they take the same alchemy class and then asks why she's curious. Digiling hesitates, guilt written on her face, and then says, "It's nothing." Lee, however, isn't fooled. Getting up, he playfully accuses her of piquing his curiosity only to leave him hanging. Digiling insists that talking about someone behind their back, even if unintentional, would feel like gossip. Hearing the word gossip only makes Lee more curious about what she knows. Since he knows Digiling won't spill easily, he decides to try a different approach. Picking up a statue of Lord Pritsinga, he places it on a nearby rock, kneels, and starts praying. Confused, Digiling asks what he's doing. Lee solemnly replies that, while he knows talking behind people's backs is wrong, he figures that praying about it in front of their god would make it acceptable. Digiling, though suspicious, finds some logic in his words and remains standing. Realizing his plan isn't working, Lee tries a different tactic. Still kneeling, he dramatically recounts a completely real story about how he was once ambushed by White Tiger students and barely escaped with his life. He then casually wonders if Chiana and her minions might be planning something similar during the ingredient gathering trip. Feeling bad for him, Digiling finally kneels beside him and begins praying. However, before revealing anything, she makes it clear that she is not accusing or slandering anyone. As Lee thanks her for sharing, Digiling simply says she can't hear anything, because she's praying. Lee stares at her, completely bewildered, before finally realizing that she's pissed. Anyway, Digiling continues muttering her prayers. After talking about how the Burning Phoenix Tower's priests are good and honest people, she moves on to mention that many of them haven't abandoned their material desires yet. Even though jealousy and a spirit of competitiveness do no good for one's faith, conflicts still arise within the holiest tower in the entire school. Just last week, at the Burning Phoenix Tower's dormitory, a student made fatigue recovery potions and shared them with everyone in the tower. As soon as the students drank the potion, they instantly felt their fatigue disappear, and many commended the guy for doing a great job. One of them even joked, saying that this fatigue recovery potion was better than the ones Kiana made. Mind you, Siana was just around the corner, listening to them joke around. So, when they asked Chiana herself what she thought of the guy's potions, she pretended to be humble, saying that she was far too inexperienced to be compared to anyone yet. Up until that point, nothing happened. But the next day, Siana made the exact same type of fatigue recovery potion and presented hers for everyone to drink. Thinking nothing of it, the students drank her potion and instantly felt the same effects. They all commented on how refreshing it was and how it made their fatigue disappear. Chiana ignored their remarks and walked off with a fake smile on her face. The following day, and even the day after that, Siana continued offering potions just like that priest had. Each time she asked for their opinions in a menacing way, and each time she received the recognition she so desperately craved. Once this odd attention-seeking stunt became too much, the priest finally realized that something was wrong. A few days ago, one of the priests finally told Siana that she was the best, and only then did she stop making potions to distribute daily. Having heard everything Dijiling just confessed, Li Han remained silent for a moment before concluding that Siana is definitely competitive. Just when he thinks he's heard enough, Dijiling continues her story, revealing that shortly after that incident, Siana did the unthinkable. Although the priest who made the potion and Siana had stopped competing, one day, while passing through the tower's hallway, Siana ran into the priest. He called out to her, praising her potions. Dijiling says she watched as Siana completely ignored the poor guy and walked past him like he was nothing. Still in prayer posture, she tells her lord, and apparently, Li Han, that Siana definitely ignored him on purpose. Li Han remains calm, wondering why she held such a grudge. More importantly, he wonders how she must feel about him after the compliment he received in the alchemy classroom, especially if she reacted this way over such a small matter. Around that time, Dijiling finishes her prayer to Lord Prasinga, and Li Han begs her to tell him more. Dijiling, who still thinks Li Han wasn't listening because she was praying, insists she was only praying and doesn't know what he's talking about. As she gets up to continue with her day, Li Han just kneels there, realizing that given the situation, he needs to be more careful in alchemy class. Little does he know that more trials await him in the days to come. During their basic magic temperament lesson with the headmaster a few days later, the headmaster himself instructs them to love one another and live harmoniously. After emphasizing that their personal desires don't matter, he presents their homework for the week. Each tower is to retrieve the flag he has placed in their designated new students' lounge. The flags bear their respective tower symbols, making them easy to identify. They have until the next lesson to retrieve their flag. With that, he dismisses the class. As the Blue Dragon Tower students return to their dorm, one of them speaks up, questioning how this assignment is supposed to be a temperament lesson, when the headmaster is clearly just encouraging them to fight. Many of them fall into despair, wondering why their designated flag is in the White Tiger Tower. After all, words don't work on those bastards. Just then, one of them mentions that the White Tiger's designated flag is also located in their tower and suggests a peaceful exchange. However, the others quickly dismiss the idea, convinced that the knights are just barbarians who don't care about honor and would never agree to a trade. With nothing left to do, most of them start giving up, reasoning that it's just one homework assignment and won't kill them. Li Han, noticing this, decides he can't let them act this way and lose valuable academy marks, especially since they don't know what other insane homework assignments this strange academy might throw at them in the future. Refusing to let his grades slip away, Li Han gathers everyone and, in a roundabout way, tells them not to give up just yet. Around that time, the students see the light in Wardness and ask if he already has a plan. Just as he's about to explain, Ashan interrupts, claiming to know what Li Han is about to say. According to his subpar deductive skills, there's a 95% chance that Li Han is suggesting they infiltrate the White Tiger Tower. When Li Han confirms he's not wrong, the other foolish students instantly rally around him, praising his bold decision. They eagerly promise to participate in his plan. As if that wasn't enough, they immediately appointed Li Han, the one who came up with the plan, to lead the raid. At that moment, he realizes these bozos just don't want to do any thinking at all. Eventually, he agrees to be their leader, and the students raise a battle cry, vowing to make those White Tiger bastards pay. The next day, as the sun rises, Li Han strolls through the yard, thinking about the impending deadlines for the homework given by both Uragolem and the headmaster. At this point, he has no idea which task will be more difficult, but for now, he needs to attend Greg's class and worry about the rest later. Just as he steps into the classroom, Greg closes his book and immediately accuses him of being 11 seconds late. Despite how ridiculous his professor sounds, Lee still apologizes and lies that he had to take care of a horse. Greg ignores his apologies and tells him that he's the one losing out for being late. Lee puts on a fake smile, clearly pissed off, and wonders if these professors ever learn to speak so curtly from the same place. Getting past the small talk, Greg starts the class by telling Lee to immediately send the iron ball in his possession. Lee takes one of the balls out and makes a perfect circle with it. Impressed by how far Lee's come, Greg realizes that he did learn something new from his recent life-and-death fight. Not only that, but Lee's control has improved much faster than expected, and he seems to understand things a little now. Anyway, Greg tells him his skill isn't bad and urges him to bring the ball back. Lee thanks him, psyched that the coldest professor he's ever seen would give him a rare compliment that early in the morning. Soon after, Greg tells Lee to give water magic, a skill he's learned, a try. Lee obeys the professor and immediately conjures up a water globule, which he then suspends mid-air. In his mind, Lee credits Professor Garcia's teachings for his success in maintaining the water's form, acknowledging her indirectly for this impressive feat. As if life wasn't hard enough for Lee, Greg tells him to condense the water globule to the size of an iron ball, and Lee decides to give it a try. After several seconds of intently doing his best to condense the globule, Lee realizes that the task is much harder than he expected. Since it's all about condensing rather than merely reducing its size, it proves to be quite challenging. While Lee struggles, he keeps an eye on Greg in case he tries anything uncanny. Within a few seconds, he notices Greg picking up one of the iron balls from his desk, and wonders why he's doing that. Shortly afterward, Greg infuses the ball with momentum and shoots it at Lee's exposed self. Lee suddenly realizes the danger he's in, and, in a split second, transforms his water globule into a makeshift water shield that blocks the high-speed iron ball. After surviving the first attack from his crazy professor, Lee pauses briefly before spotting Greg picking up another ball. Moments before the next attack, he screams Greg's name and asks if he's going to keep throwing those balls at him. Greg asks why Lee is so concerned about him throwing iron balls. Lee replies that it's a little dangerous to do that all in the name of learning. Greg counters by asking Lee if he knows that this dangerous method has been effective so far. As Lee stands there, puzzled, Greg reminds him that he already experienced a similar situation with the anti-magic faction the other night. According to the professor, a crisis sharpens one's focus and instincts and increases the control one has over magic. With that said, he then asks Lee why he's trying so hard to avoid the dangerous but effective path to success, even when he already knows it works. At this point, Lee questions the reality before him, struggling to understand if the professor realizes that he almost died that night. Concluding that Lee has probably been swayed by his bullshit speech, Greg urges him to try again. Lee decides to let it go, reasoning that saying any more is just a waste of breath. With that, he recreates the water globule that had collapsed during the earlier attack, and realizes that, since it doesn't have a fixed form like the Spirit Starstone or the Iron Ball, he'll need to concentrate even more to condense it properly. After a few more minutes of watching Lee achieve nothing, Greg picks up another iron ball and throws it at him. This time, however, Lee successfully blocks the attack as he sees it coming and gets cocky. What he doesn't realize is that Greg had already hidden one of the previously thrown iron balls behind Lee's field of vision. Once Lee drops his guard, Greg strikes him from the opposite side, and Lee loses control over his water globule. After the second attack, Greg tells Lee Han to focus. But Lee, now soaked, realizes that classes with more homework are definitely better than this piece of shit class he's enduring. Fast forward a few hours, and it's basic magic understanding, Professor Garcia's class. Everybody is seated pretty early, so before she arrives, the students murmur about the alchemy class's homework. One student mentions that they'll all be going on a hunt with students from the other towers and Professor Ingudel. One of the Black Turtle Tower students wonders if the wardeness kid will be joining them as well. But the very thought of it makes all the students in her vicinity stare at Lee Han's menacing face. While Lee watches them tremble at the sight of his tired expression, he wonders if they want to be friends with him or something. Unfortunately, before he can find out, Garcia waltzes into the lecture hall and welcomes everyone to her class that week. Once at the podium, she informs them that they'll be learning other types of magic that day instead of elemental magic. However, she won't be the one teaching the class. Instead, she's brought in another professor who is an expert in the type of magic she wants them to learn. Upon hearing this, anticipation grows among the students as they hope the new professor is either a spirit mage, a strengthening magic mage, or a healer. Sadly, as soon as the professor waltzes into the class, the entire atmosphere turns cold, and the students can feel the absurd change in temperature in just a few seconds. After fully making his way to the podium, the professor introduces himself as Mortem, and informs the students that he'll be teaching them dark magic. For some context, dark, or black, magic is a mysterious form of magic that can be used to summon undead beings, curse living and non-living targets, utilize dark potions or elements, and manipulate negative energy. Simply put, dark magic is something people find unsettling and try to avoid for obvious reasons. To illustrate how people perceive black magic, imagine two lonely travelers lost in the woods, completely confused about which way to go. Just as they're about to give up hope, someone, representing dark magic, appears behind them. After startling them, he casually tells them to follow the crazy skeleton walking behind him, as he's too busy to guide them himself. In this scenario, the travelers, symbolizing the people wary of dark magic, immediately collapse at the sight of the skeleton. Meanwhile, the dark mage stands there, utterly confused about why they reacted that way to his kind gesture. As Lee pictures this scene in his mind, he figures that his classmates probably have the same impressions as the frightened travelers in his illustration. While class continues, the students quietly wonder if the academy is really endorsing black magic within its walls. One of them even questions why he's expected to learn it when people would only badmouth him if they found out. Garcia, overhearing their concerns, explains that black magic is deeply mysterious, but also holds profound value. Moving on, she calls the students unrefined gemstones, stating that they need to experience many things before they can carve their paths. With that said, she hopes they will all be mature for this class, and display the attitude of a true mage, one who does not hesitate to seek knowledge and pursue it. After her speech, a brief silence fills the room before Garcia, now smiling, asks if anyone is willing to be the professor's assistant for the day. For a moment the entire class is dead silent. No one wants to be the scapegoat for that creepy black magic professor. Just as Lee is about to raise his hand to volunteer, Gainando slams his head onto his desk, stopping him. He then whispers, asking what the hell he thinks he's doing. According to the rumors he's heard, anyone who gets involved with a black mage is doomed to become an undead soldier later in life. When Lee recovers from the head slam, he glares at Gainando in disgust and asks if he's really a mage. Moving on, he tells Gainando that he sees black magic as a hidden pearl. Since not many people study it, he figures it'll be easier to get good marks in such a class. After all, it's similar to Greg's class. Hearing this, Gainando gets spooked and asks if Lee truly wants to become a black mage. Lee tells him that's too extreme. Although the life of a black mage isn't that bad, he knows that the less popular a type of magic is, the more opportunities there are to master it. With that, Lee raises his hand and volunteers to be the assistant for the day. Garcia nearly cries tears of joy as she softly calls his name with hope in her voice. Lee figures she must have been nervous about this volunteer program, considering how much effort it must have taken to bring in a guest lecturer, only for no one to step forward. Thinking back to his past life, Lee recalls situations like this, where assistants were designated in advance, and life became absolute hell for the unlucky student. Anyway, now that a student has volunteered, Garcia welcomes Lee Han to the podium. As he walks toward it, he finally understands why the lecture room felt so cold earlier. The professor is exuding a significant amount of dark mana. While mana is fundamentally non-elemental, it can be altered to align with specific types of magic. In this case, cold and dark mana are the trademarks of a dark mage. Given that, Lee isn't surprised that Mortom is unpopular. His mana is both dark and chilling to the touch. As soon as the dark mage Mortom lays eyes on Lee Han, he immediately senses a vast amount of mana within him and points it out. Lee thanks him for the compliment, and Mortom decides to start with a demonstration. With that, he commands his undead soldiers, whom he calls the Servants of Bones, to rise from their graves and fill the classroom. Within seconds, the entire room is flooded with undead soldiers, and the students freak the hell out. They immediately start begging the professor to do something before these bastards try to eat them or worse. Soon after, the undead soldiers suddenly join hands and start going in circles, which only freaks the students out even more as they wonder what the hell is happening. Meanwhile, Mortom turns to Lee Han and asks for his thoughts on the demonstration, emphasizing that he put a lot of effort into preparing it for them. In response, Lee calmly tells him that it's an interesting demonstration. Garcia, meanwhile, is immensely grateful for Lee Han's maturity. Satisfied with Lee's response, the guest lecturer finally ends the absurd display and dismisses his undead soldiers. As they vanish, the classroom returns to normal, and the students let out a collective sigh of relief. Although Lee thinks the demonstration was impressive, he grows concerned, hoping the professor isn't expecting him to replicate that level of dark magic on his first attempt. Observing the look on his face, Mortom quickly figures out what he's thinking, and reassures him that he's not. After all, that level of magic is far too difficult for a beginner. Lee exhales in relief, wishing that Professor Greg could hear what this professor just said. For an easier first task, Mortom asks Lee if he can transform his mana into one with the yin or negative element. Without hesitation, Lee agrees and pulls out his wand, ready to attempt converting his mana to the negative element for the first time in his life. Seeing as this is his first attempt, Garcia chuckles, thinking that not even the brilliant Lee Han should find this task easy. It turns out that for this type of magic to work, mages have to go through a lot of trial and error to visualize the yin element, as it's a vague and vast concept. Simply put, this form of magic takes on whatever elemental form the caster envisions. Ice, darkness, even fire. Because the concept is so difficult to grasp that a beginner can't typically get it right on their first try. Knowing this, Garcia decides to check on the other students while Lee Han attempts to use dark magic. However, just as she's about to move, she senses an ominous magic forming. Jaw dropped, she turns to see Lee Han succeeding at what was thought impossible. Apparently, all Lee Han needed to do was think of strange mathematical concepts like hyperbolic geometry, imaginary numbers, and other arithmetic oddities to succeed. One thing is certain. Lee Han's vast imagination is one of the strengths that has helped him survive in both worlds. Professor Mortom, on the other hand, is thoroughly impressed by Li Han's skill and asks if he can continue experimenting. Li agrees to give it a few more tries, and soon Garcia is shocked at how quickly Li Han is improving in creating dark magic. She grows jealous, fearing that if Li Han becomes too interested in black magic, he might not want to attend her classes anymore, and could be stolen by Professor Mortem, her guest lecturer. Before her irrational thoughts take over, she snaps out of it and decides to observe the situation more closely before jumping to conclusions. After gathering and converting enough mana to the yin element, Li asks the professor when he should start. However, intoxicated by how well Li is doing, Mortem urges him to continue gathering and converting mana until he can't anymore. The crazed look on Mortem's face tells Li that the professor has become consumed by anticipation. Meanwhile, Garcia is excited to see Mortem so enthusiastic for once, but starts to grow concerned as Li's mana conversion is already affecting the other students. Attempting to halt the mana conversion, Garcia asks Professor Mortem what the next step of the lesson is. Mortem, however, insists she focuses on seeing just how much more Li is capable of instead of worrying about the next step. Garcia maintains her composure, politely suggesting they can evaluate that later, but Mortem still pushes for Li to continue. At this point, Garcia switches tactics, firmly ordering the professor to proceed to the next step immediately. Afraid of what she might do, Mortem stops Li's conversion and instructs him to swing his staff in a specific manner and chant the incantation, paralysis, to use up the excess yin element he's gathered. This incantation is a low-rank paralysis curse in black magic, causing a sensation similar to a muscle cramp. When Li asks whom he should cast it on, since curses need a target, the professor tells him to cast it on him. Li Han is taken aback for a moment, considering how he's always wanted to use magic on a professor. Still, he asks if it's truly okay, and Mortem urges him to hurry before the yin element escapes the room. Deciding not to worry about the consequences, Li points his wand at Mortem and prepares to speak the incantation. Mortem, meanwhile, believes that a beginner's paralysis spell shouldn't have much effect on him, and plans to use this opportunity to teach Li just how profound black magic can be once he easily blocks the curse. In his mind, he imagines Li becoming interested in black magic and seeking him out after the lesson. What Mortem doesn't realize is that Li is pouring every bit of yin element in the room into the spell, and even Garcia notices that Li is gathering far too much mana for a basic incantation. When the moment comes, Li chants paralysis, letting all the yin element mana flow directly into the professor. The moment the spell hits, Mortem's body stiffens, and he collapses to the floor, shocking Garcia and the entire class. Panicked, Li rushes over to help, calling out the professor's name as he lies immobile on the ground. As the situation unfolds, Li imagines his future as a professor killer, realizing his life is probably over. Thankfully, before things spiral further, Mortem cancels the curse's effects and gets back to his feet, leading Li to believe the professor must have been faking his collapse. Without addressing the scare, Mortem turns to the class and asks if they now understand what a low-rank paralysis curse looks like. Receiving no response, he turns to Li and tells him he did well. Li thanks him, concluding that Mortem was just acting to lighten the mood. As Garcia watches the duo interact, she notices something strange. The enormous amount of mana that hit Mortem should have caused some damage, given that he didn't use any defensive measures. To confirm her suspicion, she asks if Mortem was hurt when he fell. The professor casually replies that he wasn't. However, when he turns his back, Garcia observes a subtle movement in his right hand and realizes the truth. Mortem hadn't been acting when he collapsed. He genuinely couldn't withstand a new student's curse. For now, she stays quiet and lets Mortem continue speaking with his new favorite student. Mortem tells Li that he has talent in black magic, and Li thanks him for the compliment. However, as if that wasn't enough, Mortem repeats the same words, but this time in a weirder manner. Li assumes he must be saying it sarcastically and starts wondering if he's actually bad at dark magic. He's still a first-year student, so it's perfectly fine for him to be a little rusty, especially since this was his first attempt. At that moment, Garcia calls for everyone's attention and explains that black magic is far more diverse than what they've seen today. If anything, low-ranked curses are the easiest and most effective to learn. She assures them that once they master these spells, they'll be extremely useful, not just for threatening someone, but also for self-defense. She concludes by emphasizing that the best way to counter a particular type of magic is to learn it yourself. Finally, she asks the students if they're willing to put in the effort to study various types of magic, and they all respond enthusiastically. As soon as Li returns to his seat, Garcia activates a spell, mass teleportation, instantly transporting the entire class to one of the school's training grounds near the main building. In a split second, Li Han finds himself sitting on the gravel outside. Since he doesn't immediately understand how he got there, he takes a moment to assess his surroundings. After a quick scan, he realizes they've been teleported to the training grounds near the main building. He gets up, dusts himself off, and prepares for whatever comes next. Once the students regain their composure, Garcia acknowledges their surprise and explains that she brought them here because they need more space to practice. She instructs them to spread out across the training grounds and begin practicing. As soon as she finishes her briefing, the tense atmosphere from earlier disappears, and the students grow eager to start. Lee Han notices the sudden shift in enthusiasm and credits Professor Garcia for successfully lightening the mood. After letting the students chatter for a while, Garcia calls them to attention again and tells them to pair up. Eventually Lee Han partners with Gainando, and they begin sparring after reciting the practice mantra. The session's rules are simple. Each student will take turns casting a curse on their partner, allowing them to experience it firsthand. Gainando goes first. Closing his eyes, he converts his mana into the yin element, surprising Lee with how quickly he manages the transformation. Given how much trouble Gainando had with other elements, Lee wonders if he might actually be talented in black magic. However, after watching him for a few more moments, Lee concludes that Gainando probably just got the hang of it because this particular magic is relatively easy. A few meters away, Professor Mortem also notices Gainando's unexpected success in yin element conversion, and grows curious about what he'll do next. Once Gainando has gathered enough mana for the low-grade paralysis spell, he chants the incantation and directs the energy toward Lee Han. The spell lands, but Lee only feels a slight pinch in his limbs. Almost immediately, Gainando cheers at his success, and Lee congratulates him. Moments later, the blonde fool asks Lee if he feels numb anywhere. To his disappointment, Lee admits he's not sure, as he doesn't feel paralyzed at all. Gainando's excitement deflates as he starts to believe something went wrong with his spell. However, Lee suggests the problem might be in the way Gainando invoked the incantation. He speculates that Gainando was too reserved while chanting and should have made a bigger gesture. Believing Lee's nonsense, Gainando even tries adding insults to his incantation before attempting the spell again. Before he can embarrass himself further, Garcia steps in and reassures him that he didn't fail at all. Instead, she explains that Lee Han likely has such an overwhelming amount of mana that the spell's effects were nullified. With that, she commends Gainando on a job well done, and he thanks her for the praise. Still unsatisfied that his spell didn't affect Lee Han, Gainando starts doubting himself, thinking he might not be talented in black magic after all. Then again, he reminds himself that it doesn't really matter. He won't be continuing this class for much longer anyway. Now that it's his turn to be on the receiving end, he braces himself as the practice session continues. For his attempt, Lee Han focuses on control, restricting his mana usage to the bare minimum. Once he gathers what he deems sufficient for the spell, he chants the incantation and directs the energy at poor Gainando. Seeing how effortlessly Lee casts the spell, Professor Mortem marvels at the simplicity of his incantation. Typically, the longer an incantation is, the easier it is for a mage to cast the spell. However, shortening an incantation, especially for a first-year student, is no easy feat. Even though the curse is low-ranked, Mortem finds it hard to believe that Lee managed to condense the spell so efficiently on his very first day learning black magic. As the curse flies toward him, Gainando instinctively assesses the incoming mana, and instantly realizes it's too powerful for him to handle. Just as the spell is about to hit, he reflexively dodges it and lets out a scream so loud that the entire training ground thinks someone has died. After a moment of silence, Lee and Gainando stare at each other before Lee scolds him for dodging when he is supposed to take the hit. Gainando scrambles to his feet and insists that he dodged purely on instinct. It wasn't his fault. Hearing this, Mortem is taken aback. Not only was Gainando abnormally fast at converting mana into the yin element, but he also detected and reacted to the negative element mana with uncanny precision. Intrigued, Mortem begins wondering about the blonde boy's name, suspecting that his talent might be that of a rare genius, one that only appears once every 10 years. After about an hour, the class ended without any major incidents. Throughout the session, everyone hurled curses at each other and even enjoyed receiving curses from their classmates. Before dismissing the students, Garcia asks them to give a round of applause to Professor Mortem for helping make the class enjoyable. After watching the class clap for her colleague, Garcia asks the students if they've become more interested in black magic. There's a brief silence, so Garcia whispers to Mortem, encouraging him to say something to make black magic appear more appealing. Clearing his throat, Mortem asks the students if they now understand the allure of black magic, as it seems like a few of them are starting to show some interest. However, the silence lingers, and soon murmurs break out, with many students asking their friends if they're genuinely interested in pursuing black magic. Gainando, meanwhile, mocks Mortem, calling him ridiculous for thinking anyone would want to dive into black magic. But when the professor points to him and asks him to visit his workshop later, Gainando panics, wondering what he did to deserve such punishment. While the other students tease him, the professor turns to Lee Han and invites him to join Gainando at the workshop as well. Lee Han realizes that if he's focused on getting good grades, pursuing black magic might not be a bad idea. So he accepts the invitation. The other students accuse Gainando of getting Lee Han dragged into this because of his stupidity. Gainando doesn't take it lightly, and threatens to bring the teasing students along if they don't leave him alone. After letting the bickering go on for a minute or two, Garcia orders everyone to stop before dismissing the class. Concerning a mage's workshop, it can be thought of as a research lab where students work tirelessly on topics that interest the professor. While this might sound unusual to some, Lee confirms that the reality is exactly like that. No exaggeration. Even back when he was at home, Lee Han had heard stories about such places, which seemed as dreadful as the grad schools from his previous life. As he and Gainando approach Mortom's workshop, he wonders if this type of hell exists in every world. Thankfully, since he's just a first-year student, today's visit should be a simple consultation, which is usually hassle-free. Facing the door, Gainando nervously asks Lee what he did to deserve being singled out by the professor. Lee reassures him that it might not be because he did anything wrong, but Gainando insists it must be because he annoyed the professor, as he believes all black mages are easily irritated. Ignoring Gainando's whining, Lee urges him to enter the workshop with him. They knock once, and the door opens immediately. Upon entering, they notice the eerie atmosphere in the dimly lit room, with Gainando trembling and questioning why the door opened by itself. Tired of his friends shivering, Lee tells him to calm down but soon realizes that the room is filled with black smoke, making it hard to see anything. Meanwhile, Mortom, in his office elsewhere in the building, notices their arrival and orders his servant Dire to bring the boys to him. Dire hesitates, reminding Mortom that the headmaster instructed him not to interact with new students. Mortom suddenly recalls the headmaster's words and asks Dire if he can bring the students up discreetly. However, Dire, unimpressed by Mortom's suggestion, reminds him that it hasn't been long since he was released from the punishment room. Mortom, pretending to understand, orders Dire to retreat into the shadows and dispels the black smoke, revealing a warmer and brighter office and workshop. Once the smoke clears, Gainando and Lee are surprised by how normal the interior of the workshop looks. They quickly notice the bone furniture, which they know is highly prized among black mages. Shortly after, they find Mortom seated across from them, welcoming them to his workshop. After the formalities, both boys sit down, with Lee wondering if Gainando realizes the furniture is made of bones. Mortom gets straight to the point, asking the boys if they know why they were called there. Gainando confidently says yes, but before he can come up with a silly explanation, Mortom interrupts, explaining that both Gainando and Lee have shown talent in black magic. Surprised, Gainando mumbles something incoherent, prompting Mortom to ask him to repeat it. Embarrassed, Gainando quickly goes silent, but he begins reflecting on Mortom's statement about his talent. Rather than taking it maturely, he whispers to Lee Han, asking if he heard that he's exceptionally talented. Exhausted by his antics, Lee tells him that Mortom never said they were that exceptional. At this point, Gainando starts worrying about what to do since he's not interested in black magic, but has just discovered that he's extremely talented at it. As he begins to swell with pride, Lee can't help but wonder if Gainando has finally lost his mind. To keep their mouths occupied while he talks, Mortom offers the boys some black candy adorned with pirate insignias. After they accept, he explains that he called them in to discuss their talent in black magic. To spark their interest, he tells them that black magic is far more intriguing than they might think. What Mortom doesn't realize is that Lee has already heard this same pitch countless times during his grad school days. Back then, professors in popular fields were often arrogant, and sometimes insulted their students' learning standards, while those in less popular fields remained humble, knowing they couldn't sink any lower. Lee feels the same dynamic playing out with Professor Mortom, a professor in an unpopular field. But this time, he can sense Mortom's desperation. As expected, the meeting went smoothly without hassle, and soon the boys exited the workshop. Just before leaving, Gainando starts boasting about being a sought-after talent and wonders what he should do with this newfound status. Lee Han, ignoring his ramblings, focuses on another issue. Before they left Mortom's office, the professor gave each of them a strange femur bone wrapped in a yellow ribbon, instructing them to keep the gift safe once they returned to their rooms. Unsatisfied with the vague explanation, Lee Han asked Mortom to clarify what the bone was, but the professor simply ignored them and bid them farewell. Now holding the eerie bone, Lee wonders what its purpose could be. He considers the possibility that it's similar to the headmaster's cursed book from earlier. Or maybe Mortom is trying to get on friendly terms by giving them a mysterious artifact. His imagination runs wild, even humorously considering that it could be a couple's gift from Mortom. Thankfully, Lee quickly dismisses the ridiculous thought and refocuses. Gainando then urges him not to tell Yoner what happened at the workshop, especially about the gift. Lee, confused, recalls the time Yoner punched Ganando for bad-mouthing alchemy on their way to the first class, and realizes Ganando is likely worried about being teased for his earlier comments. To keep him quiet, Lee agrees not to tell Yoner, as long as Ganando doesn't mention anything either. Ganando praises Lee for being a good friend, while Lee silently decides to tell Yoner everything after their first class the next day, since she's their friend too. Fast forward to the next day, Lee Han attends swordsmanship training with the other White Tiger Tower students. Under the hot sun, they endure rigorous training led by the elven professor Engeldel. As the session intensifies, Engeldel encourages his students to keep running without rest, reminding them to synchronize their breathing with their mana flow, circulating it through their bodies to maximize their strength. The students do their best to follow his guidance, although circulating mana is an advanced skill that most of them struggle with. However, Lee Han seems to manage just fine, keeping pace with the professor. While running, he asks Engeldel for advice about something he needs to do in the mountains. Surprised, Engeldel sternly tells him to abandon the idea. When Lee asks if the mountains are that dangerous, Engeldel warns that they are not only filled with dangerous monsters, but also contain unknown threats, even ones the professors aren't aware of. Venturing into the mountains without assistance, he says, is unwise, and only fools would do so. Lee Han explains that he is required to go because their homework requires them to gather ingredients from the mountains. Realizing this is an assignment from another professor, Engeldel softens his stance and admits that the situation might be different. When Lee asks for clarification, Engeldel shifts the conversation, asking if Lee has succeeded in circulating his mana, noting that he doesn't seem tired at all. Lee explains that he's not tired because he's been discharging his mana instead of circulating it. Intrigued, Engeldel asks for more details, and Lee explains that circulating mana from the core to all corners of the body requires precise control, which he lacks. Instead of doing that, he pushes his overflowing mana outwards, which results in him discharging it rather than circulating it. Engeldel, recalling a similar technique from the battle with the Twilight Dawn squad, realizes that while most would collapse from mana depletion, Lee's seemingly infinite mana reserves allow him to endure and discharge his mana instead of circulating it. In response, Engeldel acknowledges Lee's method, but insists that during his class, Lee should focus on learning to circulate mana. Lee agrees, though he still wonders about the hidden dangers in the mountains. Engeldel then adds that with Lee's abundance of mana, it will take even more effort to complete the circulation process. Lee's suspicion is confirmed when Engeldel announces he'll be increasing Lee's training. While the other students take a break, Engeldel orders Lee to run 10 more laps, causing Lee to snap internally. Trembling with frustration, Lee sarcastically tells the professor he likes the idea, all while wondering why these professors are so insufferable. Before starting round 2 of Lee's special training regimen, Engeldel informs Lee Han that he'll tag along when he goes to gather materials in the mountain. Confused, Lee reminds him that he just said it would be fine since it's just for homework. However, Engeldel insists that he simply enjoys taking strolls, so there's no need to worry about him being a disturbance. Though Lee doesn't fully understand the sudden interest in the trip, he still agrees to let him come along. In truth, Engeldel knows the mountain path is dangerous, even for students on school assignments, so he decides to accompany them just in case something goes wrong. Later that night, Lee and Yoner arrive at Urigolem's cabin in the woods, only to find a handwritten letter from the dwarf, explaining that he's out tending to some matters. He urges them to take whatever they need but warns them not to take too much. After reading the letter, Yoner suddenly realizes something, and asks Lee if he invited her on this trip just because of the many alchemical tools in Urigolem's cabin. Without hesitation, Lee flatly says, yes, and moves on to open the chest that Ratford stole from the shipment on that fateful night. Now that it's in his possession, Lee wants to examine the uses of the potions he acquired. But since he isn't as knowledgeable in alchemy as Yoner, he needs her help. With a chuckle, Yoner tells him she's also curious about what they are, so she'll be happy to assist. Before they check out any potions or gather supplies, Yoner glances out the window and notices the beautiful garden Lee Han cultivated a few weeks ago. Intrigued, she asks Lee about it. Though uninterested, Lee confirms that he planted those seedlings, though it'll take at least a few more months before his first harvest. Since he isn't looking outside, he has no idea that the seedlings he planted weeks ago are already fully grown. At that moment, Yoner informs him that the plants appear ready for harvest. Perplexed, Lee asks her to explain, and when she points to the garden, he finally looks outside. To his shock, the shrubs he planted just weeks ago are now fully mature. Bewildered, he frantically searches for a reasonable explanation. Then, it clicks. He remembers the suspicious-looking watering can, and assumes the professor must have added an accelerant to it. However, this assumption is incorrect. The watering can is completely normal. What Lee doesn't realize is that the true cause of this unnatural growth lies in the new staff he keeps inside his uniform. Unaware of this, he wrongly accuses Urugulum of tampering with the crops. Regardless, since the plants have matured, they decide to harvest them. Yoner insists on handling it, and after finishing the harvest, she happily collects all the alchemical tools she needs. Before leaving, they write a note updating Urugulum on the state of his cabin. The next day, a tired Lee Han and Yoner sit in the Blue Dragon Tower's common room, surrounded by potion bottles and litter. Lee realizes they were so engrossed in testing the potions that they stayed up all night without noticing. So far, they've only identified 2 potions. West Empire Grape Wine, which is delicious, and the Calicanthus Potion, which temporarily grants the drinker a mermaid-like singing voice. Realizing they could have spent the night sleeping peacefully instead, Yoner apologizes for taking so long with her analysis. However, Lee assures her that her results are impressive. Just then, Ashan arrives, looking well-rested, and greets the 2 exhausted students. After some small talk, she asks if they're ready to gather materials. Lee responds that they're half-prepared. According to his weekend plan, Saturday will be spent returning from the forest with the rest of the students, while Sunday will be for leaving school grounds, using his headmaster-certified outing permit. As he imagines the traps awaiting him outside the school, Ashan asks if he'd like to visit the black market before heading into the forest. Confused, Lee asks what he means by black market. Instead of explaining, Ashan takes him and Yoner there. At the black market, Lee is amazed to see that Ashan wasn't lying. But then again, what kind of school has a black market? How cool is that? Without receiving an answer, Lee looks around and realizes the market is the size of a 5-day village festival, with many students trying their best to sell their goods. As they explore, Lee overhears a familiar voice talking about betting bread and finding an emperor. Curious, he follows the voice and finds Ratford organizing a betting game where players must guess which of 3 cards holds the emperor. If they guess correctly, they double their bet. Just as the first round is about to begin, Ratford notices Lee Han in the crowd and immediately greets him with respect. Unfortunately, as soon as the other Black Turtle Tower students realize Wardeness is among them, they scatter in embarrassment. Once the crowd clears, Lee asks Ratford what he's doing. The Mouse Man explains that he's simply gathering bread, the currency used in the black market. Currently, 5 loaves of bread equal 1 quill pen, and 10 loaves can buy a sugar cube the size of a matchbox. Thanks to Lee Han, the Blue Dragon students have enough food, but the other towers are struggling to survive. As they continue exploring the market, Yoner becomes interested in some items and gets distracted, leaving Wardeness alone. Realizing he's now on his own, Lee takes a closer look around. Though food is scarce, there are still plenty of useful goods. The daily necessity items seem decent, but the most surprising thing is the sheer number of artifacts available. A rather unusual sight for a student-run market. Naturally, artifacts are items that a normal person wouldn't encounter in their lifetime. However, since Lee is in Einrogard, a place housing people with a wide variety of talents, such rare items, even if shoddily made, are in plentiful supply. If he were part of the Black Turtle Tower, it would have been much easier to talk to them. After walking with Ratford for a while, Lee stops in front of a shop. Ratford, who has already vetted the store Wardeness is standing in front of, tells him there's nothing of use there and asks what he's looking for. Lee fancies a plain white cape and inquires about it. Ratford explains that it's a cape of protection with about a 50% success rate in defending its wearer against sharp objects. To his surprise, Lee finds it quite useful and decides to buy it. Impressed by Lee Han's noble ability to see things positively, Ratford gazes at him in admiration, until Lee tells him to stop. Internally, Lee is concerned that the black market doesn't have many useful items, just as Ratford had said earlier. At the moment, he can't determine the effects of most of these items, and seeing as some of the artifacts are losing their mana, their expiration must be approaching. That makes the existence of this cape in a place like this even more valuable. With that in mind, he tells the stall owner, a Black Turtle Tower student, that he'll buy it. Excited by the favorable turn of events, the stall owner anticipates his payment, only to be disappointed when Lee asks if he can be put on credit, which is instantly rejected. Knowing full well that he can't get credit, Lee instead reveals the various food items he brought, having heard that bartering is possible. When he presents the food, the other Black Turtle students get excited at the sight of such high-quality provisions. While Lee wonders if he should have brought more canned food instead, almost a dozen students gather around him, eager to trade. As the competition for Wardeness food intensifies, Lee begins to wonder what new opportunities this unexpected demand might bring. Eventually, he shakily pays for the cape with just 2 potatoes, and the stall owner thanks him profusely for the transaction. As if that wasn't enough, the overjoyed stall owner starts mocking his fellow traders for lacking good judgment. The other stall owners jeer at him, dismissing his luck as mere chance rather than skill. Soon after, a green-haired black turtle stall owner approaches the man who just received the potatoes and offers to buy a single bite in exchange for some bread. Unsurprisingly, the stall owner refuses, telling her she can eat her lousy bread herself. Lee Han watches in shock, realizing just how starved these students must be to react this way over mere potatoes. Upon closer observation, he notices that this isn't just affecting a few students. All of them are desperate for food and willing to do anything to get it. Determined to help, Lee Han calls Yeoner over and asks for her assistance. As soon as Yeoner arrives, Lee instructs everyone to clear some space, announcing that he's going to cook a free meal for all of them, just this once. Upon hearing this, the students nearly lose their minds, questioning if he's serious or just toying with them. After reassuring them that he means it, Lee Han enlists Yeoner's help, knowing that the success of this gesture could greatly impact his standing with them. In less than an hour, the two prepare a hearty tomato stew and serve it in bowls, distributing it to the starving students. Many of them drink the soup straight from the bowl, leaving Lee Han and Yeoner staring in astonishment. Realizing just how hungry they truly were, Lee figures that although these ingredients were valuable to him, helping them now is the right decision. Building good relationships with the Black Turtle Tower students, who usually fear him, could prove beneficial in the future, especially since he'll be working with them to gather materials soon. If he can change their perception of him, he stands to gain significantly in the long run. Once the students finish their meal, they express their gratitude by gifting Lee Han various items from their stalls. By the end of the day, he begins to think they might be too generous, as he's now hauling a sack full of goods on his back. From low-grade stealth boots to a chalk of smokescreen and even a detection bracelet, which alerts the wearer when they're being watched. Lee Han is more than satisfied with his unexpected haul. However, one question lingers in his mind. Why did the higher-grade students create so many artifacts focused on concealment and stealth? If such items weren't prohibited, their widespread production must indicate something. Just then, a rustling sound comes from the sack behind him. Confused, Lee wonders what could be causing it. Yeoner notices his puzzled expression and asks what's wrong. Lee Han hesitates for a moment before telling her that something inside the bag just moved. Before he can say anything further, a bone claw suddenly tears through the sack, startling him. As soon as Ratford and Yeoner notice something moving in the bag, they scream in fear, asking Lee Han what the hell is hiding inside. For a moment, Ratford suspects that the turtle students, whom Lee helped earlier, might be repaying his kindness by harming them. But when the bone claw starts reaching into Lee Han's uniform coat, Lee gets curious and urges his companions to wait before sounding the alarm. Soon enough he realizes that the bone claw is reaching for the bone gift Mortom gave him and Gainando during their meeting a few nights ago. After a few seconds, the claw bone fuses with the bone inside Lee Han's coat, forming a forearm skeleton. Once the skeleton is fully formed, it floats out of Lee's coat, hovering in midair and facing its new master. Yeoner, upon seeing the additional bone Lee had hidden in his coat, freaks out and shakily asks Lee what other strange things he's carrying. Lee explains that the extra bone is something Professor Mortom gave him during a meeting. However, he quickly notices something odd. The forearm skeleton looks like it's about to attack him. Seconds later, it hovers over Lee and cuts his finger. The sudden pain causes him to lose his balance for a moment, confused as to why this strange skeleton would want his blood. Meanwhile, Ratford and Yeoner prepare to defend their friend from the attacking skeleton, but Lee stops them, wanting to confirm a suspicion. He then points his bleeding finger toward the skeleton and lets his blood drip onto it. Strangely, the forearm skeleton's shadow transforms into that of a dog. Once the ritual is complete, the skeleton fully submits to Lee Han. Feeling a strange sense of ownership, Lee tests it out by commanding the skeleton dog, which obediently follows his every order. Ratford and Yeoner are amazed and shocked, wondering if Lee Han is meddling with black magic. Satisfied with the results, Lee finally tells his friends that the professor gave him something odd, as evidenced by how closely it's sticking to him. Yeoner, disturbed, suggests that Lee should get rid of the creepy thing. But when the skeleton dog gets violent, Yeoner quickly apologizes for being too forward. Ratford then reminds Lee that in the world of mages, they are often warned not to mix with black mages, and asks if he doesn't find the skeleton gruesome. Lee remains silent for a while, thanking them for helping him think clearly. Though this situation is undeniably strange, Lee feels that there's more to it than meets the eye. Yeoner wonders why Mortom would give him such a gift, and Lee also questions why the bones were given in parts rather than as a complete set. Ratford suggests that perhaps the professor wants Lee to search for the missing parts and assemble them. Yeoner dismisses the idea as ridiculous, but when she looks at Lee's face, she's frightened to see that he seems to find some truth in Ratford's words. To Lee, Ratford's suggestion is strangely convincing, given that Professor Mortom doesn't think like normal people. While ordinary people might find collecting human bones disturbing, someone like Mortom might believe that Lee and Gainando would enjoy the challenge of searching for the bones. The thought sends shivers down Lee's spine, and Yoner asks if it's because of the bones. Regardless, Lee decides to hold on to the bones for now, as they don't seem harmful just yet. Besides, their next class is going to be a pain in the ass. After visiting the black market, Professor Engeldel gathers students from all the towers at the entrance to the mountains to begin searching for the spirit-befriending herb, which they need to complete Uregolem's assignment. Once all 4 towers have been assembled, Engeldel briefs them on the importance of safety above all else. Based on what he's saying, Lee figures that the mountain holds unknown dangers, making it safer to travel with a professor who can protect them. Before concluding his briefing, Engeldel instructs the students from each tower to stay together, memorize the faces of their fellow tower members, and take note of how many students are present, as attendance will be checked routinely. This news sends shivers down their spines. They hadn't realized the mountains would be this dangerous. With that, Engeldel signals the start of their journey. The search begins with Engeldel leading the way, making sure the students follow him carefully. Above their path, a skeleton bird, similar to one of the headmaster's monsters, spies on them and quietly leaves to relay the information. After traveling a few more miles, Engeldel finally finds a good spot to gather the herbs. He immediately sets up camp and instructs the students to collect the materials they need for their classes in that area. The students, grouped by their towers, begin their search for the herb, with Engeldel supervising them. A few minutes into the search, Engeldel feels relieved that everything is going smoothly, and hopes they can maintain this until they leave the mountain. However, just when he thinks nothing could go wrong, a green skeleton hand suddenly appears out of nowhere and snatches him, leaving behind only the twig he had been holding. The students are completely unaware of the silent abduction, and it takes them some time to realize that Engeldel is missing. A few minutes after his abduction, the green-haired black turtle lady turns to ask Engeldel a question, only to realize he's nowhere to be found. As she investigates the scene, she notices that there are no footsteps indicating he left on his own. In other words, the impossible has happened. She suspects he's been abducted by monsters. Scared shitless, she quickly calls the others, and informs them that the professor has disappeared without a trace. The news stuns everyone. Soon, Li Han and his friends gather around the twig Engeldel left behind, trying to make sense of the situation. Li Han sighs. He had already anticipated something like this happening before coming on this trip. Unfortunately for him, the wimps from the other towers are already panicking. To calm them down, he lies, telling them the professor probably just went somewhere on his own for a while. Thankfully, they believe him and relax a little. Li Han knows full well that he just fed them an obvious lie. But for now, he needs them to be calm so he can think his way out of this mess. Fortunately, no monsters have appeared, and since they aren't lost, there's no need for immediate panic. All they have to do is head back and report the incident to the Academy's professors. Just as Li is about to share this plan, heavy rain starts pouring down, trapping the students in the mountainous region for the night. Stupefied by his terrible luck, Li Han wishes he hadn't come on this trip in the first place. The students quickly split into 2 groups. One group, consisting of the Blue Dragon and Black Turtle students, sets up camp under a cliff to stay dry, while the White Tiger and Burning Phoenix students camp elsewhere. After making some hot tea, Li Han thanks his stars for bringing various supplies for unexpected situations like this. The thought that Professor Engeldel could go missing is almost unthinkable. While sipping his tea, Rowena, Princess Ardenart's guard, approaches Li Han and thanks him for helping everyone. Li shrugs it off, telling him not to worry about it. However, Rowena then asks about the rumor that Li cooked a legendary stew for the Turtle Tower students. Confused, Li asks for clarification, but Rowena suddenly drops the topic, telling him to forget about it. Now curious, Li Han wonders who exaggerated the tomato stew he made earlier and spread the rumor that it was legendary. Before he can figure it out, the pesky elven guard appears and informs him that the princess, who is sitting just a few meters away, wants to help. Wondering why Ardenart won't just talk to him directly, Li Han reluctantly agrees to her assistance and asks if she can make a bonfire, as Yoner is freezing. Rowena relays the message to the prideful princess, who gets up, chants some incantations, and summons 2 spirits to ignite the wet firewood in front of them. Within seconds, the spirits create a blazing fire, and the damp wood starts burning. As Li Han watches the princess work, he recognizes the beings she summoned as spirits. Just then, one of the students asks how she learned to use spirit magic on her own, when they haven't even covered summoning in class yet. As expected, the admiration begins, and Li wonders if they'd react the same way if he summoned bones instead. Shortly after lighting the bonfire, the students appreciate the warmth and remain as quiet as possible, hoping not to attract anything dangerous to their location. Unfortunately, they fail to notice a lurking monster until it's too late. The first sign of trouble appears when Yoner sees ripples in her green tea. Before she can figure out what's causing them, a loud, thumping sound echoes through the area, growing closer by the second. Li Han immediately goes on high alert, but before he can do anything, a golden-eyed golem monster emerges, scaring the shit out of them. At the same time, the White Tiger and Burning Phoenix students face the same monstrous golem looming over them in their cave, leaving everyone frozen in place to avoid provoking it. Back at the Blue Dragon camp, Rowena urgently instructs everyone not to make any sudden movements. Golems follow strict rules, and as long as they don't break them, the creature won't attack. For context, golems are artificial monsters created by mages, unlike wild beasts. They are formed by molding certain materials and inserting a magic core into them. The real problem arises when a golem's core is damaged or combined with other objects. At that point, it becomes an uncontrollable entity. Li Han recalls that even broken golems still adhere to their rules, which gives him some hope. However, he's not sure what rule this particular golem follows. If its rule happens to be, beat the shit out of all the new students on this campus, then they are absolutely screwed. Moments after its arrival, the golem kneels and draws a line in the sand in front of the students. Confused, they wonder if the golem is warning them not to cross the line. Li Han, however, becomes curious about what would happen if someone crossed it. Determined to find out, he prepares to test it out himself. Seeing how risky Li's actions could be, Ashan jumps in to warn him not to act foolishly. Li assures him he's not planning to cross the line himself. He knows how dangerous it is. Instead, he takes out the four-armed skeleton he's been carrying in his coat, which unsettles everyone with its creepy appearance. After explaining that it's a summoned monster he came across, Li commands it to cross the golem's line. The skeleton obeys and steps just beyond the line. As soon as the golem notices this, it smashes the four-armed skeleton to pieces, confirming for Li Han that the golem attacks anyone who crosses the line. Ashan, scared out of his mind, asks if this means they're trapped there forever, and desperately looks to Li Han for guidance. Ignoring Ashan's panic, Li watches his four-armed skeleton begin reassembling itself. Once it's fully restored, he praises the bone for a job well done and orders it back to him. Rowena, having just witnessed the skeleton revive moments after being destroyed, wonders if all summoned monsters can regenerate that quickly. Normally, resummoning a monster requires a lot of mana and time, so it's clear that Li Han is hiding something. Before Rowena can figure out what, a few Blue Dragon students behind him start arguing and blaming each other. Seeing how unproductive this is, Rowena rushes over to calm them down, but one of the angry students tells him to be quiet since he's not from their tower. With the chaos escalating, Nilia approaches Wardenus, asking him to stop the quarreling students. After delivering the message, she notices Li Han is lost in thought. She calls his name repeatedly until he snaps out of it and asks him what's on his mind. Li apologizes for zoning out and tells her that he thinks he's found a way out of their situation. The bickering students overhear him and immediately start looking at him with admiration, amazed that he might have found a solution. Disgusted by their sycophantic attitude, Li Han tells them that he believes the golem is actually a trap set by the professors. This revelation shocks the students, who express their disbelief and ask if Li is serious about his accusation. Meanwhile, Professor Engeldell is seen suspended in mid-air, held captive by the headmaster's undead magic restraints. Frustrated with being imprisoned just for helping the students, he demands to be released immediately, calling it preposterous for a fellow professor to be kidnapped. At that moment, the headmaster and Professor Uregalam appear, asking Engeldell to calm down and listen to their reasoning. Reluctantly, Engeldell allows them to explain. The headmaster explains that with someone as strong and dependable as Engeldell by the students' side, they would miss the opportunity to grow on their own. Hearing this, Engeldell can hardly believe what he's hearing, wondering if the headmaster is serious. Unfortunately, he is. The headmaster tells him that one day he'll understand their approach. Though reluctant, Engeldell agrees not to interfere with the students' homework. However, he asks what the headmaster will do if an unexpected situation arises in the mountains. To his dismay, both the headmaster and Uregalam tell him that the students will have to face any obstacles on their own, without external help. Realizing that further discussion is pointless, Engeldell resigns himself to their decision, but warns that he'll step in if things get too serious. The headmaster agrees and releases him from the restraints. As he does, he tells Engeldell that he hopes he'll one day understand the joy of watching others grow. Annoyed, Engeldell snaps back, telling him to shut up, and asks Uregalam what they've placed in the forest. Uregalam steps forward and reveals it's nothing too dangerous, just a bull that's been enhanced with potions. If everything goes as planned, the bull will be more aggressive than usual, but it shouldn't be a serious threat. Satisfied with this information, Engeldell jokes that a bull is nothing compared to a golem, and the headmaster laughs along. Back in the pouring rain, the students are still staring down the golem, discussing Professor Engeldell's potential involvement. One of them suggests that he might be working with Professor Uregalam, and they all agree that the professors are being unfair. Nilia then asks the most important question, what do we do now? Li Han replies that nothing has changed. First, he suggests they need to deal with the golem, but upon seeing the defeated looks on their faces, he quickly changes course. Encouraging them to stay positive, he reminds them that every trap has a solution, they just need to find it. His words boost their morale, and they begin to realize that if the trap is carefully planned, there must be a way to solve it. Shortly after preventing further disaster, Lee Han remembers something he's been wanting to test out. As the students brainstorm the golem's weaknesses or ways to distract it, Nelia turns to ask Wardenus for his opinion, only to realize he's nowhere to be found. Panicked, she quickly informs the others that Lee Han is missing. Shortly after realizing Lee Han has disappeared, the entire campsite is thrown into silent panic. Some students wonder if he was kidnapped, while a green-haired girl suggests sneaking past the golem to find him before he gets eaten. Yoner, the only one thinking rationally, tells them to wait and points toward Lee Han, who is standing beyond the line in the golem's territory. To their shock, they see Lee Han dangerously close to the golem. Ashan shouts at him to get away before he gets crushed. But Lee Han ignores him, instead pausing to wonder why the golem isn't reacting despite his presence beyond the line. Frustrated, Ashan demands an explanation. How did he get so close without them noticing? Lee Han flatly states that he used invisibility magic to slip past the line. While the rest of the students were panicking, Lee conducted a simple experiment to see the golem's reaction if he turned invisible. Fortunately, the golem couldn't detect him, allowing him to cross safely. Not only that, but he also discovered something new. Once past the line, the golem no longer paid attention to him. After explaining that his invisibility comes from an artifact, Ashan and the others marvel at his ability to create artifacts and use invisibility magic already. However, Lee quickly corrects them, explaining that the artifact was given to him by the Prasinga Order when he joined during the festival. Their admiration turns to shock. Ashan immediately questions why he's involved with such a place. But Yoner cuts them off, reminding them that's irrelevant right now. The real issue is that they can't use the Prasinga Order's artifacts themselves, meaning they need to find another way out. Ashan suggests that Lee Han go ask a professor for help, but Lee dismisses the idea. This is another trap set up by a professor after all. Instead, he has already thought of another method. With that, he pulls out one of his iron balls and swings it around, reasoning that if this is a test, then it must be solvable by a first-year student. He orders his peers to target the golem's core, as it's the key to stopping it. If they follow his instructions precisely, they should be able to take it down quickly. Without hesitation, Lee Han attacks the golem's head with his iron ball, landing a direct hit on its golden eye, its core. Ashan and the others cheer for his successful strike. But Yoner notices something is off, and asks if Lee is okay. Lee, now tense, realizes that the moment his iron ball struck the golem, his connection to it was severed. If his usual attack won't work, that means the golem, a monster powered by its core's mana, must have a built-in defense against such methods. Refusing to give up, Lee Han decides to try a different approach. Gripping his staff, he invokes the incantation, Arise. Meanwhile, Professor Engeldell sits with the headmaster, visibly worried about what will happen if the students get hurt. The headmaster, noticing his unease, assures him that things were much worse back in his student days. Unimpressed, Urigalum sarcastically asks if those days were ancient times. The headmaster ignores the jab, instead remarking that this group of students is particularly talented and should be able to handle most situations. Skeptical, Engeldell remains unconvinced. The headmaster then reminds him that Wardenus is with them, urging him to stop worrying and enjoy his tea. He adds that Lee Han has already studied magic from his personal grimoire, so he's more capable than they think. Both professors react with shock. Did the headmaster really just say that? In his defense, the headmaster insists he's not the only one who gave Lee personal lessons. Professor Greg did as well. Urigalum, annoyed by the headmaster's attempt to shift blame, clarifies that both he and Greg only teach first-year students. However, the headmaster argues that Greg has advanced far beyond that level. Urigalum prompts him to elaborate, and the headmaster explains, Greg was teaching three-circle magic. To perform this level of magic, one must complete 3 circular processes. For context, 1-circle magic covers basic elemental spells, while 2-circle magic allows for the manipulation and maintenance of those elements. 3-circle magic, however, enables a mage to control both 1 and 2-circle spells simultaneously. If a mage can handle these steps separately, they're not far from becoming a true 3-circle magician. Back on the battlefield, Lee Han conjures a water ball, fully aware that it's weaker than his iron ball and difficult to maintain in shape. Despite this, he stays calm, analyzing how he can use this tactic to defeat the golem. He reasons that, despite how insane the professors can be, they aren't entirely irrational, meaning there must be a way to win. Before he gets lost in thought, Yoner calls out, asking what he's doing. She then asks why he's spinning the water ball in that manner. Lee suddenly realizes he's been spinning it unconsciously. He's done it so many times before that it's second nature. Just then, it clicks. And Li Han figures that if he rotates the water ball fast enough, it will gain greater piercing power. Excited, Li Han compares it to a bullet, one that will tear through the golem with ease, and gets ready to test it out. After infusing more mana than necessary into the small water ball he conjured earlier, Li Han finally manages to create a large water ball after multiple tries. Just as he's about to launch his attack, the owner calls out, asking why the water ball is now as big as the golem itself. This question leads the students to doubt Li Han, wondering what on earth he's been learning. Some students worry about leaving him alone in such danger, while others fear the golem will fly towards them if he messes up. To calm the students, Ashan steps in, telling them not to doubt Wardenus, as there's no reason he wouldn't be able to control a single magic spell. Nilia supports her, assuring everyone that Wardenus is not weak and can handle that much magic in a single night. Their reassurance lifts the spirits of the group, and they regain hope in Li Han. Meanwhile, Li Han, feeling the pressure of the situation, remembers the old sayings passed down among young mages. Magic is a completed formula and word, and meddling with it carelessly can invoke its wrath. His current magic, a higher-level process usually reserved for later years, is not something first years should be learning. However, Li Han has an infinite supply of mana, so he ignores the usual formulas and keeps infusing mana to maintain the water ball's rotation. Unfortunately, the water ball couldn't maintain its shape with so much mana, growing larger instead. As the size increased, the rotation power decreased, leading him to continue the cycle of pouring in mana, making it grow even larger. To reassure the nervous students, Li Han tells them he's in control, but internally, he knows he can't keep this up for long. It's straining his mind. To avoid collapsing mid-battle, he realizes he needs to end this quickly. He chants the incantation, "Fly forth," and sends the massive rotating water ball toward the golem. However, he's disappointed when the ball veers toward the golem's shoulder instead of its head. Knowing it will be difficult to create another water ball of that size, he begins thinking of a backup plan to defeat the golem. Just as Li Han is about to lose hope, the golem shatters to pieces when the water ball makes contact with its rocky body, shocking everyone, including Li Han, who never expected his water ball to be that powerful. As the golem's remains settle on the ground, the students realize the golem broke apart even though the water ball only scratched it. Before Li Han can speak, the entire area erupts with cries of joy and victory, and the students begin chanting Wardenus's name, hailing him as their savior. Nilia and Ashan also receive praise for keeping everyone calm and encouraging them to trust Wardenus. Li Han, however, feels uneasy. He never expected his water ball to destroy the golem so easily. Now that it's over, he can't tell if his water ball was strong or if the golem was weak. Either way, Professor Greg's lessons helped, and he feels grateful. Just as he starts to relax, Li Han feels a sudden thump in his chest and blacks out for less than a second. Ashan, concerned, asks if he's okay and even offers to carry him. Li Han refuses, gets back on his feet, and orders everyone to stop celebrating and listen carefully to the faint but strange noises he's been hearing in the distance. As the sound grows louder, Li Han wonders if Engeldel will return soon. But then he notices the forearm bone hidden in his coat is acting erratically, making him uneasy. Suddenly, the noise becomes much louder, and Li Han braces himself to see what's causing the commotion. Soon, the White Tiger students are seen running toward them, fleeing from the golem that attacked their camp. Li Han frowns in frustration, sighing at how useless they are. Nilia quickly reminds him that now is not the time for sighing. They need to split up and distract the monster to buy time. Everyone scatters, but Wardenus chooses a more dangerous path. Before he leaves, Rowena calls out, asking if he can use the water bullet magic again, the one he just used. Confused, Lee asks what Rowena means. It turns out that Yumitajus, an Empire mage famous for water magic, is believed to have inspired the technique, and Rowena assumed Lee named his water bullet after him. Li Han explains that it takes too long to set up, so they still need to get out of there quickly. Once Rowena and the others are out of sight, Li Han activates his invisibility spell and pulls out chalk artifacts he had bought from the black market earlier that day. He invokes an incantation, causing the chalk sticks to fly in different directions, dispersing to create a smokescreen that blocks the golem's line of sight. With phase 1 of his plan complete, Li Han, still invisible, moves closer to the golem's legs and strikes it with his sword. Taking out part of its leg, he hopes the golem will topple over, as it will struggle to maintain balance with such a large amount of mass. Before Li can get his wish, a White Tiger student is suddenly yeeted from the golem's upper body, landing safely in Li Han's arms. At the time, Li Han was still invisible, so the student has no idea what or where he just landed. After a brief pause, Li Han asks if he plans to keep staying in his arms, and the student panics upon hearing a voice coming from nowhere. Eventually, he scrambles out of Li's grasp and asks if he is the infamous Li Han Wardenus. Confused, Li Han asks how he knows it's him, and the student replies that only Lee Han would do something this crazy. With that, he thanks Lee for saving him from the fall, but before they can say anything else, the golem attacks. Lee Han quickly gets them out of danger just in time. Observing the massive crater left in the ground by the golem's previous attack, Lee Han asks how the student managed to get inside the golem in the first place, considering how difficult it should have been to bypass. In response, the student explains that he used the mud-dissolving potion that Sienna always makes. Although Lee Han never knew such a potion existed, he thinks he might be able to use it to defeat the golem again, if things go well. He asks the White Tiger student for the potion, but unfortunately, the useless son of a gun admits that it's all gone. Lee Han quickly disregards him and instead wonders why the golem isn't attacking anymore. After scanning the area, he notices the golem moving in the opposite direction and wonders why. Then, he hears the desperate cries of an injured student calling for help from that direction. Realizing the golem is targeting the wounded student, Lee Han freezes, mind racing. There's not enough time to reach the golem before it gets to the student. He needs to stop it immediately, right freaking now. While searching for a solution, Lee suddenly remembers Professor Garcia's warning from her second class. She had told him that because of his immense mana reserves, he should never use fire magic, as it would be too destructive. Lucky for him, he needs destruction right now. Without hesitation, Lee Han raises his staff and chants the incantation, Burn! A massive flame erupts from his staff, engulfing the towering golem in an inferno. The fire wraps around its body, consuming every part of it, including its core and lifeline. The White Tiger student who had witnessed everything stares in disbelief. He can't believe Lee Han Wardeness just obliterated the humongous golem with a single fire spell. Normally, applying heat to dirt would harden it. But in this case, the dirt wasn't packed well, so the fire caused it to break apart instead. Watching this unfold, the White Tiger student finally understands why his tower's members fear Lee Han so much. Meanwhile, Lee Han just stands there, stunned by the overwhelming power of his own magic. At that moment, he fully grasps Professor Garcia's warning and realizes he has been acting like a fool for complaining about restrictions. Just as Lee prepares to move on, the other White Tiger students rush toward him, lifting him and giving him a proper knight's praise for saving their hides. After their cheers die down, one of the students, who doesn't recognize him, asks for his name. However, the moment he sees Lee Han's face and coat, recognition dawns on him, and he immediately alerts his friends. The group's admiration turns into suspicion as they demand to know why Lee Han is there. As his fellow tower members bombard Lee with pointless questions, the student he saved earlier steps in, defending him. He explains that Wardeness did nothing but help, defeating the golem and saving both him and the injured Burning Phoenix student. Another student calls the rescued guy by his real name, Batrick, and asks why he's limping. Batrick replies that he only sprained his ankle a little, and that he'll be fine. Realizing the guy's name is Batrick, Lee asks him to help clean up the area while he goes to check on something at his campsite. Batrick agrees, and Lee Han returns to his camp. After ensuring that no one is missing, Lee finds Yoner and asks how she's holding up. Considering there are quite a few injured students from the Tiger Tower, Yoner reassures him that the Phoenix students, especially Xiana, are skilled in first aid and making painkillers and blunt injury potions. Hearing this, Lee Han suddenly gets nervous. If Xiana is such an amazing person, then she just might poison him since he ranked first ahead of her. Just when he thinks he can finally catch a break from all the problems plaguing his life, the devil herself, Xiana, calls out to him, offering him some of her healing potions so he can recover after taking out the mud golems. Lee Han immediately grows suspicious. This can't be a coincidence, not one bit. As Xiana urges Lee Han to try the potions, he sees an opportunity to get on her good side. Knowing she's an attention hog, Yoner is just about to warn Lee not to drink the potions when he grabs one from the box, opens it, and gulps it down. Right after drinking, Lee begins his flattery, telling Xiana and everyone around that this amazing potion is the best thing he's ever tasted. He asks Xiana if she really made it herself, and wonders how someone like her could have something so valuable all the time. In reality, the potion didn't taste great, but Lee Han needed to make a big deal out of it to flatter the attention seeker, hoping she'd stop beefing with him. Thankfully the plan works. Xiana smiles and pretends to be modest, acting like she doesn't enjoy the praise. Eventually, she offers Lee the rest of the potions, and he downs them all until he feels he's had enough. After his ordeal with Xiana, Lee Han and the other students begin descending the mountain, having found the last ingredient they need to complete their assignment. On the way down, Lee Han reflects that while the assignment was exhausting, at least his earlier performance won him the affection of not only Xiana, but the other Phoenix students as well. A win in his book. Yoner, who has been walking behind him the whole time, finally asks if he's somehow indebted to Xiana. Confused, Lee asks her to explain, but before she can continue he brushes it off, telling her to keep walking down the mountain. About an hour later, The students get closer to the base of the mountain. At one point, a white tiger student spots two figures approaching and alerts the others. Upon closer inspection, they recognize Professors Urugulum and Engeldel. While Urugulum seems pleased to see the students, Engeldel is more concerned about their well-being. He rushes toward them, asking if they're all okay. Unfortunately for Engeldel, the students now feel he abandoned them when they needed him most. So they're not exactly warm in their reception. They stare at him in disgust, thinking about the things they'll do to him and the dwarf beside him once they're stronger. While Engeldel grows increasingly uneasy, Urugulum notices the look in their eyes and comments that it seems they've learned their lesson. Engeldel tries to coax his partner into showing more empathy toward the students, but they coldly respond that they've learned something valuable from the experience. Urugulum then begins praising alchemy and warns the students to stay vigilant since danger can strike at any moment. Despite his words, the students just keep glaring, wishing they could hurt Urugulum right then and there. At that moment, Engeldel apologizes for abandoning them, explaining that he truly intended to stay with them, but the headmaster forced him to stay behind. The students, however, don't believe him and tell him with thinly veiled disappointment that all professors are the same. They hadn't realized it until now. Engeldel insists that he's being truthful. But it's too late. The White Tigers have already vowed never to trust another professor again. Engeldel breaks down in despair, unable to accept that the students he had bonded with through swordsmanship are now abandoning him. Li Han, who has been enjoying the scenery, quietly admires his classmates for being mature enough not to trust the professors blindly. However, noticing Engeldel's reaction, Li starts to wonder if the professor might actually be telling the truth. It seems unlikely, but then again, being kidnapped by the headmaster is something that doesn't sound too far-fetched. Moreover, Urugulum, usually confident, also seems worried about Engeldel, which is strange. To test his suspicions, Li approaches the kneeling Engeldel, who is in visible pain, and tells him he trusts him completely, and believes he did great. These words make Engeldel so emotional that he hugs Li in front of everyone, causing Urugulum to grow jealous. Returning to the matter at hand, Urugulum asks the students to explain how they completed the trial. Bashan answers that Wardenus used the water jade bomb to defeat the first mud golem, then set the second one on fire. Urugulum, hearing that they fought mud golems instead of a bull, grows confused and nervously asks if they encountered a bull along the way. He explains that he hadn't prepared anything but a bull for them to fight. This time the students aren't buying his nonsense. They tell him to stop trying to deceive them. They're not little kids anymore. Urugulum tries to explain he's serious, but the students mock him by pretending to believe the mud golems were just a coincidence. Urugulum can feel the wall of mistrust growing between him and the students, and wonders when they became so untrusting. Spotting Li Han, Urugulum asks if the students are telling the truth about him fighting mud golems instead of a bull. Li flatly confirms it and asks if Urugulum has a problem with that. Before Urugulum can respond, Engeldel storms over, seething with rage, and demands an explanation. Frightened, Urugulum tries to clarify that there must have been a misunderstanding, that he had prepared both a bull and the golems, but the bull must have wandered off. He even gestures toward Wardenus, asking why he's not speaking up. Just then, both professors are shocked to see the students running back toward the academy. Now alone, Engeldel gives Urugulum a chance to finish his explanation, but all Urugulum can do is beg and scream as Engeldel proceeds to beat the crap out of him. That afternoon, Li Han and his classmates spend their time in the library, racking their brains over books on alchemy and other subjects. As they struggle to understand the material, frustration builds. One student dramatically complains that someone as noble as him shouldn't have to deal with such nonsense, while others grow angry over being tasked with solving the state's financial issues. As the complaints grow louder, the nobles collectively decide they need something sweet to calm their nerves. In moments like this, they all rush to Li Han's unmanned candy basket shop, sitting in one corner of the library, and buy sweets worth a silver coin to satisfy their cravings. Apparently Li Han was too lazy to tend to the shop himself, but so far it has been working out better than he expected. Once they've had their fill, one of the nobles gets cocky and taunts the others, asking if even the easiest assignment is too hard for them. He boasts that this task is mere dessert for him after completing the alchemy assignment. As the others give him attention, the fool begins exaggerating the events of that night, making some students skeptical about the truth of his story. Li Han, sitting in a corner and observing the scene, figures that the skeptics probably think they won't go through the same struggles he did. Just then, Yoner notices him spacing out and quickly calls him back to reality. Snapping back to his senses, Li resumes stirring his alchemy assignment potion. Alongside his classmates, he follows every instruction written in the pamphlet by Urugulum himself. However, as time passes, more and more students fail to create the spirit-befriending herb. Something feels off. Li Han knows alchemy is a precise craft, where even the smallest variation can lead to failure. Yet this time, every single student is failing. While he understands that the task is supposed to be difficult, it almost seems as if the instructions are wrong from the start. Given the nature of the incompetent professors in this godforsaken school, Lee suspects that might be the case. Without another word, he stops what he's doing and storms out of the library. Yeoner calls after him asking what's wrong. Lee Han tells her he just had an idea, then asks what she thinks about the possibility that Professor Uragulum gave them incorrect instructions on purpose, forcing them to figure things out on their own. His words send a wave of realization through the students, and they suddenly start brooding over the implications. Now aware of their predicament, the students erupt into another tantrum, cursing Uragulum's twisted logic and complaining about how unfairly difficult the task is. But Lee Han knows this isn't the time for complaints. They still need to finish the assignment, even if they plan to beat up the professor later. To confirm his suspicions, he hands Yeoner an alchemy book and asks for her opinion on the given instructions. After checking the ingredients, Yeoner frowns and tells him that one of the components they've been given isn't correct. That confirms it. This is a trap. Lee Han realizes they have to consider the possibility that Uragulum intentionally set them up. Yeoner points out that their biggest problem now is the lack of spare ingredients to test different combinations. While she believes they can solve it by consulting other textbooks, Lee Han knows they don't have that kind of time, especially since he plans to use his pass to leave the school the next day. Determined, Lee Han pulls a chair, stands on it, and calls everyone to gather around him. When they do, he announces that they've been pranked by the professor again and need to work together to solve this. To ensure they finish the assignment that day, he tells his classmates to pool all their ingredients and figure out the correct recipe through trial and error. As they get to work, he informs them that he'll visit the other towers to enlist their help. Around that time, Ashan realizes that by sharing ingredients, they'll be able to maximize their resources, since each group has different amounts of leftovers. Yeoner adds that if the other towers cooperate as well, they can share knowledge to speed up the process. Hearing this, Lee Han nods and assures them he'll be back soon. With his resolve set, he leaves, determined to succeed, if not for anything else, then for the sake of his precious vacation. After that, things progress quickly. Lee Han successfully convinces the other towers to contribute their resources, and together, they work tirelessly to solve the problem. After several hours of intense effort, Yeoner and a few other alchemy majors finally identify the missing ingredient needed to complete the recipe. Seeing how well the new formula works, Sienna informs Lee that all they have to do now is follow the correct steps to finish the assignment. Pleased with their progress, Lee commends everyone for their hard work. Just then, a green-haired student from the Black Turtle Tower comments on the irony of them coming together again. Ironically, thanks to Professor Uragulum's trick. As her partner credits Wardeness for helping them find the correct recipe in time, another idiot from the Blue Dragon Tower suddenly speaks up, stating that Wardeness needs to hurry up and finish because he has plans for the next day. Shocked, the others demand an explanation. Without a second thought, the fool blurts out that Lee Han Wardeness has a pass to leave the academy the next day. The moment the words leave his mouth, chaos erupts. The students, stunned beyond belief, demand to know how in the world that even happened. Soon enough, the conversation shifts to Lee Han's pass, and most of the students begin asking how he managed to get it in the first place. Lee realizes that word about his pass probably hasn't reached the other towers yet, and things might get noisy. For now, he stays quiet as people ask what he plans to bring back from the outside world. Before he can respond, someone suggests that he'll return with as many sweet treats and small food items as possible. Nilia proposes that Lee Han should bring back sturdy, comfortable clothes. But Ashan interrupts, shocking everyone by saying they need books and stationery, like quill pens. The entire group turns on Dalkard, asking if books and stationery can be eaten or drunk. Ashan agrees that food is important, but argues that they also need books, especially since his last visit to the Academy's library revealed just how dire the situation is. Normally, a library is a place full of systematically arranged books, but the Academy's library is a disaster. He recalls finding books scattered all over the floor, even on desks. If things continue like this, they'll likely collapse from exhaustion searching for books before they even start their homework. He insists they need to obtain necessary books ahead of time. Hearing his reasoning, the students finally understand Ashan's concern. Then, Gainando opens his mouth and starts rambling about Lee Han bringing back magazines, novels, cards, and chessboards to fight boredom. Almost immediately, a Blue Dragon student scolds him for suggesting such unimportant items. Gainando defends himself, claiming he too has a right to prioritize what's important to him. Just as he turns to ask Lee Han's opinion on the matter, Yeoner cuts him off, announcing that Lee Han has already gone to sleep. The argument dies down, and everyone returns to their daily tasks. Meanwhile, Lee Han lies in bed, thinking about how important the next day is for him. His chance to leave the academy. He knows he needs to be in his best condition, but for some reason he feels nervous and can't sleep. He expects there will be traps on this outing, such as limits on the quantity or size of the items he can bring back. He suddenly wonders how far the village is from the academy, and hopes it won't take more than a day to reach. If it does, he's in trouble. His worries grow, realizing the headmaster is involved, and he decides he needs to learn magic that will let him move faster. Just as he's drifting off, one of the headmaster's cursed books suddenly pops off his bookshelf, and Li Han notices. As he wonders why the book is moving, history repeats itself. Words begin pouring out of its pages and into his mind. This time, Li Han finds himself teleported to a strange desert-like place. He touches the sand, wondering if this is just another illusion created by the book, like the last time. Suddenly, the book flips open to a page detailing Gonadal Tessa's arrogant steps. Li recognizes this as the magic he'd studied in theory, but never fully learned. Is he supposed to master it now? For a brief moment, Li Han wonders if the book sensed his earlier thoughts about needing this magic and decided to help him. He even goes so far as to call the headmaster's book a good one for looking out for him. But one thing's for sure. He doesn't have time for this right now. He has to go out tomorrow. He orders the book to return him to his room so he can sleep. Predictably, the book ignores his command and forces him to continue reading. Li quickly realizes the book shares the headmaster's stubborn personality. With no other choice, he pulls out his staff, resigns himself to learning the spell as fast as possible, and hopes to get back to his room soon. The next morning, Li Han wakes up early and heads to the punishment room entrance, where he finds the headmaster fumbling with the names of one of his guards, mistaking him for a prisoner. Before speaking to the headmaster, Li briefly reflects on how the magic he learned came to him in a dream, and marvels at the strange training methods in the world. The headmaster greets him first, congratulating him on being allowed out and urging him to take pride in the reward for his accomplishments. After the pleasantries, the headmaster explains the rules. First, Li Han must return through the main gate before noon the next day. If he doesn't, a pursuit squad will be sent after him. Li Han is unfazed. This was one of the things he had anticipated. The next rule is that he can only bring back what he can physically carry, meaning no horses, carriages, or anything he can ride. Again, this was something he expected. But just as Li prepares himself for more restrictions, the headmaster simply wishes him good luck on his day of freedom. Surprised by the lack of stricter rules, Li Han steps outside as the gate opens, remarking to himself how prepared he was for additional limitations, like weight restrictions on the items he could bring back. Nevertheless, now that he's outside, he feels a thrill and begins his journey toward the closest village, Filone. When he arrives, a merchant informs him that the nobles have moved their mansions far away from the area at the academy's request. The nearest noble mansion is several days' journey by horse. Li Han finally realizes why the rules were so loose. It's because the headmaster had blocked all easy ways of obtaining money from the start. It's already a fact that the most powerful nobles of the empire don't even need to borrow money to get things, because most merchants often offer them wealth just to build relationships. As someone who grew up in that kind of environment, most people would expect Li Han not to even understand the concept of borrowing. One of those people was Arian, the branch manager of the Kako merchantry, who was just as shocked as anyone would be when Li Han Wardeness asked to borrow some money from him. For a moment, the poor branch manager sweats, wondering if Li Han is truly a wardeness for him to come asking for money just like that. Filone is quite prosperous for a town of its size, thanks to the Magic Academy. Aside from the abundant mana in the area, the Academy constantly needs all sorts of ingredients for experiments, and frequently offers handsome rewards to hire adventurers to retrieve them. With this cycle repeating every month, the Academy's finance officer is usually the only one unhappy when the bills come in. But for everyone else, this is what makes Filone thrive. Simply put, luck is on Li Han's side because he can get anything he wants, if he has the money. With this in mind, Li Han almost begs the man to lend him some money. But before Arian can agree, he considers what he stands to gain from this transaction. This is his chance to build a relationship with the great Wardeness family. Then again, he's worried about how much money Li Han will ask for. For a moment, he wonders if it's an amount their merchantry can even handle right now, before mustering the courage to ask Li Han how much he wants to borrow. An awkward silence nearly breaks Arian's spirit as he assumes Li Han is hesitant to name the large sum he needs. Before Li Han even answers, the branch manager resolves to empty his own savings if necessary. He's not wasting this opportunity to forge ties with the Wardeness family. But when Li Han finally speaks, he only asks to borrow 20 pieces of silver. Arian is so shocked that he starts rambling about how his merchantry can handle such a large amount, only to stop and do a double take. Did Li Han just say 20 silvers? Thinking that the amount might be too much, Li Han lowers his request to 15 silvers. Arian finally tells him to stop lowering the amount. He can afford to lend him the original 20. By that time, Arian offers to show Li Han around town, assuming he only needs to buy a few things. Just as they get up to leave, Arian notices the snacks on the table are gone. Strangely enough, he never saw Li Han eat them. Upon closer inspection, he notices a suspicious bulge in Li Han's coat pocket and realizes he must have taken them. This only lowers Arian's already declining expectations of Li Han as a noble. Regardless, he plans to deal with the young noble. Even if Li Han is a student from the Magic Academy, he's still just a first year, and now that he finally gets a chance to shop, Arian is certain he'll go on a spending spree. So, whenever Li Han eyes something he wants to buy, Arian plans to act cool, take the lead, and leave a good impression. Unfortunately for him, Li Han is the complete opposite of a spoiled brat. Instead of splurging, he takes the lead, requesting food merchants to give him items that are easy to store, like canned goods, rather than bulky food. When he reaches the clothing merchants, he asks for thick and sturdy fabric instead of fancy clothes. As for the paper merchants, he instructs them to fill his order with cheap yet durable paper. Before leaving, he even asks if they have any illusion magic books that can deceive the eyes of magic professors. Hours later, Li Han has Arian and another man carrying his purchases, while he fills out his shopping list and searches for any remaining supplies he might need. Meanwhile, Arian sulks over how miserably his plan to impress Li Han has failed. At this rate, all he's going to be to Li Han is an impressive porter. Despite that, he can't deny how extraordinary Li Han's negotiation skills are, especially for someone from a noble family. Soon after, Li Han tells them he's bought almost everything he needs before asking if they can take him to the stable. Confused, Arian reminds him that he can't ride within the academy's vicinity, but Li Han tells him not to worry. He's going there for a different reason. After walking a few dozen meters, Li Han and his group finally arrive at a moor stable, the largest stable in Falon. Without wasting any time, he steps inside and greets the owner, who is busy cleaning up. At first glance, the owner immediately recognizes Li Han as a Magic Academy student. Curious, he asks what Li Han is looking for. Before responding, Li Han takes note of the impressive rides in the stable, expected of the biggest stable in the area. Then, flatly, he asks the stable owner if people have ever traveled directly from his stable to the academy. Shocked, Amor asks how Li Han knows that. Without answering, Li Han simply listens as the owner confirms his suspicions, explaining that they have had merchants and adventurers contracted to the academy, as well as the Emperor's messenger, who rests there during his travels. Handing Li Han a stool to sit on, Amor then asks why he's so interested. Li Han carefully chooses his next words before finally making an offer. He'll pay the stable owner handsomely if he can help arrange something on a certain date to facilitate his escape from the academy grounds. It is then revealed that Li Han only visited the stables to plan his next method of escape. Having established that Li Han is just a first-year student, Amor is impressed by his boldness. Even among the tribes that live in the Empire's harshest regions, very few are as daring as Li Han. This audacity intrigues the stable owner, making him consider helping Li Han with his escape. However, he warns the young noble that pulling it off will be no easy task. Although he expected such a response, Li was still shocked to hear it from the stable owner. However, he keeps his mouth shut and listens to whatever Amor has to say next. Moving on, Amor tells him that he has helped a few visitors enter the academy before and has witnessed how strict the identification checks are. If anything, the process seems even stricter for him, especially since he is an outsider, which is understandable. Before Li can spiral into despair, Amor reassures him that there is still a way. Patting Li on the shoulder, he explains that the plan will only work if Li has a flying mount that he can ride within the academy. Confused, Li asks him to elaborate. Amor reveals that he discovered by sheer luck that the academy does not conduct strict identification checks on insiders leaving the grounds, only on those entering. He believes this is because the identities of those leaving are already confirmed. Hearing this, Li suddenly remembers the night he fought the Twilight Dawn squad. Right after the battle, the people there only discovered that the professor had been present much later. This realization makes him trust Amor's words more than he usually would. As their conversation continues, Amor warns Li that if he tries to leave alone, he will get caught. However, if he leaves with him, he could disguise himself as either a professor or an errand boy accompanying him. With that said, Amor asks for Li's thoughts on the plan. While Li acknowledges that it is a solid plan, he is still concerned about obtaining a flying mount within the academy that does not already have an owner. Just as he concludes that he might have to steal an ownerless mount, Amor immediately warns him against such an act, reminding him that stealing an animal is wrong. Li hurriedly lies that he had no such intention, and soon realizes that the academy stables are likely filled with traps as well. Shortly after, Amor offers Li some corn tea and asks what he plans to do now that he understands both the risks and the rewards. Although there are still many factors that make him uneasy, Li figures he has no other choice but to go along with the stable owner's plan. After gulping down the entire cup of tea, He tells Amor that he is in. In response, Amor tells him that he will be at the academy at midnight 2 Saturdays from now. By then, Lee must bring his flying mount to the top of the academy tower's stable and prepare to leave for good. Satisfied with his meeting with Amor, Lee Han bids him farewell and heads out of the stable toward his next destination. In the next scene, Arian and the other big guy chase after Lee Han through town. Arian desperately begs him to stop, warning him that there are no useful shops in the direction he is heading. Still running, Lee Han shouts back that he must visit this particular place. If the items are too heavy for them to carry, they can wait for him at the town's entrance. Just as Arian is about to say something else, Lee Han disappears into the distance, leaving him frustrated. He simply cannot understand why a Magic Academy student would want to visit an illusion store. Shortly after leaving Arian and the other man behind, Lee Han arrives at the store. He steps inside and asks the attendant, a lady sitting beside a table, if this is truly the workshop of Valderin, the illusion mage. The lady assures him that he is in the right place and invites him to take a seat. Once he sits down, she asks why he has come. Sensing his hesitation, the lady encourages him to speak freely. Internally, however, she struggles to remain composed while wondering why a Magic Academy student is at her shop. After all, she is only a 3-circle mage, meaning her abilities are roughly equivalent to those of a 2nd or 3rd year student at Einregard. She cannot fathom why a Blue Dragon student would seek her out when there are far more accomplished mages at the academy. Just then, Lee Han finally responds. He explains that the tower he wants to enter is protected by magic designed to keep intruders out. Since illusion magic is closely related to security, he figured she might be able to help him crack the code to bypass the barrier. The lady instantly realizes that he must be talking about a tower within the academy, making his request sound even crazier. From his appearance, he seems like a first-year student. Yet not only has he already escaped the academy, but he is also planning to break through a high-level security barrier. Seriously impressed by his audacity, she predicts that Lee Han will become an exceptional mage. She notes that most great mages admire those who break the rules to create new ones. Regardless, she explains that there are countless types of intruder prevention magic. So many that even experts do not know the full extent of them. Rather than feeling discouraged, Lee Han only becomes more determined. He asks if there are any shortcuts, perhaps a way to destroy the detection magic entirely. At first the lady assumes he must be joking. But when she sees the seriousness in his expression, she pauses and asks if he truly means it. When Lee Han confirms that he does, she tells him that it is currently impossible. Even if he understood the structure of the security magic, dispelling it would be far too difficult. If he wants to forcibly destroy it, he would need an enormous amount of power, enough to disrupt the very foundation that supports the magic. Upon hearing how complex the task is, Lee suddenly gets up, slams his hand on the table, and begs the lady to tell him how to do exactly that. In response, the lady tells him she can't teach him that because if something goes wrong, his life could be in danger. Lee Han promises not to be reckless, begging her once more to teach him, even offering to pay a handsome consultation fee. Upon hearing the amount he's willing to pay, the lady finally agrees to help. First, she tells him he'll need a tremendous amount of mana, and advises that using a magic circle and mana stones would be beneficial. She then asks if he has learned how to draw a magic circle. Lee Han admits that he's still learning, so she explains that next time, he should stand in the spot where the mana distribution within the magic circle is concentrated, and gather his mana there. Although controlling such a tremendous amount of mana will be challenging, the hardest part, she says, is directing all the mana at once to his desired spot. Even if he manages that, it still won't be enough. The mana must flow with the force of a surge breaking through a dam, not just like a steady river. After her makeshift lecture, Lee Han still doesn't fully grasp the complexity of the magic. The lady notices the worried look on his face and asks if he thinks the task is too difficult. Contrary to her expectations, Lee Han assures her that it doesn't seem tough to him at all. As expected, the lady realizes his arrogance is preventing him from truly understanding the danger. Given that he's a student at Einregard, she assumes he must have been exceptional in his hometown, which explains his confidence. But she knows the real world doesn't care if he's a genius, and arrogance can be dangerous, especially for someone young and talented. To teach him a lesson, she takes out some moonlight stone powder, throws it into the air, and chants, "I desire the moon," and draw upon the water. Using the power of the moonlight stone powder, she casts third circle magic, invoking the Lunarian's Moonlight Labyrinth spell on Lee Han. Forcing his conscience out of his body, Lee Han immediately notices how the distance between him and the lady suddenly seems to grow. Then, his mind zaps back into his body, and he realizes he hasn't moved at all, even though it feels as if the lady has drifted far away. He senses something strange at his feet and feels as though he could be in danger if he slips. After invoking the illusion magic designed for ambushers, The lady hopes this out-of-body experience will serve as a warning to the arrogant Li Han. She warns him not to move, and just as she is about to explain what she did, Li Han tells her he knows he'll fall into a labyrinth if he loses his footing. The lady is visibly shocked, realizing that Li Han has exceptional senses for a first-year student. She concludes this must be why he is so confident. She then asks him if, despite her warnings and the illusion spell, he still wants to continue learning. Li remains silent, contemplating how skilled the lady is at teaching. In his mind, she's even better than the academy professors. After being beaten down by Greg, Li now looks at her with admiration, happy to finally be treated like a human being. He slams his hand on the table and tells her he's going to try what she's just taught him. With that, Li pulls out his staff, reminding himself not to think of the magic like a river flow, but as a surge that breaks through a dam. He gathers mana at the tip of his staff and shoots it at the lady, who quickly puts up a defensive barrier to avoid being hurt. Although no sound is produced, the lady hears the distinct roar that occurs when magic collides. The experiment lights up her entire store like broad daylight for a few seconds before instantly dissipating into nothing. By the time the spell ends, the lady is sitting on the floor, staring at Li Han in total shock, amazed by the impossibility of what just happened. As Li helps her up, she is forced to acknowledge that true geniuses do exist in this world. Hours later, Professor Garcia and the headmaster stand outside the academy's main gate, waiting for Li's return. Garcia tells the headmaster she can manage on her own, as she's in charge during this period. However, the headmaster insists on staying, believing something interesting might happen soon. Garcia suspects he's waiting for Li Han to be late and advises him not to get his hopes up, as Li Han is different from the other students. The headmaster agrees but points out that it's not about talent. Due to a lack of time and money, there's a limit to what Li can bring back, and the smarter he thinks he is, the more that will weigh him down. The headmaster then mentions that he hopes the deadlines expire soon, but Garcia urges him to keep those thoughts to himself. Just then, Garcia spots a huge shape approaching the academy's main gate from a distance, and wonders if it's a giant or a troll worker. When the silhouette comes closer, Garcia recognizes the figure as none other than Li Han Wardeness. Apparently, Li Han had bought a ton of items since there was no weight restriction. However, since he couldn't use horses or carriages, he used basic control magic to keep the boxes floating while carrying an enormous load on his back. Garcia is amazed by his ability to carry so much, but the headmaster concludes that Professor Greg Velati must have trained him well. Shocked, Garcia asks who taught him physical strengthening magic, as it is highly advanced and first-year students shouldn't be able to handle it. Assuming Li learned it from a library, she suggests warning him before he injures himself. However, as she's about to do so, the headmaster advises her to let him grow in an unrestricted environment. At that moment, Garcia realizes the headmaster was the one who taught Li Han the physical strengthening magic. For some context, Gunadultessa's Arrogant Steps is a unique magic spell that is split into 4 categories. For beginners like Li Han, the 4 areas of strengthening in just the first circle are already tough to train in. Having learned the first circle magic largely through his dream, Li Han finally understands why the headmaster's name is part of the spell's name. To illustrate what happened in Li Han's dream the previous night, a flashback shows the moment Li Han took a break after failing to learn the spell multiple times. During his break, he wonders why the spell isn't named after something relevant to its effect, finding it confusing that the spell's name and effects don't match. Frustrated, Li considers giving up on learning the spell, thinking it would be a waste of time. So, he sits down to think of a different approach to the problem. He backtracks through everything, trying to figure out when the headmaster created the spell, hoping to understand what the headmaster was thinking at that time, so he can learn it faster. To aid his thought process, Li decides to create a sand statue of the headmaster when he was young and human. Since this is a dream after all, without hesitation, he picks up some sand and molds a statue of the younger headmaster, paying attention to the madness in his eyes, his horrible temper, fierce face, and well-trained body. It's almost as if Li is a god creating humans out of mud. Once he finishes molding the statue, Li creates dark clothes and a staff to match the headmaster's personality. He pauses, wondering if he can bring the statue to life, especially since there's still dirt on its nose. Moments later, as he stares into the statue's eyes, he realizes it might be possible since he's in a dream. Li gets closer and breathes air into the statue's nostrils. Seconds later, the statue's eyes glow a bright green, just like the headmaster's aura, and it comes to life. Shocked, Li Han steps back as the statue rises from the ground like a mage, its green eyes still glowing. For a moment, Li feels intimidated by the statue's power, but fortunately, it can't move without his command. With this new understanding, Li Han begins to grasp the magic he has been struggling with for so long. Now that he's seen the creator of the spell, he raises his staff and chants the incantation to activate the magic. As he completes the chant, the physical strengthening magic activates, and Li Han finally experiences what it feels like to be physically enhanced through magic. For his first time using the spell, he can feel how extraordinary his body becomes. Once satisfied with the result, he deactivates the spell and checks the book to see if it's congratulating him. The book starts acting erratically, but Li tries to understand whether it's telling him to go back or not. As Li observes the book, he suddenly remembers that there are side effects to using physical strengthening magic, especially magic that affects multiple areas of the body. Just as he's about to learn what those side effects are, the book snaps shut, and Li wakes up in the real world, disappointed to realize that it's already morning. That's how Li Han's dream went that night. Back in the present, Li Han reflects on how he had no choice but to use the spell despite feeling uneasy about it, as he had too much luggage to carry. Meanwhile, the headmaster is busy analyzing how well Li Han is distributing his mana throughout his body to maintain the spell. Upon further analysis, the headmaster realizes that Li Han is continuously using basic control magic, which is abnormal for an average human. Normally, someone would collapse from mana depletion after attempting what Li Han just did. But thanks to his abundant mana reserves, Li can pull it off. As Li approaches the gate, he announces his return, and the headmaster welcomes him back. Li notices the look of disappointment on the headmaster's face, and assumes it's because he managed to bypass his traps. Professor Garcia advises Li to take plenty of potions and rest to recover from his fatigue. Although Li had prepared for this moment, he becomes a bit nervous when Garcia shows too much concern for him. Pretending to understand her concern, Li bids them farewell and leaves the gate. The headmaster tries to stop him to ask where he got the money, but it's too late. Li is already long gone. A few hours later, after resting, Li Wardenus steps outside, and his colleagues immediately gather around him to check on his well-being. Li tells them not to worry, as he's doing fine. Internally, however, he's puzzled by how well he feels, expecting to be in pain for at least 3 days. As he struggles to figure out why he's feeling so good, Yoner arrives with a hot cocoa drink to help calm his nerves. The two sit together, sipping their cocoa. After thanking Yoner for the drink, Li asks how she managed to handle his eccentric horse. To his surprise, Yoner explains that the horse was tame and responsive to her touch the entire time. Li, however, becomes annoyed at the horse for being so agreeable with her, and is frustrated that the asshole horse responds better to a woman's touch than his. As Li Han secretly plots his revenge against the horse, Yoner reminds him that a new week has already started, and asks about their remaining homework from the headmaster. Now that they're done with Yurgalem's assignment, the headmaster's task is all that's left, and it involves stealing the White Tiger Tower's designated flag. Before making any plans, Li Han asks the other nobles in his tower if any of them have attempted to solve the homework. The group immediately complains about how foolish and thick-headed the tigers are. One girl mentions that she tried winning them over with sweets but failed, while another recounts the various strategies they employed, like infiltration, bribery, and disguises, all of which failed to convince the tigers. Despite the complaints, Li Han is relieved to see that his colleagues haven't been sitting idly by. Just as he's about to devise a plan, Gainando speaks up, asking why they can't simply cooperate with the tigers and exchange flags. The others immediately shout at him, reminding him how the tigers tried to bully Wardenus in the beginning. Before a fight can break out, Li Han calms everyone down, asking them to wait while he finishes planning their ambush on the tower, which seems like their only option at the moment. The group leaves, saying they're counting on him, while Gainando is left behind. Gainando still insists on asking Li Han if exchanging flags wouldn't be a better idea since the tigers seem trustworthy to him. Curious about his reasoning, Li Han questions why Gainando sees them that way, noting that it's rare for Gainando to offer his opinion on matters like this. Gainando explains that earlier, the tigers were friendly and even gave him bread and milk to ease his hunger. This revelation sets off alarm bells in Li Han's mind, as he wonders why those bastards would give someone like Gainando food. It quickly dawns on Li Han that the tigers are likely bribing Gainando to set a trap for the rest of them. While initially considering Gainando a poor target for them, Li Han suddenly gets an idea. He calls Gainando over and whispers something to him. Once he's done, Gainando smiles, thanks Li Han for finally understanding him, and leaves to carry out Li's instructions. Li Han smiles at Gainando's naivety, considering the first phase of his plan complete. In the next scene, Jijel Maradi and a group of White Tiger students are painting their tower's insignia on a plain white piece of fabric. After finishing, one of them asks Jijel if they need to exchange the fake flag with the yellow guy they talked to earlier. Jijel confirms the fake flag looks convincing enough and agrees. Around that time, one of their teammates rushes in, excitedly telling Maradi that Gainando fell for their trap, and will meet them in front of the academy by noon the next day. The group praises Anrago for doing a good job, though Jijel remains suspicious. Another student notices Jijel's unease and asks what's bothering him. Jijel confides that he's not sure Gainando can be trusted, Finding it strange that everyone in Blue Dragon Tower, including Li Han, agreed to the trade based solely on Gainando's suggestion. He asks Enrago if he's certain Li Han agreed, but the others urge him to trust Enrago this time. Annoyed, Jijil wonders why his teammates are so simple-minded. He suppresses the urge to scold them and, instead, chooses to play it cool, ultimately complimenting Enrago's efforts. After all, even if their plan fails, they won't lose anything since they're exchanging a fake flag, so Jijil feels at ease. By nightfall, Li Han, Yoner, Ratford, and a few other nobles from Blue Dragon sneak toward White Tiger Tower, ready to ambush them and steal their flag. When they arrive, Ratford expresses his honor at being called to help personally, and Li Han mentions they needed the perspective of a professional thief. Just then, Yoner panics. And when Li Han asks what's wrong, she says they should have invited Nilia too. Realizing how insecure Nilia can be if left out of important tasks, Li promises to explain the situation to her later. For now, his focus is on executing the plan. Li Han reminds everyone that thanks to Gainando, the Tigers have let their guard down. He explains that the plan is for him and Ratford to infiltrate the tower first, while the others wait for his signal. He knows the nobles likely have no experience with ambushes, so he instructs them to remain quiet until he confirms access to the tower. With the stage set, Li Han signals Ratford, and together they sneak toward the entrance of White Tiger Tower. At the entrance, Li Han attempts to analyze the magic imbued in the barrier. However, as he reads the magic structure, he staggers and nearly faints. Thankfully, Ratford catches him and asks if he's all right. Li assures him that he's fine, though it's clear the task is not easy. Ratford suggests they try another approach, but Li insists on continuing, knowing that the only obstacle left is the magic blocking the entrance. In the summoned monster's greenhouse near the academy, a senior student dozes off while recording information about one of his experiments. Seconds into his nap, his colleague catches him sleeping on the job and wakes him to prevent a summoned monster from escaping under his watch. Once fully awake, the student resumes his work, promising to pay more attention. However, as soon as his colleague leaves, he starts dozing off again, unaware that the container holding the summoned vine monster in front of him is slowly breaking apart. Back at the entrance to White Tiger Tower, Li Han infuses his staff with mana and begins his first attempt at breaking down the magic barrier securing the tower. Ratford, standing beside him, can feel the immense amount of mana Li is expending, even without intentionally trying to sense it, and marvels at how incredible Wardness is. As for Li Han, he puts everything he has into disabling the barrier and succeeds after a few seconds. Meanwhile, in his quarters, the headmaster senses the barrier being broken. Initially, he assumes that the anti-magic bastards have returned to harm his students. However, one of his servants quickly calms him down, explaining that the ones responsible are actually the academy's new students. Realizing this, the headmaster figures they must be attempting to complete the assignment he gave them the previous week. He immediately suspects that the one capable of such advanced magic is none other than Wardness. Curious, he asks his servant about the status of the other security spells beyond the entrance. The skeleton servant reports that most of the defense magic has been halted by a single student. This revelation shocks the headmaster, who never expected Li Han to disable so many layers of security at once. While he wonders just how hard Li Han has whacked his security system, Li Han himself orders his colleagues to rush into the tower now that the door is open. As his teammates rush inside without hesitation, Li Han notices the security magic slowly regenerating and marvels at its strength. He realizes they must act quickly. If the magic fully recovers, they'll be in serious trouble. Moments after they enter, a white tiger monster materializes from the candles along the corridor walls, captures Gainando, drags him back to the entrance, and flings him outside, leaving the rest of the group to advance deeper into the tower. Seeing this, some students hesitate, worried about Gainando. But Li Han urges them to focus. He warns that if they don't hurry to the common room, the trap and security spells will recover, making their mission significantly harder. Upon arriving, the nobles pause for a moment, admiring how different the tiger's common room is from their own. They find it both fascinating and bizarre. However, Li Han and Ratford quickly remind them of their mission, finding and stealing the flag before it's too late. To speed up the search, they split up and scour the room. Li Han briefly considers how lucky they are that no one is around to stop them. But before he can celebrate, someone suddenly calls his name. Turning around, he sees Darugu standing there in his pajamas, looking shocked and demanding to know what Li Han is doing in his tower so late at night. Darugu explains that he came down because of the noise and asks how they managed to get inside. Seizing the opportunity, Li Han tricks Darugu into looking behind him. The moment Darugu turns, Li Han knocks him out cold with an iron ball, leaving him unconscious on the floor. As one of the nobles makes an unkind remark about Darugu, Yoner questions whether it's okay to treat a friend this way. Li Han reassures her that he's actually doing Darugu a favor. If the other tigers find him knocked out, they won't suspect him of helping the blue dragons, meaning he won't get into trouble. He adds that this way, Darugu also won't end up feeling isolated, like Nilia. Though Yona appreciates Lee Han's thoughtfulness, she still doesn't understand why he compared Darugu to Nilia. Just then, Ratford calls out, announcing that he's found the flag. However, there's a problem. There are multiple flags, all identical. Lee Han frowns, realizing it's too dark to distinguish the real flag from the fakes. With no time for careful examination, he orders one of his silver-haired teammates to take all the flags so they can escape as quickly as possible. The moment the student picks up the flags, the candles in the room flare to life, triggering a trap. Suddenly white tiger monsters appear from all corners of the room, capturing several Blue Dragon students. While this happens, Ratford manages to gather all the flags and informs Lee Han. After praising Ratford for his quick work, Lee Han shouts for the group to make a run for the entrance, hoping they can escape before getting caught. Around that time, Rowena and another White Tiger Tower member descend the stairs to investigate the noise coming from downstairs. Apparently, the other guy had complained to Rowena about hearing sounds from within their tower. Though Rowena didn't believe him, since outsiders shouldn't be able to enter the White Tiger Tower due to its security, he still followed the guy downstairs just to prove him wrong. Just as they approach the resting room, the last surviving Blue Dragon students suddenly rush past them, fleeing from the White Tigers. Rowena, scared shitless, immediately recognizes them by their Blue Dragon Tower uniforms. Seeing Rowena and his companion on the stairs, Lee Han assumes they've finally been caught. However, before Rowena can react, he spots Princess Ardenart among the so-called criminals, and calls out her name, hoping she'll stop. To his dismay, the princess ignores him. Just when Rowena thinks the situation couldn't get any weirder, the magical white tigers zoom past him, continuing their pursuit of the intruders. As he watches the tigers capture a few of them, confusion sets in, and he yells at the top of his lungs, "What the hell is going on here?" His voice echoes into the sudden silence that follows the chaos. Moments later, after dashing across the common room, Lee Han, Ratford, Yoner, and a few other Blue Dragon students finally reach the White Tiger Tower's entrance. Just as Lee is about to be caught by one of the tigers, he makes a last-minute leap, barely escaping its grasp before landing outside the tower. After surviving the rough landing, he looks back and sees the entrance door slam shut. He exhales in relief and tells his exhausted colleagues, who are panting like goats, that they finally made it out. Their relief is short-lived as they hear White Tiger students from inside the tower waking up their peers, preparing to hunt down the Blue Dragon bastards. Instantly, Lee Han realizes they're not out of the woods yet, and then urges his tired comrades to pull themselves together, warning them that the tigers are coming. Before they arrive, he orders the stronger students to carry those who are too exhausted to run so they can get out quicker. Lee Han himself picks up Gainando, who had been yeeted out at the beginning, hoisting him onto his shoulder before taking off. As he's being carried, the clueless Gainando, still half-conscious, mumbles something about being in a carriage, and groggily tells Lee Han, whom he calls the coachman, to slow down. Annoyed by the spoiled brat's nonsense, Lee Han snaps at him, telling him to get his shit together because he is not a damn coachman. Soon the White Tiger Tower's entrance flings open, and a group of furious students charge toward the stragglers. Seeing this, Lee Han realizes that, at their current pace, they'll be caught in no time. Thinking quickly, he tells Ratford that they'll need a distraction. For a moment Ratford worries that Lee Han is planning to use Gainando as bait, but Lee Han reassures him that he won't go that far. Around that time, Unrago angrily calls out to Lee Han, accusing him of betraying Darugu, who had trusted him to be honorable. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Han decides to clear Darugu of any suspicion. He coldly tells Unrago that Darugu is nothing more than a pawn to him, mocking the orc for believing in him. Enraged, Unrago loses his temper and charges at Lee Han, but before he can reach him, Lee Han chants the Surge incantation, summoning heavy water restraints that pin Unrago to the ground. As Unrago struggles against the weight of the cuffs, all he can do is curse Wardenus for being a piece of shit. Before the White Tigers lose track of the fleeing Blue Dragons, 3 more students arrive, only to find Unrago already restrained. They glare at him for going down so honorably and make sure he's okay. Meanwhile, Gainando, being his usual insufferable self, starts taunting the White Tigers, claiming that they'll never win against Wardenus. Fed up with his nonsense, Lee Han tells him to shut up and stay still while he pulls off a stunt to keep their pursuers at bay. Without hesitation, Lee Han warns the White Tigers not to come after them, claiming that he can cast his magic as many times as he wants, and that they won't be able to dodge his attacks in the darkness. Inwardly, however, Lee Han knows they need to get away before more White Tigers show up, as his threats will only work if the tigers don't attack in overwhelming numbers. Just then, Unrago yells for his comrades not to worry about him, and demands that they make Darugu's enemy, Lee Han, pay for his betrayal. At that moment, Li Han regrets not knocking the bastard out when he had the chance. But it's too late now. All 4 White Tiger students get back on their feet and surround him. Seeing this, Gainando nervously asks if they're screwed. Annoyed, Li Han tells him to shut the fuck up while he grips his staff and prepares for battle. Just before the fight begins, he rapidly formulates a strategy. He'll use his water ball and sword to attack and defend before making a break for it after blinding their opponents. Before he can execute his plan, however, Gainando suddenly shouts, warning them to be careful of something behind the White Tigers. Predictably, the Tigers dismiss his warning, assuming it's just a cheap trick. But within moments, a familiar vine monster emerges, its tendrils wrapping around all 4 White Tigers. Before they even realize what's happening, they're completely ensnared by the creature's green vines. Soon after, the headmaster informs the students via the school's magic broadcast system that a summoned monster has escaped from the greenhouse. Still speaking over the intercom, the person who woke the sleepy student earlier denies any knowledge of the situation and urges the professor to send the idiot who was sleeping on duty to the punishment room. Frustrated, the headmaster tells the guy to shut up and focus on getting the monster back. From the way the duo converses over the intercom, Li Han realizes they're just incompetent failures who couldn't even contain a single experiment. Turning around, Li Han sees all 4 Tiger students still ensnared in the vine monster's tendrils, and knows now isn't the time to get emotional. He starts thinking of what to do, fully aware that he can't fight the monster while hauling Gainando's dead weight. Moments later, the vine monster extends its tendrils to attack Li Han, who is defenseless. Luckily, Garcia arrives just in time, using her magic to cut through the attacking tendrils. Shocked, Li Han turns to see who his savior is, and gasps when he realizes it's Professor Garcia. Without wasting any time, Garcia tells Li Han to get behind her so she can attack freely. Before the next wave of tendrils, she comments on how surprised she is that another summoned monster has escaped from the greenhouse, and warns Li that the week ahead will be tough for the new students. After her brief speech, Li Han resists the urge to wonder how the monsters escaped, and instead points to the vine monster, telling the professor that it took his friend. Garcia instructs Li Han to give her a moment before activating her wide-range magic, slicing through every one of the vine monster's tendrils holding the tigers down. Once the attack is over, Li Han asks Garcia to explain what happened. Garcia tells him that while the school's external defense magic is incredibly strong against outside invaders, the same isn't true for internal incidents. She explains that there's not much they can do about accidents that occur while learning magic, and the summoned vine monster is a typical example. Judging by the situation, it seems that older students failed one of their experiments. But things like that happen from time to time, so it's nothing new. After hearing this, Li Han realizes the situation is no laughing matter, given that students were attacked inside the academy. However, he forces a fake smile and thanks Garcia for explaining everything. Moving on, he asks if the other summoned monsters that escaped earlier will be dealt with soon. Garcia assures him not to worry too much, as the monsters will be caught within a month. However, she warns him to be very careful while walking around the academy until then, so he doesn't fall victim to them. Internally, Li Han freaks out, frustrated by how casually Garcia talks about the monsters roaming the academy for an entire month. Then again, he figures professors will always be like that. And maybe this is their way of showing concern. The next morning, the headmaster makes another announcement, warning students to be extra cautious since the summoned monsters are still loose in the academy. This news shocks the students of the Blue Dragon Tower. Most are left speechless, while others suspect that the professors intentionally released the monsters to torment them. As speculation flies around about why the professors aren't capturing the monsters quickly, Li Han assumes it's because the professors are lazy. After all, with so many mages at the academy, he's sure they could subdue a dragon if all the professors were mobilized. Professors often make students clean up their mess, but now, what happens when the mess is created by the students themselves? Li Han ponders the obvious answer before deciding to drop the thought and focus on something more productive. He tells everyone to stop chatting and prepares to cook breakfast. Moments later, Li Han whips up a nice meal for everyone, having Yoner serve the nobles some of the good stuff. As he serves, Li Han mentions that he made something special because he knows everyone must be tired, especially after what happened the previous night. As expected, the compliments pour in, and Wardeness urges everyone to wait in line as he finishes serving. A while later, as they sit down to eat, Gainando admits that some good came out of the day. Confused, the group asks what he means. Gainando explains that it felt great seeing the tiger bastards panic. Yoner chuckles and agrees, saying it was fun working together, and that she enjoys eating delicious food with her friends while smiling through it all. As the sun shines into the room, the mood becomes serene, and Yoner wistfully wishes life could continue like this for them. Suddenly the headmaster's message repeats over the intercom, ruining the moment. Once it's over, Ashan complains that the announcement killed his appetite, and Gainando asks if he can have his food. As the two bicker, Yoner asks Li Han if their morning classes will be okay, given that the monsters are still running wild around the academy. When Li Han remembers it's a weekday, he exclaims that they'll probably be fine. After breakfast, Li Han heads to swordsmanship class, where he finds all the White Tiger students glaring at him for obvious reasons. Just as he's about to settle in, Darugu approaches him and says they need to talk. Once Li Han gives him his attention, Darugu tells him that if he's trying to be considerate, there's no need, as he finally understands Li Han's motive for knocking him out the previous night. Apparently, when Darugu woke up, he asked his colleagues what had happened before he was knocked out. The angry fools told him that not only did the Blue Dragon students barge into their tower to steal their flags, but Li Han also used and discarded him in the process. With that said, they urged Darugu to join them so they could protect him from future attacks like that. However, after hearing their version of the story, Darugu immediately understood that Li Han had played the villain for his sake. Now in the present, Darugu tells Li Han that they can't truly be friends if he's always afraid of what others will think. He insists that Li Han shouldn't make himself look dishonorable again just for his sake. Touched by Darugu's words, Li Han decides to leave things as they are, even though he still feels there's nothing honorable about stealing flags and knocking someone out. At that moment, one of the Tiger students calls Li Han out for trying to deceive Darugu. The others quickly rush in, standing between them to prevent Darugu from talking to that bastard. Indifferent to the commotion, Li Han figures that Darugu is now under the protection of his colleagues. Soon after, Professor Engeldel, the swordsmanship instructor, arrives and greets the students. After the usual pleasantries, he expresses his surprise at waking up to find summoned monsters roaming the school. Since classes must continue, he says he thought hard about how to turn the situation into a learning opportunity. Hearing this, Li Han grows anxious, sensing that the conversation is heading in a bad direction. Engeldel then announces that, after careful consideration, he decided to capture a loose summoned monster, so his students could fight it for practice. At this point, Li Han can't believe how wrong the professor's logic is. Shouldn't he be ensuring there are no loose summoned monsters in the first place? Just as he's about to protest, one of the Tiger students agrees with the professor, arguing that they'll never defeat summoned monsters if they keep retreating out of fear. Upon hearing this, Engeldel admits that he was going to reconsider the idea if anyone had objected. But, just as he expected, his talented students think differently. He then turns to Li Han for approval, and, caught off guard, Li Han instinctively agrees with the professor's brilliant idea, only to regret it immediately. To begin the training session, the students are instructed to form teams of 3 by drawing lots. Those with the same number will be grouped. Moments later, Li Han finds himself in a team with Darugu and Jijel, of all people, as they all pick the number 4. He knows he's in trouble when Jijel starts speaking sarcastically, commenting on how much he enjoyed their last meeting. Realizing that Jijel is referring to the night Li Han set him and his minions up for the punishment room, Li Han plays along, suggesting they both forget about it since they acted childishly. This, of course, only enrages Jijel, and Darugu asks Li Han if he's really serious about what he just said. To explain Jijel's personality, Darugu tells Li Han that they both came from the north, and the Marathi family never forgets their grudges. Knowing this, he warns Li Han that Jijel will definitely come after him, so he'd better be careful. He also promises to protect Li Han if something goes wrong but urges him to stay vigilant. By now Li Han realizes just how difficult it will be to work with this team during class. Just then, Engeldel gathers the students and announces that, since all the teams have been formed, they will now move on to the next step, selecting a leader. The leader will be chosen based on a red dot in the corner of their lot. Once chosen, the leader will give instructions, and the other 2 teammates must follow them while fighting the summoned beast. Hearing this, Li Han feels a sense of dread, fearing the worst. He checks his paper and, relieved, sees that he isn't the leader. Hoping for the best, he asks Darugu if he has the red dot. Unfortunately, Darugu doesn't, meaning their team leader is Jijel. Li Han's fears are confirmed, but he plays it cool, telling Jijel to make sure his instructions are clear so he doesn't get backstabbed. In response, Jijel smirks and tells Li Han that he's looking forward to working with him. As the silent bickering between the two continues, poor Darugu finds himself caught in the middle. Even though he's not a knight and is usually afraid of other things, this situation scares him the most. A few seconds into their stare-down, a random student raises a question, asking the professor to tell them the nature of the summoned beast they'll be fighting. Engeldel replies that he can't reveal such information because, in the future, they'll have to learn how to fight unknown summoned monsters with minimal knowledge. While this explanation makes sense, it still irritates many students, including Jijel and Li Han, to no end. Li Han figures that since the professor is already spewing irresponsible nonsense, he might as well ask for something to help them take down the summoned monster. Unfortunately, before he can get his message across, another happy-go-lucky white tiger student yells out, praising the professor for the incredible classwork he's giving them. After hearing these fools boast about how they can handle the monster like proud knights, even Jijil, who is later revealed to have been a tomboy all along, expresses her disappointment in her fellow towerman. Surprised to see someone thinking exactly like him, Li Han stares at Jijil. But when she confronts him, he simply tells her he's just shocked to finally meet someone who thinks like he does. Unimpressed by his attempt at friendship, Jijil tells him not to be ridiculous and to just follow her instructions to the letter. Not looking to start a fight, Li Han agrees, as long as her instructions make sense. Hearing his response, Jijil then demands an explanation for why he put them to sleep that night and handed them over to the headmaster. As Li Han reminds her that they weren't on the same team back then, Darugu interrupts the two and tells Li Han to stop talking. Li insists he's only trying to clear up the misunderstanding, but Darugu warns him that some misunderstandings can't be resolved. Knowing full well that Li Han is only going to make Jijil more irritated, as Li Han, Darugu, and Jijil reach the entrance and open the door, they find the inside of the building nearly pitch black. Seeing this, Li Han realizes that Engeldel must have set it up for them to fight the monster in a dark environment. But that's not happening, at least not for them, as he immediately illuminates the room with magic, making Jijil jealous of his impressive skills. Seconds after the room lights up, the trio hears strange sounds from the darkness ahead. Soon enough, the summoned monster appears, a spirit bull with parts of its body covered in hard spikes. The creature continues making its eerie grunts as Jijil, recognizing it by its appearance, identifies it as a spirit bull. Li Han adds that it's a unique one. While assessing the bull's magical composition, Li Han detects an energy radiating from it, a clear sign of a strengthening magic potion. This makes him wonder if the bull is the same one Urigalim sent after them during their trip to the mountains. But then again, he concludes that can't be the case. At that moment, Darugu notices Li Han zoning out and quickly asks what he's thinking about. Li Han assures him it's nothing and tells himself to get his act together so he can focus on what to do next. With that, he informs his teammates that he senses two types of power from the creature, the energy of the strengthening potion, and the energy of a spirit. After hearing this, Darugu asks their team leader what they should do to get past the bull. Jijil scoffs, insulting Li Han for overcomplicating something so simple. Li Han explains that it'll be difficult to deal with such a strong creature using normal attacks. Jijil then asks if either of them knows how to infuse their weapons with mana, fully expecting both of them to say no. To her dismay, however, both Li Han and Darugu say they can do it. She wonders how Li Han, despite not coming from a knight family, can pull off such a technique. In any case, Li Han takes charge, suggesting they split up and attack from different angles. Since that's the only logical plan, Jijil agrees, but then asks Darugu who he thinks should be at the center, pointing out that whoever takes that position will receive the brunt of the bull's attacks. When Darugu doesn't respond, Li Han smugly suggests that the team captain should take the center position. A furious Jijil immediately flips him off, leading Darugu to conclude that he's the only adult in this team of children. To settle the dispute like normal kids would, Darugu suggests they decide with rock, paper, scissors. The match is played, and soon enough, the three take their formation. Li Han standing in the center, after apparently losing to Jijil earlier. The strategy is simple. They will split into three directions and approach until the spirit bull reacts. Once it does, the center member, Li Han, will focus on running away while the other two attack and, if possible, subdue it. Li Han knows that escaping will be the hardest part, as attacking the bull will make things significantly easier. Moments later, the bull gets angry, releasing an aura so intense that even Jijil and Darugu feel its pressure. As for Li Han, the sheer amount of mana being released tells him that this creature won't go down easily. So rather than just approaching, he decides to strike first. With that, he chants the incantation, Surge and Move, conjuring a water prison that restricts the bull's movements. Darugu immediately praises Li Han for his impressive move, only to pause when he realizes that the water prison seems to be forcing the bull in a certain direction, towards Jijil. A little while ago, when Jijil was assigning positions, she made plans to drive the bull toward Li Han. Unfortunately for her, Li Han somehow anticipated her plan and did it first. As the bull charges toward her, she wonders if Li Han had the same idea. With no time to ponder it, Jijil concludes that if she's going down, she's not going down alone. She runs behind Li, causing the bull to charge at both of them. Unimpressed by her failed attempt to be clever, Li simply chants the incantation to activate his invisibility belt, and instantly vanishes. Shocked, Jijil, who didn't know he could disappear, frantically wonders where he's gone. Before she knows it, the bull is dangerously close, and she realizes it's now or never. Like a brave swordsman, she unsheathes her wooden sword and manages to land a light strike on the bull's neck. But even she knows the attack wasn't deep enough to injure it, as the damage is nullified almost instantly. With nothing left to lose, Jijil takes her stance, infuses her weapon and body with mana, and waits for the bull to make one final charge. She hopes this will be her chance to bring it down. As the bull charges toward her, just as she's about to land the knockout blow, something invisible slams into the bull's side, knocking it over and rendering it unconscious for a few seconds. While Jijil and Darugu stand there, confused about what just happened, Li Han drops the invisibility spell of his cursed Prasinga belt and reappears with a broken wooden sword. As the sword's remains dissipate into thin air, Li Han thinks to himself that it was bound to break. It was just a wooden sword infused with mana, after all. Upon his reappearance, Darugu asks Li Han how he managed to take the monster down in one hit. Li Han tells him not to worry about it, and insists they need to escape before the bull wakes up. Realizing the truth in his words, Jijil, angry at Li for using her, and Darugu, too scared to look back, both make a run for the exit. As they flee, Darugu asks Li Han if it's okay to leave things unresolved with Jijil, and Li replies that it's fine, since they probably won't be in the same group again after this lesson. A short time later, they reach the exit and finish the lesson. Afterward, the last group completes the training session, and Li Han wonders if the swordsmanship lesson is over for the week. Soon enough, Engeldel calls the students to gather. Before the professor says anything, Li Han ponders how the other groups managed to escape the bull safely, considering his group had members who could infuse their swords with mana. With no answers, he stays quiet and listens to the professor. After praising their efforts, Engeldel highlights the accomplishment of one team that actually managed to subdue the bull, unlike the others, who simply ran away. At that moment, Li Han realizes they were never required to subdue the bull at all. Reflecting on the professor's initial instructions, he remembers that Engeldel never mentioned defeating the bull, not even once. Jijil, on the other hand, becomes even angrier when she overhears classmates whispering, asking if she was the one who defeated the bull. Moving on, the professor asks the students to share their thoughts after facing a monster. The others give their cowardly opinions, most saying the bull was much faster and stronger than they expected. Engeldel says that's to be expected, given that they're just beginners, but adds that by running away, they should have realized there's no need to be afraid. After sharing some sage advice about defeating fear and swordsmanship, Engeldel tells them that the key is to calmly analyze their opponent. Once they recognize they can't win, they should strategize a way to escape. With that, the professor expresses his gratitude for their efforts in learning lessons that words alone cannot teach. Before concluding the session, Engeldel informs the students that he'll keep the current groupings going forward, as he's noticed the synergy between group members is better than he expected. Upon hearing this, Li Han, Darugu, and Jijil almost fall into despair. Li Han turns to Darugu and asks if he should apologize to Jijil for what just happened. Judging by the state she's in, Darugu advises Li Han to use him as a mediator for now. After the lesson, Li Han heads to his next class, Basic Understanding of Alchemy, in the Horned Beast Tower. There he finds Yoner and Nilia getting ready for their classes. When Yoner sees Li Han, she's surprised to find two other nobles clinging to him like bodyguards. Curious, she asks him about it, and Li Han explains that these two bozos offered to protect him after his swordsmanship lesson. One of them adds that any location outside of their tower is basically a war zone, so they're just doing their best to protect their star boy, Li Han. They're convinced the monsters and tigers are making plans to come after him, and they need to be there to protect him at all costs. Yoner, unimpressed, tells them that Li Han could easily beat up anyone who tries to attack him. But before they can respond, Siana suddenly appears with a box of potions, and agrees with Li Han, pointing out that they're in a precarious situation. Upon seeing Siana, Li Han immediately showers her with flattery, demonstrating his excellent ass-kissing skills. Siana, pleased with the attention, offers him some potions she made to repel monsters. Watching the scene unfold, Nilia turns to Yoner and asks if Li Han owes this girl something. Soon after, Professor Uragalem arrives and orders everyone to take their seats. Once the students are settled, he asks if they've completed their potions. They all answer affirmatively while silently dreaming of one day pulling Uragalem's beard off his face. From his seat, Li Han notices the looks on his classmates' faces and wonders what dangerous schemes they must have planned for the poor professor. Uragalem, however, is slightly surprised to see that all the students have completed the assignment. But after hearing from a Phoenix student that they worked together to get it done, he commends them for their effort. He then informs them that successfully making a low-grade spirit befriending potion proves they are now beginner alchemists. Naturally, he reminds them that their potions aren't perfect. To demonstrate, he opens a random vial, places it close to a plant, and lets the potion's essence flow into it. A small fire ignites on the plant, and Irregulum explains that the fire is weak because the potion lacks potency. As the students marvel at the tiny flame, Irregulum stops the demonstration and tests another potion on the plant. This time, the fire is noticeably larger. Shocked, he checks the name tag on the vial to see who made the potion and finds Li Han Wardenus written on it. He stares at the peculiar student for a moment, clears his throat, and tells the class that while some of their potions are well made, they shouldn't become arrogant over this small success, as real alchemy is only just beginning. Moving on to the main lecture, Irregulum pulls a small bunny from his pocket and informs the students that they will now practice what they've learned so far. This time, on a real spirit. Seeing the tiny bunny-like spirit in Irregulum's hand, Li Han wonders if spirits always manifest as cute animals. Meanwhile, the forearm bone hidden in his coat tingles with curiosity, and he gets a glimpse into yet another reason why black magic isn't widely practiced. Continuing his lecture, Irregulum introduces the spirit as Mr. Rabbit, a nice spirit he frequently uses. He warns the students never to underestimate its power simply because it looks small and adorable. If necessary, this seemingly harmless bunny could wipe out the entire class on its own. Since forming spirit contracts is too difficult for them at this stage, Irregulum says they will start by gradually approaching low-rank spirits. He explains that contracts take time to establish because they require trust, which must be built step by step. As he douses the classroom with a green potion, Irregulum explains that he is amplifying the spiritual energy in the room to help the students enter the spirit world more easily. Once there, he advises them to focus on gaining the spirit's trust. The best way to do this, he says, is by demonstrating sincerity. On the other hand, if they approach the spirits with arrogance, the spirits will sense it and ignore them. With that, he urges the students to drink the potions they prepared. As they do, he wishes them a successful trip to the spirit realm. Li Han closes his eyes and reopens them to find himself in the spirit world, standing between the territories of fire and ice spirits. For a brief moment, he notes that the sensation of being here is similar to the feeling he got from the headmaster's book. Except this time, he is here of his own will. Since everything seems to be going smoothly, he decides to start by befriending the spirits. Wandering into the fire spirit's territory, Li Han begins his task. A few minutes later, the students start returning to their physical bodies. Yoner excitedly shares how amazing her experience was, marveling at how, although she thought she was in the spirit world for a long time, only a few seconds had passed in reality. Ashan eagerly talks about his encounter with a carp spirit. However, Irregulum, growing tired of their chatter, tells them to wait until they return to their respective towers before discussing their experiences further. By now, he expects they all understand just how difficult it is to form a connection with a spirit. He advises them to continue reaching out to the spirits whenever they have the opportunity. With that, he dismisses the class, but asks Li Han to stay behind for a brief discussion. Once he has Li Han's attention, Irregulum inquires about his experience in the spirit world, worried that he may have already formed a contract. When Li Han replies that his experience was terrible, Irregulum breathes a sigh of relief. Smiling, he asks Li Han to elaborate. Li explains that although he encountered many spirits, they all fled as soon as they saw him. Hearing this, Irregulum racks his brain until he recalls something from the past. He recounts a story of a man who first entered the spirit world after becoming an archmage. Although his immense magical power made it easy for him to access the realm, the spirits were terrified of him. When Li Han asks why, Irregulum explains that the spirits were frightened by the overwhelming aura radiating from the mage's soul. Curious, Li Han asks Irregulum to diagnose his problem. Irregulum theorizes that it is likely due to the sheer quantity of Li Han's mana. Fortunately, there is a solution. After all, the archmage from the story eventually succeeded in befriending the spirits. Excited, Li Han asks how he did it. Irregulum replies that the archmage used magic to forcibly capture the spirits and then befriended them afterward. Li Han stands there, stunned, as he processes the awkwardness of Irregulum's so-called solution. Soon after, Li Han asks Irregulum if spirits are stronger in the spirit world. Irregulum tells him that might be the only real obstacle stopping him. In any case, he advises the worried student to do his best and try to enjoy the challenge of winning the spirits over. This annoys Li Han so much that he decides he's going to steal even more food the next time he visits Irregulum's hut. After leaving Irregulum, Li Han joins his friends in the hallway and recounts his entire ordeal in the spirit realm. Having heard everything, Sienna suddenly appears and remarks on his terrible luck with spirits. However, she points out that spirits sometimes get scared due to misunderstandings. Even within their own order, she explains, similar situations have occurred, so Li Han's experience isn't entirely unique. Li Han then asks if there's a way to resolve this issue. Chiana responds that they use the same potion they saw in Irregulum's class. Apparently, she believes the potion is so effective that anyone who uses it might even appear attractive to spirits. Among the Fleming Order's secret potions, There is one specifically designed for spirits. Since she has helped craft it before, Sienna promises to make some for anyone who wants it, provided they gather all the necessary ingredients. Before anyone gets too excited, Sienna warns them that they will need a hefty amount of ingredients. After writing a list, she shows it to them, and Lee Han is shocked by how extensive it is. He asks if it's even possible to collect everything, to which Tiana assures him there is a way. She has heard that Professor Urugulum has a lab on the upper floors of the main building, stocked with all the ingredients she needs. If they're willing, she'll gladly join them in secretly breaking into the lab to take what's necessary. While the other Blue Dragon students excitedly praise Tiana's alchemy skills, Lee Han hesitates, wondering if it's really okay for a priestess to steal. Growing uneasy, he pulls Tiana aside and reminds her just how dangerous it could be, especially if the headmaster catches them. In response, Tiana calls him by his full name and tells him that this god-awful way of life is exactly what they are being taught in this cursed academy. While her reasoning sounds ridiculous, Lee Han can't bring himself to argue after seeing her determination. Besides, if they manage to secure a large quantity of ingredients, it will be useful in the future. They just need to make sure they hit the jackpot this time, and bring everything back without getting caught. Lost in thought, Lee Han is suddenly tapped on the back by Nelia, who tells him she wants to join the heist this time. As he looks at her, he realizes she wasn't like this when he first met her, leading him to suspect that the academy itself is the real problem. A few minutes after finalizing their heist plans, Lee Han bids his friends farewell, and heads to Greg Velati's classroom for the week's lesson. After exchanging greetings, Greg begins the class by throwing stronger, heavier iron balls at Lee Han. Upon landing a few hits, Greg stops and looks down at Lee Han, who is now on all fours. He tells him he seems distracted. Lee Han denies it, though in truth, he's just annoyed that Greg always increases the difficulty as soon as he starts getting used to things. Like, why don't they spin the Spirit Star anymore? Huh? Unfortunately, Greg, who obviously can't hear Lee Han's thoughts, interprets the situation differently. Taken aback by Lee Han's performance, Greg wonders why the poor guy still doesn't get it. While it's normal for a professor's attacks to hit a student if he goes all out, Greg never imagined that the reason Lee Han is struggling is that he expects him to add spins to the balls. With this in mind, he asks Lee Han if that's the issue. Lee, still lost in thought about why Greg suddenly stopped attacking, remains silent. Taking the lack of response as confirmation, Greg declares that he knows exactly why Lee Han is holding back. It's because he wants him to add spins to the balls, just like when he defeated the golem. Lee Han remains silent, now baffled by Greg's bizarre confidence in his assumption. Dismissing Lee Han's silence as stubbornness, Greg tells him not to be hasty and warns him against being overly ambitious. Moments later, it is revealed that, for the first time, Professor Greg Velati has put himself in Lee Han's shoes and devised a dangerous yet effective way to push him forward. He intends to make Lee Han truly understand the dangers ahead, so that he can properly earn both the title and respect of being called a mage. Upon reaching this conclusion, Greg murmurs something to himself. When Lee Han asks what he just said, Greg steps closer and tells him that it's completely fine to be hasty, because he'll help him focus properly from now on. For some reason, that sentence terrifies Lee Han. Realizing that Greg has already made up his mind, Lee Han desperately tries to talk him out of whatever the hell he's about to do. But Greg is determined. He needs Lee Han to understand that the moment he steps onto the mage's path without proper preparation, he could die. To hammer this lesson home, Greg increases the density of the iron balls and launches another one. Lee Han barely dodges it. Standing there, shell-shocked, he realizes that he only avoided the attack by sheer luck. As if that wasn't enough, Greg hurls another iron ball at him. This time, Lee Han sees it coming and quickly erects a water shield just in time to stop the projectile from putting a hole in his chest. Upon surviving the second attack, he notices that Greg has increased the weight of the balls. Now he wonders just how far the crazy professor is willing to go. As Greg readies his next shot, Lee Han starts to seriously question if this man is trying to kill the only student who gives a damn about his class. Since he's dealing with the infamous vampire, Greg Velati, Lee figures the professor really might be trying to kill him. Now that it's come to this, Lee decides to take the professor out first, a thought that's been on his mind for a while. Without warning, Greg launches the next iron ball and Lee instinctively dodges it. Realizing he needs to stop the barrage of balls before making his move, Lee picks up his staff and conjures water using magic. Seeing this, Greg wonders if Lee plans to create more balls using water magic. Though that seems logical, Greg knows it'll only make things harder for Lee to control. At that moment, Lee Han chants the incantation, "Oh my shield, deploy," and the water he conjured hardens, forming a two-circle magic water shield. Although the spell isn't particularly difficult, Velati is impressed that Lee, who had never learned water shield magic, thought to use it in the heat of battle. Knowing that a hastily constructed shield is easier to pierce, Velati continues hurling iron balls at Lee, who's scared senseless at this point. However, contrary to Greg's expectations, the iron balls fail to pierce through the shield. Upon closer inspection, Greg realizes that Lee is focusing on condensing and strengthening the shield, since, unlike with the balls, he doesn't need to move the shield. After blocking another attack, Lee gets cocky and decides to counterattack. He takes one of the lighter iron balls and throws it at Greg, who dodges it with ease. Frustrated by his failure, Lee sends his four-armed skeleton dog to attack Greg. As the skeleton approaches, Greg kicks the table between them, causing Lee to lose his footing. At that moment, Lee realizes that nothing he does seems to be working. But he resolves to bring down this monster no matter what. The four-armed skeleton manages to reach Greg, but just as it's about to bite him, Greg slaps the skeleton away like it's nothing. Getting serious, Greg lifts another iron ball and sends it speeding toward Lee Han's shield. With no time to react, Lee does his best to harden the shield, but it's futile. The ball pierces through both the shield and the skeleton dog, leaving Lee standing numb in the aftermath of his failure. With the last attack, Lee Han's water shield is destroyed. He kneels at Greg's feet, fully defeated and expecting his master to finish him off. Recognizing this as an act of submission, Greg steps closer, staring down at his student in his torn uniform. For a few moments, there's only silence. Lee Han, still in shock that his defenses were taken down so easily, braces himself for what he assumes will be the end. But to his surprise, Greg bends down, pats him on the shoulder, and tells him he did great. Lee stays frozen, trying to process what Greg just said. Eventually, he gets up and asks the professor a few questions to understand his intentions. After a short exchange, Lee realizes that Greg simply enjoys watching him struggle and push himself to his limits. Lee silently vows that next time, if Greg pulls this nonsense again, he'll burn the bastard with fire. Greg then advises Lee not to rush learning rotations, reassuring him that he'll master them in time. After a few more motivational words, Greg explains that this type of struggle is exactly what his training is about. But as usual, Lee zones out, realizing the professor is once again skipping explanations and doing whatever he pleases. At that point, Greg uses telekinesis to fling Lee off the chair and desk he's sitting at. Just as Lee's about to lose his temper, he's shocked to find his chair and desk suspended in mid-air. Greg informs him that from now on, Lee will be learning to concentrate in erratic situations. Finally, Greg tells him to keep using the skills he just demonstrated, promising to adjust the difficulty as needed. Internally, Lee knows one thing for sure. He doesn't want to deal with this guy's class anymore. Thankfully, the class ends soon. But by nightfall, a tired Lee Han visits Uragolem's cabin and startles Zed, Uragolem's aunt, who is busy singing and tending to the garden. Seconds after spotting the exhausted student, Zed becomes worried and asks Lee why he looks half dead. Lee replies that it's nothing, explaining that he just had a very intense class with Professor Greg Velati that day. Growing even more concerned upon hearing that he's attending Velati's class, Zed asks why he would do that. But before Lee can figure out what she's implying, she falls silent and changes the subject, asking if he has any questions about the lessons he's taking at the academy. While they walk toward a nearby stream, Lee asks if it's possible to get flying beasts in the academy. Surprised by his question, Zed asks why he's interested in something like that. Lee lies, saying it's just out of academic curiosity. At that moment, Zed realizes Lee doesn't know that the white horse she gave him to tame is the griffin that attacked them earlier. She tells him that the academy, known for having everything one can think of, certainly has flying beasts if he looks hard enough. Lee then asks if it's possible to tame a monster if he happens to find one, and Zed responds that it would be difficult, even for experienced tamers like her, as taming wild monsters is no easy task. After a brief pause, Lee boldly asks Zed to teach him how to tame monsters when they're both free, expressing his desire to succeed under her guidance. Surprised by his motivation, Zed agrees to teach him but warns him that the lessons will be very tough, urging him not to regret his decision. With that said, Lee Han happily accepts her condition and goes to bed content. The next day, Lee Han and his colleagues attend Professor Garcia's class, Understanding Basic Magic. Upon noticing how groggy Lee looks, Yoner asks if he slept well the previous night. Lee tells her that he had a nightmare about a crazy professor who gave him a horrifying experience. Concerned but not wanting to hear the details, Yoner pats him on the back and reassures him that things will be fine. Around that time, Professor Garcia enters the class and greets her students. She begins the lecture by reminding them about Professor Mortem, who taught black magic the previous week, and informs them that this week, they'll have another professor come in to teach summoning magic. Shortly after, an elderly professor enters the room and introduces herself as Professor Mila, a summoning magic expert. The students warmly welcome her, and Mila thanks them for their kindness. Garcia explains that, like black magic, summoning magic is usually taught in their second year. However, Due to the recent incidents involving summoned monsters, she invited Professor Mila because she believes it will be helpful for them. Mila then takes over, asking the students to signify who is interested in summoning magic. When everyone raises their hands, Lee notes that summoning magic must be a highly useful skill. Mila explains that there are several types of summoning magic, and it's so vast that no one knows everything about it. From fairy tales to reality, summoning magic can offer great rewards for those lucky enough to master it. Seeing so many eager students, Mila expresses her happiness, but warns them that few students truly deserve to learn summoning magic. It's extremely difficult, and those who take it just out of curiosity will struggle. Lee approves of her teaching approach, thinking it's wise for students to understand the value of her words. Comparing her to Professor Velati, who nearly killed him in his last class, Lee concludes that Velati is just a thug lucky enough to become a professor. Mila continues, explaining that to master summoning magic, students need a well-rounded understanding of multiple subjects. If they're only interested in the cool aspect of summoning creatures, they might want to rethink their choice, as the difficulty matches its appeal. Despite the warning, the students remain determined, hoping they'll discover their talent in summoning magic. To lighten the mood, Garcia encourages Mila to give the students a chance, reminding her that they're all talented. After some thought, Mila agrees and takes out her wand, conjuring a scroll with a magic circle drawn on it for each student. Yoner, excited, notices that these are not one-time scrolls but regular scrolls with magic circles inscribed on them. Mila then emphasizes the importance of their basic empire geometry and arithmetic class, hoping they're taking it seriously. The atmosphere in the class turns moody, as many students dislike dealing with numbers. Lee finds the material easy, but Gainando, the airhead, finds it incredibly difficult. After hearing the students complain about how hard basic arithmetic is, Mila concludes that there's little chance any of them will succeed in summoning magic. She advises them to pay close attention in that class, as drawing magic circles and performing calculations are essential to summoning. With that, she instructs the students to visualize the magic circle on the scroll in their heads. Lee Han picks up the scroll to study the complexity of the magic circle before attempting to follow her instructions. For context, magic circles function like circuits, similar to the way electric currents flow. They basically amplify, reduce, bypass, and block the strain a mage feels when performing difficult magic. As Lee understands the flow of mana, he's suddenly reminded of a quill pen. While he wonders why, Mila reveals that the magic circle is designed to summon a quill pen. Hearing this, Lee suddenly understands why he thought of a quill pen in the first place. When the professor gives the order to begin, everyone starts focusing and hoping the quill pen will magically emerge from the scroll they've been given. A few minutes into the practical, chaos ensues as random scrolls start tearing. One of the blue dragons comments that regular scrolls can be destroyed if summoning isn't done properly. However, the scrolls magically reappear, and the students realize they can be replaced immediately. Just then, a student calls everyone's attention to Princess Ardenart's progress. After imagining and drawing the magic circle, she and Ashen, sitting next to her, finally summon something resembling a quill pen. Although this is impressive, Garcia knows they can't be satisfied with summoning something similar. The experiment is a failure if it's not perfect. Additionally, depending on the amount of willpower put into summoning, there's a risk that the summoned item may attack the mage. At that moment, Ashan's imperfect quill pen attacks Gainando, who gets angry and accuses Ashan of attacking him with it. When Ashan explains that the quill pen moved on its own, Gainando calls Li Han for help, claiming Ashan just tried to assassinate him. Instead of getting involved, Li Han remains focused on his summoning and tells Gainando to shut up. Meanwhile, Enrago, seated a few spots away, spies on Li Han and notices that he hasn't summoned anything yet, despite already having summoned a perfect quill pen earlier. Since none of the other students have managed to summon one as well as Li Han, Enrago takes this opportunity to taunt the Blue Dragon students. He stands up and asks Wardanus if he's still struggling to summon something. Li Han ignores him, which infuriates Enrago, prompting him to demand that Li not ignore him. At this point, Yoner, bored by Enrago's attempts to provoke Li, insults him and asks why he's making such a fuss. Enrago retorts that he isn't trying to be obnoxious, but invites her to look at what he has summoned. Just then, Li Han finishes drawing the magic circle in his head and chants the incantation, "Come out, quill pen." Almost immediately, the scroll reacts to his incantation, and Li initially thinks he has failed. But then, an explosion occurs, and a bright white light fills the room, causing Li Han to land flat on the floor. While Yoner and the others wonder what just happened, Li Han sees a perfect quill pen appear in front of him. When he stands up, he notices the entire room is now filled with quill pens, suspended mid-air. For a moment the students are stunned, with one exclaiming that Wardanus just summoned all of them. As Li assesses the quill pen, he realizes that, while its form is good, it's still too hard for him to manage the correct amount of mana, given his substantial mana reserves. Just as he's thinking he won't be able to use the scroll again, it returns to its normal state, and Lee wonders how that's possible. It is then revealed that Lee Han's mana control has improved more than he realizes. When Professor Garcia picks up one of Lee Han's quill pens, she expresses her surprise. While the other students struggle to summon just one quill pen, Lee Han has summoned several. Garcia turns to Professor Mila to see her reaction, only to be shocked by the look of disdain on Mila's face. Garcia tries to explain that Lee Han's error was due to his excessive mana reserves, but Mila cuts her off, insisting that it wasn't a mistake. Though she recognizes Lee Han's talent in summoning magic, she perceives his actions as arrogant, especially since he summoned so many quills, which she assumes are to show off. Garcia attempts to defend Lee Han, explaining that he isn't like that, but one sharp glare from Mila silences her. It turns out that Garcia was once Mila's student, so despite being a professor herself, she still feels the natural urge to submit to her former teacher. Mila then tells Garcia that it's good to trust and care for her students, but she shouldn't let that blind her to their flaws. After Garcia nods in agreement, Mila assures her not to worry, as there are plenty of ways to correct a student's arrogance. Meanwhile, Lee Han teases Anrago for trying to sabotage him earlier, prompting Anrago to call him an evil jerk while yelling at the top of his lungs. Soon after, the White Tigers attempt to start a riot in class to defend Anrago, but before things get out of hand, Garcia quickly restores order. Once the atmosphere settles, Mila reminds the students that summoning isn't as easy as they might think. What they learned that day was only the most basic summoning magic, and normally they would have to perform it without any scrolls. However, if they are still determined to pursue the craft, she invites them to visit her workshop soon. While many people believe that talent is key to mastering magic, Mila emphasizes that perseverance and patience are what truly matter in the pursuit of magical excellence. As she finishes her speech, Lee Han has the distinct feeling that Professor Mila is speaking directly to him. As soon as Professor Garcia's class ends, Lee Han and Gainando head to the Black Rock Tower to meet Professor Mortem and observe his lessons. Upon arrival, Lee Han marvels at how eerie the place is, wishing someone would take care of it so it wouldn't look so neglected and ugly all the time. Given the subject's unpopularity, he feels the professor should at least maintain the basics to attract more students. Just as Lee is about to conclude that he and Gainando are the only students learning black magic, he spots two others standing at the entrance of the tower. He's surprised to see more students interested in black magic. Gainando, however, erupts in rage, asking Lee why the other two are there to learn black magic. Lee tells him it shouldn't bother him so much, but Gainando continues whining, insisting the professor chose him because of his supposed talent in black magic. Lee just stares at the fool, recalling how Gainando used to badmouth black magic and wondering if he still dislikes it. During their conversation, one of the other students calls Lee and Gainando blue nobodies, and tells them to quiet down. Upon closer inspection, Gainando recognizes the brunette as the infamous Wardenez, and Lee identifies him as a student from the White Tiger Tower. What intrigues Lee Han more, though, are the student's golden eyes and the unfamiliar energy he exudes. To confirm his suspicions, Lee asks if the student is part angel, and the arrogant White Tiger, Raphael, smugly confirms that he has inherited the honorable blood of his holy ancestors. As Raphael continues boasting, Lee compares him to Dijiling, who is far less proud of his divine lineage, and concludes that Raphael probably doesn't have much angel blood. Despite Raphael's hostility toward him, Lee doesn't think he's the type to follow that scumbag Jijou. To test him, Lee taunts him by asking why someone with such honorable blood would serve Marathi. Raphael, clearly offended, snaps back, saying that he would never follow someone like Jijou Marathi. Confused, Lee asks why Raphael is hostile toward him if he despises Marathi. After another outburst, Raphael explains that it's all because of Darugu of the Choi family, his honorable friend, whom Lee Han ridiculed the night he broke into the White Tiger Tower to steal their flag. Understanding now why Raphael is angry, Lee realizes there's nothing he can do to help. At that moment, Gainando interrupts to ask if Raphael is from the Grawl family. The Grawl family, a southern knight family, is renowned for having angel blood in their lineage, and for their unwavering commitment to justice. Raphael confirms this. Puzzled, Gainando asks why a member of the Grawl family, known for producing holy knights, would be learning black magic. Raphael insults the Blue Tower students and explains that he's only studying black magic to defeat black mages more easily in the future. Hearing this, Lee Han figures that Professor Mortem will be disappointed when he learns of Raphael's reasoning, but he keeps quiet for now. The other person with Raphael finally speaks up and, as she stands, asks Lee and Gainando why they've come to study black magic. Gainando is taken aback by her towering height, while Lee Han takes his time to recognize her as a giant of mixed blood. The shy, gentle giant introduces herself as Emirg, and explains that she's genuinely interested in black magic. She expresses her hope that everyone can get along, While Raphael dismisses the idea, Li Han offers his hand for a handshake, and tells Amirg that he also hopes they get along well. However, when their hands meet, Li Han quickly feels the pain of Amirg's immense strength, nearly crushing his hand bones. Grateful that he had enveloped his body in mana for protection, Li thanks his luck. Otherwise his bones might have been shattered. Gainando, oblivious to Li's warning, also goes in for a handshake, experiencing the same pain. Once they arrive at Professor Mortem's office, the professor is surprised to see so many students interested in black magic, especially Raphael, who appears especially enthusiastic. As Raphael continues to play the role of the ideal student, Li Han feels sorry for the professor, who is unaware of the truth. After the introductions, Mortem asks the students to take their places around the table for the lesson. Before starting, he asks Li Han if he has found more bone summons. When Li says no, the professor advises him to search in gloomier and darker places for better results. Feeling the ominous aura surrounding the professor, Li responds affirmatively. Moving on, the professor reviews their previous lesson, and informs them that today's lesson will focus on deepening their understanding of curses. Upon hearing this, Gainando opens his mouth and blurts out that learning curses is much more fun than learning summoning magic. When Mortem hears the term, summoning magic, he asks Gainando if they've already studied it. After Gainando confirms, Mortem asks about the reactions of the other students. Gainando explains that everyone, except them, seemed to enjoy it, and that the others went to the summoning magic workshop. Li Han scoffs at Gainando's insensitivity, and Mortem abruptly changes the topic from curses to the study of undead summons. While the other students are excited about the shift, Li Han feels like the professor has skipped a few levels in the curriculum due to emotional reasons. With that said, Professor Mortem reveals a secret. Undead summoning is the core of summoning magic. Seconds later, Raphael interrupts the class to ask if they need bones to summon the undead. Mortem confirms that they do, but explains that while necromancers of the past used to dig up graves for bones, modern mages use authorized corpses to ensure the dead are respected. Right after this explanation, Raphael asks if there are still black mages who enjoy grave robbing. Mortem admits that such people exist, but assures the class that he has no intention of making them do anything like that. Moving on from Raphael's unsettling questions, Mortem continues the lecture, emphasizing how delicate undead summoning can be. Losing control even for a moment could lead to death. Hearing this, Li Han wonders why they're learning such dangerous magic at this level, while Gainando, oblivious to the seriousness of the situation, complains about nearly dying to a quill pen earlier that day. To begin the day's practical lesson, Mortem infuses his dark mana into the magic circles on each student's table, and skillfully manipulates the magic until he successfully summons four-arm skeletons. The students, amazed by the sight, find it surprisingly cool. After summoning the forearms, Mortem warns them that while undead summoning may seem impressive, it is far from easy. Even when summoning monsters, there are crucial factors to consider, especially when dealing with creatures that possess minds of their own. Undead monsters, in particular, are highly unpredictable, which is why summoners must use specific methods to connect with and befriend them. Instead, he urges them to find their own ways to get close to the summoned hands. Gainando, taking this literally, attempts to pat the forearm skeleton. Meanwhile, Li Han, concerned about his own summon, asks if any undead monsters get scared easily. Mortem replies that since the undead isn't truly alive, it's almost impossible for them to feel anything, especially fear. However, just as he says this, he notices something bizarre happening with Li Han's forearm skeleton. To his shock, the skeleton hand has completely surrendered itself to Li Han's power. Initially, the professor suspects a problem with the chemical reagent he used, but after checking the other skeletons, he realizes they are perfectly fine. This can only mean one thing: Li Han is far stronger than Mortem originally thought. To test his theory, Mortem calls Li Han forward, and instructs him to summon a monster himself. Confused, Li Han asks if he's even capable of doing that, and the professor assures him that one of the advantages of black magic is that training can be adapted to the individual's abilities. With that, Li Han steps into the magic circle Mortem drew earlier, preparing to recite the incantation. Upon receiving the go-ahead, he closes his eyes, drops the bone fragment the professor gave him onto the circle, and begins chanting. Almost immediately, a thick purple miasma fills the room, and the bone reacts violently until a forearm skeleton finally materializes. For a moment, Li Han notes the professor's unusual silence and wonders if that means he succeeded. However, from Mortem's perspective, he knows that the essence of summoning magic is like a cluster of chains that control the summoned creature. A novice like Li Han shouldn't be able to manipulate those chains properly. If the skeleton hand moves on its own, Mortem decides, it will need to be unsummoned immediately. Watching closely for any sign of movement, the professor readies himself. The moment the skeleton reacts without being commanded, Mortem quickly steps in front of Li Han, urging him not to move while he dispels it. But before he can take action, the skeleton hand fully submits to Li Han. After a brief pause, Mortem concludes that Li Han has an immense amount of mana. Sullen, Li Han asks if there's a way to reduce it, but the professor tells him not to even consider it. His mana is a blessed talent that people would kill to have. For now, Mortem advises Li Han that there's no need for him to establish a connection with undead creatures. He can simply subdue them by force. Li Han thanks the professor for his guidance, though internally, he knows it wasn't particularly helpful. Just then, Gainando starts screaming at his skeleton hand, his face swollen from an apparent struggle, and threatens to destroy it. Puzzled, Li Han turns to the professor and asks if Gainando is truly talented in black magic. Mortem replies that talent alone isn't enough. Understanding is just as important. The sooner Gainando realizes that, the better. About an hour later, Professor Mortem ends his class for the week, and the students exit his tower. As they leave, Gainando complains about how the undead can't recognize nobility, and urges Li Han to follow him to learn summoning magic instead, insisting that anything unrelated to the undead would be better. While considering Gainando's words, Li Han reflects that, aside from spirits, most summoned monsters are far fiercer than they're used to, and they'll need to get accustomed to them. At that moment, Raphael, with a swollen face, calls out to Li Han, referring to him as the evil black mage, and confronts him for daring to slap him during class. When Li Han tries to explain that it was an accident, Raphael refuses to let it go, which doesn't bode well for Li Han. How did that happen, you ask? Well, earlier in class, when Li Han advanced from summoning to experimenting with giving commands to his skeleton, he succeeded in commanding the skeleton hand to destroy itself. While he was focused on recreating the forearm skeleton, Raphael, out of pure spite, called out to distract him. Sensing Raphael's intentions, the skeleton hand with the ribbon, which Li Han had hidden in his coat, broke free from its confines, ignored Li Han's commands, and, without warning, slapped Raphael hard. Raphael's scream shook the entire building, and he swore revenge on the person who had shattered his aura. Now Li Han tries to explain that the bone acted on its own, but unfortunately, Raphael leaves before hearing his explanation. With nothing more to be done, Li Han continues walking with Gainando until they arrive at the Spirit Mastery Tower, also known as Professor Meal's workshop, by twilight. As they approach the entrance, Li Han notices the tower's distinct difference from the Black Rock Tower. Once they knock and enter, they apologize to Professor Mila for their tardiness, lying that they had a prior appointment. Professor Mila, not realizing it was Li Han speaking, responds that prior appointments can't be helped, so there's no need to apologize. When she looks up and recognizes Li Han, she glares at him and looks away, leaving Li Han wondering why she seemed surprised to see him in her workshop. For a moment, he suspects Professor Mortem may have warned her not to trouble his favorite student. But even he knows that's unrealistic. Gainando, oblivious to the tension, asks about the other students who came before them. Mila informs him that they've already left after attending her class and receiving their homework. Shocked, Gainando protests that they already have too much homework from their other classes. However, Mila, unconcerned, summons an entire textbook for both of them to read. Li Han glances at the title, Cases and Basic Theory of Summoning Magic, and anticipates what he'll find inside. Mila instructs them to take their seats, read the book, copy it, and solve the problems within. Li immediately opens the book and is pleasantly surprised. It's clear and easy to understand. Unlike most textbooks that seem designed to waste his time, as he reads, he recalls Mila's advice on assimilation, and silently commends her for being an excellent professor, smiling at her in appreciation. Mila, on the other hand, is internally freaking out, wondering why he's looking at her like that. In any case, Mila finds Li Han's behavior strange. When she assigns students tasks like this, they usually whine and complain, especially teenagers. Yet Li Han, whom she assumed to be arrogant, is the only one diligently following her instructions without protest. Seeing this, she remembers something Garcia mentioned earlier about Li Han not being a cocky bastard, and decides she'll need to observe him more closely before making any judgments. A few hours later, Mila concludes the lecture, hands them a stack of handouts, and instructs them to study everything before the next class. Gainando, feigning enthusiasm, accepts the handouts, but both Li and Mila know he's never coming back to the class. Li collects his handouts and bids the professor farewell. Before he leaves, Mila calls out to him, apologizing for misjudging him and promising to see him next week. Li Han, who had no idea he was being misjudged, is left bewildered, wondering what he could have done to make her think poorly of him in the first place. The next day, all first-year students attend the headmaster's class on basic magic temperament understanding. To begin, the headmaster reminds the students about the homework he assigned the previous week, and decides to check the results from each tower. Li Han figures nobody would dare to forget such intense homework, as it required some of the most underhanded tactics he could think of to complete. The headmaster starts by reviewing the results of the Black Turtle and Burning Phoenix towers. The representatives from each tower get up and report that they exchanged their flags peacefully, completing the assignment without any issues. The headmaster, clearly uninterested in their boring outcome, half-heartedly commends them for doing a good job. Then, turning to the Blue Dragon Tower, Li Han rises to represent his group and announces that they, too, retrieved the flag using a peaceful method, meaning their task was also completed. The headmaster, knowing the peaceful method Li Han used, cheerfully praises him, calling him incredible for his strength. Finally, the headmaster eagerly asks the White Tigers if they managed to recover their flag. At this moment, Li Han can feel the intense stares from the White Tigers burning into the back of his head. Growing impatient, the headmaster prompts Jijel, who stands and with a touch of rage apologizes, admitting that they failed to capture a flag. This means the White Tiger Tower did not complete their homework. Jijel is seething inside, knowing this failure will seriously impact their grades. Hearing Jijel's confession, the headmaster mockingly taunts the White Tigers for failing their negotiation, saying things that make Li Han wish he would just stop talking. The headmaster then launches into a pompous speech about the purpose of the class being for everyone to get to know each other and study in harmony. Now, seeing the White Tigers' failure, it's clear not everyone understood that goal. With that said, the headmaster announces that this time, their homework will be very easy to understand. He explains that if they travel west from the academy, they'll find a large lake, almost the size of a sea. On an island in the middle of the lake, he has hidden a pass that will allow the finder to leave the academy. The class immediately becomes interested, seeing an opportunity to escape this prison-like school. Noticing their excitement, the headmaster swiftly changes the tone, saying they must all work together to retrieve the pass. Instantly, the students' enthusiasm deflates. Gainando loses his temper, demanding how they're supposed to work with those bozos, while the White Tigers, equally unhappy, fire back at Gainando. The headmaster had previously informed them that the Phoenix and Turtle Towers would form one team, while the Blue Dragon and White Tiger Towers would make up the second. Back then, he gave them the option to refuse the assignment if they could handle the consequences, but wished them luck regardless. After class, the Phoenixes and Turtles cluster together, chatting as if they're old friends. Meanwhile, the Blue Dragons and White Tigers are stressed about their new assignment and the forced collaboration. Li Han quickly notices the tension between the two towers and, knowing this isn't going to end well, decides to take action. He calls on his friends from the White Tiger Tower, asking if they can put their differences aside and work together on this one task. Predictably, the Tigers reject his proposal outright, claiming the odds of the academy collapsing are higher than the chances of them partnering with Blue Dragons. To make matters worse, another White Tiger blames Li Han for their failing grades, much to Li Han's surprise. To clear his name, Li Han urges them to reconsider, pointing out that if the headmaster's goal is to educate them, he wouldn't give them an F over one mistake. While the Tigers ponder this, Li Han presses on, warning that they're more likely to fail if they let one botched assignment ruin their teamwork. Just as he's about to convince some of the Tigers, Marathi steps in, telling his comrades not to be fooled by Li Han's silver tongue. He reminds them that nothing good has ever come from associating with him, pointing out how they were recently ambushed and punished because of Li Han. Marathi even brings up how Li Han deceived Darugu and Enrago to achieve his goals, implying he could easily do it again. Upon hearing this, the Tigers turn their hostile glares toward Li Han, who decides it's time to take a more direct approach. Without hesitation, Li Han calls Darugu over, grabs him in a slightly uncomfortable hold, and threatens to create another incident if they don't agree to work together. To make his threat more believable, he even jokes about throwing Darugu into the lake and ensuring he never comes back. This shocks even Yoner, who didn't expect Li Han to go to such lengths. Darugu, on the other hand, realizes what Li Han is up to and plays along, pleading with his fellow Tigers to save him. Seeing this, Raphael snaps and finally agrees to partner with Li Han, as long as he lets Darugu go. After making the Tigers swear on their honor, Li Han releases Darugu, but warns them to stay on his good side from now on. Witnessing this entire scene, Marathi is stunned by Li Han's ruthlessness, unable to believe he would go to such extremes to manipulate his classmates. Although some complicated relationships were formed in the headmaster's class, the real issue lies with the White Tiger's unwillingness to cooperate. Right after class, Sienna finds Li Han and asks when he plans to start their operation. Li Han tells her he's still thinking, as raiding Urigalim's lab is an urgent matter, and timing is crucial. While Yoner wonders why Li Han is addressing Sienna so formally, Li figures that if they rush into the lab without a proper plan and get caught by Urigalim himself, they'd be haunted by nightmares for at least a month. To avoid that, he needs to learn Urigalim's schedule without realizing it. After the basic riding practice class with Zed, just as Warden Ass is about to leave the stables, Zed calls out to him and tells him not to go to the hut that evening. When he asks why, she explains that she wants to take her nephew, Irregulum, to the market, and they likely won't return until the next day. This news catches Lee Han by surprise. He wishes the professor a safe trip and marvels at this sudden stroke of luck. Knowing for certain that Irregulum won't be around, Lee realizes this is the perfect opportunity to infiltrate the lab. With this in mind, he returns to his friends, who are waiting outside the stables. When they ask what's going on, he informs them that the date for the operation has been set. Without hesitation, he tells them to prepare because they're moving that night. Ashan, though slightly caught off guard, agrees that it's a good plan since it means they can rest over the weekend. Yoner also supports the idea and eagerly gears up for action. Once everything is set, the entire group does a cringe-worthy chant about doing this for a semester without homework, much to Lee Han's dismay. For context, the narrator explains that there are two types of students: those who have sneaked out multiple times at night, and those who are stay-at-home babies. Thankfully, Lee Han belongs to the former group and is far more comfortable doing shady activities under the cover of darkness. Later that night, after confirming that everyone participating in the operation has gathered, Lee Han sets things in motion. Before they move, however, Tiana asks if he knows how to unlock the Horned Beast Tower's door. Lee Han reassures her that they've already figured that out. For now, he urges everyone to follow him quietly so he can show them what he has prepared. The group silently follows Lee Han until they reach a part of the building where a massive hole gapes in the wall, large enough to fit a summoned monster. At first, the students assume Lee Han created it, and Ashan even praises him for going to such lengths in his preparation. However, after a brief pause, Lee Han asks the most important question of his life. What is this? Both Yoner and Ashan are stunned, realizing that Lee Han wasn't the one who made the hole. Irritated by their assumption, Lee clarifies that the original plan was for Radford to unlock physical locks, while he handled magical ones. Although this unexpected development is troublesome, the presence of debris inside the Horned Beast Tower means that something, or someone, has broken in. In other words, something that should have remained outside has now infiltrated the tower. Understandably, the more timid students begin to panic, asking if they should turn back. But Lee Han firmly shuts that idea down. Instead, he declares that they are no longer secretly infiltrating the Horned Beast Tower. They are now on a mission to stop the summoned monster that has invaded the tower and to protect the professor's belongings. If they are ever questioned about it, they will simply claim that they volunteered to help. This shift in perspective boosts the group's morale, and they charge in, now convinced that they are heroes protecting the professor's property. Lee Han doesn't mind the misconception. If anything, it'll make the search go faster. However, as they step inside, one of the students immediately complains about how dark and eerie the place is. To keep them from getting scared again, Lee Han conjures a light with his wand and warns them that darkness isn't their biggest problem. It's the fact that they have only explored the first floor and have no idea what awaits them on the second. Despite the uncertainty, Lee Han urges them to keep moving. He notices the nervous expressions on everyone's faces, but knows that turning back is no longer an option. As they ascend to the second floor, Lee Han remains on high alert. While everything looks normal on the surface, there's no telling what could be lurking ahead. And sure enough, as soon as they reach the second floor, they come face to face with a bizarre, ominous portal. The entire group stares at it, wondering just what kind of nightmare awaits them beyond this gateway to hell. After watching Lee Han stand in front of the portal for too long, Yoner asks him what's wrong. Lee tells her he senses the space is filled with powerful mana and is curious about what lies beyond the portal. Though unsure of what to expect, Lee Han bravely walks through and surprisingly finds himself in a large garden on the other side. Once the others join him, he explains that the magic in use here is called space expansion magic. Sienna marvels at the horticultural wonders and the vast size of the garden, while Nilia comments on the number of plants she's never seen before. Although Lee spots several dangerous plants, he's relieved that this building is a workshop and not a dormitory, so he won't have to worry about traps like in previous encounters. Lee urges everyone to calm down so they can search for the path the professor might have taken. He figures if they can find it, they'll easily locate what they're looking for. Around that time, the skeleton forearm in his coat tingles, revealing a few monster tracks on the path ahead. Seeing this, the group gets frightened and suggests they turn back to avoid encountering a monster and getting eaten. At that moment, Nilia has an idea and tells Lee Han they should follow the monster's tracks. Since monsters have sharp senses, she believes it would have found a safe place to stay. Lee Han likes the idea and decides to go along with it, praising Nilia and boosting her ego. As they follow the monster's tracks, nothing happens, and they remain safe from attacks. However, they soon encounter a bull a few meters ahead. They quickly hide in a nearby bush to avoid being spotted. Yoner quietly asks Lee Han if it's truly a bull, and while Lee confirms it is, he doesn't think it's a normal one. Radford then asks what they should do. Lee realizes that since the bull is blocking the path to the upper floor, they might need to take action if they want to proceed. In response, he tells Radford there's no need to fight it, as it seems hungry and might leave once it's eaten. Yoner disagrees, and they watch as the bull spits out some grass it had been chewing before angrily trampling the plants further. Seeing the destruction, Yoner gets angry at the bull for ruining the professor's workshop. She warns that if the professor finds out, they'll be in trouble. Lee Han agrees, so to prevent further damage, he decides to stop the bull. He casts an incantation to increase his speed, charges at the bull, and attempts to paralyze it. However, the bull dodges the spell. Realizing the situation has escalated, Ashan and the others jump in to help. Ashan tries using fire magic, but Lee warns against it, reminding him they're surrounded by plants and the flames could cause more harm than good. Instead, Ashan and the others use their curses to try and paralyze the bull, but it seems unaffected. As they wonder what kind of food the professor has been feeding this bull, Sienna arrives with a weakening potion and urges everyone to throw it at the bull. The students douse the bull with the potion, but instead of weakening, it charges toward them in a fit of rage. Yoner quickly tells everyone to calm down, explaining that the potion has lowered the bull's magic resistance, making it vulnerable to their spells. They cast curses on the bull again, this time in unison. The bull reacts violently, struggling to resist the combined attack, but ultimately fails. Yoner and the others emerge from their hiding spots, thinking the fight is over, but the bull is still not defeated. It starts moving again, charging at the group. Most manage to dodge, but a few don't, and Lee Han watches as the bull begins harassing his friends. Realizing his friends are in real danger, Lee Han understands that he needs to cast a much stronger spell than what he's been using. In this critical moment, something within him awakens. His magic activates even before he finishes the incantation, and as he utters the spell, this small yet mysterious shift becomes a miraculous moment, one that will shock everyone in the future. As the bull goes down, a creature watering the plants in the garden hears a disturbance nearby and decides to investigate. After paralyzing the crazed bull, Lee Han heaves a sigh of relief and nudges his colleagues to come out of hiding. As soon as they emerge, they check if they're all right and thank him once they confirm they're good to go. However, before they can relax, Lee Han warns them to stay on their toes. Something feels different. Thinking back to the paralysis spell he cast earlier, he realizes it activated before he even chanted the incantation. More importantly, the bull is only paralyzed, meaning it could get back up at any moment. Plus, there may be more monsters lurking nearby, so they need to keep moving and reach a safe spot before encountering another one. Just then, a deep rumbling shakes the entire garden, scaring everyone. While they search for the source of the noise, they notice something approaching. Moments later, a booming voice bellows from a towering willow tree, demanding to know who the hell they are. Reality hits the students like a ton of bricks as they realize the tree itself is speaking. Terror grips them. Could this be another monster? Lee Han quickly takes charge and urges everyone to calm down. The energy he senses from the willow tree convinces him that it's no ordinary entity. Judging by its reaction, he suspects it holds a position of authority in this place, meaning they need to stay on its good side. Thinking fast, Lee Han tells the tree they were only trying to protect Professor Irigolem's plants. Yoner chimes in, assuring the tree that Lee Han is telling the truth. The tree, seemingly impressed by their efforts to protect the garden even without a professor around, softens its tone. After Lee thanks it for its kind words, the tree introduces itself as Professor Willow, the botany instructor. Professor Willow then asks if they were the ones who defeated the bull. When they confirm, the professor showers them with praise, grateful that they protected the garden from what it calls a useless bull. Willow explains that the bull belongs to the sloppy dwarf, Professor Irigolem. Seizing the opportunity, Lee Han asks if Professor Willow is the one tending to the garden. Willow explains that he was asked to help for the day, despite finding it troublesome, because Irigolem had to meet with the Emperor's officials. Shocked, Lee Han remarks that Irigolem had told him he was heading to the market with Professor Zed, his aunt. Suspicious, Willow asks if he's certain, and Lee suggests verifying with Professor Zed once she returns. Convinced, Willow thanks him for the information. Grateful for their efforts in protecting the garden, Professor Willow decides to reward the students. He asks if they need anything. Lee Han takes the chance to inquire if there's a place where they can gather alchemy materials and reagents. However, Willow refuses, saying the area is filled with dangers beyond their current level. Realizing he won't get a direct answer, Lee Han decides to play the victim. He apologizes for making such a difficult request, explaining that after seeing such a beautiful place, he got greedy and hoped to find useful materials. He then subtly shifts the conversation to Professor Irigolem's research lab, wondering aloud if it contains anything they need. Willow suddenly exclaims in excitement, declaring that pilfering Irigolem's lab is a great idea. Before Lee can even respond, Willow eagerly hops onto the stairs, urging the students to follow him to the third floor. He decides that he'll just tell Urugulem that the bull ate all the materials, leaving it up to the professor to decide what the students can take. Without hesitation, the students follow Willow through the second-floor portal to reach the third floor. Once there, Yoner comments on how pitch black everything is. So much so that she can't see anything. Lee tries using an illuminate spell, but it fails. Willow warns them to be cautious, as the area is incredibly complex, and it's easy to get lost. After walking a few more meters, they notice a door approaching them from a distance. In an instant, a door labeled 6 appears directly in front of Professor Willow. Before the students can process what's happening, Willow opens it, only to be horrified by the state of the room beyond. Whatever's inside unnerves him so much that he immediately slams the door shut, declaring that this particular research lab should remain sealed forever. Similar incidents follow as Professor Willow summons a few more research labs, only to find that most of them contain bizarre, reality-defying horrors. Lee Han, now grasping how things work, takes detailed notes on why the first and second floors lack traps. After recording the method for summoning research labs, he figures they've learned enough for now. Eventually they locate Professor Urugolem's research lab and receive their well-earned rewards. They thank Professor Willow for his generosity, and when he asks if he gave them too much, Lee assures him they are truly grateful. However, just as they think they're done, Willow reveals his mischievous side, reminding them he is, after all, one of the Academy's crazy professors. In exchange for his help, he orders the students to water every plant in a particular area on the second floor. Lee Han is devastated as he wonders how the hell things end up like this. Lee Han's bad luck begins a while back at Urugolem's lab, right after getting all the materials they need for whatever Siana is trying to make. Back then, Professor Willow instructs Lee Han and his group to return to the first floor while he finishes up in the lab. However, just as Lee is about to leave with the others, he notices the professor watering the plants in the lab as well. Curious, and greedy for more than he needs, he asks the professor if he can help, thinking that nothing bad could come from earning extra brownie points with a professor. Around that time, Yoner also offers to help, claiming she's pretty good at watering plants and such. As expected, this thoughtful gesture melts Willow's heart, and he is touched by their sentiment. So, he promises them a reward and urges them to follow him through a passageway. The very expectant Lee Han and Yoner follow Willow, fully expecting something cool, but when they step outside, they soon realize why one should never get too close to an Einrogard professor. To their horror, Willow orders them to water all the plants in the area. Lee is stunned, not seeing this as a worthwhile reward at all. Before they even get started, he turns to ask the professor a question, only for Yoner to inform him that Willow is already long gone. Cursing his own greed, Lee Han apologizes to Yoner for dragging her into this. Already watering the plants, Yoner asks him what's wrong. Lee hesitates before asking if she thinks this is too much work. To his surprise, Yoner says she actually enjoys tending to plants. Besides, there are so many rare plants in this garden. Some she has dreamed of seeing. So, for her, this is a great day. Remembering that she is a plant lover, Lee Han stops asking questions and simply gets to work. Eventually, he too picks up a watering can and starts helping. Meanwhile, as the students work tirelessly around a particular pond, bubbles begin to surface from the water, almost as if something is watching them from below. After several hours of exhausting labor, the duo finally finishes watering every plant in the area. As they stretch their sore muscles, Lee Han realizes the task is far more grueling than he had expected. He feels even worse for Yoner, who got dragged into this mess because of him. But before he can dwell on it too much, Yoner asks if he found watering the plants fun despite the exhaustion. Her question makes Lee Han reconsider feeling sorry for her. Now that they're done, the duo put on their coats and prepare to leave. Just then, the spirit in the pond suddenly stirs to life, manifesting as a large water sphere. Yoner and Lee Han freeze as the mysterious entity speaks, declaring that it has been watching them for a while now. Alarmed, they demand to know who is speaking. Revealing itself, the spirit introduces itself as Farakis, the guardian spirit of the pond. It then recognizes Yoner and Lee Han as students of the dwarf, Urugulem. Lee Han hesitates but confirms their affiliation after Yoner assures him that the spirit seems safe. Farakis nods and explains that he not only knows Urugulem, but has also made a contract with him to oversee the second-floor garden. He then comments on how rare it is to see young humans tending to plants with such care, and expresses pride in both of them for doing what he calls the Lord's work. At that moment, Lee Han understands why Willow assigned them this task. It was so that the pond spirit would take notice of them and acknowledge them. Feeling generous, Farakis offers to grant Lee Han a favor. Before Lee can ask for anything, Farakis clarifies that he can also provide advice if needed. Taking this opportunity, Li Han asks if there's a way to stop spirits from always running away in fear of him. Farakas considers this and admits that he understands why spirits would flee from Li Han. However, he notices the tree spirit inside Li's staff and asks about it. Li Han explains that it was a gift from an oak tree. Farakas reassures him that, although the tree spirit is also afraid of his power, it is still vouching for him as a good person. Li is taken aback by this revelation and glances at his staff, feeling a pang of guilt for coming off as a jerk. Just then, Yoner asks if there is a way for Li Han to form a contract with spirits. Farakas replies that low-rank spirits will likely continue to flee upon seeing him. To avoid this, Li Han should seek out high-ranking spirits instead, preferably those that are fierce or violent. Li Han thanks Farakas for the advice, but Farakas quickly warns him that there's no guarantee that even high-ranking spirits won't run away. He's merely saying that they are less likely to. Li Han, seeing through Farakas' poker face, starts to take his words with a grain of salt. Since the topic is already on spirits, Yoner boldly asks if Farakas could personally make a contract with Li Han. Embarrassed by Yoner's intervention, Li Han quickly dismisses the idea, insisting there's no need. Yoner argues that opportunities like this don't come easily. But Li Han refuses to admit that he feels like a child whose teacher is trying to help him make friends. As for Farakas' answer, he explains that forming a contract with him is impossible since he is already bound to Urigalim. Li Han understands. Not wanting to send them away empty-handed, Farakas offers to introduce them to another spirit he knows. He warns that this spirit has quite a unique personality, but if they mention his name, it should at least be willing to talk to them. Lastly, before sending them off, Farakas expresses his hope that the encounter will prove beneficial for them all. Without hesitation, Li and Yoner step inside the pond space and find a passageway in one of the walls. Before entering, they thank the spirit for his help and proceed. Just as they're about to step through the portal, Farakas tells them to wait and give him their hands. Once they do, he places some of his power in their forearms, hoping it will be of use to them someday. Both Li and Yoner thank him once more. As they waltz into the portal, Farakas reminds them not to forget the love they have for plants. Shortly after entering the portal, Li Han reflects on his experience with Farakas, and notes that he is far more benevolent than most of their piece-of-shit professors. Illuminating the dark cave system with some light, he wonders if he should have asked Farakas whether he was afraid of him. Together, Li and Yoner press forward, eager to meet the spirit. Yoner comments on Farakas' choice of residence, the pond, before asking Li where he thinks the spirit they're looking for might be living. After considering it, Li Han suggests it would be under a lake or a river, given its affiliation with another water spirit. Li Han hoists himself up, pushes the slab aside, and is immediately shocked by what he sees. Hearing his exclamation, Yoner asks what's wrong. However, when she climbs up and sees for herself, her face twists in fear. She realizes they have just busted into an abandoned section of the infamous headmaster's punishment room. Judging by the spirit's choice of residence, Li Han concludes it's not a river spirit at all. Fearing they might be in trouble again, Yoner asks if this is the place where Li was locked up before. After checking the rooms in this section, Li reassures her that they're fine, as the area doesn't seem to be in use at the moment. This calms Yoner down slightly, but she still urges him to get the hell out of there as quickly as possible. By then, Li Han tells her there are no exits. All the passageways are blocked. Understandably, Yoner freaks the hell out, terrified of being trapped in such a creepy place, and asks Li if there's truly no other way out. Since he has a rough sketch of the layout from the last time he was there, Li tells her it's okay, and recalls having a similar experience on his last visit. Soon they reach what looks like a dead end, and Li tells Yoner it's actually a magic passageway. Unlike last time though, there aren't any eye-catching devices lying around. With no other options, Li Han takes out his staff, determined to break their way out of this hellhole by force. He instructs Yoner to stand behind him so she doesn't get hurt. If a technique doesn't work, then brute force will. But this time, he needs to control his mana output carefully. Just like when he blasted the defense of the White Tiger dormitory, he prepares to unleash just enough power to reveal the passageway out of this sorry-ass building. But just as he's about to blow a hole in the wall, a voice suddenly shouts at him to stop whatever the fuck he's doing. Startled, Li stops in his tracks and looks at Yoner, who immediately demands the voice identify itself. The voice responds proudly, stating that it doesn't reveal its name to those who aren't qualified. Instead, it asks Li why they are there. Li explains that Farakas introduced them to this place, saying there would be a spirit here that he might be able to form a contract with. After a brief pause, the voice mutters that both Li and Yoner look like the kind of young mages Farakas has a soft spot for. However, it immediately declares that it won't be making a contract with Li Han, and advises him to crawl back to whatever hole he came from. Then, without another word, the voice falls silent. Yoner wonders if it has disappeared, and, disappointed by the rejection, she tells Li that this is turning out just like last time. Another spirit afraid of him. But at the mention of fear, the voice suddenly returns, angrily demanding to know what she's talking about. It insists that it's not afraid of anyone. Relieved that the spirit is still present, Yoner challenges it, asking why it keeps avoiding Li Han if fear isn't the issue. After all, Farakas already explained that most spirits are terrified of Li's presence, and that seems to be the case here too. This time, Li Han stays silent, curious about the real reason for the spirit's rejection. After a brief pause, the voice returns, stating that it simply doesn't like meaningless fights. Clearly, Yoner and Li Han don't buy this half-assed excuse, and the spirit can tell. Sensing their doubt, it finally starts to explain itself. The spirit reveals that the real reason it refuses to form a contract is because it was recently scammed into one by the headmaster. It explains that, as a spirit with immense pride, it initially rejected a contract with a lich. However, after battling the lich, the headmaster for an entire week, it finally gave in under the condition that its tasks would be easy. Unfortunately, that so-called easy task turned out to be watching over the students sent to the punishment room and making sure they didn't escape. But the students of the academy were no pushovers. So many of them managed to escape that the spirit eventually started retreating to the abandoned section of the punishment room just to get some rest. Feeling humiliated and exhausted, the prideful spirit became traumatized by the experience. That's why it refuses to make contracts anymore. It simply can't take another humiliating loss. In any case, the spirit gets the feeling that Li and Yoner are doubting its strength, so it decides to show them a portion of its power by asking Li Han to gather as much mana as he can, and transform it into the most destructive element he can think of. Since the most destructive element he can think of is fire, Li readies himself for the test. However, before doing anything, he thinks back to what happened with the golem during his time in the mountains, and refuses to let that happen again. As such, he compresses his mana as much as he can to create a miniature fire that should impress the spirit. With that in mind, Li compresses his mana, chants the incantation, and creates a small fireball on his staff. Right after, Li heaves a sigh of relief as the magic seems somewhat stable. Soon after, the spirit dramatically displays its lightning element magic, hoping that will be enough to quench Li Han's small fire. At that point, Yoner can't believe he summoned such a huge lightning bolt in such a confined space. Seconds after the elegant display, Yoner is shocked when she sees Li Han's fire burning just like normal. Li Han then asks the spirit what it is trying to do, but the spirit remains silent, struggling to understand how it failed to transform Li's fire element. As it turns out, elemental transformation is a talent spirits use to show off their strength by transforming one element into another. Simply put, the ability to interfere with magic is how they prove their power. However, the spirit, who could easily deal with the element of even a veteran mage, was unable to transform the fire magic of a young mage. For a moment, it wonders if there's something special about Li's magic, and then assesses it a little to figure out what the matter is. Suddenly, it hits him. The spirit realizes that while Li's flame may look normal on the outside, it contains a vast amount of mana inside, almost comparable to a dragon's flame. The idea that this young mage, Li Han, created such a dangerous flame is shocking. Knowing that young mages typically have weak magic control, the spirit sees Li as a child holding onto a ticking time bomb, or worse, smoke poisoning. Now the spirit knows it's no longer a matter of pride. He needs to cancel the magic before Li Han panics and loses control. Meanwhile, Li Han compliments the spirit on its lightning magic, but asks if it can open a path for them to leave. The spirit, now on high alert, tells Li Han not to move his staff. Confused, Li moves his staff slightly, and the spirit screams at him not to move it. When Li Han asks what's going on, the lightning spirit realizes that if it tells him how dangerous the flame is, he might get startled, causing the flame to explode. To avoid this, the spirit lies and says it just doesn't like people waving their staff around in front of it. Hearing this, both Yoner and Li think the spirit is acting strange, while the spirit keeps worrying about how to cancel Li's magic. Given Li's poor control over magic, he probably can't easily cancel such a strong spell. If he panics when the magic doesn't dissipate, it could result in a huge explosion. After thinking it through, the spirit decides it has no choice but to do what it originally refused to do. With this in mind, it tells Li that it has changed its mind, and will now make a contract with him. Confused, Li Han wonders why the spirit has had such an abrupt change of heart. He eventually asks the spirit why, and the spirit responds by saying it has recognized his infinite potential. As if that weren't enough, the spirit flatters Li Han, claiming his mana is so great that it'll be difficult for any mage to catch up to him. Li Han, unconvinced by the spirit's obvious ploy, questions the sudden change in attitude, and the spirit insists it's because it didn't realize his power earlier. Now that it understands, it wants to make the contract quickly before the flame goes berserk. Yoner asks Li what he's going to do, though Lee still sees the spirit as exceptional since Farakas recommended it. He's concerned about the spirit's mental state, which seems a little questionable. However, since he's not in a position to be picky about which spirits he makes contracts with, Lee agrees to form the contract. The spirit praises him for making a wise choice. With the stage set, the spirit instructs Lee Han to open his soul and accept him, and so the ritual begins. While forming the contract, the spirit grants Lee the authority to summon it, but makes it clear that it is a partner, not a servant. As the contract nears completion, Lee Han suddenly realizes the identity of the spirit he's been dealing with. It's the spirit of lightning, Furkuntra, or Furk for short. Once the contract is sealed and the lightning symbol is imprinted on his forehead, Lee wonders if the elemental affinity with lightning is the reason for the spirit's erratic behavior. Now that the contract is complete, Furk warns Lee not to push his luck, as the spirit can now sense his doubts. Yoner, who witnessed everything, congratulates Lee Han for successfully forming the contract, and Lee thanks her. Moving on, Furk decides to show Lee Han his true strength. While Lee asks what the spirit is up to, Furk enters Lee's arm, the one holding his staff, and tells him that he will help him control the fire until he gets a handle on things. Furk then urges him to extinguish the flame as quickly as possible, leaving Lee Han wondering why the spirit is in such a rush to get rid of the fire. As soon as the fire is extinguished, Lee Han continues to wonder why the spirit is in such a rush. The spirit, Furkuntra, angrily calls out to him and asks if he truly understands how dangerous what he just did is. When Lee looks at him confused, Furkuntra demands to know why he condensed his mana to such an extreme amount. If he hadn't stepped in and made the contract in time, the punishment room would have blown up. Still perplexed, Lee figures that, although he doesn't understand what has happened, Furkuntra's reaction makes him believe that it is truly dangerous. With this realization, Lee concludes it's too early for him to use fire magic, as he lacks sufficient mana control. Furkuntra reminds him that while he's powerful, he's still young and inexperienced. Then, he asks if Lee and Yoner realize that the sun is up, suggesting they might have classes soon. Hearing this, both Yoner and Lee Han exclaim in shock as they realize they're at risk of missing their first period. Yoner suddenly remembers that they have basic empire geometry and arithmetics, and Lee recalls that he has homework to submit. A magic circle blueprint assignment he stayed up all night working on. He knows it'll be a waste if he doesn't turn it in on time. Desperate to make it back to their dorms, Lee asks Furkuntra to show them the way out. After a brief pause, the lightning spirit says he can't help, as he's under contract to protect the punishment room. Frustrated, Lee wonders if they'll even make it to class on time, even with Furkuntra's help. Feeling the pressure, Lee snaps and tells the spirit he's been of no help at all, questioning why they even made the contract in the first place. He's furious that Furkuntra is being unhelpful at a crucial moment. In response, Furkuntra explains that the punishment room is a special case. If they were outside and summoned him, he'd be able to show them his true abilities. For now he opens a blocked path, asking them to leave him sealed in the room for a while, as he can't leave yet. He urges them to tell someone that he's trapped so he can get help. Lee sighs in relief, accepting Furkuntra's request, and leaves the room with Yoner through a portal the spirit opens. As they fade from view, Furkuntra reminds them to summon him once they're out, so he can demonstrate his full strength. After running down a flight of stairs, Lee Han quickly draws a rough map of the punishment room on a sheet of paper. He and Yoner study it, trying to find the quickest way out. But the map proves difficult to follow since it was hastily made. Suddenly, Lee's forearm skeleton drops from his coat and starts running in a certain direction. For a moment, Lee thinks it might have found a pathway, but then the skeleton stops abruptly. He considers that the layout of the entire space is like an ant nest, a complex structure that makes finding an exit nearly impossible. As Lee suggests taking a different corridor, someone from a nearby cell speaks up, telling them it's a waste of time and asking if they're trying to find a way out. Surprised, Lee asks the person to introduce themselves. The prisoner recognizes Lee's voice, asking if he's the new student who was caught last time after escaping through the underground passage. Shocked, Lee realizes this must be the senior who got caught trying to steal from the dean's secret storage. Yoner asks who the person is, and Lee explains that it's the senior who was imprisoned in the cell beside him during his last visit to the punishment room. Not far away, Lee's forearm skeleton finds another set of bones scattered on the floor. The imprisoned student warns them that getting out isn't easy. When the skeleton gets too curious, Lee tells it to calm down while he talks with the prisoner. The skeleton then races back to the scattered bones, arranging them into the skeletal framework of a leopard. Meanwhile, the prisoner asks why she should tell them how to escape. Lee realizes he doesn't have any food to bribe her with, so he needs to come up with something else. Just then, he notices his forearm skeleton, now shaped like a dog, acting playfully. Yoner, scared, thinks it's a monster, but Lee reassures her it's his summoned creature. Realizing the skeleton is made of leopard bones, Lee asks if it reassembled itself. After the skeleton nods, Lee wonders if it's been trying to lead him to its hidden bones the entire time. The prisoner then asks if Lee has a bone summoning and if he's studying dark magic under Professor Mortem. Without answering directly, Lee hints that he is. The woman then slips him a note under the door, offering advice on how to get out. Wishing him good luck, she watches as Lee and Yoner leave. As they disappear from view, the prisoner scoffs at the thought of a first-year student learning dark magic. If she ever gets out, she hopes to meet him again. A few hours later, Lee Han and Yoner finally manage to escape the punishment room and make it to arithmetic class. However, when they arrive, they're disappointed to find that the class is already over, and the professor is leaving. Devastated, the duo hides behind the door as the professor walks away, with the stack of homework floating behind him. Yoner, worried, asks what they should do about their homework now. Lee Han, knowing that the professor isn't strict about attendance, realizes that if they try to submit their homework after class, there's a good chance the professor might not accept it simply because they weren't on time. Faced with this dilemma, Lee decides to take action. Ignoring Yoner's advice to let it go, Lee pulls out his staff and points it at the professor. Yoner freaks out, urging Lee to calm down, thinking he's about to attack the professor. Lee reassures her that he's not planning anything violent. He's just aiming for the stack of submitted homework floating behind the professor. He explains that he intends to sneak their homework into the pile without the professor noticing. Yoner is skeptical, asking if that's even possible. But Lee confidently takes her book as well. With preparations complete, Lee remembers the suffering he endured under Professor Velati, and realizes that everything has led to this moment. After chanting an incantation, their books begin to move, and Yoner is amazed by Lee's mastery of low-level control magic. As they execute their plan, Lee realizes that just sliding the books in isn't enough. He has to ensure they're not caught. He closes his eyes, focusing intensely. Then, out of nowhere, a familiar voice that sounds like Professor Velati warns him to stay focused, distracting him for a moment. Lee pauses, wondering if he really heard Velati's voice. Suddenly, Velati speaks for real, telling him that simply inserting the books into the stack is easy enough for anyone. Startled, Lee turns around to find Professor Greg Velati standing next to another blonde professor. Velati urges him to stay focused and not get distracted. Embarrassed at being caught, Lee tries to act as if nothing's wrong while wondering who the blonde professor might be. The blonde professor then speaks, informing Lee that the arithmetic professor has a barrier around the stack of homework. It's a sensitive barrier that will sound an alarm if anything touches it, so they need to be extra careful. Determined, Lee concentrates even harder, faintly seeing the barrier surrounding the books. While the blonde professor explains that it's almost impossible for a student to bypass such a barrier, Lee pushes forward, infusing more mana into his wand. With careful precision, he successfully places both his and Yoner's homework on top of the stack, just as the arithmetic professor walks out of sight. Relieved, Lee lets out a sigh, leaving both Velati and the blonde professor stunned by his skill. The blonde professor rushes over, asking how Lee managed to bypass such a delicate barrier without triggering the alarm. Velati proudly answers that it's because he taught Lee magic control. Lee follows up with some flattery, and the blonde professor humbly responds that he doesn't deserve such a talented student. After confirming that the bright young mage is indeed Lee Han Wardeness, the blonde professor introduces himself as Professor Kerman Ku, an expert in illusion magic and barriers. Kerman then awkwardly explains that he's ethnically inclined not to shake hands, but Lee, not caring, pretends to understand. Having heard Kerman's introduction, Lee realizes he needs to make a good impression on him to gain some future favors. Kerman, on the other hand, promises to meet him soon in Professor Garcia's class to show him how fun and interesting illusion magic can be. At that moment, Velati butts in and harshly criticizes illusion magic, calling it useless and ineffective against veteran mages of a certain level. Lee notices Velati's attempt to undermine Kerman and wonders how the blonde professor will react. To his surprise, Kerman ignores the jab and instead asks Lee why he was trying to bypass the barrier and sneak the books into the pile. Lee explains that they were late submitting their homework, which impresses Kerman even more. He tells Lee that, in his shoes, he wouldn't have bothered with Professor Alpin's homework. When asked why, Greg explains that Alpin is a former high-ranking administration official of the Empire, meaning he's more proficient in politics than magic. Kerman then complains about Alpin taking half of his research budget, but Lee sees this as an opportunity and decides to get on Alpin's good side from now on. Kerman warns Lee to be careful not to let Alpin drag him into becoming an imperial official. Greg instantly interrupts, declaring that Lee would never choose such a lowly path. Lee, whose #1 dream is to become an imperial official, realizes that he must never reveal his true ambition, no matter what. With that, the meeting ends, and the students return to their tower. As Lee prepares to distribute items to his colleagues, he finds them gathered outside. Just then, Ashan rushes toward him, delivering the shocking news that Gainando and Darugu have been kidnapped. Without hesitation, Li Han, Yoner, and the rest of their colleagues run toward the main building to report the incident to the professors and hopefully get their help. On the way, Ashan explains that a summoned monster appeared out of nowhere while they were returning from class and attacked them. Most of them managed to escape, but Gainando tripped and fell. Li Han figures that's typical of Gainando but asks how Darugu got caught. Ashan explains that the orc was captured because he tried to rescue the foolish Gainando. As they near the main building, Ashan urges everyone to stay focused so they can ask the professors for help. However, upon arrival, they are shocked to find that the Tiger Tower students are already there. Anrago had rushed in earlier to report the incident, hoping the professors would intervene to help rescue Darugu. Unfortunately, the professor told them to handle it themselves. Now the Blue Dragons are left wondering what to do, knowing that asking for help won't change anything. Li Han, who expected this outcome, notices tracks left by the summoned monster. Wasting no time, he tells his group that their only option is to follow the tracks and rescue their friends on their own. Before they leave, Li Han invites the tigers to join them in the rescue mission. Normally the tigers wouldn't cooperate, but they put aside their differences and follow Li Han to rescue one of their own. As the group rushes to the scene, one of the students nervously asks Li Han if they can handle this on their own. Li reassures him, knowing that if the professors won't help, he has other methods up his sleeve. Li Han takes out his staff, confusing his colleagues, and bends down. Placing his hands forward, he begins chanting a summoning spell to call forth the lightning spirit, Furkuntra. As he continues chanting and praising the spirit, Ardenard observes the incantation. Noting that it's used to summon powerful spirits, she marvels at how long and complex the incantation is. Li Han chants for what seems like forever, only to summon a small ball of lightning. Embarrassed by the underwhelming result, Li is further humiliated when the other students mock the tiny lightning spirit. Frustrated, Li asks Furkuntra why only a small part of him appeared. Furkuntra reminds him that he's still trapped due to his orders. Despite the spirit's excuses, Li feels betrayed, as Furkuntra is always unreliable when he needs him most. Furkuntra, irritated by Li's complaints, longs for the days when he could shock and burn arrogant mages to death. Ignoring Li's whining, Furkuntra warns that an enemy is nearby. Li, still invisible, asks where, as he doesn't see anything. Moments before chaos erupts, Furkuntra tells him the enemy is beneath them. Suddenly the summoned vine monster from earlier emerges, its tendrils reaching up to ensnare students standing above it. Upon closer inspection, Furkuntra notes that the monster shouldn't have the ability to blend into the ground, suggesting that the Academy's mages may have experimented on it, granting it new powers. He warns Li to be careful, as the monster will drain his mana if it captures him. Li, still invisible, confidently declares that he'll handle it. But Furkuntra cautions him not to use fire magic, as he might accidentally burn the other students. Tired of Furkuntra's warnings, Li sarcastically asks if the spirit would prefer to take care of it himself. Furkuntra replies that it would be difficult in his current state, but there's still a way. When Li asks what that is, Furkuntra offers to teach him magic. If Li can master it, he'll be able to use it to defeat the monster. Li hesitates, wondering if it's dangerous to use newly learned magic, but Furkuntra impatiently tells him to shut up. To begin the lesson, Furkuntra instructs Li to imagine lightning, not as a gathered force like other elements, but as something that strikes down from the sky and splits in different directions. Using magic typically requires controlling mana by gathering it in one place, but lightning is the opposite, always moving and unpredictable. Furkuntra warns that imagining lightning that doesn't split is difficult, but offers to help by controlling Li's arm. Once Furkuntra takes over Li's arm, lightning materializes at the tip of his staff. Surprised, Li asks if he'll have to lend Furkuntra his arm every time they want to cast magic. Furkuntra, equally surprised, asks how Li managed to summon the lightning, and Li nonchalantly replies that he just thought of batteries. Furkuntra is impressed by Li's talent with lightning, but Li is unimpressed. With that sorted, Furkuntra instructs Li to chant the incantation he'll teach him next. Despite the violent and unpredictable nature of spirit magic, Li Han, with Furkuntra's guidance, is about to cast a powerful spell. Just before the counterattack begins, it's revealed that the second circle magic Furkuntra is teaching Li is called Furkuntra's low-grade lightning. Luckily for them, the constitution of the summoned monster is unstable due to the various experiments performed on it, so the current lightning spell should be sufficient to subdue it. Knowing this, Li Han decides to act immediately. Furkuntra instructs him to carefully manifest what he's imagining, and Li Han chants the incantation, "Strike, Furkuntra's lightning." Just as the lightning is about to be released, Furkuntra notices an unusual amount of condensed mana on the staff. Realizing that the young mage, Li Han, is unaware of the dangerous situation he's in, Furkuntra begins to worry. Unfortunately, it's already too late. Li Han has already cast the spell, At that moment, Professor Garcia and Dijiling race toward the scene to investigate the commotion. Upon arrival, Garcia is horrified to see so many students caught in the summoned monster's tendrils, and immediately moves to rescue them. Just as she is about to cast a powerful spell to subdue the monster, Li Han's magic takes effect. A massive bolt of lightning crashes down from the sky, striking the monster continuously for several seconds. In the aftermath, Garcia examines the destruction left in the monster's wake, and wonders who could have unleashed such immense magical power. Around that time, Dijiling reminds her that the students who had been captured are now falling and could be injured. Reacting swiftly, Garcia suspends them in mid-air using magic and gently lowers them to safety. Once they are secure, she immediately checks for injuries so they can be treated. Upon further inspection, she realizes that while the students were slightly electrocuted by Furkuntra's lightning, there are no serious injuries. Meanwhile, Li Han stands before the monster's charred remains, in awe of how completely the lightning spell fried it. After a moment he asks Furkuntra whether the power output was properly controlled, as it didn't feel like it was. Furkuntra reassures him that the miscalculation wasn't entirely his fault. By then, Garcia notices Li Han's presence and makes a brief comment about the powerful magic he just used. Li Han, relieved to see Garcia arrive, asks about the condition of the students who had been captured. Garcia tells him that while she was initially worried, there are no major issues, except for a few students who got mildly electrocuted. At this, Li Han freezes, watching as Garcia prepares to heal the affected students. However, judging by her reaction, he figures that the situation isn't as serious as he initially feared. Besides, seeing her use recovery magic surprises him, as he knows that most professors usually don't specialize in magic outside their field. In any case, Garcia successfully heals all the injured students, restoring them to full health. Once they recover, they all express their gratitude to her for saving and healing them. However, Garcia redirects their thanks to Li Han, explaining that he is the one who bravely defeated the monster and saved them all. Looking at the grumpy faces of the white tigers, Li Han expects them to be angry, especially since they suffered more from his lightning spell than from the monster draining their mana. To his surprise, however, Enrago steps forward and thanks him on behalf of the white tigers. While admitting that it's frustrating to do so, Enrago states that refusing to acknowledge Li Han's help would be dishonorable as a knight. Then, in a more sincere tone, Enrago thanks Li Han warmly and admits that he's beginning to understand why Darugu considers him a friend. However, just as Li Han starts to feel pleased, Enrago crushes his hopes by bluntly stating that they will never be friends. Despite this, he acknowledges Li Han's bravery and promises that he and his colleagues will cooperate with him on their lake homework. With that, Enrago and the white tigers leave, and Li Han realizes that their gratitude is purely professional rather than emotional. Once the tigers are gone, Garcia calls Li Han over to discuss the lightning magic he just used. Sensing trouble, Li Han quickly tries to pass the responsibility to Furkuntra, urging the spirit to explain. However, Furkuntra, wanting to avoid any accountability, lies that his summoning time is up and disappears before Li Han can say another word, leaving him to deal with the situation alone. Before vanishing, Furkuntra does, however, promise to show Li Han his true power the next time they fight together. With the spirit gone, Li Han struggles to find the right words to explain himself. Before Garcia can question him further, someone interrupts, directly asking if he used lightning magic to subdue the monster. Turning around, Li Han and Garcia see Velati Greg holding a piece of the summoned monster's carcass, still crackling with electricity. Remaining silent, they listen as Greg comments on how interesting the situation is. Immediately, Garcia halts the conversation and demands to know why Velati is asking about lightning magic. Greg casually replies that it's for teaching purposes. Surprised, Garcia turns to Li Han and asks if he's taking Professor Velati's class. When he confirms that he is, Garcia's face turns pale as she contemplates Greg's nature. While she respects all the Academy's professors, she knows that Velati's classes border on insanity, being far too brutal for most students to handle. And yet, Li Han, a new student, has not only enrolled in his class, but has also managed to survive it. That to Garcia is almost unbelievable. Upon noticing the dread on Garcia's face, Greg reassures her not to worry about Li Han, as he has been able to follow his teachings successfully. When Garcia looks at him in surprise, Greg explains that Wardenus has not only learned the magic he teaches, but has also figured out how to manifest a water shield entirely on his own. His desire to learn has reached a level where even Greg has to rein him in. At this, Garcia stares at Li Han. With a groggy sigh, she asks Velati to take care of Li Han, and Greg assures her that he simply teaches as he always has. Hearing this, she turns to Li Han and advises him to do his best. Shocked by her reaction, Li asks why she's acting this way, but even Garcia refuses to elaborate. This only heightens Li Han's fear of his next class with Greg. A few hours later, Ashan and Gainando head toward the black market, run by the Black Turtle students carrying a basket of food items. Along the way, Ashan suggests that they should occasionally give Li Han some food, considering how much he has provided them. To get quality food, Ashan decides to visit the black market. Gainando protests, saying that there wasn't much available the last time he went. In response, Ashan scoffs, explaining that he recently discovered a surge in supplies, possibly due to deals made with the white tigers. As they reach the market entrance, they are surprised to find an inspector at the gates checking items, especially after realizing that the two of them, being from the Blue Dragon Tower, might not be welcome. The inspector, an elven dwarf, introduces himself as a member of the Tutantha household, a well-known mason guild in the Empire. Ashan recalls that the Tutantha family consists of renowned dwarven artisans, so seeing an elf among them is perplexing. Nevertheless, he introduces himself properly and explains that they are there to trade the items in their basket. Li Han appears and asks his friends why they haven't gone inside. Gainando grumbles that the inspector is refusing to trade with them. Turning to the elven dwarf, Li Han asks for an explanation. The dwarf states that, under new rules, merchants in the black market no longer accept items that weren't obtained through hard work. Understanding the rationale, Li Han wonders if this dwarf is the leader of the Turtle Tower. Regardless, he presents his produce and explains that he grew it himself, then asks if he may enter. After inspecting the produce, the inspector allows him through, and Li bids Ashan and Gainando farewell. Watching him disappear into the market, Ashan grows frustrated, realizing he has once again failed to repay Li Han for his help. Inside, the elven dwarf, who is now escorting Li Han, questions whether he truly grew the food himself. Given Li Han's prestigious background, it seems unlikely for someone of his status to engage in farming. Li Han dismisses the concern, saying such matters are unimportant, then reveals that he intends to share his produce with the turtle students as well. The elven dwarf, baffled, asks if he truly plans to give it away for free. Li Han confirms. In response, the dwarf pulls out a potato from his coat and offers it to Li Han, claiming that it has received high praise, even from the notoriously picky princess. Li Han, suspecting that the dwarf is a follower of the princess, hesitates. The dwarf admits he has nothing else to offer at the moment, but Li Han insists he is happy to share without expecting anything in return. Upon hearing this again, the Tutantha dwarf snaps, warning Li Han not to insult him. Every member of the Tutantha household, he declares, believes in fair exchange and never accepts something without giving something in return. With that, the dwarf leaves in a huff, leaving Li Han puzzled about why he insists on calling himself a dwarf, when he is clearly an elf. Shrugging it off, Li Han visits Ratford's shop for an update on the market situation. Settling in, Ratford laments that these are tough times for thieves like them. Curious, Li Han prompts him to elaborate. Ratford explains that while the market has grown under Salco's leadership, a handful of students have started causing trouble. Since the Turtle Tower lacked the power to oppose other towers in direct conflict, Salco implemented strict rules to maintain order. The first rule states that one must work to eat, while the second forbids the trade of stolen goods, ensuring fair prices. Hearing this, Li Han snaps, ranting about how kind people always suffer due to a few troublemakers who can't keep their mouth shut. If these idiots aren't dealt with, thieves like them will starve. Ratford, wholeheartedly agreeing, nods in support. Changing the topic, Ratford points out a new gambling shop that Salco reluctantly permitted to make the market more exciting. From a distance, Li Han watches as Amirg, a gentle giant from the Black Rock Tower, skillfully shuffles cards, allowing white tigers to bet on picking the correct one to double their earnings. When they inevitably lose, they wail over their squandered 3-day rations. Watching the chaos, Ratford warns Li Han never to mess with Amirg, as she is frighteningly skilled with her hands. Li Han accepts this advice and continues chatting. Just then, the elven dwarf returns, this time with two familiar faces. Looking irritated, he demands to know whether it's true that these two individuals received food from Li Han without offering anything in return. Li Han instantly recognizes the two individuals as the ones he previously made tomato stew for, and asks the elven dwarf what will happen if he acknowledges them. The dwarf assures him that he's not trying to blame him, but is instead there to apologize on their behalf, stating that living an idle life is irresponsible. Though they want to pay for what they eat, their circumstances are currently difficult. Li Han, feeling guilty for accepting their gratitude despite them not being from his or the Tiger Tower, reassures them that it's fine. Moving on, the dwarf insists that he cannot let this slide and offers to pay on their behalf. Confused, Li Han asks how he plans to do so. The dwarf explains that he's heard about Li Han's habit of roaming the academy at night. Since he knows this, he claims to have information that could be of use to him. Intrigued, Li Han expects the dwarf to divulge everything immediately. But instead, the Tutantha elven dwarf instructs him to meet him later that night to learn more. That night, Li Han meets the dwarf in the main building and follows him through a series of winding staircases, their footsteps the only sound echoing through the halls. After walking in silence for a while, the Tutantha dwarf reveals a secret. The path to the third floor of the main building is unknown to new students. Each time someone tries to ascend, the structure shifts, confusing them. However, after much trial and error, they discovered a hidden method to navigate it. He explains that there are 5 corridors leading to a staircase, but merely finding them isn't enough. The key to unlocking access lies in meeting 3 conditions. First, the clock's hour and minute hands must both be on odd numbers. Second, the moon must be visible and unobstructed by clouds. Lastly, the caster must hold their staff with their left hand. If all 3 conditions are met, the corridor to the third floor will open. Demonstrating this, the Tutantha dwarf performs the ritual, and sure enough, a previously invisible passage reveals itself. Li Han, watching in amazement, acknowledges the brilliance of the academy's magical structure. However, despite his fascination, he turns to the dwarf and asks if he brought him here merely to show off. The dwarf denies it, explaining that this is only a preparation step before introducing him to someone. When Li Han presses for details, the dwarf remains cryptic, telling him to be patient. Li Han, growing suspicious of the vagueness, senses something might be amiss. The dwarf suddenly mentions that he has asked other students about what kind of person Li Han is, making Li Han wonder what rumors might have spread about him. If he had to guess, nothing good. As paranoia creeps in, he briefly considers the possibility that this is a trap, a setup by those pesky tigers to ambush him. He tries to shake off the thought, convincing himself that things won't take a turn for the worse. The dwarf notices his uneasy expression and asks what's wrong. Li Han dismisses it and instead asks what others have said about him. The dwarf replies that he has heard about Li Han sharing food with others. Concerned, he advises against this, believing that people who don't procure their own food or clothing won't understand their true value. Surprisingly, Li Han agrees without hesitation, acknowledging that those who don't work cannot appreciate the worth of labor, especially professors. The dwarf, taken aback by such a thoughtful response, immediately apologizes for misjudging him. As it turns out, the students from the Tiger Tower had painted Li Han as a heartless, cruel, and evil mage. But now that he has met him, he realizes those rumors were baseless. Li Han, playing along, thanks him for thinking so, all while doubling down on the insistence that those rumors are entirely false, because they are. After their conversation, the duo continues walking until they arrive at a statue of a woman seated on a throne. Li Han carefully examines the intricately carved stone and notes its striking beauty. Yet, despite never having seen it before, it feels oddly familiar. The elven dwarf inspects the statue, pointing out that it's broken in certain areas. He explains that Bro had repaired it last time, yet, upon returning, found it damaged once more. Given his workaholic nature, Bro attempted to fix it again. Li Han, curious, asks why the statue keeps breaking. However, the dwarf has no explanation. He too is perplexed by its repeated damage. Determined, the dwarf inserts a missing stone piece, and the moment he does, the statue moves. With a deep grinding sound, a hidden entrance reveals itself beneath the statue, unveiling a dark cave system previously concealed from view. The dwarf turns to Li Han and urges him to enter alone, stating that someone inside has been waiting to meet him. Li Han hesitates, peering into the pitch-black cavern, unsure of what awaits him. Yet trusting Tutantha, he steels himself and steps forward. With the dwarf's reassurance echoing behind him, Li Han ventures deeper into the cave. As he moves further inside, a hidden presence within the darkness stirs. An unknown creature, lurking in the shadows, immediately recognizes the arrival of a new visitor. Soon enough, Li Han meets the unknown creature and is a little confused about what to call it. Upon seeing Li Han, the creature appears friendly and introduces itself as the statue of a forgotten beast. It refers to Li Han as the student who repaired the stone statue and asks him to swear that he won't tell anyone he's seen him in the cave. Li Han promises to keep its existence a secret but then asks the forgotten statue why it's hiding in such a dark cave. The statue explains that it's simply killing time since the room it was protecting was shut down 187 years ago. Li Han, even more confused, asks why it's so important to keep his presence a secret. The statue answers that the professors might make him do more work again if they found out. Understanding, Li Han appreciates the statue's wisdom and asks how he can leave the academy. To avoid seeming suspicious, Li Han quickly flatters the statue, saying he's heard of its great wisdom and could use its advice. He then asks if the statue knows the location of the stable and the main building's spire. With a smug look, the statue claims to know at least 3 locations. Excited, Li Han is about to ask for the 3 locations when the statue interrupts and challenges him to a game for fun. To Li Han's surprise, the challenge turns out to be a chess match. The statue happily invites Li Han to play, and Li realizes the statue must be incredibly bored to challenge him to chess. As the match begins, Tutantha is outside repairing broken statues, thinking deeply about how skilled the Forgotten Beast statue is at chess. Even Tutantha, who never found a rival in his family, had never managed to defeat the statue. Unsure of Wardenas's skill, Tutantha believes Li Han will still lose. However, when Li Han emerges from the cave with an emotionless expression, Tutantha starts talking about guiding him until he wins and comes back again. Li Han surprises him by revealing that he actually won the match and received a map made by the statue. Shocked, Tutantha listens as Li Han explains that the statue was far less skilled than he expected, even worse than the foreign professor in the research lab next door in his previous life. Thanks to the statue's low standards, Li Han feels he'll get a good night's sleep. After a brief pause, Tutantha expresses relief that Li Han won and suggests they return to the dorms before they get caught. As they walk, Tutantha asks Li Han to explain how he won the chess match. Eager to talk about the Tutantha family's chess strategy, the dwarf gambit, feeling reluctant, Li Han agrees to help, all while sensing that he's gotten involved in something he'd rather avoid. Back at the academy, the Tutantha dwarf continues pestering Li Han to discuss chess, viewing him as a grandmaster. Thankfully, despite the endless conversation, Li Han manages to spend the rest of the night peacefully. The next day, which happens to be a Sunday morning, Li Han visits the lake for an assignment given by the headmaster. Upon arriving, he marvels at its vastness. Judging by its size, Li Han realizes he'll need a potion to help him cross. He had searched through his potions earlier, only to find Western Empire grape wine, which is useless, a Cantus potion, and one other odd item. The previous night, after Li Han returned, he hung out with Gainando and Yoner. During their hangout, Yoner asked Gainando to explain how to make a low-grade mana recovery potion, and Gainando confidently shared whatever came to mind, thinking he was correct. After hearing this, Yoner proudly showed Li Han her new potion of wisdom, and assured him that drinking it would make him smarter. Skeptical, Li Han asked Gainando to multiply 14 by 19, to which Gainando confidently replied, 417. A wrong answer. To test again, Li Han asked the blonde fool to repeat the recipe for the mana recovery potion, hoping he'd give the same wrong answer. Unsurprisingly, Gainando spouted nonsense, and both Li Han and Yoner realized in horror that Yoner hadn't created a potion of wisdom, it was a potion of confidence. Realizing the potions he has are useless, Li Han focuses on the pressing issue of the lake, wondering if there is a way to build a small boat using magic. Suddenly he hears someone shouting at their partner to be careful. Quickly hiding behind a tree, Li Han watches Anrago and his friend Dumak struggle to push a makeshift boat toward the lake. Anrago reassures Dumak, boasting about his boat-making skills, while Li Han, still hidden, calls out to them, appearing menacingly. Anrago and Dumak are immediately terrified of the evil mage, and Anrago exclaims that he won't give Li Han his boat for anything. Li Han, regaining his composure, wonders why he is even threatening them in the first place. Realizing his habit of intimidation might be scaring them, he quickly explains that he isn't there to steal their boat. He simply wants to know what they are doing. Relieved, Anrago tells Li Han that if he is so interested in the boat, he should ride it himself. Feeling uneasy, Li Han asks if Anrago really built the boat himself, and Anrago assures him that he did. Moments later, all three of them hop on the boat, and Anrago sails it toward the island. While on the way, Li Han grows increasingly worried about the boat leaking, especially since all of them are on it, but so far, everything seems fine. More importantly, he thinks about how easily Dumak and Anrago believed him, even though he acted like he doubted their abilities and sent them to scout the place alone. Moreover, the fact that they allowed someone they hate, him, onto their precious boat suggests they might become friends sooner than they think. Shaking off the sentimental thoughts, Li Han reminds Anrago that they need to locate the island first to avoid getting lost. To do this, he moves to the front of the boat to scan the horizon, but unfortunately, he can't see much. Realizing he needs a telescope, Li thinks hard about his options and suddenly remembers something from his swordsmanship class with Arlalong. According to legend, Arlalong himself, a swordsman who reached a certain level, could use mana to enhance his physical abilities. Although such power may not be as effective as using mana for magic, it would still be sufficient in a life-or-death battle. If what his master said back then was true, Li figures he might be able to enhance his eyesight. Li Han imitates the technique using his infinite mana, and eventually succeeds in enhancing his eyesight. With this newfound ability, he spots the island lying a few dozen knots away and informs the others. Shocked, Dumak and Anrago ask again if he really found it, and Li humbly says he just got lucky. Now that they know the directions, they can return to the island next time to finish their homework. As Li Han turns to the tigers Dumak and Anrago, he asks why they're holding their wooden swords. The boys quickly dismiss it, knowing full well they got scared when Li Han released his magic power. Moving past it, Li Han tells them to put the swords away for now, and the tigers obediently comply. Meanwhile, the boys remain completely oblivious to the sea creature stalking them in the shallow waters. Soon after, Unrago grows tired of rowing and notes that they need to get back quickly before his arms give out. While rowing, Unrago suddenly hits something, and his startled reaction catches Li Han's attention. Li asks him what's wrong, and Unrago nervously replies that he hit something in the water. Soon enough, bubbles start forming under their boat, growing larger and more numerous by the second. Moments later, a medium-sized water ball rises from the lake and hovers, as if something inside is watching them. Li Han, analyzing the energy, recognizes it as a water spirit and ducks for cover as the spirit attacks the boat, leaving Dumak and Unrago panicking in fear. Remaining calm, Li Han deduces that since he can't communicate with the spirit, it isn't a high-ranking one. Additionally, the spirit's emotions seem rooted in fear, meaning it surfaced because of him, not Unrago. In other words, the spirit was startled and frightened by the magic power Li Han released when enhancing his eyesight earlier. Realizing this, Li Han shouts at Unrago to pull himself together as he needs his help. Confused, Unrago asks if Li is going to blame him, as Dumak did earlier. Realizing Unrago still believes this is all his fault, Li lets him take the blame but politely assures him that everyone makes mistakes, and what's important is what they do next. After delivering this motivational speech, Li instructs Unrago to row the oars, and an invigorated Unrago rows as fast as he can. Li Han figures if they keep rowing at this pace, they should reach safety soon. Around that time, Li glares at the water ball, and the spirit inside becomes terrified. From its perspective, Li Han is a monstrous figure threatening to drink all its life-giving water and leave it dried up. To prevent such a disaster, the water ball exudes powerful mana, emitting sonic booms. Li Han, still unsure of the spirit's intentions, doesn't anticipate what happens next. In mere seconds, the first water spirit summons other parts to fight the intruders threatening its home. While the two tigers are terrified, Li Han stands his ground, ready to defend the boat from the spirits. As the spirits prepare to launch their attacks, Li Han conjures a massive water shield to surround the entire boat. While being bombarded, he orders Unrago and Dumak to keep rowing without stopping. Knowing their lives are at stake, the tigers row as fast as they can, screaming the entire time, until they finally reach safer waters. Unrago breathlessly tells Li Han that they've gotten far enough, and Li agrees that it's a safe distance. However, they now face another problem. Despite wanting to return, they've arrived at the island and are stranded there until someone comes to find them. Before panicking, Li Han and the two tigers leave the boat at the shore and step off to explore the island and its beauties. While exploring sounds fun, Unrago asks Li Han if they can rest a little because his arms are killing him from all that rowing. Unable to resist helping the poor guy, Li Han agrees to take a break, and Unrago thanks him. Shortly after feeling the texture of the sand on the beach, Dumak comments that the sand is way too soft to be real. It feels like he could sink into it up to his knees or something. At that moment, none of them realize they've just walked into a beach full of quicksand, so they stand there, unaware of what's about to happen. It doesn't take long before Dumak starts sinking, just like he'd imagined, and he freaks out, screaming at the top of his lungs. Luckily, Li Han quickly realizes they're standing in a sea of quicksand, the headmaster's trap, and yells at everyone to run forward to get off the sandy beach. Unfortunately for him, Unrago, being as foolish as ever, rushes to save Dumak, further aggravating the situation, ignoring Li Han's warnings not to act rashly. As expected, Unrago also starts sinking, and both of them beg Li to help, but Li Han knows it's too late for them to be saved easily. Instead, he pulls out one of his iron balls and suspends it in midair using magic. Li Han knows basic control can't lift people, but it can perform small tricks, and an idea strikes him. To escape the quicksand, Li Han grabs the iron ball, controls it with his mind, and uses the force it generates to lift himself out of the sinking sand. Thankfully, his plan works, and Li Han manages to use the iron ball to pull himself to safety. By now, more than half of Dumak's and Unrago's bodies are submerged, so he can't use the same technique to save them yet. When he finally lands on an isolated rock, Li Han surveys the area and sees that their boat is also sinking into the quicksand. He realizes escaping the island by boat will now be quite difficult. Soon after, he notices movement in the sand and wonders what could be causing it. Moments later, a skeleton creature emerges from the sand, revealing itself to the confused Li Han. Who the hell is this guy? He thinks. The skeleton creature commends Li Han for successfully escaping the quicksand trap. Li, on the other hand, recognizes the creature as an undead, and confirms his suspicions that the quicksand trap was set up by the headmaster. Knowing this, Li Han politely greets the skeleton and asks what it's doing on the island, hoping it's there to assign him a new task. Confused by Li's calm reaction, the turtle-like skeleton creature asks if Li is surprised. Li replies that he is, and the turtle begins to answer his question. The turtle explains that it wants Lee to sink into the quicksand as well so that a trial can begin that requires cooperation among them. It expresses its expectation for them to perform well. After saying this, the turtle motions for Lee Han to get into the sand since the others are already waiting for him. Lee pretends to go along with the plan, and just when the turtle lets its guard down, he takes out his staff and commands his iron ball to attack it. The turtle skeleton is hit by the iron ball, but no visible damage is done. Confused, it asks Lee Han to explain himself. Lee lies and says the attack was a mistake, further confusing the turtle creature. As it hesitates, Lee Han commands the iron ball to strike again. This time, the turtle reacts quickly, setting up a sand shield to block the second attack. Realizing Lee is playing it for a fool, the undead turtle becomes angry and prepares for battle. Meanwhile, Lee Han assesses his options and decides that rather than trust Unrago and Dumak in a trial, he'd rather take his chances and defeat the undead turtle. With this in mind, he activates his invisibility and uses Gonadaltus's arrogant steps to gain enough traction on the sand to prevent himself from sinking. Noticing the magic Lee just used, the undead turtle asks how he knows the master's magic, wondering if he stole it or learned it in an unorthodox way. In his mind, Lee admits that he never wanted to learn such magic, but since he has no choice, he'll make the best of it. The battle begins, and Lee sends his leopard skeleton pet to fight the turtle first. The undead turtle swats the leopard skeleton aside but grows concerned when it realizes Lee used the summon as a distraction to hide himself with invisibility magic. Impressed by Lee's tactics but still enraged, the turtle declares that this is the end of Lee's tricks, and warns him that he's trapped like a rat on the island. While the undead turtle is busy talking, Lee strikes it with the morning star. The turtle is shocked not only that Lee didn't run away but also that he absorbed its mana as well. As it turns out, Lee Han used the morning star, a sword from the anti-magic faction made of black obsidian, to deal damage and drain the turtle's mana, leaving the undead creature lying helplessly on the sand. As it gathers more mana into its body, the turtle skeleton calls Lee a bastard for using an anti-magic sword against it, and questions his pride as a mage. Lee Han, who doesn't care what an undead monster thinks, attacks the turtle again, but this time the turtle narrowly dodges. Lee Han silently blames the headmaster for turning him into this evil version of himself, and tells the turtle to take it up with the headmaster instead. Shortly after, the undead turtle strikes back, but Lee Han effortlessly dodges, further enraging the turtle. Realizing that its summon might be dispelled at this rate, the turtle decides it can no longer go easy on Lee Han just because he's a new student. With a slam of its right forelimb on the sand, the turtle, now furious, declares that it will treat Lee Han as an enemy from now on. It invokes the honorable glory bestowed upon it by its piece-of-shit master, and transforms into a four-legged, iron-clad, armored undead turtle monster. After its transformation, the turtle, now calling itself Jorvan II, vows to take down Lee Han. Lee begins to regret not going easy on it. After all, if a name has been given to such a strange monster, the summoning process must have been quite complicated. As the angry turtle demands that Lee Han reveal himself, Lee continues preparing for his next attack, ignoring the turtle's taunts. Suddenly, the undead turtle unleashes a wide-area attack, sending sand spearheads flying toward Lee Han's presumed location. Still invisible, Lee does his best to dodge the attacks without giving away his position. However, he knows that if the wide-area attack continues, he'll be at a significant disadvantage. Realizing time is not on his side, Lee quickly assesses the turtle's traits and concludes that lightning magic won't be effective. Since the turtle won't wait for him to use rotation magic like the golem previously did, Lee is left with only one option. He infuses mana into his staff and casts a fire spell on the turtle. The moment the fire spell hits, the turtle senses his location, but underestimates the one-circle spell, assuming it's weak. Moments after the intense battle, both Enrago and Dumak resurface from underground, saved from the brink of ruin. As soon as he's back on solid ground, Enrago asks Lee Han how they resurfaced. But before Lee can answer, Enrago notices him wincing in pain, his arm in a sling. Enrago tries calling out to him, but the menacing look Lee Han gives them makes both tigers shiver in fear, unsure of what he might think of them. However, their concern for Lee's well-being soon outweighs their fear, and they rush to check on his injury as Lee sits down. Confused, Dumak asks Lee Han what happened to him. Lee explains that he encountered the headmaster's undead summon but reassures them that they're safe now, and there's no need to worry. Trusting Lee, Dumak offers to examine his arm to ensure it's okay. Lee hesitates, unsure whether to trust the tiger, but Dumak insists, explaining that he's professionally trained in healing magic, and was skilled enough to be admitted to the academy. So handling this level of injury is nothing for him. After inspecting the sling, Dumak commends Lee Han for doing a good job tending to the injury himself. Moving on, Enrago asks if Lee really defeated the headmaster's undead summon, and Lee Han confirms that he did. Both tigers are shocked by Li Han's strength. Dumak admits he had his doubts at first, but now that he's seen it with his own eyes, he's in awe. Surveying the battle scene, Enrago concludes that an intense fight must have taken place, and believes Li Han must have fought honorably to take down the undead summoned for them. Li, however, knows that what happened was far from honorable. In the heat of the battle, after delivering such a powerful fire attack, the turtle monster realized that if it didn't suppress the fire quickly, the entire island, its master's domain, would burn. But before it could act, a surprise attack, like a huge boulder, slammed into its shell, giving it only a few seconds to register what had hit it. It was then revealed that Li Han had struck it with his Morning Star sword, incapacitating the monster and draining the last of its mana. As the turtle slowly loses all of its remaining mana, it decides to retreat for now. Before disappearing, however, it asks the new student, Li Han, to tell it his name so it can remember him and challenge him again in the future. In a final diabolical act, Li Han lies and tells the turtle his name is Marathi Jijel, which is an obvious lie. Luckily for Li Han, the turtle believes the fake name. Before disappearing, it assures Li that it won't go easy on him next time just because he's a new student. Once it's all over, Li Han lets his guard down, unaware that a huge severed tree behind him is slowly falling in his direction. By the time he notices, it's already too late. The tree crashes down, and in the process of protecting himself, he breaks his left arm. After hearing him recount his most vulnerable moment in battle, Dumak asks Li why he didn't just give up and instead chose to keep fighting. Li Han lies, claiming that surrendering is a dishonorable act. While the other two marvel at his words, the real reason Li fought the turtle was to avoid going through the trial with both tigers. As a way to repay him for his honorable actions, Enrago offers himself and Dumak to be Li's arms while his real arm recovers. Almost immediately, Dumak asks if he can carry Li's backpack, but Li Han stays silent, making things awkward between the three of them. To avoid seeming ungrateful, Li suggests they eat something first. The two reluctantly offer to prepare the food, but Li refuses. About an hour later, Li Han cooks up a nice tomato stew for the boys and has them eat it right in front of him. As they collect their bowls, Dumak and Enrago apologize for not being able to cook for him. Apparently, Li took over cooking because, despite volunteering to help, they had planned to eat tree bark. Watching the two enjoy the aroma and flavor of his stew, Li Han tells them to listen carefully as they eat. He reminds them that their boat has been destroyed, meaning they're stuck on Hell's Island, and they need to come up with a plan to get off the headmaster's island. With that said, Li asks if there's any way to build another boat. When they all answer no, he realizes that escaping on their own will be incredibly difficult. A serious problem. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, Enrago, recalling that Wardeness defeated the headmaster's undead, figures whatever Li is worried about must be serious. He and Dumak press him to reveal what's on his mind. Li tells them that at the rate they're going, they will miss their lessons the next day. At this, Enrago and Dumak are dumbfounded. They never imagined that the great Li Han Wardeness looked so serious simply because he might miss a few classes. Dumak suggests that given their circumstances, missing a few lessons might not be such a bad thing. Li Han, however, insists that no matter what happens, they must not skip any lessons. At that point, Enrago lays out the reality of the situation. There's no way they'll be able to attend class, even if they try. Li then asks if the rest of the tigers might come to rescue them once they realize they're missing. Enrago explains that even if the others know they're missing, there's still no way for them to come to their rescue. Weighing his options, Li is somewhat relieved that Monday lectures start with basic magic personality education, aka the headmaster's class. Just then, Enrago suggests that the headmaster himself might come to save them. However, Li quickly dismisses the idea, knowing that the skull-faced headmaster would just tell them to work harder and figure it out themselves. Realizing they're running out of viable options, Li Han concludes that their only way off the island is to swim. Moments later, he senses a familiar energy nearby and turns instantly to see the crazy water spirit that attacked their boat earlier. As the spirit wiggles its bubbles, Li realizes that the undead weren't the only thing they had to worry about after all. Just as he's about to chant an incantation, the water spirit gets scared and flees. Without hesitation, Li Han and the boys, one of whom hasn't even finished his food, chase after it. They run for several minutes, defending against its attacks, until they nearly catch up. Along the way, Li notes that the water spirit's attack is fairly simple, but he also knows they won't accomplish anything by simply chasing it around the island. To put an end to the pursuit, Li Han releases an overwhelming amount of mana, enough to even scare the fire spirit itself, and commands the water spirit to stop, assuring it that he doesn't intend to harm it. While Enrago freaks out over Li Han's power, Li questions the spirit, asking if it's one of the headmaster's subordinates. Strangely, the spirit shakes its head. No. Skeptical, Lee warns it not to lie to him. He then demands to know why it attacked them while they were resting. In response, the spirit points toward the severed tree that fell and broke Lee Han's arm earlier. While the tigers remain confused, Lee Han realizes that the spirit is angry because he burned the surrounding area during his battle with the turtle. When Anrago asks Wardanus to explain what the spirit is saying, Lee lies again, telling him that the spirit attacked them because it got angry when Anrago struck it with his oar back in the water. Unfortunately, poor Anrago believes the lie, and earnestly tries to explain that it wasn't intentional. If he had known the spirit was there, he would have rowed more carefully. The water spirit, though unable to speak, seems puzzled by Anrago's reaction. It senses something is off but doesn't question it further. Around that time, Lee Han tells Anrago that the water spirit has decided to forgive him, so he should just accept it and move on. With that resolved, Lee asks the spirit to reveal the type of spell the headmaster used on the island. As the water spirit ponders its reply, Lee realizes there's no way the headmaster didn't hide more traps somewhere on the island. They just need to figure out what and where those traps are before getting caught. Just then, the spirit wriggles its liquid body, and Anrago tells Lee that the spirit is trying to communicate something. Once it gets Lee's attention, the water spirit reshapes itself into the form of a lock and a grave, making Lee Han realize that the headmaster sealed something within the island. Lee racks his brain, piecing together all the information he has until he figures that the headmaster must be hiding the outside school trip ticket. With that knowledge, Lee Han wastes no time commanding the water spirit to take them to where the ticket is sealed. After walking through some pathways on the island, they finally arrive at a stone and mortar structure. Meanwhile, Lee Han wonders what the headmaster could have been thinking, building such an unusual structure on a remote island. Before he can figure it out, Anrago calls him over to check out something written on a stone slab. Lee rushes over, asking Anrago if the writing details the traps they should expect. Confused, Anrago says it doesn't seem like that, but asks for a bit of time to read it more carefully. Once ready, Anrago reads the headmaster's message, which congratulates the new students for making it this far, and asks if the trial took them by surprise. To justify the traps and trials, the headmaster explains that the extremity of his testing methods is meant to help young mages like them grow. He expresses hope that the students have learned how to cooperate with the other towers on their journey to this point. The message also advises maintaining good relationships with the towers, as it will be crucial for one final task. If they enter the locked chamber, the headmaster says they'll see an altar at the center of the stone pillars. To lift the seal on the altar and reveal the outside school trip ticket, they must place someone on the altar and sacrifice them for the greater good. After reading the message, Lee wonders what will happen to the person placed on the altar. Dumak immediately panics, saying there must be another way, but Lee Han assures him there isn't. This is exactly the type of stunt the skeletal headmaster loves to pull. This is what the headmaster meant by the final cooperation task. This puts Lee in a tough spot. Not only are there 2 tigers with him that he doesn't trust, but he's also injured, which makes things even worse. As he begins to plan his ambush to take the win, Anrago suddenly zooms past him, making Lee think Anrago is making his move to take him down. However, upon closer observation, Lee realizes Anrago isn't trying to bring him down at all. When Dumak asks what Anrago is doing, Anrago explains that, while he can't forgive Wardanus for his past misdeeds, he has to help them all. If Lee Han hadn't helped them initially, they'd still be stuck in the dungeon. Anrago promises to let Lee have the outside school trip ticket, and vows to earn the next one with his strength. Inspired by Anrago's selflessness, Dumak decides to join the noble cause and offers to sacrifice himself as well. Seeing this, Lee Han realizes that the tigers actually have some sense of conscience. Just as he's about to observe the situation, the water spirit catches his attention, urging Lee Han to stop the fools from sacrificing themselves needlessly. Without hesitation, Lee agrees and restrains both tigers using water magic. Anrago and Dumak scream at Wardanus, accusing him of sabotaging their noble sacrifice, and demand to know why he did it. To avoid being seen as the bad guy again, Lee Han commands the water spirit to explain why it wanted them to stop. Through demonstrations, the water spirit reveals that even if someone sacrifices themselves on the altar, the seal won't be lifted. Thankfully, Lee Han catches on and relays the message to the 2 boys, who are just as shocked by how deranged the headmaster is. Even Lee is in disbelief when he realizes that the whole sacrifice is a trap. Knowing this, he tells the boys to abandon the original plan and figure out a new solution. If offering a sacrifice isn't the answer, then the altar itself, which has always seemed suspicious, is what they should investigate. The altar appears too well maintained, almost as if it wants to draw attention. Lee, suspecting something's amiss, points his staff at the altar and decides to destroy it, just as he destroyed the Tiger Tower's barrier a few weeks ago. Once he's ready, Lee Han pours as much mana as he can into his staff, ignoring Dumak's warnings about the dangerous power he's unleashing. He fires the gathered mana in a blast at the pristine altar. However, even after that powerful attack, the altar remains untouched, leading Lee to conclude that it's no ordinary altar. After the attack, Enrago asks Lee what just happened. Lee explains that he tried to use magic to dispel whatever enchantment was placed on the altar, but it didn't work. He speculates that the magic cast on the altar might be different from the one used in the dorms. In that case, his last resort would be to use Greg's forbidden technique. But he acknowledges the risk. If he gets caught using such magic, he might really die this time. Despite everything, Lee makes up his mind to get the job done, so he orders everyone to stand back. He gathers mana at the tip of his staff and creates a large water ball using water magic. According to Professor Velati, adding rotations to elemental magic is considered overly ambitious and dangerous. But since all Lee needs to do is avoid getting caught using such a spell, he makes sure to be very careful. After unleashing the spell, Dumak and Enrago inspect the damage done to the altar, baffled by what just happened. Apparently, Lee Han formed a large water ball and fired it at the altar, dealing significant damage. Although Enrago has seen Wardenus's water magic many times, this is his first time witnessing such a powerful spell. Shocked by the sheer force of Lee's magic, Enrago wonders what level this crazy bastard has already reached. Meanwhile, Lee struggles to stay on his feet as fatigue washes over him, surprising him, as he's only used the spell once. He now understands why such a method isn't yet suited for field use, vowing to be more cautious in the future. While attempting to regain his balance, Gonadaltes's magic grimoire falls from his coat. As Lee reaches for it, the book opens, and green words flow out of the pages and into his mind. Dumak and Enrago, witnessing the event, rush to Lee's side, worried and asking if he's all right. Lee motions for them to stop and reassures them that he's fine, instructing them to focus on finding the outside school trip ticket instead. After the duo leaves, Lee picks up the grimoire, wondering what it's trying to teach him. The book had revealed Gonadaltes's sharp hand, a second circle body-strengthening spell that makes the caster's hand extremely sharp. Lee questions whether the book is mocking him for trying to break the altar through brute force, or if it holds a deeper meaning. Just then, Enrago finds the outside school trip ticket, and proudly shows it to Wardenus. Expecting Enrago to claim the ticket for himself, Lee is shocked when Enrago hands it over, assuring him that they won't go back on their promise. Lee takes the ticket, noting that it has the same pattern as his previous one. Curious, he wonders if all the outside school trip tickets share the same design. To investigate, he instructs Enrago and Dumak to bring him a normal-looking boulder nearby. Enrago, confused, asks what Lee plans to do with the boulder, while Dumak suggests they take a short break to recover their strength. Lee flatly refuses, insisting that whatever he has in mind must be done immediately, holding a quill pen in his hand. Meanwhile, at sunrise in the academy, the remaining students gather in the headmaster's lecture hall for the basic magic personality education class. Shortly before class begins, students from the Blue Dragon, Phoenix, and Turtle Towers surround Jijel, questioning her about Lee Han's whereabouts. Startled, Jijel asks them to explain, and Ashan says he saw Wardenus disappear at the lake, along with other Tiger Tower students. Believing that Lee has been kidnapped, Jijel freaks out, telling them to stop with the nonsense. But in her mind, she recalls that Enrago and Dumak had also been missing, leaving her with even more questions about where they might be. As Jijel tries to figure out what's going on, the headmaster appears out of nowhere, greeting the students. The shocked looks on their faces prompt him to ask why they're being so loud this early in the morning. Immediately, the students bow and greet him, claiming they were just happy to meet each other after the weekend. In their minds, though, they're all worried that the situation will escalate if the headmaster gets involved, believing that problems between students should stay between students. Fortunately, the headmaster believes their story and, after calling them boring, asks if they've brought back the outside school trip ticket. Realizing they haven't, the headmaster expresses disappointment, telling them that their seniors always complete their assignments on time. Reluctantly, he gives them another chance, and seeing their hopeful expressions, he leads them to the lake. On the way, the students from White Tiger Tower comment on how they were initially worried they'd be punished, but the headmaster is actually giving them a break. Jill, however, knows better. There's no way the headmaster would be this lenient unless he had an ulterior motive. Although she's sure he's up to something, she doesn't know what it is. Begrudgingly, she wonders if Lee Han would have figured it out by now if he were with them. Meanwhile, the headmaster is scanning the students, wondering why Lee Han Wardenus, the little dragon of the Wardenus household, is absent. He figures that Lee might be lucky if he just missed class. But if he went to the island, then he's in trouble, likely trapped in the underground dungeon all weekend. The headmaster, who thrives on others' misery, eagerly anticipates watching Lee struggle and cry for help. When they arrive at the lake, the headmaster creates an ice road across the water using ice magic, allowing the students to walk to the island. Once done, he instructs them to pair up as they cross. turning the homework into a group class activity. It turns out the headmaster never expected the students to complete the homework. He figured that some would try to escape if asked to go to the island alone. So he crafted this entire scenario to prevent any attempts. By acting helpful, even the smartest students won't suspect anything. As they arrive at the island, the headmaster grows excited at the prospect of hearing the students scream as the trial begins. But as they step on the island and no one sinks, the headmaster becomes uneasy. Something is off. He can't feel the mana of Jorvan II, as though it's been unsummoned. After thinking it over, he realizes that only one student could have pulled off something like this. Li Han Wardenus. Just then, Li Han emerges from the bushes, his arm in a sling and walking with the aid of his staff. The headmaster is visibly shocked to see him still standing and then wonders what could have happened to his traps. As the headmaster is about to blame Li Han for robbing the other students of a valuable learning opportunity, his worried colleagues, relieved to see him alive, rush toward him to check on his condition. For a moment, Ashan asks if Li was kidnapped by those two tigers, leaving Li Han confused as to what he's talking about. Around that time, two of Enrago and Dumak's tower mates rush forward, dragging both of them away from the so-called evil mage. Once at a safe distance, the two random tigers ask if Li Han used any strange magic on them. Tired of all the nonsense, Dumak assures them that nothing happened, while Enrago adds that Li Han actually helped them a lot. If he hadn't defeated the headmaster's summon, they might still be trapped underground. That's a fact. Upon hearing this, the two tigers start suspecting that Enrago and Dumak have been brainwashed. After all, there's no way the headmaster would do something so extreme. Just then, the headmaster speaks, telling Li Han in front of everyone that he did great. The fact that he single-handedly defeated a summon prepared for the lesson proves that he truly brought his A-game. Understanding that the headmaster is pissed at him, Li Han apologizes for defeating his summon. However, the headmaster recounts how Jovan was supposed to drag them underground the moment they stepped on the island, subjecting them to a harsh but educational trial. The other students overhear this, and the two tiger bozos, who had doubted Enrago and Dumak earlier, immediately realize they were telling the truth. In any case, the headmaster expresses his shock at discovering that Li Han managed to retrieve the outside school trip ticket hidden at the altar, acknowledging that the feat alone is worthy of praise. With that said, he heals Li's broken arm, prompting the first-year genius to thank him profusely. Before long, Li Han informs the headmaster that he didn't accomplish everything on his own. He points to Dumak and Enrago, naming them as his accomplices who helped retrieve the ticket. The two try to be modest, insisting they didn't do much. But to their surprise, the headmaster tells them he already knows that. There's no need to state the obvious. Moving on, the headmaster calls Li Han by his full name and offers him special marks as a reward for being the first to complete the homework. He then asks for the outside school trip ticket, which Li Han hands over. Almost immediately the ticket vanishes and the other students freak out upon realizing it's gone. Some question whether the headmaster really took it back, while others accuse him of going back on his word. At this point, the headmaster urges them to recall his exact words in class. After thinking back, they remember that he never explicitly stated he would give the ticket to any of them. Devastated by this realization, the students wallow in despair. Amused, the headmaster laughs at them before telling them to recognize the importance of words and treat this as a learning experience. At this moment, Li Han realizes that Headmaster Skullface is a master at being annoying. To prove he wasn't deceiving them, the headmaster calls on Li and asks if he thinks he tricked them. After a brief pause, Li Han states that he never intended to claim the outside school trip ticket for himself, so he has no complaints. While the other students glare at him like he's a traitor, the headmaster finds his humility refreshing. Although he considers both the situation and its star rather dull, he dismisses the students, knowing another opportunity will arise. As the students make their way across the icy path back to the mainland, Li Han keeps Enrago and Dumak close. He knows he got extremely lucky. He hadn't expected the headmaster to come in person. As it turns out, the outside school trip ticket Li Han handed over was a fake. The night before, Li Han had convinced both tigers to help him create an exact copy using magic. Though skeptical that the headmaster would fall for such a stunt, they agreed to give it a shot. After several failed attempts, Li Han finally managed to produce a perfect duplicate. Back on the ice path, Dumak and Enrago ask if he foresaw this outcome, but Li urges them to keep quiet. Soon after, they ask whether it's okay to take something so valuable from the headmaster. This time, Li reassures them. It's fine as long as they only use it when the headmaster is out of the academy. To him, treating his accomplices well is crucial so they don't betray him later. As he ponders whether the fake ticket will work, Li considers his options. Since the situation caught the headmaster off guard, there's no way he would suspect the ticket was a forgery. However, Li decides he'll wait to see if his accomplices can actually use it before drawing any conclusions. Not that it really matters. After all, he still has the real ticket. Once all the students are back on the mainland, the ice bridge disappears. Lee Han thanks the water spirit for its assistance. And the spirit, flustered by the praise, becomes shy. As Lee wonders if he's just grown closer to a spirit, the water spirit suddenly spots Nilia and rushes over to hug her. At first, Nilia is confused by its actions, but when she realizes it wants to form a contract with her, she rejects the proposal, suggesting that it bond with Wardeness instead. As soon as the students return to the academy, Lee Han takes a walk through the basement to attend Greg's class. On his way there, he's still pissed about the fact that the water spirit ended up making a contract with Nilia. However, he decides to put that aside and focus on surviving Velati's class. Now isn't the time to worry about something like that. Shortly afterward, Lee arrives at Greg's empty classroom and finds the cold-hearted instructor holding a book and staring at him. Upon spotting him, Lee greets his teacher, and Greg immediately tells him that he knows he used lightning magic. Unable to deny it, Lee confirms this while reminding himself to stay on guard. Ever since he was caught using lightning magic on the monster the previous week, he had a hunch that his next class would be just like this, so he prepared himself in advance. However, what he didn't expect was for Velati to also know about what happened on the island. Apparently, the headmaster had already informed most of the professors that Lee Han defeated his summon, Jorvan II. Shocked by this, Lee Han curses the headmaster and wonders just how many people he's told about his fight. Before long, Greg shifts the topic and asks about the injury on Lee's hand. Lee explains that some unforeseen circumstances led to it. Greg, unfazed, remarks that injuries are common in battle but reminds Lee that enemies won't care about his excuses. Once again, Lee can't deny the truth in those words, which only makes him more annoyed at the crazy professor. After assessing the state of Lee's hand, Greg walks back to his table and informs him that he's prepared something special for today's lesson. As he gets ready to begin his harsh training, Lee Han braces himself. The moment he sees the dark lightning aura surrounding Greg, he quickly conjures water, hoping to launch an attack first, and block any counterattack. Unfortunately, before he can even act, Greg strikes in an instant, forcing Lee Han to use the water he summoned to form a shield instead. At this point, Lee grows concerned. Professor Velati has never tried stopping his attack before it even started. As he pieces together the details of the attacks, he realizes that the crazy professor is trying to force him to dodge instead of blocking. He's immediately shocked by the magnitude of the impact as the attack crashes into the wall behind him. Barely recovering from the first strike, Lee is soon met with 3 more attacks. He dodges them all in quick succession, surprising even himself. Has he always been this good at dodging? Around that time, Greg complains that the lesson is too easy, and that Lee won't learn anything this way. To make things more challenging, he switches off all the lights in the classroom and hides in the darkness, making it impossible for Lee Han to see him. Then, he tosses a blindfold to Lee and instructs him to put it on. For a moment, Lee intentionally misunderstands the command, and even goes as far as helping Greg put the blindfold on instead. However, when Greg corrects him, Lee questions whether there's even a need to cover his eyes. It's already pitch black in the room. In response, Greg simply tells him he can do it. And before Lee can protest further, he magically secures the blindfold himself. Now completely blindfolded, Lee realizes he truly can't see a thing. With no other choice, he decides to rely on mana detection and sound to assess his surroundings. As for Greg, his already extreme teaching philosophy, one that condemns students who can't keep up, only grows stronger after meeting Lee Han. When he discovered that Lee could use lightning magic, the most difficult element to control, he was thrilled and planned to train him in it. However, upon hearing from the headmaster that Lee Han had broken his arm in battle, he put himself in the boy's shoes and concluded that he would likely want to focus on dodging techniques instead. And so, after a rather unusual train of thought, the two arrived at their current situation. Unfortunately for Lee, after dodging every single one of Greg's attacks while blindfolded and in total darkness, his talent only serves to reinforce Velati's twisted values further. Soon after witnessing what most would call growth in his first-year student, Greg Velati marvels as he finally understands the true joy of teaching. Now that he's seen it firsthand, he finds teaching to be genuinely enjoyable. While Greg is excited, Lee Han notices some changes in his mana and asks why he's sensing traces of other elements. When Greg gives no response, Lee figures expecting anything remotely normal from him was naive in the first place. At present, Lee thinks it'll be impossible to dodge everything in this situation. In that case, he decides he'll just have to minimize the impact and pain as much as possible when he gets hit. As Greg ends his lesson with Lee Han, it is said that although Lee is gifted with an amazing mana reserve, his true talent lies in his ability to absorb everything he learns quickly. Even Greg hadn't expected Lee to master everything on the first day, but now he's been proven wrong. Right after exceeding expectations, Lee Han groggily thanks Greg for the lesson. Noticing that his favorite student looks exhausted, Greg decides to give him a present to help calm his nerves. Lee Han, somewhat concerned that the crazy professor is showing worry for him, accepts the gift, thanks him, and opens it, hoping to find some medicine inside, only to discover that it's a book about basic lightning magic and its applications. After handing over the book, Greg instructs Lee Han to learn everything in it before their next class. Although Lee Han is stupefied, he assures Greg that he understands. At that moment, Lee remembers that the Academy's written tests are scheduled for the following week, and he figures he'll be so busy that he might not even be able to sleep. Just then, he hears thumping sounds from above and asks Greg what's happening outside. Volati explains that the professors are dealing with the summoned monsters that escaped. Lee asks why they waited so long to do it. Greg replies that the monsters are being dealt with now because they might interfere with the upcoming tests. Lee, feeling disappointed in the professors, takes his leave, blaming himself for asking such an obvious question. On his way out of the basement, Lee opens the book Volati gave him earlier, and to his surprise, finds it better than he expected. The book not only teaches about magic but also covers situations related to safety, making it a well-rounded resource. However, when he checks for the author's name, he doesn't find it, leading him to wonder whether the book was written by the Academy itself. If all goes well, he figures studying the book shouldn't be too difficult. As he continues walking, someone suddenly sneaks up behind him and startles him with a greeting. When Lee turns around, he's relieved to see that it's none other than Professor Kerman, one of the nicest professors he's met so far. Kerman asks if Lee is on his way to the understanding of basic magic class, and Lee confirms this. Since Kerman is also headed there, he decides to walk with Lee. Observing Kerman's friendly behavior, Lee finds it hard to believe that he's a friend of the cold and cruel Volati, as they are so different in values and personality. While they walk, Lee asks Kerman if he teaches illusion magic, and Kerman says yes, explaining that illusion magic is more useful than people realize. He tells Lee that illusion magic can be used for barrier spells to stop intruders, or to create illusions to deceive enemies. Currently, some mages even combine illusion magic with dimensional magic to create entire labyrinths, while others pair it with mind magic to knock out opponents just by making eye contact. Hearing all of this, Lee Han becomes excited about learning illusion magic, thinking it would be perfect for tricking and deceiving the professors. Seeing his enthusiasm, Kerman mentions that Lee seems to have some talent in illusion magic, and asks if he's interested in learning it. Confused by the idea that he has talent in this area, Lee weighs his options. Since joining Einregard, he can't avoid learning new things, and considering that the type of professor he learns from is more important than the subject itself, he decides to give illusion magic a try. Especially since Kerman has proven to be a kind and approachable teacher so far. Just as Lee Han is about to give his answer, Kerman asks if any other professors are giving him private lessons besides Volati. Lee replies that he's also receiving lessons from Professor Urugulum, Professor Zed, Professor Willow, the botanist, and Professor Mila, the summoning professor. Kerman is shocked to learn that Lee is studying under so many professors. Then suddenly his leopard summons escapes from his coat and Lee Han chases after it. Kerman asks if that's a summon, and Lee says that Professor Mortem gave it to him. At this point Kerman is overwhelmed, realizing that Lee Han is even learning black magic. He wonders how many people have their eyes on this first-year student, feeling exhausted just from hearing the list of professors Lee is learning from. Noticing Kerman's strange behavior, Lee asks if he's okay. Still on their way, Kerman considers how exhausting it must be for Lee to handle Volati's lessons, let alone all the private lessons on top of that. He should leave the decision up to him. Just as Kerman is about to ask Lee if he would like to learn illusion magic, Lee Han shows him the headmaster's grimoire and asks for help in deciphering it. Realizing that the headmaster himself had given Lee, a first-year student, his grimoire, Kerman decides that Lee doesn't need to learn illusion magic after all. Eager to make a good impression, Lee Han calls out to Kerman to ask a question about illusion magic. However, Kerman cuts him off and tells him there's no need for him to learn it. Confused, Lee tries to ask why, but by then, they've arrived at the classroom where Professor Garcia is waiting. As Kerman steps inside, Lee Han is left wondering why Kerman suddenly changed his mind when he still needs him to teach him illusion magic. Minutes later, the class begins, and Kerman takes his place in Professor Garcia's class. The moment he steps onto the podium, the students bombard him with ridiculous questions about illusion magic. Some asking if they can dispel illusion magic on stairs. Others wondering if they can cast illusion magic on bread to make it taste like honey. At this point, Kerman interrupts their chatter, urging them to calm down. He appreciates their enthusiasm, but informs them that from this point onward, he will introduce them to the fascinating world of illusion magic. First, Kerman explains that they need to understand what illusion magic truly is. To demonstrate, he asks the class to pay close attention to him. Then without warning, he suddenly stops speaking. Lee's friends are puzzled by his sudden silence and stillness. However, Lee immediately senses that something is off. Although he can't pinpoint it at first, he feels as if Professor Kerman isn't actually standing there at all. After thinking it over a few more times, Lee deduces that the professor must have already cast an illusion in that brief moment while everyone was watching. Trying to sense the professor's mana, Lee focuses. But before he can say anything, Gainando nudges him and asks why the professor is just standing there. At that moment, Lee notices that Kerman is hiding beside Gainando. He quickly informs his friend, who immediately takes out his wand and casts a paralysis spell on the invisible professor. Unfortunately for him, Kerman easily reflects the spell, causing Gainando to paralyze himself instead. Now that he has been discovered, Kerman commends Lee for figuring it out, but warns Gainando not to cast spells so carelessly, as they might backfire on him. Lee apologizes on behalf of his friend, and Kerman, amused, doesn't make a big deal out of it. He then dispels the illusion, revealing how effortlessly he had moved across the room unnoticed. He explains that illusion magic allows mages to become invisible, sneak past enemies, and create illusions to confuse opponents. Since the class consists of new students, Kerman decides to start with the basics. He announces that he will call on students who sensed something was off to perform a demonstration. He then invites those who felt the presence of illusion magic to step forward and attempt a basic illusion dispel. Lee Han, a green-haired turtle student, and Ardenart walk up to the podium. Before they begin, Kerman instructs them to find and dispel the illusion magic hidden somewhere in the room. Lee immediately notices a set of wooden boxes that weren't there moments ago. Kerman chooses the green-haired student to go first. Nervously, she attempts to dispel the illusion but only manages to unlock a padlock on one of the wooden boxes, which startles her. Kerman warns her to stay vigilant. Illusion magic often conceals traps as well. Next it's Lee Han's turn. Knowing he needs to make a good impression, he carefully examines the wooden boxes. He recognizes that they are an illusion, but assumes their current appearance is their true form. Concentrating, he recites the incantation, "Disappear, illusion," while dramatically channeling his mana. Moments later the wooden boxes vanish. The class erupts in admiration. Once again, Wardemus has succeeded on his first attempt. Kerman, however, reacts differently. He acknowledges Lee's success but tells him that he doesn't need to try so hard to be good at illusion magic. Hearing this, Lee feels strangely disheartened. No professor has ever reacted like this before. For the rest of the class, he gets lost in thought, trying to figure out why Kerman spoke to him that way. After the lesson ends, Kerman encourages the students to continue practicing. As he prepares to leave, Lee stops him and asks if something is wrong. Kerman reassures him that there's no problem, but reveals that many professors have their eyes on him. Standing there, confused, Lee listens as Kerman speculates that while having an immense amount of mana is understandable, there must be another reason why so many professors are interested in him. Kerman then advises Lee to rest when necessary, expressing concern for his health. Upon realizing how genuinely kind Kerman is compared to the other eccentric professors, Lee Han becomes determined to take his class no matter what. With newfound resolve, he tells Kerman that he is ready for anything he has in store. Surprised by Lee Han's sudden determination, Kerman tells him that if he truly wishes to take the class, he should attend the next gathering. Lee thanks him for the opportunity, and Kerman once again reminds him not to overwork himself. Lee reassures him that he has no plans to take any more classes after this. At that moment, Kerman knows in his heart that Lee Han is lying. But for the sake of Lee's mental well-being, he chooses to let it slide. On Tuesday of the following week, Lee Han joins his classmates to take Professor Zed's test. Moments before it begins, Lee Han reflects on Professor Garcia's upcoming quiz. Garcia had informed them that they needed to study everything they've learned from the beginning of the semester, including lessons from Mortom, Mila, and even the new professor, Kerman. As Lee spaces out again, Yoner pats him and tells him to snap out of it. Lee pulls himself together, realizing that now isn't the time to be thinking about other exams, especially with the basic writing training quiz taking place that day. Once the students and Zed gather at the quiz venue, Zed, in high spirits, asks if they're ready for the test. As expected, the students groggily respond with a half-hearted, yes. Excited by their lackluster enthusiasm, Zed instructs them to bring their horses to the venue, eager to see how well they've bonded with their steeds. The students head to the stables and Yoner asks if it's okay to release the horses. Gainando mentions that his horse tried to run away the last time he attempted to pet it, and Lee Han also starts to worry about his demonic horse. So far, Lee's horse has the worst temperament among all the horses in the stable. Besides its nasty personality, it's also enormous and has incredible stamina, often leaving Lee to wonder if it's even a horse at all. Regardless, he's relieved he found a way to control it before the test day, or things would have gone horribly wrong. After retrieving his horse, Lee Han orders the beast to follow him back to the test venue. Along the way, the other students are astonished to see Lee Han's horse behaving quietly for the first time. One student even calls the others to check out the wild horse that Wardenus has supposedly tamed. As word spreads, admiration for the horse grows, and people begin to marvel at its elegance. However, Lee knows the truth. His horse is merely biding its time to exact revenge. Once everyone gathers with their horses, Zed addresses the group and shares the details of the test. Taking out a sundial, she instructs them to follow a designated path to a river she's chosen for the quiz. Once there, they are to let their horses drink from the river and return with their horses satisfied to pass. Seconds before the test begins, Gainando asks Lee Han if Zed would notice if they just gave their horses water from the well and pretended they'd been to the river. Before Lee can respond, Zed warns that if anyone dares to deceive her, she'll hold them underwater for hours. Gainando immediately retracts his idea and affirms that they should follow her instructions. With the test underway, Zed gives the signal to start, and the students set off. As Yona rides her horse, she notices Lee Han walking his horse beside her and asks why he isn't riding it. Lee explains that riding it might tire the horse, though he knows it's because its stamina is currently limited due to a magic tool. Hearing this, Yona decides to dismount and walk alongside him. Lee urges her to continue riding, but she insists that her horse, Bami, might also get tired, so she'd rather walk. Lee watches, a little envious, as Yona and her horse display such affection for each other. Just as he's lamenting his cursed horse, Gainando's horse suddenly speeds past them, with Gainando frantically yelling for help as the horse bolts back to the venue. Lee realizes he isn't the only one cursed with a troublesome steed. Once Gainando is out of sight, Lee demands some cooperation from his horse, reminding it of the care he's given. He offers the horse a sugar cube, knowing it's something the beast loves, hoping to bribe it into behaving. As the horse eats the cube, Slacko Tutantha, the elven dwarf, and 2 turtle students approach, calling out to Wardanus. They ask what he's feeding his horse. Lee Han responds that it's a sugar cube, prompting one of the turtle students to question why he would waste such a valuable item. He suggests Lee could have sold the sugar cube on the black market instead. Confused, Lee wonders what they're talking about. Slacko then offers him a basket of carrots, explaining that horses love them just as much and that sugar is a rare commodity. Lee accepts the basket and thanks the dwarf, still puzzled as to why they're suddenly being so generous. Slacko mentions that Lee should visit the black market again so they can play chess together. As Slacko and his companions leave, Lee realizes that the carrots were a bribe to get him to play chess. Yoner, excited by the carrots, points out that Lee can now save on sugar. However, Lee's horse shows no interest in the carrots, making him seriously consider switching to a more manageable horse for the sake of his sanity. When they finally reach the river, Lee spots Rowena kneeling by his horse, studying the environment. Rowena warns Lee to be cautious as there's something unusual about the river. Lee asks what the issue is, and Rowena directs his attention to the green-haired student, who is trying to give her horse water. As her horse attempts to drink, the water level mysteriously begins to recede, raising the student's suspicions. Lee recalls the mischievous look on Zed's face earlier, and wonders if the water truly lowered when the horse tried to drink. Feeling overwhelmed by the complexity of the test, Lee asks Rowena if he has found a solution. Unfortunately, Rowena explains that they tried to get closer to the water, but it retreated too quickly for them to do anything. As Ardenart passes by, Rowena notes that the princess seems happy to see Lee. Lee, however, realizes she's eyeing the basket of carrots, not him. Figuring she wants one for her horse, Lee offers her a carrot. But instead, Ardenart takes a bite of the unripe vegetable. As she makes a face of disgust, Lee realizes he meant for her to feed the carrot to her horse, not herself. While Yoner feigns ignorance of the awkward situation, eventually, both Lee Han and Yoner look away from the awkward situation, and Lee Han suggests using water manipulation magic to get the water needed to feed their horses. He calls forth a water ball from the river using his staff, impressing Rowena, who is amazed by how quickly and easily Lee Han can use magic. Rowena believes that if they follow Lee Han's method, there shouldn't be any failures. After forming the water ball, Lee Han directs it toward his horse's mouth so it can drink. Unfortunately, the water evaporates, leaving everyone shocked as they realize that they need to take the horse directly to the river for it to count. Acknowledging how difficult the task is, Yoner asks Lee Han to come up with another solution. Lee tells her he's already prepared something in advance for such situations. He then pulls out a shiny material and shows it to Yoner, who recognizes the object but keeps its identity to herself. A short while later, Lee Han uses the shiny rope he showed Yoner earlier to create a long line of support between the students and their horses. While Yoner can't believe Lee Han carried such a long rope with him, Lee Han suggests they use each other as anchors to withstand the tides, no matter how fast they are. Soon after sending Rowena to test the theory, Lee Han calls out to ask if the rope system works. Fortunately, it does, as Rowena reports that they don't need to go too far down, since the water level doesn't drop any lower. This news relieves Lee Han, who immediately believes they'll be able to complete the task. When Lee Han finally manages to drag his horse down to the river, the horse resists drinking. But when Lee Han bribes it with sugar cubes, it finally relents. Just when Li Han is about to relax, he gets a strange feeling that something isn't right. He senses the professor's scheme and suspects that there's more to this test than meets the eye. Suddenly, a roaring sound echoes in the distance. Soon enough, Li Han and his classmates, still standing in the river with their horses, see a flood rushing toward them. Furious at the professor for pulling such a dangerous stunt, Li Han yells for everyone to escape while they still can. As his colleagues flee the river, Li Han casts a water shield to buy them time. Amid the chaos, Yoner thanks Li Han for keeping them safe, but reminds him that he and his horse are still in the river. Li Han tries to maintain the spell and escape, but as he holds the shield up, the flood catches his horse's leg, pulling it out of the shield. Seeing his beloved horse in danger, Li Han decides to take drastic measures to save it. He allows the flood to sweep him away, alarming his friends. Rowena suggests they go in to help, but as Yoner is about to follow, Nilia stops her, warning that she'll be swept away too. Nilia tries to untie the rope Li Han had used to secure everyone, but it's stuck. She urges Yoner to pull on the rope, but unfortunately, the rushing current has broken it. In the dire situation, Rowena calls out to Li Han, urging him to abandon the horse and save himself. Worried that Li Han might have been swept away, Rowena panics until, suddenly, Li Han's horse surfaces. It becomes clear that Li Han pulled the horse out of the water by himself, shocking everyone. His water shield, though thin, is still in place, protecting him and his horse. The horse, confused, seems unsure of what's happening, but Li Han warns it not to resist. If it does, he threatens to throw it to the bottom of the river. The horse seems to question why Li Han is trying to save it when he's clearly struggling himself. But Li Han remains focused, using all his mana to keep the shield intact and prevent himself from getting swept away. Eventually, he climbs out of the ravine with the horse and places it on the ground when they reach the riverbank. As soon as he catches his breath, he angrily yells out Professor Zed's name, leaving his classmates confused about why he keeps calling for her. Unaware of Li Han's frustration, the foolish students still don't understand the reason behind his outcry. Once the horse is back to normal, it checks on Li Han, ensuring he's unharmed. Li Han warns the horse that no matter how kind it acts now, he will never remove the cursed items it's wearing. Upon realizing this, the horse panics and tries to bite him. Li Han grabs its mouth, admitting that he always knew the horse was trouble and wondering if the animal thought it could fool him. To Rowena and Yoner, Li Han's struggle with his horse seems strange, but they're just relieved that he's okay and unharmed. While Li is settling scores with his troublesome horse, the other students complain about how endangered their lives and their horses' lives are because of the test. One student even mentions how disappointed she is to have looked up to Professor Zed and read about her expeditions, only to realize she's not as admirable as she thought. If she had known Zed was like this, she wouldn't have bothered admiring her. While they're busy voicing their complaints, a gigantic black crow appears in the sky and lands at the scene. Nilia and Professor Zed are on it, with Zed looking surprised to see that Nilia wasn't exaggerating the situation. Thankfully, Zed isn't too late. One of the students informs her that they don't want to continue the test, explaining that they'd rather fail than put their friend's life at risk. Zed replies that she didn't expect the river spirit to throw a tantrum and try to harm them. But after hearing the students complain about their horses nearly dying, she tells them to wait as she has come to stop the test. After a brief pause, Zed asks the students to explain what happened. When no one responds, Zed ignores them and continues with her task. Meanwhile, Nilia notices how affectionate Li Han's horse is toward him, and asks if he's grown closer to it. Still angry at his horse, Li Han tells Nilia that it's just tricking him, and its behavior shouldn't deceive her. Nilia insists that she can clearly see the horse expressing affection, but Li Han refuses to believe her. At that moment, Zed overhears the conversation and asks if Nilia really just said that the white horse, actually a griffin in disguise, has accepted Li Han as its owner. To understand Zed's shock and frustration, you need to know that griffins are incredibly prideful creatures, with the traits of both an eagle and a lion. A griffin would rather die than submit to someone unqualified or evil. Even Zed, as a professor, couldn't guarantee the griffin's loyalty despite years of trying to bond with it. Puzzled by what's unfolding, Zed asks Li Han to explain. Equally confused, Li Han asks what the problem is. Yoner steps in and tells Zed that the horse fell into the river when the river spirit got angry, but Li Han carried it on his back and rescued it from drowning. To make things worse, Li Han downplays his bravery, claiming it was no big deal. This infuriates Zed further, as she realizes that the horse, or rather the griffin, does not see it as nothing. She now understands why the griffin accepts Li Han as its owner. Li's act of selflessness and courage in risking his life to save the griffin earned its respect. While arrogant mages might think that exceptional knowledge or magic is the key to taming magical creatures, it turns out that self-sacrifice and bravery are what truly win them over. As Zed reflects on this revelation, Li Han keeps telling the horse to go away, prompting Zed to intervene. calling him a frustrating idiot. After that, Lee asks Zed what the horse's name is, but Zed explains that it rejected all the names they tried to give it. After some thought, Zed rearranges the letters in Griffin and names the horse Finferg. Lee Han finds the name unique and asks the horse if it's happy to have its name back. Unfortunately, the horse clearly dislikes the name, and it shows. Lee, tired of the horse's attitude, sighs and continues on. Meanwhile, as the other students feed their horses water from the river, Lee calls out to the professor. Thinking he wants to ask about his score, Zed is surprised when he instead asks her about the monster called Sarkhan. Zed tells him there's not much to say, other than that Sarkhan is the king of leopards. Legend has it that Sarkhan was born from a rocky mountain and a leopard. Lee then asks if Sarkhan is a dangerous monster, to which Zed replies that even a regular leopard is dangerous, so Sarkhan is even more so. Lee follows up by asking what Zed thinks about turning Sarkhan into an undead and controlling it. Zed is puzzled and warns him that just because it's undead doesn't mean it loses its wild nature. If it finds an opportunity or becomes dissatisfied, the undead Sarkhan could break free from Lee's control and attack him. Realizing the risk, Lee concludes that the gift Mortem gave him is far worse than anything the headmaster has done. Moving on, Zed asks if Lee is already thinking of creating undead monsters, and when he says no, she advises him to research in advance and choose something that will be useful to him. She also mentions that the third highest cause of death for black mages in the Empire is summoning an undead creature incompatible with their abilities. Hearing this, Lee Han resolves to treat his undead summons with more caution from now on. A little later, Zed gathers everyone for a final speech before ending the class. After delivering the usual lecture, she informs the students that laziness will come back to haunt them, while hard workers will reap the rewards of their efforts. She also encourages those who feel they are lacking in both magic and animal taming not to feel bad, but to work harder to improve. Lee Han notices Yoner taking notes, and while he finds Zed's advice reasonable, he figures that the lazy students aren't even there to listen. They're probably still at the starting point, struggling to get their horses to cooperate. As the class ends and Lee Han is about to leave, Slako Tutantha approaches him with a request. Lee remembers Slako as someone with a strong sense of pride, so for him to come and sincerely ask for help, it must be serious. Lee tells Slako to go ahead, and after taking a deep breath, Slako reveals that he needs Lee's cooking skills. Confused, Lee asks for more details, and Slako explains that the dwarf Mujadin, a priest of the Shisenja order, values studying knowledge and academics above all else, aligning with his order's values. However, the problem is that the priest reads books all day and refuses to eat. Lee figures this might be because of the poor living conditions at the Magic Academy, but Slako says it's not the case. The priest has never been a big eater, and back in the order, the other priests took care of him. Here no one does, which worries Slako. Slightly disappointed, Lee wonders if this is truly why the proud elf dwarf is asking for help. Slako then explains that after hearing about Lee's cooking skills from the Phoenix priests and Lingid, a guy from a chef's household, he realized Lee was the best person for the job. Lee considers why they can't just prepare the food themselves, but then thinks it might be useful to have the priest owe him a favor. He asks Slako if he has the ingredients ready, and Slako excitedly confirms they just need to retrieve them from the kitchen in the basement of the main building. Lee recalls his unpleasant experience with the pantry keeper in that basement, and tells Slako he's busy with something else and has to leave. Panicking, Slako pleads with Lee, practically begging him to stay, saying he really needs his help. Annoyed, Lee asks why he's bringing up other things when he only asked for his cooking skills in the first place. To sweeten the deal, one of Slako's lackeys presents a box to Lee. Intrigued, Lee wonders what they've brought to convince him. Slako reveals that the box contains a forbidden black magic book. But as Lee reaches for it, a curse leaks from the book, and Lee orders the box closed immediately. Once the box is shut, Lee demands an explanation about the curse. Instead of a quick answer, Slako, gazing at Lee with admiration, calls him a curse enthusiast, further irritating Lee. Slako claims he heard from the White Tigers that Lee was into such things, causing Lee to curse the Tigers for spreading false rumors, and vow to lock them in the punishment room someday. Lee asks where the book came from, and Slako says they found it in a bottomless hole on the 4th floor of the library. Lee learns that the library isn't as peaceful as one might think. While the 1st and 2nd floors are serene, the upper floors are filled with dungeons and labyrinths. Lee wonders why they were exploring the upper floors of the library, and Slako explains that they were mapping the academy to make life easier for everyone. Impressed by their dedication, Lee contrasts their efforts with the laziness in his tower, and even considers switching towers. Slako laments that Lee didn't appreciate the book, but Lee overhears them whispering that the curse absorbs mana. Alarmed, he asks them to repeat it. Slako confirms that the curse drains mana, and students who tried reading the book fainted from depletion. After a moment of thought, Lee decides to read the book. He opens the box again, letting the curse absorb some of his mana. Though he feels the drain, it isn't enough to overwhelm him. As he reads, he's surprised for two reasons. First, the book isn't about black magic, but blood magic. A dangerous technique that amplifies mana using blood. It's a top secret and hazardous practice. Second, the handwriting and the cover bear a striking resemblance to the book Professor Greg gave him. Intrigued, Lee continues reading. Slacko interrupts, asking if Lee is now interested in the deal. Lee, pondering the large mana requirement for blood magic, realizes it might synergize with his abilities. He agrees to help with the cooking on one condition, though the scene ends without revealing what it is. At present, Lee Han and his crew are hiding in a corner, observing one of the summonses the headmaster lent the pantry guard. After seeing the new security measures in place, Lee finally understands why the path to the pantry was so easy to navigate. It's because the headmaster has tightened security since last time. One of the crew members points out that the new security is a walking suit of armor. Lee asks if the student knows what it is, and the student explains he's seen it catch a few students before. Attacking it is pointless because it restores itself immediately, so they need another way to defeat it. Upon further observation, Lee recognizes the creature as an inorganic type of summon, similar to Jorvan II, which means the summon can be dispelled if it sustains enough damage. However, Lee knows he can't use lightning magic, the most effective option, because the headmaster would instantly recognize it was him. He then asks his crew members if the skeleton follows its target, but they aren't sure, as the summon's behavior changes from time to time. At that moment, another suit of armor appears from the opposite direction, and realizing they're surrounded, one student offers to act as bait to lure them away. Lee quickly stops him, pulling him into a nearby room. When the skeletal armored guards meet up, they're confused to find no one in the corner, unaware that Lee Han and his crew are hiding behind a nearby door, doing their best to remain silent. Once the coast is clear, Lee considers the crisis averted and examines the room they've entered, which appears to be an abandoned classroom. Radford asks if something is wrong, but Lee assures him it's nothing. As the others explore, Lee notices something feels off about the classroom. Though he brushes it off as overthinking, the room's unchanged nature unsettles him. Regardless, he informs his crew that they can't stay hidden for long, and when the armor comes in, he'll defeat it with magic while the others escape. With no other choice, the crew agrees, one of them praising Lee's leadership. But just before chaos ensues, one of the students trips over some books and starts screaming, alerting everyone to their presence. Suddenly, a magic pen and paper float mid-air, and the mage controlling them communicates with the students by writing. Their first message tells the group to be quiet, prompting one student to assume the writer is a spirit. The mage clarifies, writing that they are a senior student, not a spirit. As Lee processes this, another crew member demands that the senior reveal himself. But the senior explains that even discussing their presence is dangerous, and that showing themselves would risk a trip to the punishment room. Lee realizes that the headmaster has made it so seniors will be punished for interacting with new students, a rather pointless measure. The senior instructs them to lower their voices and not to attempt to use magic to defeat the armor since they're just newbies. Sensing an opportunity, Lee asks the senior how to avoid the armor. Before answering, Radford asks for directions to the kitchen, while another student cluelessly inquires about a test. Frustrated, the senior tells them to focus and points out that they don't even know what the armor is. Lee takes control of the situation, urging his crew to calm down before asking the senior to explain the armor. The senior reveals that the walking armor is a summon of the headmaster, capable of moving all day and detecting heat, making it notorious among students. Lee concludes that running from the armor isn't an option. Fortunately, the senior informs them that students have learned to fight back by confusing the armor with fire magic, or deceiving it with illusions that generate heat. If they can conceal their heat signatures, they can trick the armor. However, the senior is shocked when Lee confidently declares he's figured it out. Without hesitation, Lee chants the incantation and successfully casts the illusion spell, much to the astonishment of the senior. Right after casting the illusion spell, Lee Han asks the senior to rate his performance, but the senior starts stuttering, making Lee and the others wonder why the senior is nitpicking over nothing. Eventually, the senior admits that Lee is talented in using the fire element, and even asks him if Professor Garcia has told him anything similar in her classes. When Lee Han tells the senior that Garcia forbade him from using fire magic, the invisible senior starts wondering who Lee Han is to warrant such attention from a feared professor like Garcia. Regardless, the senior tells the students that there's no telling when the armored skeleton guards will return, so they need to head to the kitchen quickly while the coast is clear. Lee and his colleagues make their way to the kitchen as quickly as possible. Once there, the senior ushers Lee Han to check a specific cabinet, warning him not to scream. When Lee Han opens the cabinet, he finds some meat sausages and remains composed. Expecting the poor new students to drool at the sight of fresh food, the senior is shocked when Lee calmly thanks him, and even compliments the sausages. The confused senior keeps wondering who Lee Han is, as he never expected him to react so coolly, let alone judge the food. Around that time, Slako shows up and informs Lee that it's his turn to help, now that they've found the ingredients they need. After preparing the cauldron with the solution, the senior, still puzzled, asks Lee what they're trying to concoct. Lee explains that they're making nutritious food for a friend. The senior, alarmed, tells them to stop immediately, insisting that they're dabbling in alchemy, not cooking. Lee, hearing this, looks to Slako for an explanation, but Slako assures him that everything is fine. Trusting Slako's judgment, Lee decides to continue with the process. Before they begin, Slako gives Lee Han the secret recipe from his household, detailing it as much as he can. Lee Han, astonished, stares at the dwarf, barely able to believe that Slako thinks his method will work. Despite the senior's warnings, Lee reads through the recipe. To stop the senior from whining, Lee reassures him that everything's fine, but the senior takes this response as arrogance. Frustrated, the senior decides to let Lee fail, as long as he doesn't cry after ruining the liquid in the cauldron. A little while later, Lee and his crew follow the recipe and successfully concoct something both delicious and nutritious. Shocked by their success, the senior confronts Lee, demanding to know whether he's really a new student. Lee confirms that he is, but the senior can't believe that someone like him could be so capable. Ignoring the senior's disbelief, Lee asks Slako if they've finished the task. While stirring the mixture, Slako says yes, and proudly announces that the solution is the secret technique of his household, called beer candy. Confused, Lee Han asks what beer candy is. Slako explains that beer candy is a nutritious, preserved food with great effects. It can be kept at room temperature for months, and just 2 spoonfuls provide 2 days' worth of nutrition. Intrigued, Lee takes a bite and finds it surprisingly delicious. As they munch on the dessert, Slako also mentions that it has the effect of recovering mana. Slako further explains that his ancestors created beer candy as a replacement for beer when they were trapped in a mine and couldn't get enough beer. Satisfied with their success, Lee urges everyone to leave before they get caught. However, the senior suddenly slams his paper on Lee's head, warning him of big trouble ahead. Lee asks what's going on, and after shushing him, the senior reveals that the pantry guard is approaching the kitchen. This news sends the group into a mini panic. The senior instructs them to hide in a corner while he casts an illusion spell. Lee silently questions whether the spell will work, but the senior insists on silence, uncertain himself. As the pantry guard arrives at the kitchen door, he pauses, fiddling with something. Hidden safely, Lee wonders why the guard isn't entering the kitchen despite being right at the entrance. Soon the pantry guard begins casting a spell on the door, which Lee immediately notices. When Lee asks the senior about it, the senior is surprised that Lee could detect the magic. While the senior affirms that the guard is indeed using magic, he is baffled by how Lee could sense it, given that the senior only knew because of an earlier setup outside the kitchen. When Lee reveals he can detect the guard's mana, the senior is shocked by Lee's ability to sense mana from such a distance. The group quickly realizes that the pantry guard is determined to catch them, and they don't understand why the usually indifferent guard is now behaving so cautiously. Upon further observation, the senior discovers that the guard is not just casting a spell on the kitchen, but also on the door, and it's dimensional magic. This type of magic is known to be extremely difficult to use. Realizing this, the senior panics, dropping his pen and paper before disappearing. Confused, Lee and the others ask the senior what's wrong. Suddenly both kitchen doors fly open, leaving Lee's group in a state of shock. For a moment Lee wonders if the senior caused the doors to open, but thankfully, the senior reappears and urges them to escape through the back door. While Lee continues talking, Slako decides to check out the situation first. However, when he opens what should be the back door, he finds himself back inside the kitchen. Confused, Slako asks what's going on, knowing he just walked through the door. The senior explains that the pantry guard used magic to twist the dimensions of the room. When Lee asks if there's a way to fix it, the senior sadly admits there isn't any solution he can think of. With no other options, Lee takes a deep breath and tells his friends that they might be headed for the punishment room after all, as they have no choice but to surrender. While the other students whine like brats, Lee Han reminds them that they have prepared for an outcome like this from the start. As long as they keep their promise to him, he won't put them into more trouble than they're already in. Meanwhile, the senior notices that Lee Han doesn't seem nervous or scared, even though he's likely headed for the punishment room soon. This realization makes the senior feel embarrassed for trying to prank Lee Han, hoping to see him show fear just to feel good about himself. In an attempt to right his wrong, the senior tells everyone that there's a way out of their dire situation, but before doing anything, he needs them to help him replenish his mana. To do this, the senior has the new students give him some beer candy so he can munch on them and recover. After munching on a few candy sticks, the senior admits he feels better. Slako, now holding his beer candy bag, asks the senior if this plan of his will work. The senior confidently responds, telling him to watch as he, a third year who carries the symbol of pure silver, shows them what he's capable of. With that, the invisible senior chants 3 incantations. 1 to enhance his senses, 1 to create a flame arrow, and 1 to increase his spatial awareness. Li Han watches in shock as the senior effortlessly casts all 3 incantations at once. When the senior finishes, he commands the flame arrow to destroy the magic on the kitchen door. Radford, seeing the impressive display of magic, compares it to Li Han's skills and hopes it all works out for them. However, as Li Han analyzes the senior's flame arrow, he notices that the form is incomplete and that the senior lost control when the arrow flew. As Li reflects on the senior's need for more training, he scolds himself for thinking the same way Professor Velati would if he were there. Eventually the senior's flame arrow hits the kitchen door, causing a huge explosion, but nothing happens. The senior, now out of mana, begs the juniors for help, making them realize he's failed miserably. He munches on more beer candy, and apologizes for showing such a pathetic side. It turns out the pantry guard spell was stronger and covered a wider range than the senior expected, and he used too much mana. Annoyed, Slayko asks if the senior just wasted his precious beer candy to fail. The senior, feeling defensive, tries to explain how difficult the spell was. At this point, Li Han steps closer to the door, assesses it, and asks the senior to teach him the spell so he can try it. The senior initially warns him that the spell isn't something one can learn easily. But recalling that Li Han succeeded with basic illusion of pay height earlier and made beer candy, the senior sighs and agrees, writing down as many details as he can. A few minutes later, the senior outlines the spells, starting with the second circle spell, Senses Enhancement, which enhances reflexes. The second spell is the one circle spell, Space Recognition, which, though difficult, helps identify spatial distortions. Finally, an attack spell with enough destructive power is needed to find a weak spot in the distorted space and break through. After reading the details, Li Han takes notes, but decides to substitute Senses Enhancement with Ganadaltas's Swift Steps, since he can't learn the second circle spell immediately. For the attack spell he uses Ganadaltas's Sharp Hand. With his replacements in mind, Li Han prepares to try the spell. As he does, the senior mutters about Li Han's arrogance, secretly hoping he fails, just to understand the senior's struggle. An hour later, Li Han and his crew, along with their now humbled senior, waltz out of the back door, free. On the way home, Radford praises Li Han for succeeding on his first try, but Li gives credit to the senior for teaching him better than some of the academy's lousy professors. Worried about the senior's silence, Li Han asks why he isn't responding. It turns out the senior is sulking, realizing he, once exceptional among the third years, has been outdone by a first year. The senior finally speaks, assuring them he's still with the group. Puzzled, Li Han asks how he maintains his invisibility despite running out of mana, wondering if he too uses a cursed artifact. After a pause, the senior admits that the invisibility spell wasn't his doing. The headmaster must have cast it to ensure the seniors remained invisible to first years. Mumbling to himself in defeat, the senior thanks Li Han for helping him that night. Typically, students at Einregard don't ask for each other's names or family backgrounds during nighttime meetings. But the senior asks for Li Han's name. Li Han, realizing the senior isn't paying much attention, as he missed hearing his name earlier, is about to respond but stops when the senior introduces himself as Valfantan Marathi, aka Jijel's older sibling. At the mention of the Marathi family, Li Han has flashbacks of his dreadful experiences with Jijel. So to avoid any further complications with the Marathi family, he lies and says his name is Gainando. The next day, when Li Han attends his basic swordsmanship test, Engeldel starts the session by introducing some guests, knights from outside the academy, who will be observing the students' progress. These knights, still on duty, are set to be the students' opponents for that day. For context, it's revealed that the White Cavalry Knights are among the most reputable knights of the Empire. They roam the land with only a horse and armor, defeating the forces of evil conspiring against the Empire. In other words, they are the Navy SEALs of the Empire. Because of their expertise, Engeldel thought it beneficial to bring some of them in to spar with his young students for their test, believing they could teach them a great deal. Right before the test begins, the largest knight among them, White Cavalry Knight Bickelens, Bick for short, expresses concern about Engeldel's intentions. He doesn't think this test is appropriate. While these students may have trained in swordsmanship within their households, he believes trainee knights would have been more suitable opponents. With that in mind, Bick asks Engeldel if they are to proceed as previously discussed, or if there are any changes to the regimen. Engeldel simply tells him to make sure the students are still alive by the end of the test, and Bick affirms the instructions. Hearing this conversation, Li Han stares in disgust, wondering if Engeldel is just as ruthless as Velati. To start the test, Engeldel instructs the students to gather in their previous groups, with each trio facing one knight. As expected, Jijel, Lee, and Darugu are placed on the same team again. However, after seeing the expressions on Jijel and Darugu's faces, Lee suspects things might not go well. Regardless, he tells Jijel that he will follow her lead during the test. Suspicious, Jijel immediately questions his motives, asking what he's scheming. Lee assures her that he's not plotting anything and reminds her that they won't be able to earn any points if they don't work together. Jijel, however, refuses to believe his sincerity and calls him a coward who might backstab her at any given moment. Lee insults her momentarily but quickly switches gears, explaining that he acted that way in previous training because he wasn't convinced her methods were the best. As their bickering continues, Darugu, who is always caught in the middle, decides to put an end to it. He asks the professor if they get to draw lots to determine their opponent. Chuckling, Engeldel informs them that he already assigned matchups in advance, taking their skills into account. For Team 4, their opponent will be Sir Bikkelens, the strongest knight among them, chosen to fight the strongest trio. After the opponents exchange pleasantries, Engeldel sets the stage for the test, instructing everyone to take their stances. As soon as Bick prepares himself, he warns the trio to use everything they have, magic included, because he won't be holding back. Li Han carefully assesses the knight's stance and concludes that he is at least on par with, if not stronger than, Sir Arlalong, his teacher. At present he doesn't see any openings in Sir Bick's defense. But before he starts worrying, he reminds himself that defeating Bick isn't the goal. Earning high marks is. With this in mind, he resolves to use every tool at his disposal. Lee activates Gonadaltes's arrogant steps and transfers part of the power to his teammates, Darugu and Jijel, immediately enhancing their senses. Though they thank him, Lee ignores them, knowing there are side effects they don't need to be aware of just yet. Following this, he shocks everyone, his teammates included, by casting space recognition and the illusion magic spell he learned from the senior in the school's kitchen. As if that wasn't enough, he tops it off by casting a fourth spell, Gonadaltes's sharp hands, to enhance the speed of his attacks. He isn't sure how effective these spells will be against an experienced knight, but he's determined to give it his all. On the other side of the arena, Sir Bick, having witnessed Lee's rapid spellcasting, worries that if Li Han exhausts his mana too quickly, the test could become too dangerous for him. More concerning, however, is the fact that Engeldel isn't stopping him, even after seeing what the boy is capable of. Just as Bick gets distracted, Lee attacks him with a flash of lightning, catching the knight off guard. Jijel and Darugu seize the opportunity, launching attacks from both sides and putting Bick in a tight spot. Midair and about to land a strike, Jijel suddenly realizes her movements feel much lighter than usual. To her surprise, she admits that Li Han's spell is benefiting them. Sir Bick, realizing the danger he's in, vanishes into thin air and reappears behind Darugu, who looks utterly confused. Before Darugu can react, Bick lands a heavy strike on his back, causing him to collapse onto Jijel and pin her to the ground. Just as Bick moves to finish them off, Lee counters with Surge. Bick dismisses the water spell as basic and effortlessly dodges it before returning to finish off Darugu and Jijel. However, just as he's about to land another strike, the water spell ricochets and hurtles back toward him. Noticing this in time, Bick halts his attack and blocks the returning water with his armor. Now genuinely impressed, he acknowledges Li Han's abilities. But Li Han is relentless. Without hesitation, he summons more water orbs and directs them at Sir Bick. In his mind, he silently thanks space recognition, which makes it significantly easier to control multiple water attacks. Bick, growing more astonished by the second, wonders if all first-year mages at the academy possess such talent. Then again, he realizes that's unlikely. It's rare to find someone with this level of skill, a skill that, without a doubt, belongs solely to Li Han Wardenus. Engeldel, meanwhile, realizes he needs to speak with Professor Velati, as the level of training Velati is providing Li Han is far beyond what a first-year student should be learning. Engeldel believes Li Han's techniques are the result of Professor Velati's overly harsh and dangerous lessons. However, Engeldel is mistaken, as Professor Velati's class has only made Li stronger than ever. In the meantime, the battle between Sir Bick and Team 4 continues, with Darugu, Jijel, and Li Han doing their best to bring the formidable knight down. Despite bombarding Bick with dozens of water balls and attacks from his teammates, Li Han quickly realizes they aren't even scratching Sir Bick. He watches in frustration as Bick slams Jijel into Darugu, who is already down on the floor. Even with his teammates incapacitated, Li Han still can't find any openings in Bick's defense. This frustrates him to no end as he wonders what he needs to do to defeat this powerhouse of a knight. As he racks his brain in the heat of battle, an idea finally clicks. Li Han suddenly remembers a technique he can use to take Bick down. Now that it's a one-on-one fight, Bick watches Li Han and wonders why the boy has been casting the same spells from the same location. With no answer from Li, Bick concludes that despite the rumors surrounding the wardeness household, Lee is still just a first-year student. Just as Bick underestimates him, a flash of lightning appears behind the knight. In an instant, Lee Han is right behind him, gathering lightning before unleashing Furkuntra's lightning toward Bick's exposed back. For a moment Bick wonders how Lee Han managed to get behind him. After quickly analyzing the situation, Bick realizes that Lee had created a clone using the basic illusion of height and used invisibility to escape unnoticed. Delighted that his plan has worked, Lee places all his trust in Furkuntra, hoping the lightning strike will deal significant damage to Bick. Bick, however, recognizes the spell as a fourth circle-level attack. He marvels at Lee's instincts in combat, realizing that perhaps the rumors about the wardeness household had even underestimated their power. As the lightning nears, Bick deflects it with his sword's aura, rendering it useless. Disheartened that his special lightning attack failed, Lee vows never to trust Furkuntra again. Bick, impressed by Lee's combat style and prowess, calls out to him. He praises Lee for his skills and tells him that standing still while his opponent is fighting so seriously is disrespectful. Bick then declares that he will fight Lee seriously until the test ends. Understandably, Lee is dumbfounded. Before he can respond, Bick charges at him with incredible speed. Remaining calm, Lee quickly decides on his next spell before Bick can close the distance. Without wasting a second, Lee chants, "Gather, condense, and explode." Engeldel, hearing this, recognizes the incantation as one for a dangerous spell that is strictly forbidden for students and wonders who could have taught Lee such a spell. But the truth is that no one taught him. Thanks to Lee Han's obsession with reading books like Basic Blood Magic and its applications, he managed to figure out the spell, the majestic and powerful magic missile of Vivlicus, on his own. Unlike the standard magic missile, which is a one-circle spell, this version gathers a far larger amount of mana and condenses it into an explosive attack. This spell is perfect for someone like Lee, who has an abundance of mana, and he knows it. As he activates the spell, Lee Han remembers that this is his first time using it in real combat, and he's never practiced it before. As the spell nears completion, Lee feels a strange sensation and wonders if the spell has already failed before he even cast it. After analyzing it, he realizes that while it's forming correctly, the spell's vibrations are unstable, as if it's going to explode in his face. At this point, Bick is already behind him, ready to strike the seemingly defenseless student. Lee knows his grades are riding on the success of this spell. With time running out, Lee finally understands the nature of the magic missile. It's not meant to be fired, but to explode at close range. Armed with this knowledge, Lee stays put and allows the forbidden technique to detonate in front of him, catching the unsuspecting Sir Bick in the blast. Shortly after the explosion, Darugu and Jijil, who have recovered, worry about Lee Han's safety. Though annoyed that the book didn't explain the full details of the spell, Lee Han, who remains unharmed, is simply relieved that he managed to control the blast radius at the last second. Before he can boast about sending his opponent flying several feet back, Sir Bick suddenly appears behind him and hits him in the back with his sword. Lee Han drops to his knees, finally admitting defeat. Seeing this, Bick lowers his guard and asks Lee Han if he'd be interested in joining the White Cavalry Knights. Just as he's about to finish his question, Lee unsheathes his sword and points it at the knight's throat. After a brief pause, Bick realizes he's been tricked. Admitting his mistake of letting his guard down just because Lee lost his staff, Bick concedes defeat, ending the match with his loss.